Hello, I am here to interview for the chef position. It was a job interview scene inside a company. Su Yuan sat up straight, looking solemn, as he introduced himself. The company HR looked puzzled. You didn't bring a resume? Su Yuan froze for a moment. You even need a resume to interview for a cook. Isn't it enough if the food tastes good? The HR staffer was taken aback, then thought it over. That was true. This wasn't some specialized professional post. For a cook, the only thing that mattered was skill. Then let's go to the kitchen. Su Yuan followed behind the HR, walking toward the kitchen. His heart was filled with emotion. To think that he, a university student who had majored in computer science, had ended up interviewing for a chef's job after graduation. Who could have imagined this? Everything had to be traced back to right after his graduation. He remembered that day clearly. He had just received his diploma and stepped out of the campus gates, fantasizing about his future life as an office worker, when a system descended from the heavens and crashed into him. Just as he was overjoyed, believing he was about to ascend to the peak of his life, the system declared that his employment direction would be randomly selected in order to complete the initial binding. Su Yuan could not tell whether his luck was good or bad. He drew a chef god reemployment system and obtained the identity of a chef god. Each month, the system would randomly issue an employment mission, and completing it would grant him rewards. Thus came Su Yuan's current interview. This month's mission was to work as a chef in a company cafeteria, allowing the employees to experience the allure of fine food during their breaks. The mission would last 15 days. Upon completion, he would receive 1 million. Su Yuan did the math. It meant he only had to work for 15 days to earn 1 million in reward. For a freshly graduated college student, this was an irresistible temptation of money. So within just 1 day, he abandoned the field he had studied and flung himself into the system's embrace. He packed his luggage, searched for a company in need of a chef, and came here for the interview. The company he was interviewing for was a locally well-known small game company. According to the job posting, the benefits were good meals included, weekends off, and a monthly salary of 6,000 for the chef. The work content was simply to handle the employees' lunches and dinners. Here we are. There should be ingredients in the kitchen. Just make 2 dishes as you see fit. The previous chef was dismissed because the employees kept complaining that the food was terrible. Su Yuan understood the unspoken meaning behind HR's words. If his cooking tasted good, he could stay. If it didn't, he would be let go. All right. Su Yuan had full confidence in the culinary skills granted to him by the chef god system. The moment he was bound to the identity of a chef god, he had felt for an instant as though he had truly become one. Previously, he had known nothing at all about cooking. Now, as long as he wished, he could make any dish in the realm of culinary arts. He was practically invincible. Su Yuan opened the refrigerator to see what ingredients were available. There was a generous supply of frozen goods: spare ribs, pork, belly, front leg meat, hind leg meat, everything one could need. There were also the usual scallions, ginger, garlic, and various spices, all fully stocked. Nothing important was missing, and Su Yuan quickly finalized his menu. He would make sweet and sour spare ribs and red braised pork, then add stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers and stir-fried tomato and egg. These were all common home-style dishes, perfect with rice and very suitable as cafeteria meals for company employees. He first took out the ribs and pork to thaw, filled the sink with water, added salt and white vinegar, and soaked the meat to speed up the defrosting. While that was underway, Su Yuan cooked a pot of rice, prepared the ingredients, and washed the vegetables. The meat didn't need to thaw completely. So long as it softened enough to be cut, it would suffice. He put the ribs into a pot of cold water with cooking wine, scallions, and ginger to blanch. He did the same with the pork belly. While Su Yuan was busy in the kitchen outside, the employees had been notified by HR that a chef was here for an interview and that there would be a tasting later. Broja, what do you think of this chef? Don't let it be like the last Andy. Stingy with everything, reluctant to use oil or salt, as if she wanted us to eat boiled vegetables every day. This time we found him through a recruitment app. He should be a proper chef. Anyway, everyone will taste and decide. If it's good, we'll take him. If not, we'll keep looking. Only after Zhou Man gave his guarantee did everyone relax. Otherwise, if their meals disappointed them every day, even their enthusiasm for work would vanish. I just hope this chef's food is decent. Otherwise, they might as well not include meals at all. I came here mainly for the free food and weekends off. Slightly lower pay is fine, but if this benefit is gone, what's the point of staying? As soon as Zhou Man left, the employees gathered together and began quietly venting their complaints. Exactly. Compared to our peers, our salaries are already on the low side. They make it sound good by saying they cover 2 meals a day, but if the food is bad and we have to buy our own, then it's not worth it at all. It's fine, and we'll taste it later. If it isn't good, we won't accept him. We must choose a chef whose cooking is delicious. In the kitchen, Su Yuan's red braised pork was already simmering. He hadn't found any clay pot, so he was using a stockpot instead. He had cut the pork belly into chunks and blanched them, then deep-fried them once to render out some of the fat. After that, he piled the pieces into the stockpot, heated another pan with oil to fry the sugar for color, then added scallions, ginger, garlic, and seasonings brought it all to a boil and poured it into the stockpot to simmer slowly. Most of the excess fat from the pork belly had been rendered out by frying. Once it was braised until it melted in the mouth, it would no longer taste greasy at all, only fill the mouth with an intense fragrance of meat. Sweet and sour spare ribs also required time. After setting the red braised pork to simmer, Su Yuan finally freed his hands to work on the ribs. He let the blanched ribs air dry, then lightly pan-fried both sides with lard to enhance their aroma. He then needed to caramelize sugar again. This time much more sugar was required. Sweet and sour spare ribs could only be delicious if both the sugar and vinegar were used generously. He barely needed any salt at all. The soy sauce and oyster sauce already provided enough salinity. The emphasis had to be on that balance of sour and sweet. As the two meat dishes simmered and soaked up flavor, their aromas began to drift outward. Where's that smell coming from? Employees who had been working in earnest caught a faint whiff of food and immediately lost their concentration. Is that the smell of the dishes the candidate chef is cooking in the kitchen? Now I'm actually curious about lunch. It's almost mealtime, right? There's still half an hour. Sounds like it'll line up perfectly with lunch. I'm starving. What is he cooking to make it smell this good? Smells a bit like my mom's red braised pork. Now that you mention it, it really does smell like red braised pork. Please don't bring up red braised pork. That Annie's last attempt was a disaster. Pieces cut all kinds of sizes instead of neat cubes, stingy with soy sauce, utterly unappetizing and still gamey. I almost threw up eating it. I actually didn't think it was that bad. My mom cooks like that too. A bespectacled young man had barely finished speaking when the others fell into awkward silence. You've made it to adulthood. That's not easy, someone sighed. The guy in glasses nodded in agreement. He had once believed that food simply tasted the way his mother cooked it. It wasn't until he ate outside that he realized his mom's cooking was actually terrible. But after eating it since childhood, he had grown used to it, and no matter how bad it tasted, he could still get it down. Very soon, Su Yuan finished preparing several dishes. He took out a large stainless steel tray, specially used for serving food from the cabinet, and it happened to hold 4 big plates perfectly. Casting a glance at the dishes rich in color, aroma, and flavor, Su Yuan could not help feeling his own appetite stir. Although he had cooked them himself, this had never been his field of expertise. Now, with the system suddenly bestowed from the heavens granting him this craft, even he felt his mouth water at the sight of the food he had just stir-fried. The sweet and sour pork ribs were especially stunning, their color truly exquisite. The fine glossy sauce coated each rib, evenly dyeing them a lustrous red. That red was not a dull crimson, but tinged with orange, carrying a crystalline translucence that made the ribs look like large pieces of scarlet amber, as beautiful as one could imagine. A casual sprinkle of fresh chopped scallions added another splash of color. Even when simply placed on the tray, the dish made one's fingers itch to pick up the chopsticks. Su Yuan picked up his chopsticks, lifted a rib, and took a bite. The perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor teased his taste buds, leaving even himself utterly astonished. He was taken aback by how incredible he was at this. The dish was far too delicious. Even someone like him who had never been fond of sweet and sour flavors found himself conquered by his own cooking. No wonder it was the system's doing. Seeing there were still a few minutes left, he simply grabbed a handful of leafy greens, planning to make a 3-delicacies soup. A canteen meal was incomplete without soup. A bit of vegetables and a few sticks of sausage were enough for a simple, comforting pot. At noon, just as the soup in the pot finished cooking, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Hearing them, Su Yuan set the pot of steamed rice on the serving table and lifted the lids off the tray of dishes. A group of employees had long been made ravenous by the drifting aromas. They charged into the canteen like wolves and tigers. As soon as they pushed the door open and smelled the richer fragrance inside, their mouths instantly flooded with saliva. When they finally saw clearly the dishes laid out on the plates, everyone's eyes lit up. Though there were only 4 common homestyle dishes, their appearance was almost too beautiful to be real. The sweet and sour ribs shone like red agate glistening with oil. The tomato scrambled eggs were a cheerful mix of red and yellow. The evenly cut slivers of green pepper paired perfectly with the brown and white strips of lean meat. The braised pork needed no further praise. Layers of fat and lean alternated. The fat was translucent, the lean a rich saucered. Combined with the irresistible aroma filling their noses, few would believe it could taste anything but divine. Even dishes from a 5-star hotel could hardly look better than this. Su Yuan had originally thought that once everyone saw the food, they would rush up and clean the plates in an instant. To his surprise, they all just stared blankly at the dishes, stunned into silence. Aren't you hungry? Of course they were. Startled out of their daze by the brilliance of the dish's colors, everyone suddenly snapped back to themselves. With such delicacies in front of them, how could they not hurry to get it into their stomachs? One after another, they broke into 100-meter sprint speed, dashing to the sterilizer to grab meal trays, then spinning around and sprinting back to the serving table to get in line for food. The company was not large with only about 20 people in total, so there was no designated server. Everyone simply helped themselves, taking just enough for their own fill. They had worked together long enough to be very familiar with one another, and no one was shameless enough to hog just one dish. In no time, everyone had finished serving themselves and found a suitable place to sit. My goodness, this braised pork is amazing. The first to sit down was a short-haired girl. Despite her tall, slender frame, braised pork was her favorite, so she had deliberately skipped one dish in order to heap more braised pork onto her plate. The moment that piece of meat entered her mouth, she felt her decision had been nothing short of brilliant. The braised pork had been stewed until wonderfully tender. As soon as it touched her tongue, and she gave a gentle bite, it fell apart in her mouth. All the fat had been rendered out of the fatty layers, leaving nothing greasy, only rich, flavorful juices. With each bite, fragrant juices spilled across her palate, the flavor rising from the tip of her tongue all the way down her throat. Her entire mouth was filled with that savory, sauce-laden aroma. As she chewed more carefully, she realized the braised pork was not just soft, it even carried a subtle glutinous texture. With both fat and lean in each piece, every layer offered a different mouthfeel. The fat was meltingly tender, the lean silky and fragrant, and the skin deliciously sticky and chewy. One piece delivered 3 distinct textures that echoed between tongue and teeth. A taste even immortals would be reluctant to trade away. After a morning spent buried in reports, her head had been spinning. Now, as she unknowingly broke into a smile over the braised pork, it felt as though all her earlier exhaustion had been swept clean away by this deliciousness, and she unconsciously sped up her eating. Is it really that exaggerated? The young man sitting opposite her was a new hire. Seeing her practically bury her face in the plate, gulping down food without any regard for image, he hesitated, then finally lifted a piece of braised pork to his own mouth. By the time the meat was still being chewed in his mouth, he was already blurting out a curse. In this day and age, who hadn't eaten braised pork? But the key was that this braised pork tasted unbelievably good. There was not the slightest hint of gaminess, the texture was superb, and the flavor beyond reproach. Even someone as nitpicky as him, who loved to pick faults in everything, could find no flaw at all. Not exaggerated at all, right? The girl finally responded to him. With his mouth still full of meat, the young man nodded vigorously. This braised pork is good. It's too good. The sweet and sour ribs are the real star, someone nearby chimed in. Tangy and sweet, whetting the appetite, the sourness just right, the sweetness perfectly judged, and the meat is still so tender and smooth. The shredded pork with green peppers is fantastic too. The peppers are still crisp, and the meat is tender. I honestly never expected that a simple tomato scrambled egg could taste this good. They ate while showering the food with loud, overlapping praise. Just then, Joe Man, who was late as usual, finally pushed open the kitchen door. After getting off work, he had taken an urgent phone call that went on too long, so he was only arriving now. Tray in hand, he walked over and saw that there was almost nothing left in the serving tray, only a few scattered scraps at the bottom of the plates. He froze on the spot. How is there no food left? Su Yuan had not expected this interviewer to arrive so late. He spread his hands innocently. I only cooked based on the ingredients the kitchen had on hand. In truth, under normal circumstances, the amount of food would have been more than enough, but what Su Yuan had made was simply too fragrant, and everyone had served themselves generous portions. For someone arriving late, this was the inevitable result. Helplessly, Zhou Man scraped together the remaining bits, thinking that just tasting the flavor would be enough. If it turned out bad, he wouldn't have to eat much anyway. Yet the moment that lone piece of braised pork went down his throat, his expression changed instantly. He was inwardly in an uproar. This taste, and he only got to eat a single piece. How could that be acceptable? He turned his head to look at his colleagues feasting away, their plates piled high with food, and the resentment on his face was almost tangible. His eyes rolled as an idea struck, and he said, I didn't even get a proper share of the dishes. How am I supposed to judge whether your cooking is truly good or not? If I don't know how it tastes, how can I report to the boss about keeping you on as our chef? Keep him on as a chef. The others, absorbed in eating, barely registered anything else he said, but this sentence rang loud and clear. Chopsticks suddenly paused midair. This was no small matter, it concerned their daily meals. What if the boss asks me what dishes were cooked for lunch and how they tasted? I wouldn't know how to answer. It's better if. Zhou Man's words were abruptly interrupted by the excited employees at the table. Don't worry, Zhou Gu, this young man's culinary skills are exceptional. The dishes he prepares are incredibly delicious. Indeed. This isn't just ordinary home-cooked food, it's simply of 5-star quality. Each dish is delightful. Yeah, Zhou Gu, just look at how we are enjoying our meal. Isn't that enough to prove his skill? You must keep this young man, otherwise where will we find such delicious work meals again? You don't know how to express yourself, do you? Let me summarize it for you. The speaker clearly had experience in summarizing reports with eloquent language, praising every dish, describing the pork belly as tender and flavorful, and the sweet and sour ribs as deliciously tangy. He spoke in great detail, feeling very satisfied afterward. he sat down and began to enjoy his meal heartily. The others, recalling the delicious food they had just tasted, felt he spoke very well and clapped in support. Someone reminded Zhou Man Zhou Gu reporting according to what Xiao Jiang said is definitely correct. We want this chef, nothing else will do. Zhou Man felt a wave of frustration. He was tempted to flip the table. He didn't know if this was a problem for the boss, but it was a serious issue for him. He originally wanted Su Yuan to look for more suitable dishes to cook something tasty for him and satisfy his cravings, but he didn't expect to be dragged down by a group of colleagues. Damn it, he only had some basic soup and condiments, and now this happened. Did he say the applicants were unqualified? Now he felt embarrassed to ask Su Yuan to cook anymore. Eating the tomato scrambled egg soup mixed with rice, while looking at the others' lavish dishes, Zhou Man felt increasingly irritable and snorted coldly. Come on, stop interrupting. Am I HR, or are you? If I haven't tasted it, it doesn't count. Hurry, Xiao Wang, let me try a piece of your sweet and sour ribs. I'll eat it first before we talk. After saying that, he took a piece of sweet and sour ribs from Xiao Wang's plate despite his pained expression. Wow, these sweet and sour ribs are indeed delicious, so tender and not fishy at all. It's so satisfying to eat. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Xiao Wang asked. Zhou Man could barely contain his smile, yet he insisted on being tough. What does it count if I've only had one piece of sweet and sour ribs? What if he only cooks sweet and sour ribs well? Does that mean we will have sweet and sour ribs for every meal? I wouldn't want that. May quickly give me 2 pieces of braised pork. Xiao Zhan, you can't handle all that shredded green pepper. Let me help you eat. And see, and why are you covering your plate? Don't think I didn't see that pile of untouched tomato scrambled eggs. Bring it over quickly. Seeing Zhou Man say this, although they were reluctant to part with the food on their plates considering it related to whether they could eat such delicious food every day in the future, they reluctantly shared some dishes with Zhou Man. Xiao Wang, while distributing the food, patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, brother. Your dishes are so delicious that we will definitely keep you here. Su Yuan smiled and thanked him. Although he was confident in his skills and wasn't worried about finding a suitable company who would want to do things twice if they could be done once. Soon Zhou Man's plate was piled high with dishes, with about 20 people sharing. There was enough for him to eat. Looking at the full plate, Zhou Man nearly couldn't resist laughing out loud. What a steal. So many dishes. The shredded green pepper is incredibly fragrant. Wow, I'm so happy to have 2 pieces of pork belly, and the tomato scrambled eggs are also delicious. Although Zhou Man was smiling inside, he maintained his composure on the surface, deliberately taking his time to taste each dish before giving Su Yuan a thumbs up. Great skills. As soon as these words left his mouth, it was clear he had passed the interview. The employees were even more excited than Su Yuan himself. Fantastic. We'll get to enjoy such delicious employee meals every day from now on. Suddenly work feels so blissful. What's going on? With the flavor of these dishes, of course it feels blissful. At that moment, all the employees in the company cheered joyfully. Most of the employees in the gaming company were young, and at this moment they were all as happy as children. Some familiar faces even went to greet Su Yuan. Brother, from now on our meals will all depend on you. Remember to cook delicious food for us every day. No problem. As long as the meal expenses are in place, I'll cook whatever you want. Su Yuan smiled. Such loyalty. A few people gathered around, their eyes brightened. The company's meal expenses were pretty good, with a standard of 2 meats and 2 vegetables. With Su Yuan's skills, they could still eat well with 2 meats. After the meal, Zhou Man walked into the reception room. While picking his teeth, Su Yuan was already waiting for him there. Zhou Man smiled and extended his hand. Although you already know the result, I still want to say congratulations, you passed the interview. Thank you, Zhou Gu. Su Yuan also extended his hand. After sitting down, Zhou Man explained some work-related matters to Su Yuan. Although you have seen the company introduction during the interview, I still have to go over it again according to the process. Su Yuan nodded. The introduction only provided a brief overview. Since he would be working here, he needed to understand the company better. Zhou Man briefly explained the working hours and salary matters. Just as the recruitment advertisement stated, the salary is 6,000. Working hours are from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. As a chef, he doesn't need to adhere strictly to the time, considering he also needs to buy ingredients. His work involves preparing 2 meals a day. After finishing, he asked Su Yuan, do you have any questions? Su Yuan came to the company as a chef mainly to earn the 1 million offered by the system, so he wasn't very concerned about the salary. However, he didn't plan to work here long. After all, the system required him to complete 15 days, and who knew what task the system would assign after that. Therefore, he still needed to clarify. So what if I feel it's not suitable during the probationary period, or if your company finds it unsuitable? Zhou Man explained the probation period is actually a period for both parties to assess each other. If you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. Of course, if we are not satisfied, we can also dismiss you at any moment. You will receive payment for the days you work. You don't need to worry about that. Hearing his words, Su Yuan felt relieved. Zhou Man hoped he would start work tomorrow. After enjoying such a delicious employee meal, Zhou Man was also tempted. If it weren't for being inappropriate, he would have loved for Su Yuan to handle dinner today. Just in time, Su Yuan wanted to quickly complete the 15-day task and earn the 1 million, so they hit it off and agreed for Su Yuan to start work tomorrow before he left the company. As a recent graduate, Su Yuan was naturally among those renting a place. Seeing the landlord downstairs, he greeted, "Is that you, Su Yuan? Have you had any luck job hunting these past few days?" "Yes, I found a job today." The landlord pleased asked for details, and Su Yuan replied, "Candidly, I'm working as a chef at a game company, and the salary is quite good." The landlord was momentarily taken aback. If he remembered correctly, Su Yuan had studied IT, so why was he working as a chef in such a challenging job market? A computer science graduate had turned to cooking. The landlord looked at Su Yuan with pity, feeling sorry for the poor lad. Unaware of his own pitiful state, Su Yuan waved goodbye and returned to his small room, heading to bed early that night. Though the company stated a 9 o'clock start, the task of buying groceries fell entirely on him. To ensure he got the right ingredients, he had to rise early and compete with the elderly for fresh produce at the market. If he were late on his first day because of grocery shopping and ended up with subpar ingredients, it would be a huge embarrassment. After a good night's sleep, at 7:30 the alarm rang, and Su Yuan got up on time. After washing up, he went to the market. Having lived in the city for 4 years, he knew exactly where everything was and quickly found the wholesale market. Today's chicken looked fresh and plump, and after inquiring about the price, Su Yuan decisively bought a few, placing them on his electric bike. The big plate chicken, whether with rice or noodles, was sure to be a hit. There was also a large piece of pork belly left over from the previous chef's grocery shopping, which could be used to make a delicious garlic sprout stir-fry. The company's employee meal consisted of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Yesterday, Su Yuan had made 3 meat dishes because he was unaware. Now, with 2 meat dishes sorted, it was time for the vegetables. After a round, Su Yuan ended up with a bag of vermicelli, and with plenty of eggs in the kitchen, he decided to make a stir-fried mixed vegetable dish along with some vinegar stir-fried cabbage. After having breakfast near the market, he glanced at the clock and realized it was almost 9. Riding to the company, he was just in time for work. He walked into the company carrying several large bags, just as 2 colleagues passed by with files. Upon seeing Su Yuan, they greeted him enthusiastically and without hesitation offered to help carry his things to the kitchen. Su Yuan didn't want to delay their work and firmly declined, but the 2 were very insistent, saying they had to help. Given the load was quite heavy, Su Yuan eventually relented. After a brief chat, they placed the items in the kitchen, and the 2 rushed back to the office energized, as if they had just been injected with caffeine. Guess who we just saw outside? Who else would we see at work? The colleagues were not particularly interested, some busy with their tasks without even looking up. The 2 chuckled, one of them saying, "We saw Su Yuan." Su Yuan? Who was that? Why the excitement? After a moment of thought, the group suddenly reacted and became lively. "Did you ask him what's for lunch?" "Of course. Lunch will feature big plate chicken, twice cooked pork, stir-fried mixed vegetables, and vinegar stir-fried cabbage. The vegetables are fine, but 2 meat dishes. They are substantial and delicious." Just thinking about the taste of the dishes Su Yuan made yesterday has everyone drooling, eagerly anticipating noon to indulge in a feast. In the kitchen, Su Yuan had already begun preparing ingredients. Although it was still early, not even 10 o'clock yet, he was alone in the kitchen and had to cook for over 20 people, making time quite tight. He was skilled, but having never worked in this field before, he was unsure about timing, so it was safer to prepare in advance. The pork belly in the fridge, though frozen, was still of good quality with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, perfect for twice-cooked pork. He took it out and placed it into a large bowl to defrost. Su Yuan then turned to the chicken. Big plate chicken, also known as spicy stir-fried chicken, required plenty of chili peppers. The locals loved spicy food, so besides red chili peppers, Su Yuan also prepared some thin-skinned spicy spiral peppers. The method for making big plate chicken was to stir-fry before stewing. This way the chicken would be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, having both the smoky flavor from the stir-frying and the tenderness from the stewing. He turned on the heat, and after heating oil in the pot, he added a handful of rock candy to caramelize it. Once the candy melted, he quickly tossed in the drained chicken pieces to stir-fry, cooking until the moisture evaporated and the sugar color turned the chicken a beautiful caramel hue. At this point, he added a spoonful of bean paste. Once the bean paste released its red oil, the chicken took on a rich, attractive reddish-brown color. Once it was nearly done, he poured in some pre-prepared hot water, and with a sizzling sound, the aroma of the chicken filled the kitchen. Covering the pot, Su Yuan then turned to handle the defrosted pork belly, which needed to be boiled until about 70% cooked before stir-frying. As he busily worked, the kitchen soon filled with various aromas dominated by the sauce fragrance of the big plate chicken. The scent of the stewed dishes was more enduring than that of stir-fried dishes, with fragrant spices slowly releasing their aroma, while simmering combined with the scent of the bean paste, creating a rich and lingering fragrance. Gradually, these enticing smells wafted through the gaps in the kitchen door and windows, reaching the corridor and making their way into the office. The busy employees caught a whiff of the aroma, and their eyes lit up, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds as everyone in the office began to salivate. What a delicious smell. I can't help it, I'm drooling like there's no tomorrow. I was planning to focus and finish this line of code this morning, but the food has shattered my dough heart. Has the kitchen ant finally had a change of heart today? Asked an employee who was clueless about the situation. You're overthinking it. You didn't know yesterday was your day off. The kitchen hired a new chef and their skills are top-notch. The dishes they make taste superb. In the conference room, General Manager Chun presided over a meeting. Having built the game company from scratch, he had steered it, through years of relentless effort, to the very peak of its current potential. Yet as a leader, he remained unsatisfied with mere stasis. He aspired to expand the company further, to surpass rival firms that loomed over him like shadows. Lately, the company had been recruiting not only chefs, but also professionals across diverse industries, though progress in the latter endeavor had been sluggish, leaving General Manager Chun deeply frustrated. As the boss, he could not bear this frustration alone, thus the pressure cascaded down onto the department managers and the HR team. After an entire morning of deliberation, yielding no truly constructive insights, General Manager Chun grew increasingly impatient, on the verge of erupting, when suddenly a faint, delicate aroma brushed against his nostrils. The scent was profoundly alluring at first, merely a subtle note of fermented soy sauce. Within moments, however, it poured through the open window into the office, intensifying steadily, growing richer and more intoxicating by the second. Unable to resist, he drew a deep breath, and instantly his eyes lit up. Beyond the savory umami of the sauce now surged an unmistakable rich fragrance of chicken, succulent, vibrant, layered with bold, fiery heat. Who upon inhaling such an aroma could possibly remain unmoved? Saliva gathered quietly in his mouth. He hastily swallowed, determined to seize the moment and reprimand his team, imposing fresh urgency, but the fragrance proved too seductive. Saliva welled uncontrollably, forcing him to swallow again and again. One swallow too forceful released a distinct audible slurp, shattering the taut atmosphere completely. His rebuke died on his lips, a faint flush rose to his cheeks. Where on earth is this aroma coming from? How extraordinarily fragrant. He quickly changed the subject. Zhou reminded him, General Manager Chun, have you forgotten? I called you yesterday to report. We've just hired a new chef, exceptionally skilled. This aroma emanates from the kitchen. From the kitchen? So fragrant. He struggled to believe it. He knew a new chef had been hired, but never imagined such mastery. Merely inhaling the scent had set his mouth watering uncontrollably. You've already tasted his dishes, haven't you? Are they truly that exceptional? Zhou report had sounded like a gourmet essay, far too poetic for credibility. Absolutely delicious. Even humble home-style dishes evoke the refinement of a five-star restaurant. Staff members are thoroughly delighted. Precisely. Hiring a chef of such extraordinary talent guarantees our employees will no longer complain about salaries lagging behind competitors. The manager spoke with solemn conviction, offering his personal assurance. Other senior managers nodded in vigorous agreement. Convinced by their unanimity, General Manager Chun found himself unexpectedly eager for lunch. With the aroma so captivating, how could he possibly continue the meeting? He promptly adjourned it, instructing everyone to submit written reports later. Before long, lunchtime arrived. General Manager Chun strolled leisurely from his office, only to pause halfway down the corridor, 1 foot hovering before the cafeteria entrance, when suddenly the door of the adjacent large office swung open. A flood of employees burst forth, their feet seeming to hum with motorized energy, racing past him like gusts of wind, so swiftly that he barely registered their passage. A moment later, the corridor stood utterly empty, save for the kitchen door still swaying gently on its hinges. Jaw agape, General Manager Chun stared at the surreal scene. Had he not glimpsed the kitchen already packed with staff, he might have doubted his own senses. Is lunch really worth this much frenzy? Inside the kitchen, employees stood in neat, orderly lines, trays in hand, eagerly awaiting their meals. The dishes, steaming, aromatic, vividly colored, sparked instant hunger. All rushed to serve themselves. Didn't I just spot the boss in the corridor? Someone exclaimed. Yes, I saw him. Xiaozhang even nudged him aside as he ran past. Whoa, he's got guts. The boss must have heard about the new chef's legendary skills and come straight here for lunch. Should we wait for him? A brief silence fell. Then, seeing their turn approaching, they dismissed the question entirely. Let's pretend we didn't see him. After all, we're just ordinary staff. Exactly. The manager's standing right behind us. Let him handle it. Lunch comes first. The manager, sweating inwardly, winced. They spoke freely, but couldn't they at least lower their voices? He'd already collided with the boss during the mad dash, and guilt gnawed at him. With no choice, the manager faced his superior directly and dutifully prepared a portion for General Manager Chun, delivering it with conspicuous deference. At the sight of the dish, General Manager Chen's eyes sparkled anew. The presentation alone was mesmerizing. Tender chicken glistened in deep, lustrous mahogany. The twice-cooked pork curled delicately. Layers of fat and lean transformed into burnished gold red glazed generously in glossy sauce. Even the simple sautéed cabbage shimmered with vivid crimson and emerald green. Excellent, truly excellent. Such harmonious color balance alone reveals the chef's consummate artistry. Starved of appetite all morning, General Manager Chen wasted no time. He lifted a piece of chicken to his lips. The next instant he was stunned by the chicken's sublime tenderness. Though braised for hours, it yielded effortlessly, dissolving luxuriously upon contact with his tongue. Its sauce was abundant, seeping deep into every fiber. Each bite released a burst of rich, aromatic liquid, so intensely flavorful it made his tongue tremble. The dual heat of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns amplified the dish's fiery complexity. Yet astonishingly, the chicken's intrinsic fragrance remained unmasked, its natural savor bursting forth in every mouthful. Subtle notes of caramelized crispness lingered, a whisper of expert wok hei. Spicy, exhilarating, and profoundly appetizing, the dish reignited General Manager Chen's flagging hunger. Gripping his chopsticks, he devoured the entire plate with the fervor of a tempest. The chicken was extraordinary, but so too was the twice-cooked pork, smoky, rich, yet never cloying. Paired with two perfectly balanced vegetable sides, the meal became irresistible. Only after eating nearly his fill did General Manager Chen finally pause to speak. He licked a trace of sauce from his lip and turned to Zhou Man beside him, praising warmly, outstanding, truly outstanding. Though your recruitment efforts have faltered, hiring this chef was masterful. Excellent work. You know how to select talent. Zhou Man's face bloomed with quiet joy. Lately he'd endured repeated criticism over stalled hiring. Yet now, thanks to Su Yuan, he'd earned genuine praise from the boss. Meeting Su Yuan, truly his stroke of fortune. When it comes to hiring, General Manager Chen couldn't help but elaborate a bit further. If you could recruit a game planner of this caliber, like hiring a chef, that would be even better. At the very least, if you could hire a skilled designer, that would be good. None of our company's designers can shoulder significant responsibilities. Their abilities are mediocre, which is why we've been continually suppressed by our competitors. Zhou Man's smile, which had been hanging on his face, suddenly froze. How could this be blamed on him? Was it really that he didn't want to hire capable employees? The company has some fame, but not much. To save money, the boss has kept some ordinary employee salaries lower than those at other companies, even cutting from the food budget. With such treatment, apart from interns and those with average abilities, truly capable individuals have all gone to larger companies. Who would want to join a small company like theirs? During the hiring period, a few impressive candidates did come in for interviews, but after the interviews, there was no follow-up. Clearly, they went to other companies. Since the boss mentioned expanding the company and wanting him to recruit strong and outstanding individuals, Zhou Man started feeling a bit bald. He had already worked hard to make the company profile more appealing. Regarding treatment, he had discussed it with the boss several times, revising it repeatedly. When the boss saw the modified salary, he looked at him as if he were a class enemy. Even so, it failed to attract particularly talented individuals. As the hiring dragged on, seeing the boss enjoying such delicious food, Zhou Man thought about this issue. He felt that even the fragrant twice-cooked pork in his mouth couldn't prevent his baldness. Oh God, please come and save your follower, grant him a talented designer. Zhou Man silently cried out in his heart. After finishing his thought, General Manager Chen turned his attention to the greasy manager beside him. Don't just focus on eating this afternoon. You and Zhou Man must come up with a plan for me. The manager nearly choked on a mouthful of rice. How did this concern come back to him while he was just enjoying his meal? If he had known, he would have sat further away instead of crowding next to the boss. Seizing the moment when General Manager Chen's gaze was attracted by the manager, Zhou Man quickly grabbed a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffed it into his mouth. Regardless of everything, good food is the most important. If he didn't hurry up and eat a bit more, Chen would ask him again before he had time to eat. With a piece of twice-cooked pork in his mouth, Zhou Man felt so happy he nearly wanted to hum. The taste of this twice-cooked pork was no less than that of the big plate chicken. Crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, it looked fatty, but it wasn't greasy at all, not to mention any fishy taste. When it entered his mouth, the outer layer even had a soft and sticky texture. When his tongue touched the pork belly, a burst of sauce aroma flooded his mouth. It was the fragrance of sweet bean sauce, but it didn't give the pork any sweetness, only a mild savory flavor. Fresh garlic sprouts released a fragrant aroma, adding a hint of freshness to the meat. A bit of fermented black beans stuck to the meat slices further enhanced its unique flavor. After the meat went down, the aroma wafted into his stomach, even exciting his belly. As he smacked his lips, the sauce flavor in his mouth lingered with a hint of debanjiang's fragrance emerging. It was precisely this debanjiang that subdued the sweetness of the sweet bean sauce, revealing such a fragrant and delicious flavor. My goodness, when did twice-cooked pork become so aromatic? It was so fragrant it felt like it could swallow his tongue. Zhou Man quickly ate another piece and took a big scoop of rice. With his mouth full, happily chewing, General Manager Chen suddenly turned his head and glanced at Zhou Man. That look seemed to say, "Eat, eat, eat, all you know is to eat," nearly making Zhou Man spit out his food. He let out a dry laugh. Seeing Chen turn back to speak with the manager, he quickly stuffed another piece of pork belly into his mouth. Eating is the most important thing in the world. As he chewed, an idea suddenly struck him. He slapped his thigh excitedly, saying to General Manager Chen, "I've thought of a solution." "What solution?" The manager was even more excited than Chen. Zhou Man pointed at the colorful, aromatic, and delicious working meal in front of him, saying, "Boss, although our company doesn't have the strengths of those big companies, our working meals are definitely better than theirs. Why don't we use our working meals to attract employees?" "How so?" Chen was instantly intrigued by this suggestion. Zhou Man immediately laid out his plan. In fact, the company's development prospects are quite good with a group of loyal clients. However, it lacks distinctive features, and most importantly, the treatment can't compete with large companies, making it naturally difficult to attract capable individuals. But now it's different. Their company has an exceptionally skilled chef who specializes in making working meals. Those who come for interviews and taste these delicious working meals would surely think twice before leaving. After all, these dishes are so delicious that once you start eating, you can't stop. As long as these people are willing to join their company, any competent individual can negotiate their salary. With his silver tongue, Zhou Man felt confident he could retain them. If Zhou Man had said this yesterday, General Manager Chen would have scoffed. Who would choose to stay at a job just for the working meals? They're not made of gold. But at this moment, as he chewed on the spicy and tender chicken, Chen suddenly thought this was truly the most suitable way to recruit people. The reason they couldn't retain people was that those individuals were unwilling to discuss. If they were willing to talk, any problem could be resolved. The more Chen thought about it, the more he felt this approach was reliable. Who doesn't love delicious food? Life is all about enjoying good food. If they can eat delicious meals every day, who wouldn't want to? He could already envision a scene where a group of capable employees under his leadership would grow the company bigger and bigger, and he patted Zhou Man's shoulder with force. "Good lad, you think fast and come up with ideas. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Well, proceed as you suggested, implement it immediately, and you will take full responsibility for everything. If we successfully recruit someone, the bonus will be doubled." "Thank you, boss." Zhou Man smiled widely, thinking of such a brilliant plan. He truly was a clever little rascal. Meanwhile, the manager gave Zhou Man a thumbs up. Having solved a major problem for the company, the three of them relaxed and began to enjoy the delicious lunch in front of them. This big plate chicken not only had delicious chicken, but also the potatoes tasted excellent. The tender stewed potatoes had already changed shape at the edges. A gentle bite would make them melt in the mouth, with a dense texture soaked with the aroma of chicken, making it an exceptional flavor. Even the thick, sticky sauce was flavorful and delicious. Mixed with rice, one could easily finish a big bowl without any vegetables, and the three of them were thoroughly enjoying their meal. With Su Yuan's arrival, the entire game company's spirit transformed from its previous laxity. Everyone was now highly motivated at work, and those who would have previously made excuses to take leave for even the slightest cold were now fully committed. In the past 2 days, attendance had remarkably turned perfect, and even those who were genuinely ill with colds insisted on coming to work with medicine in hand. Where else could one find such delicious working meals? Resting at home meant cooking for oneself, which was a hassle. Perhaps if one enjoyed the delightful working meals, it would uplift their mood and hasten their recovery. Of course, Su Yuan was unaware of all this. After all, his domain was merely the kitchen, where preparing 2 meals was sufficient, and he was oblivious to the company's other affairs. At this moment, Zhou Man was also in the midst of interviewing. Having just changed the time in yesterday's advertisement, today a candidate had arrived. This candidate was exactly the graphic designer the company needed, possessing several years of experience and a portfolio that closely matched the company's current style, ready to immediately take on the design of newly developed game scenes. Zhou Man was extremely excited and engaged in conversation with Xiong Donglin with utmost enthusiasm. However, Xiong Donglin appeared somewhat disinterested. He had thought that after several years of the company being established, there would be some unique features that could attract him, but after chatting for a while, nothing piqued his interest. It seemed he should not waste time and should instead try his luck at a larger company. Having resolved to dismiss this company after the interview, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich aroma wafting from the tip of his nose. The fragrance was incredibly pleasant, penetrating his nostrils with a bold intensity. Upon catching a whiff, his taste buds suddenly sparked with excitement, and saliva began to fill his mouth. Xiong Donglin sniffed deeply, curiosity etched on his face. What a delightful scent. Where is it coming from? Zhou Man had already noticed Xiong Donglin's distraction and had originally planned to show him around the kitchen. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan had produced such a rich aroma that actively attracted the candidate, prompting Zhou Man to silently commend him. This aroma is coming from our kitchen. Didn't I mention before that our company provides meals? Plus the chef's cooking skills are quite good. You've seen the rest of the place, oh why not take a look at the kitchen as well? Is this the aroma of working meals? It couldn't be, as he was an experienced professional. During his previous jobs, he had eaten working meals from various companies and had never encountered any that smelled this good. Curiosity piqued, Xiong Donglin immediately followed Zhou Man's lead without hesitation. As he pushed open the office door and stepped into the corridor, the scent intensified. When he opened the kitchen door, the long-suppressed aromas erupted like a torrent from all directions, rushing straight toward Xiong Donglin's face. He felt as if he was enveloped by the scent, bathing in its rich and bold essence, and his mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. Wow, is this really a working meal? Xiong Donglin found it hard to believe. Not only him, even Zhou Man was salivating at the delightful aroma. It was overwhelmingly rich. He couldn't help but approach Su Yuan to inquire, "Chef Su, what dish are you making? It smells so good." Busy at work, Su Yuan looked up, glanced at Zhou Man and Xiong Donglin, and pointed at the large pot on the stove, saying, "I'm making braised pork ribs. I've added plenty of sauce, which is why the aroma is so strong." In winter, every household makes sausages, and with the leftover bones from the meat purchases, the price of thigh bones has dropped significantly. Su Yuan had bought all the large bones from a meat shop at a discount, hence today's main dish was large pork bones. Through the glass, they caught a glimpse of a large stainless steel pot, with its lid partially ajar, steam rising vigorously and reaching the ceiling. Although they couldn't see the braised pork ribs, Xiong Donglin still gulped several times. "Your company actually hired such a skilled chef. That's impressive." Hearing the praise, Zhou Man proudly lifted his chin. "Of course. While our company's benefits may not match those of larger companies, the boss cares deeply for his employees. To ensure everyone maintains a good working state, he specifically hired a top chef, allowing everyone to enjoy delicious meals and stay fully motivated." At that moment, Xiong Donglin suddenly felt that this company didn't seem too bad, his gaze landing on Su Yuan, who was cooking. At this moment, Su Yuan was making Kung Pao chicken. The people of Pingqing love spicy food, so the Kung Pao chicken was sweet with a hint of spiciness. Thus, this dish required not only sugar, but also dried chili and bell peppers for color and to enhance the spiciness. He heated the pan, and once the oil was hot, he added diced chicken breast. The sizzling sound of the oil quickly filled the air with the aroma of chicken. Through the glass, it was unclear what sauces he had added, but the chicken quickly turned a beautiful red color, glistening with sauce. As he quickly stir-fried and added the ingredients, his movements were fluid and graceful, as if performing a magic trick, and soon a large pot of Kung Pao chicken was ready and poured into a large plate. The dish appeared visually stunning, with the green and red bell peppers, the chicken's reddish hue, and the brown peanuts, all enhanced by the glossy red oil at the bottom of the plate, making it vibrant and appetizing, simply looking extremely delicious. And the sweet and spicy flavor that could not be concealed by the rich aroma only made one's mouth water even more. Gulp. Xiong Donglin could not help but swallow hard, only thinking about eating. He had already had 2 buns for breakfast, and now it was mealtime. Who wouldn't be tempted by such enticing dishes? Seeing Xiong Donglin's expression, Zhou Man instantly knew he had a chance and promptly extended an invitation. "It's almost noon, Mr. Xiong. Why not stay and try our company's working meal? Would that be appropriate? I'm only here for an interview, not as an employee of your esteemed company. Perhaps we should talk later." Xiong Donglin said he should leave, but his feet seemed to refuse to move, as if glued to the spot, his eyes fixated on the Kung Pao chicken. To not taste such a beautiful and fragrant dish would feel like a regret lasting a month. "Mr. Xiong, you're too polite. It's just a working meal, nothing extravagant. Who knows, we might end up being colleagues in the future." With that, Zhou Man took Xiong Donglin by the hand and led him to get a plate. At this moment, Xiong Donglin's mind was entirely occupied by the dish's aroma, leaving him unable to utter any refusals. He firmly decided to accept. For the sake of a delicious lunch, what was dignity? He could afford to be even more shameless and eat 3 large bowls. Because he was just here for a free meal, Xiong Donglin felt a bit shy and didn't rush straight to the serving area, but instead walked leisurely. Zhou Man glanced at the clock and, unable to wait any longer, urged, "Don't dawdle, come with me quickly, or we'll be squeezed to the back by the crowd." The crowd? What crowd? Xiong Donglin was puzzled. In the time it took for the two of them to chat, it was already noon, and the entire office became lively. Just as they stood next to the table, they heard a flurry of footsteps approaching from behind. Curiously, he turned around and saw a group of figures flash by the window, followed by the kitchen door swinging open. A pack of people rushed in like wolves, heading straight for the sterilizer. Despite the apparent chaos of the crowd pushing and shoving, there was an impressive rhythm to it. They darted to the sterilizer, grabbed plates, and swiftly ran to the table, without a moment's pause, each person showcasing their skills, making the process remarkably smooth. In the blink of an eye, a long queue had formed behind Xiong Donglin, moving so fast that he nearly thought he was seeing things. No wonder the interviewer told him to hurry. The speed at which they were eating was astonishing. If he hadn't been pulled over in just a blink of an eye, he would have ended up at the back. Is it really necessary to run just to eat? It's not like there wasn't enough food. At this moment, the dishes were all laid out on the table, with steaming braised pork ribs filling a large bowl, exuding an enticing aroma. The vegetarian dishes included spicy lotus root and celery, with Lily looking quite appealing. Zhou Man encouraged him to serve himself first, and Xiong Donglin took no offense, piling on 2 portions of the meaty braised ribs, a hefty spoonful of kung pao chicken, and he didn't skip the 2 vegetarian dishes either. After finding an empty spot to sit down, he was so eager to dig in that he didn't even wait for Zhou Man to arrive or exchange pleasantries, hastily stuffing the braised ribs into his mouth. The freshly cooked braised ribs were hot, and as soon as his teeth touched the meat, his lips got burned. Xiong Donglin quickly withdrew his mouth, licking the scalded area, and in the next moment his eyes lit up. A bold and rich flavor surged to his tongue, quickly rushing down his throat. The taste was both strong and mellow, filled with the essence of the sauce. He couldn't quite discern which spices had been used, but each one was perfectly balanced, creating an unparalleled delicacy. His already excited taste buds became even more exhilarated, eagerly secreting saliva, urging him to savor this exquisite flavor. This is incredibly fragrant. Just a bit of sauce on his lips, touched by his tongue, was already so delicious that he couldn't resist. He could only imagine how wonderful it would be to actually eat it. He quickly blew on it a few times, tearing off a large piece of meat from the rib with fervor and chewing it vigorously. In an instant, his mouth was filled with flavor just as delicious as he had imagined. No, even more delightful than he had expected, rich with the taste of the sauce. What was even more unbelievable was that this meat, which had been cooked for half a day, was not at all tough, but rather tender. The meat on the leg bone naturally adhered to the sinews, but these sinews were stewed to perfection, not difficult to chew at all. A gentle bite made them fall apart, adding a bouncy texture. For a moment, his mouth was bursting with both tenderness and chewiness, creating an exquisite flavor that lingered. As he savored the meat, holding one end of the leg bone, he took a strong sip, drawing the bone marrow and broth hidden within into his mouth. The aroma was simply divine. Mr. Xiong, our working meal is pretty good, isn't it? Not just good, it was absolutely fantastic. Who could compare to this flavor? Just ask who could match it. Xiong Donglin did not hold back his praise, giving a thumbs up. I didn't expect the chef to look so young, yet his skills are outstanding. Amazing, truly amazing. Just this one rib could be sold out in no time at a street stall. Your company's employees are so lucky to enjoy such delicious meals every day. Chef Su is indeed impressive. Every dish he makes is delicious. You should try some of the others. Xiong Donglin nodded repeatedly and hurried to sample the other dishes. To his astonishment, they were all visually appealing and flavorful. Even the vegetarian dishes were so delicious that he felt like licking the plate. He dove into the food, forgetting to speak at all. When Zhou Man tried to talk to him, he could only respond with grunts or nods, his mouth full of rice and chopsticks laden with vegetables, completely devouring his meal without any decorum. When he finished the rice on his plate, he specifically went back for seconds, adding some kung pao chicken, a spicier version mixed with lychee. It was simply extraordinary when paired with rice. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, he finally realized how unsightly his eating had been. His face flushed with embarrassment, and even his ears turned red as he hurriedly sought an excuse to leave the dining hall. Back in the reception room, Zhou Man inquired once more, Mr. Xiong, someone like you is exactly what our company needs. We would be thrilled to have you join us. What do you think? If he hadn't had this meal, Xiong Donglin would have given a formal, "I'll think about it," and let you know, but having been treated to such a meal, he felt too guilty to be so dismissive. However, the salary offered truly did not meet his expectations, leaving Xiong Donglin in a dilemma. He wanted to agree right away, yet he was reluctant and wanted to explore opportunities at larger companies. But if he didn't accept, he would miss out on these tantalizing meals. He wouldn't be able to find anything like it elsewhere. At that point, he would be struggling through tasteless takeout and remembering the meals at this company, likely turning green with envy. Seeing his indecision, Zhou Man seized the opportunity, saying, "Actually, it starts as a probationary period, Mr. Xiong can try it out first. Our company has a great work atmosphere with no backstabbing or intrigue. Everyone is happy to come to work every day, and during meal times they are even happier. This kind of joy is something you won't find in larger companies, even with hundreds or thousands more in salary." He emphasized the words working meal. After some more hesitation, Xiong Donglin nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll give it a try. Who could refuse such a delicious working meal? Besides, it was just a probationary period. He could always leave if it didn't suit him. Moreover, while his skills were decent, he wouldn't stand out at a big company, likely fading into the background among a sea of talent without making even a ripple. In a smaller company, it was a different story. He would be among the top tier, appreciated by the boss and respected by his colleagues. It sounded rather appealing. Most importantly, there would be delicious food at every meal. It was worth giving it a shot. After discussing several company matters with Xiong Donglin and finalizing his working hours, Zhou Man immediately leapt into the air with unrestrained joy the moment the man had walked far enough away. Yes, this was a graphic designer with 5 years of professional experience, exceptionally skilled and seasoned. In the past, such a candidate would have promptly departed upon learning the company's circumstances. There would have been no lingering or hesitation. Just moments earlier, Zhou Man had mentally rehearsed several persuasive arguments in case the candidate declined, yet he had accepted without reservation. The hiring process had gone so smoothly that even Zhou Man felt a surreal lightness. Though he'd barely savored his lunch, sacrificing it entirely to secure the hire, it was unquestionably worth it. Once again, Zhou Man rejoiced inwardly over having hired Su Yuan, the extraordinary chef, as his previous recruitment triumph. Beaming, he dashed straight to the kitchen to share the exhilarating news. At the company, employees washed their own dishes after meals, lining up to rinse and place them in the sterilization cabinet. Su Yuan bore no such duty. His sole responsibility was tidying the kitchen utensils. By this hour, Su Yuan had already finished cleaning the kitchen and sat relaxed in a chair, scrolling idly through his phone. Though his break was lengthy, he had nowhere pressing to go. Stepping outside held little appeal. Lingering indoors, bathed in the gentle warmth of the central air conditioning, was far more comfortable than wandering aimlessly outdoors. Deeply absorbed in a video, he suddenly noticed Zhou Man bursting and radiant with delight. Su Yuan waved casually and teased, "Brother Zhou, what brings you to the kitchen?" No, please don't call me brother. Oh, I should be calling you brother. Brother Su, you're truly my lucky star. Ever since you joined our company, you've delivered an extraordinary boon." "A boon? What boon?" "You have no idea how difficult it's been to recruit capable, experienced talent. Several candidates have already left for larger firms. Yet today, after just one meal, your work lunch," Xiong Donglin agreed on the spot. "Remarkable. Your cooking is nothing short of miraculous. It's become our company's secret talisman." Zhou Man recounted the entire hiring episode without reserve, detailing Xiong Donglin's striking shift in attitude before and after tasting the lunch, so vividly that Su Yuan sat utterly dumbfounded. Is that even possible? He never imagined that preparing a simple work lunch could land the company a desperately needed talent, like bestowing some uncanny serendipitous advantage. Watching Zhou Man repeatedly address him as Brother Su, Su Yuan chuckled helplessly. "Brother Zhou, you're well into your 30s. I'm only 24. It feels rather odd for you to call me brother. How about we revert to how we first met? Just call me Chef Su." "No problem at all. We'll each honor our own terms. You call me Brother Zhou, and I'll call you Brother Su. Not a single issue arises. Anyone with true mastery deserves the title. And from now on, remember to look out for your junior brother." Su Yuan was left both amused and exasperated. A bright, energetic young man addressed as brother by someone nearly 15 years his senior. Yet seeing Zhou Man's unwavering conviction, he decided not to press further. Let him call. Would repeating the title magically age him beyond 24? At dinner time, Su Yuan prepared 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. By the time staff lined up for servings, he'd already begun eating, and finished well before most had even set down their chopsticks. Every morsel vanished from the plates. Not a drop of broth remained. One dish, its sauce especially fragrant, had drawn such fervor that a late-arriving employee poured rice directly into the empty plate, stirring vigorously until not even a trace of liquid lingered. Such immaculately clean dishes required almost no effort to wash. Before long, Su Yuan had finished rinsing them all, and left the office earlier than many of his slower-eating colleagues. Frankly, the job was remarkably undemanding, flexible, unhurried, and entirely self-directed. Had he pursued a career strictly aligned with his university major, in IT, he'd likely still be grinding as an intern at some corporate giant. Riding his electric scooter back to his rented apartment, Su Yuan collapsed onto his bed, pondering tomorrow's menu. After racking his brain fruitlessly, he opened his laptop and began browsing for delicious, budget-friendly homestyle recipes. The company's meal allowance was fixed. Costly ingredients were simply out of the question. China's culinary heritage is staggeringly rich. A simple online search flooded his screen with vibrant images of sumptuous dishes, so dazzling and mouth-watering that even he found himself salivating. Many delicacies demanded expensive components. Shrimp turbot, clearly unsuitable for daily work lunches. Those would have to wait until he completed his system tasks and claimed his Yuan reward, then purchased them solely for his own pleasure. His appetite sharpened his anticipation. Now he eagerly counted down the remaining 15 days. Just as he scrolled, it struck him tomorrow was Friday. With the company unusually quiet, no evening overtime scheduled, he knew weekends would be fully unoccupied. He'd be cooking for himself alone in his apartment. Eating out hadn't crossed his mind. Ever since savoring his own cooking street food held zero allure, his own dishes simply eclipsed them all in flavor and satisfaction. Fortunately, when renting, he'd deliberately chosen a unit with a compact kitchen, ideal for cooking. Without delay, he rose and crossed the street to a large supermarket purchasing chopsticks, bowls, and other essential kitchenware. As for an induction cooker and wok, he resolved to visit the electronics mall on Saturday. Only after thoroughly cleaning and organizing the kitchen did he finally retire to bed. The next morning, Su Yuan strode briskly toward the local market, brimming with energy and purpose. Zhou Man matched his vigor. After yesterday's successful hire, Director Chun had already departed and skipped lunch altogether due to afternoon commitments. Zhou Man hadn't yet shared the triumphant news with him. Bursting with unspent excitement, Zhou Man spent the entire night electrified and arrived at the office by 7:30 a.m., settling into Director Chen's office to await his arrival. Eyes wide and expectant, he waited with agonizing intensity until at precisely 8:03 a.m. Director Chen appeared. Zhou Man lunged forward as if greeting a long-lost savior. Even before Director Chen had fully stepped across the threshold, Zhou Man burst forth. Director Chen, success, success. Through the power of my silver tongue and crucially Chef Su's culinary diplomacy, I've secured for our company a graphic designer with 5 full years of elite experience. Truly hired. Director Chun could scarcely believe it. Initially, he'd considered himself fortunate to find someone with 3 years experience, let alone 5. Hired indeed. He's already in the main office where the manager is assigning his first tasks. Following Zhou Man's gaze, Director Chen glanced into the open plan office, and there unmistakably beside the manager stood an unfamiliar face. Instantly, he felt invigorated, like someone injected with pure adrenaline. Excellent. His long-cherished game concepts could finally take shape. Call an emergency meeting. Notify all team leads and key technical personnel immediately. Originally, today was Friday, and Xiong Donglin, as a newly hired employee, could choose not to come to work, opting to start next Monday instead. However, thinking about going back to an empty home and worrying about what to eat for his 3 meals a day, he immediately dismissed the idea of taking a rest. After all, what could a rough man like him cook that's delicious? Thus, he specifically requested to start today, and as for the matter of finding a place to live, there would still be the weekend for that. As the most outstanding graphic designer in the company, he was indeed highly valued. During the meeting, the boss personally asked him many questions and entrusted him with the entire background design of a game that was currently in development. This made a smile involuntarily appear on Xiong Donglin's face. He knew that in a big company such treatment was rare. Slightly better jobs were often snatched away by more experienced seniors, and only the more troublesome tasks were left for him. Just as Xiong Donglin was passionately sharing his game design plans, a delicious aroma wafted into the meeting room, a tantalizing blend of numbing and spicy scents that made him lose his composure. The meeting room was even closer to the kitchen than the reception area, so the fragrance from the kitchen reached him first. The aroma was especially rich, as if transporting him to a paradise of spicy flavors utterly mouth-watering. It was only just past 10 o'clock, and those who had eaten breakfast weren't hungry yet. However, the moment they caught a whiff of that smell, their appetite was instantly ignited. Xiong Donglin felt as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Were it not for the rationality of adulthood still holding him back, he would have rushed into the kitchen. Finally, after the meeting ended, he stepped outside and spotted Zhou Man passing by. He quickly stopped this only acquaintance and asked, "Brother Zhou, do you know what the kitchen is serving today?" Zhou Man was taken aback, laughing and crying at the same time. "You've only just started working and you're already thinking about lunch. I'm not part of the kitchen, how would I know?" The smell in the office was incredibly strong, wafting everywhere. Xiong Donglin eagerly inhaled, his face entranced. "Why don't you go take a look, Brother Zhou? Come back and tell me you have nothing to do right now anyway." Zhou Man was left speechless by this. Here was a fine graphic designer suddenly transformed into a food enthusiast. He couldn't deny that he was also curious about the delicious smell. "All right, I'll check on my way." Only then did Xiong Donglin let him leave. Returning to his workstation, he began to tackle his tasks, but the continuous aroma wafting his way made it impossible for him to concentrate. All he could think about was food. When Zhou Man returned and informed him of today's lunch menu, Xiong Donglin became even hungrier, distractedly working while glancing towards the kitchen from time to time. As time passed, he found himself frequently checking the clock, counting down the minutes. He truly experienced what it meant to feel like time was dragging on. Waiting and waiting, finally it was noon. As soon as the clock chimed, Xiong Donglin sprang up from his chair, as if he had unlocked some hidden energy, pushing himself off the chair and flipping over to rush to the office door, flinging it open and dashing out. He had calculated that taking the corridor would require a big detour, and only this way would be the most time efficient. The proficiency of his movements clearly indicated that he had mentally rehearsed this numerous times, ensuring that he could flawlessly exit the office at the very first moment. He left the other employees in the dust, and by the time they rushed into the kitchen, Xiong Donglin was already there, spoon in hand, ready to serve himself. They were left astonished. Goodness, a group of seasoned employees couldn't outrun a newcomer on his first day. Was it true that those with strong abilities excelled in every aspect? Today's main dish was boiled fish. No one in the company disliked spicy food, so the boiled fish made by Su Yuan was incredibly spicy, with more Sichuan pepper and dried chili than usual. The boiled fish, laid out in a large stainless steel basin, looked bright red. The broth was glistening and the fish was tinged a rosy hue. The meat appeared tender and smooth, just looking at it made one crave it. Topped with a generous amount of bright red dried chilies and fresh green scallions, the hot oil poured over made the aroma waft out even more unapologetically. Xiong Donglin felt his mouth watering, scooping 2 hefty spoonfuls of fish into his bowl. Before quickly adding other dishes, he jogged to the dining table and sat down. While others were just starting to line up for their food, he had already shoved a huge piece of fish into his mouth. As soon as it touched his palate, the intense, numbing, and spicy flavor exploded in his mouth, surging from his tongue straight to his throat, making him drool with delight. He felt as if he was in a euphoric haze with nothing on his mind but eating. As he chewed the fish, it was particularly tender and smooth, requiring no biting. Just pressing it lightly with his tongue made the fish disintegrate in his mouth, practically melting away. After chewing a few times, he rolled his tongue, and the meat was already swallowed down his throat. In the aftertaste, besides the rich, numbing, and spicy flavor, the exquisite taste of the fish lingered. He had always loved fish, and at this moment, he was completely captivated by the fish meat, devouring it heartily. When Su Yuan bought the fish, he chose the kind that weighed 5 to 6 pounds, either with large bones or boneless, greatly enhancing the enjoyment of eating meat, giving Xiong Donglin the feeling of feasting. In addition to the fish, Su Yuan also added dried tofu, skin bean sprouts, and some wide noodles. These ingredients were equally delicious, and he couldn't figure out how Su Yuan made them. The bean sprouts retained their crispness, showing no signs of being overcooked. After finishing 3 large bowls of rice in one go, Xiong Donglin sat back in his chair, not wanting to move at all, feeling utterly satisfied, with a wave of happiness washing over him. If he could eat like this every day amidst his busy schedule, how wonderful would that be? With this thought, he suddenly stopped envying other big companies. Did big companies have such comforts? Did big companies have a chef as amazing as Su Yuan? As for a few $100 extra in salary each month, spending that money on takeout wouldn't get him a meal as delicious. Living a lifetime is all about enjoying good food. He had already taken a shortcut, reaching his goal ahead of time, so why overthink things? Thus, Xiong Donglin made a decision to stay at this game company, work hard, create games, and enjoy delicious food every day. What could be better? As the first to reach the dining hall, Xiong Donglin enjoyed his meal particularly well. He had his first bowl of rice, while some were still getting theirs. He finished his second bowl, while others were just starting their first. By the time he got to his third bowl, there were hardly any dishes left, but there was plenty of broth from the boiled fish, so he simply soaked his rice in the soup. The spicy and fragrant flavor was exquisite, and soaking the rice was a unique delight. As more people opted for soaked rice, those who were slower and still wanted a third bowl suddenly realized that the broth had been completely devoured. They all looked regretful, and the way they glanced at Xiong Donglin was anything but calm. They were seasoned employees after all, and had managed to grab a few meals over the past few days. It was baffling that they lost out to someone who was just starting and wasn't even particularly familiar with the company environment. Not only them, but the other old employees also had subtle expressions when looking at Xiong Donglin. It was too humiliating for seasoned employees to be outpaced by a new hire. They needed to maintain their dignity. During dinner, they were determined to outdo him. With such thoughts in mind, the old employees even arranged for someone to keep an eye on the time during the afternoon shift, reminding everyone not to lag behind. Soon it was dinner time. The moment the clock chimed, everyone in the large office moved, starting with Xiao Zhang, who was sitting nearest to the door. He yanked on the table with all his might, propelling himself upward, using his hands to push off and launch into the corridor, performing a 180-degree spin and landing at the entrance, completing a difficult maneuver. Next was Ame, who, despite being a girl, climbed onto the table and jumped over in a flash to secure the second position, all to surpass Xiong Donglin. Not just them, other employees also abandoned conventional methods, some flipping tables, while others took shortcuts. In an instant, the office resembled a chaotic scene of college students scrambling for food with all sorts of skills on display. Someone not paying attention to their position suddenly opened a window and jumped out, overtaking a group of people in the corridor. Xiong Donglin, who thought he had it in the bag, realized he hadn't even made it into the top 5, standing instead in the 6th position. He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, ooh, after all that it turned out everyone had just been too shy in the morning while he thought he was simply reacting quickly. It was indeed a delightful misunderstanding. Someone suddenly asked manager, was that you who jumped out of the window just now? You really are the manager, thinking of such a clever way to get food. Stop it, get in line properly, the manager interrupted. It was alarming. He was the manager leading the charge out the window. Thankfully General Chun wasn't around. If General Chun found out that he as the manager led the window jump to grab food, he would certainly face repercussions. After a bout of gluttony, Xiong Donglin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Excited, he specifically went over to greet Su Yuan. Mr. Su, you are truly amazing. You are the best chef I have ever encountered. In the past, during client banquets, I often helped with serving drinks, and while I've had my share of high-end feasts that tasted good, they were just that, good, but nothing that left a lasting impression. Only your simple home-cooked dishes have such a profound flavor that lingers on my palate. I just have a bit of culinary skill and glad you like it, Su Yuan replied with a smile. We're from the same company, so just call me Su Yuan. No need for such formality. Then I'll call you Brother Su. By the way, what are we having for lunch tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday. The company doesn't require overtime. What? Saturday? Xiong Donglin felt as if he had been splashed with cold water, utterly disappointed. He had only just begun to enjoy the food, and now he had to take a break for 2 days. How frustrating. Moments later, he eagerly asked again. So, Brother Su, what are we having on Monday? I love fish. Can you make some other types of fish? As long as you make it, it'll eat anything. Even a catfish won't be an issue. What chef would use catfish in their dishes? Su Yuan grimaced slightly. Not to mention that it was only Friday. Who knows what Monday's menu will be? And why was there another person calling him Brother Su? Although Xiong Donglin did not seem as young as Zhou Man, he definitely looked like he was over 30. Unfortunately, Xiong Donglin insisted on calling him Brother Su. Su Yuan immediately had a premonition that he would likely be addressed as brother by many older people in the future. After dinner, the satisfied employees left the dining hall with smiles, while Xiong Donglin kept pestering Su Yuan with questions. He asked how many different ways fish could be prepared and how Su Yuan learned such incredible culinary skills. His enthusiasm and chatter made Su Yuan feel quite awkward. It was the first time someone had praised him so openly, and his ears were almost burning. Finding an excuse, Su Yuan quickly dashed out of the dining hall looking as if someone were chasing him. Unaware that his enthusiasm had frightened Su Yuan away, Xiong Donglin began to fantasize about the delicious meals he would have on Monday. As he walked through the company entrance, he happened to run into Zhou Man. So how was your first day at work? Zhou Man asked. Xiong Donglin nodded and glanced at Zhou Man. This time, he didn't hesitate and instead inquired about the detailed salary benefits after the probation period. Brother Zhou, you mentioned that after the probation period there's full attendance and performance bonuses, as well as an achievement award. How exactly is this calculated? Can you explain it to me? What about signing the contract? Zhou Man suddenly shouted. Is there a problem? Xiong Donglin was startled by his sudden outburst. No problem. He'll prepare the contract for you on Monday. Zhou Man shook his head vigorously. After Xiong Donglin left, he wore a dreamy expression as if he were in a dream. Oh heavens, he had encountered a talent who actively requested to sign a contract. God knows how painful it had been for him to work in HR for these past few years. Each time he encountered a great talent, no matter how he praised the company until he was hoarse, he couldn't keep those who wanted to go to larger companies, let alone those who actively wanted to sign contracts. This was the first time in history, the very first time. At this moment, he was almost moved to tears. It was not easy. It was truly not easy. And all of this was the buff that Su Yuan's cooking brought to the company. He unilaterally declared that from today onwards, Su Yuan would become his sworn brother. On Saturday morning, Su Yuan lazily got out of bed at 9:30. Back in school, he constantly thought about graduating quickly to avoid early mornings. However, after graduation, tempted by the 1 million from the system's tasks, he hurried back to work. With a rare weekend off, he naturally wanted to indulge in a good sleep. After getting up, he went outside the community for breakfast. Riding his electric bike leisurely to the appliance market, he selected suitable cooking equipment and casually picked up some vegetables at the market. The next 2 days were spent gaming and sleeping until he finally got up early at 7 on Monday morning. After a lazy 2-day rest, he felt fully revitalized and in high spirits. After picking out some vegetables at the market, he hurried to the company. In fact, there were several large fresh produce shops in the market where he could order vegetables for delivery to the company, but Su Yuan preferred to select them himself. After all, the vegetables he personally picked were the freshest and most satisfying. With about 20 vegetables, he placed some under his feet, some in a box behind him, and tied a large box to his seat, just enough to take back. If he had more, he would have to arrange for delivery. At this moment in the company, Zhou Man held the contract signed by Xiong Donglin, reading it several times in disbelief. Once he confirmed he was not dreaming, he grinned widely, showing 8 teeth, looking like a fool, and excitedly knocked on General Manager Chen's office door to take credit. General Manager Chun was equally surprised upon seeing the contract, exclaiming, "Really signed?" Earlier that morning, Zhou Man had asked him to adjust Xiong Donglin's salary. At the time of signing the contract, Chen thought Zhou Man was just negotiating, not realizing that in just half an hour the contract was already secured. "Of course, boss. I brought you a valuable talent. Shouldn't I get a reward? This month's bonus is doubled." Though General Manager Chun was frugal, he would not be stingy in such matters. However, he put pressure on Zhou Man to quickly recruit talented planners and skilled programmers. Hearing several vacancies mentioned, Zhou Man felt overwhelmed, and the earlier joy he felt vanished without a trace. Having already considered it lucky to recruit Xiong Donglin, he wondered where he could find a few more talents who could help. It was Su Yuan. Wait, yes, it was indeed Su Yuan. Zhou Man suddenly realized he could use this approach again. If he encountered more talents, he could retain them. He shared this idea with General Manager Chun, who naturally agreed. However, the speed of finding talents online was too slow. After all, it was a small company, and not many could come in for interviews in a month. General Manager Chun pondered and suggested why not encourage employees to help recruit. If they introduce capable talents and the recruitment is successful, the company will provide a reward. Zhou Man's mind raced quickly, instantly generating new ideas. Rewards in cash might not motivate everyone to put in extra effort. At best, they would casually mention it. After all, spending 200 or 300 yuan on something troublesome to retain talent would be pointless. It could affect work. Instead, rewards that everyone likes, such as the dishes Su Yuan makes, would be much more appealing, perhaps giving them the right to choose dishes. Having made dishes for several days, Su Yuan had yet to make a single bad one. Everyone eagerly anticipated the next meal to be one of their favorites. General Manager Chen pondered for a moment, thinking this idea was simply brilliant. His eyes sparkled as he envisioned his company filled with various talents, thriving abundantly. He slapped the table in agreement. "Great, it's settled then. Employees introducing talented individuals will get to choose dishes. Whatever they want to eat, the kitchen will prepare. This system will be implemented today, and it will be permanent. You should go discuss this with Su Yuan." At around 10 o'clock, while Su Yuan was busy, Zhou Man suddenly walked into the kitchen with a beaming smile, looking at him as if he were a priceless treasure, making Su Yuan feel goosebumps. "Brother Zhou, if you're free and have nothing to do, you could help me pick vegetables. Don't just stare at me. I'm not a stunning beauty. I'll let you know my preferences are quite normal." "Sure, I'll help you pick vegetables. I'll take care of today's vegetables for you." Zhou Man eagerly leaned over, picked up a potato, and started peeling it. His overly attentive demeanor left Su Yuan momentarily speechless. Was this person too enthusiastic? "Brother Zhou, did you come to talk to me about something? Are you planning to whisper to me about what delicious food you want for tomorrow using a backdoor approach? Or was he just craving food and wanted to sneak a taste?" "Who said that? Is your brother Zhou that kind of person? Do I need to sneak food? I'm just helping everyone taste the dishes." Zhou Man was thick-skinned and felt no embarrassment at all. He even provided a particularly good excuse for his previous sneaking. While helping to pick vegetables, he started discussing the dish selection rights. Once he finished speaking, Su Yuan was left stunned. He needed to think this through. The company was developing quickly, urgently requiring quality talent, but it was not easy to recruit. Thus, the boss wanted to discuss providing a dish selection benefit for employees. He was merely cooking. Why was he being involved in such matters? A working meal could not only attract talent, but also boost employees' enthusiasm for recommending candidates. He never expected a working meal could have such a function. He couldn't help but give Zhou Man a thumbs up. "Brother Zhou, you are quite clever. You managed to create so many tricks from a simple working meal. Impressive. So what do you think about the dish selection rights? Won't it affect your work?" Zhou Man asked earnestly. "No problem, it's a piece of cake. As long as they decide what dishes they want the day before and inform me, it won't be a bother since it's all cooking." Receiving his assurance, Zhou Man sighed in relief. Su Yuan was now their company's ace. They had to treat him with utmost care. After discussing in the kitchen, General Manager Chen excitedly declared, "Manager, let's hold an all-hands meeting right away." The manager noticed that the boss had been holding meetings quite frequently these past few days, often calling for all-hands meetings, and the boss seemed to be in a good mood during them. Was it the trend lately for bosses to hold meetings when they were happy? Within minutes, all employees were crammed into the large office standing. General Manager Chen quickly walked over. He didn't waste time with pleasantries, but directly explained the reward of dish selection rights for introducing talents. Employees processed the information in their minds, though at first they didn't think much of it, but soon they reacted. "So we can order whatever we want to eat, and Su Gu will make it for us. Of course, as long as you introduce the talents we need for the company." In an instant, everyone envisioned their favorite dishes, various names flashing before their eyes, and the entire office erupted in excitement. "Wonderful. I want pineapple sweetened sour pork. It's my absolute favorite. And I'll have roast duck. And I demand a full fish banquet." That remark could only have come from Xiong Donglin. "And what's so special about a full fish banquet? I prefer a full chicken banquet. Chicken is far more delicious and won't make you gain weight. I'll take the ascending dragon dumplings, authentic Tianjin continent style, and suddenly conjured anime-style dishes were met with waves of disdain. Everyone bickered fiercely over whose dish was superior, acting as though they'd already secured the right to choose the menu, chattering incessantly until the serene office nearly transformed into a bustling fish market. General Manager Chen remained unruffled. Having launched his startup just a few years after graduation, he was still under 40. His mindset kept perpetually youthful by daily immersion among young colleagues unburdened by the rigid formalities of old-school traditionalists. Enough. Everyone back to work. Argue all you like, but only after someone actually wins the menu's election privilege. Frankly, I doubt any of you will land it on the same day. Everyone paused, then nodded in realization. After all, the boss demanded seasoned professionals with over 3 years' experience, not green newcomers. Where then would they find such accomplished seniors? They all worked in the same industry, so the people they knew were inevitably peers or rivals. Even if they did locate such talent, persuading them to join their company would be no simple feat. Clearly, that coveted menu's election privilege was out of reach. In an instant, enthusiasm evaporated. Heads drooped, shoulders slumped. One by one, they trudged back to their desks dejected. Zhouman watched them slump away, exasperated. Can't you think harder? Mobilize every connection. Your third and sixth grandmother, distant cousins you haven't seen since childhood, even neighbors' relatives. Cast your net wide enough, and surely someone qualified must surface. That suggestion reignited their energy. Brains whirred, memories surged, each scrambling to recall whether any family member worked in game development. The moment General Manager Chun left, animated debate erupted anew, louder and more spirited than before, until their manager finally intervened, commanding focus on actual work. At dinner, a flurry of colleagues sprinted to the kitchen, using every trick in the book. After dishing up, they resumed discussing the matter, only to glance almost instinctively towards Su Yuan, who sat quietly eating. Though technically part of the kitchen staff, Su Yuan timed his cooking with military precision, ensuring meals emerged piping hot and perfectly textured just as the workday ended, so he always ate alongside the office team. Mid-bite, Su Yuan suddenly felt the light dim. He looked up and found himself encircled by a crowd, eyes gleaming with unnerving intensity. He nearly jumped out of his seat. What's going on? A wave of enthusiasm swept over him. Colleagues swarmed his table, cramming in, some seated, others standing, balancing trays while chatting eagerly. Brother Su, you've heard about the boss's menu's election privilege, right? Yes. So, Brother Su, what can you cook? Someone voiced the question on everyone's mind. Well, formal titles had officially dissolved into universal brother. Su Yuan decided wisely to let it go. His culinary mastery was in truth peerless. Any dish appearing in any reputable cookbook was within his domain. Yet humility dictated restraint. Boasting too boldly might invite disbelief. I can prepare virtually all beloved homestyle dishes, and really, can you make Westlake vinegar fish? Yes. And Quapaw pork? Yes. None after another. 7 or 8 iconic dishes, he answered without hesitation, never blinking. Seeing his unwavering confidence, the group burst into delighted, slightly dazed laughter. Their dream, savoring their absolute favorite meals, was now tantalizingly close to reality. They fired off personal favorites: Dongpa braised pork, spicy squid, regional specialties, cascading like a rapid-fire menu recitation. Su Yuan, answering steadily, began to feel less like a chef and more like a robot programmed solely to reply yes. He finally raised a calm, confident okay sign, effortlessly signaling assent while continuing to eat. After all, clarity mattered little. The dishes were within his repertoire. And so, you really can prepare a full fish banquet, even the broth-filled yellow croaker. Xiong Donglin gasped audibly upon seeing the okay gesture. Holy, this broth-filled yellow croaker is a classic imperial banquet dish. Could Brother Su truly master it? Unable to contain his curiosity, he pressed further. What about boiling water cabbage? Pearl tofu? Phoenix spreading its wings? He rattled off several legendary imperial delicacies, each time met with Su Yuan's unshaken okay sign, until overwhelmed he shouted, "Whoa! Brother Su can cook the entire imperial banquet." That exclamation struck like lightning. Others instantly connected the dots, eyes widening, gazes intensifying, burning with newfound, almost feverish admiration. No wonder his dishes tasted extraordinary. He wasn't merely a cook. He was a living legend, a master capable of executing the full imperial banquet standing right before them. Mamma mia, this was idol worship incarnate. Zhouman felt a pang of profound irony. Hiring Su Yuan for 6,000 yuan a month to prepare office lunches was nothing short of grotesque underutilization. With skills like his 5-star hotels worldwide would vie to entice him with lavish salaries, treating him as a revered patriarch in their kitchens. Beneath so many blazing expectant stares, Su Yuan squirmed inwardly. Imagine being surrounded by a dense, silent crowd, every pair of eyes glowing emerald green with awe. It was profoundly unsettling. He gently interjected, "Even if I could prepare such feasts, no company, not even ours, would serve the imperial banquet for daily lunches. General Manager Chen would veto it before the first dumpling hit the plate." This sobering reality didn't dampen spirits. If the full banquet was off the table, why not select equally exquisite, but more practical, dishes? Their enthusiasm remained undimmed. Questions flew faster than ever. Su Yuan endured the meal with mounting discomfort, not just from the barrage of queries, but from being scrutinized like a rare panda, encircled and intensely observed. He barely finished half his rice before bolting for the kitchen. Only after he vanished did colleagues drift back to their seats, still savoring the conversation, occasionally licking their lips with audible relish. That evening, women skipped shopping dates, men abandoned gaming sessions. Everyone rushed home with singular purpose, to consult their mothers. May returned home immediately, seizing her parents' phones. She compiled every relative's contact, phone numbers, WeChat IDs, then began dialing one by one. "Hello, Annie too. I heard cousin's looking for a new job. What does he do? Let me help scout opportunities for him. Aunt Sanbiao, I am the daughter of your cousin's uncle's sister. Don't you remember me? I just wanted to ask if your son is looking for a job. I have some job opportunities to introduce. Aunt Chen, I'm not selling insurance. No, I just want to introduce a job for your child. Don't misunderstand. If you prefer, let me talk to my brother directly. Wait a moment. Hello. Hello." She is clearly an elite at her company. She decisively hung up this call and continued to the next one. Her parents couldn't stand it anymore. Who calls relatives just to ask if the young people at home have jobs and what they studied? If they know her, they might think she's just being straightforward, but those who don't might assume she's boasting about her job. If she keeps this up, she'll offend all the relatives. I said, "What are you doing, girl? Stop calling. If you keep this up, we won't even have money left to visit relatives during the new year." "That's not possible. I want to earn the right to order dishes from the boss." "That's the right to order. I want all 4 dishes to be my favorites. Just thinking about it feels amazing." Ame said excitedly. "What ordering right? Have you lost your mind at work?" "No way. This is a benefit provided by the company, very rare, all the employees want it." Ame immediately recounted the boss' words about recommending talents to the company and earning the right to order dishes. Mentioning Su Yuan, she talked about him like a first love, her face filled with bliss. "You don't know how great Su Gu is at cooking. In just a few days, he has made different dishes for every meal. Even a simple tomato scrambled egg is delicious beyond belief. He can even make a Manchuhan imperial feast. I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to eat such delicious work meals every day." Ame's parents had heard from their daughter that the new chef at the company cooked well, but it couldn't be to that extent. How could a mere work meal compare to a Manchuhan imperial feast? That's just blowing smoke. They certainly didn't believe it and reached out to take the phone back, refusing to let Ame make any more calls. Ame didn't care what her parents were thinking. Displeased that they were interrupting her call, she snatched the phone back and returned to her bedroom, locking the door and continuing to call one by one. "With so many relatives, I refuse to believe I can't find a suitable one. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find them." Her parents outside the door were left speechless. Will there really be relatives to visit this new year? On the other side, Zhou Man was facing the same dilemma. A man nearing 40 didn't have Ame's boldness and felt embarrassed to call each relative one by one to ask. But Zhou Man also wanted the right to order dishes, so he focused his attention on the neighbors in the entire community. A community with 10 buildings and over 1,000 households was much broader than just relatives. After all, due to work, he was renting a house and his wife and child were not here. His relatives and friends were not in the same community, they were just neighbors. So if he embarrassed himself, it would only be in the neighborhood. Thinking this way, Zhou Man entered the community, approached the men he saw, offered a cigarette, and began to inquire about potential candidates. He was tactful, starting with a conversation about games, then gradually steering towards the main topic. The ones who took his cigarette hesitated before leaving, chatting with him for a while. After standing at the entrance for an hour, Zhou Man suddenly noticed that the front door, which had been bustling with people, was now completely deserted. He walked to the entrance puzzled and glanced back to see 2 security guards sitting in the security room. An idea struck him. Security guards could also be sources of information, and without hesitation, he walked into the guard room. "Hey brothers, here, have a cigarette." He offered a cigarette. The 2 security guards looked at him oddly, took the cigarette, and one asked, "Are you wanting to chat about games?" "Yes." "Are you hoping to ask us if we know any talented graphic designers or game planners looking for jobs?" Zhou Man was taken aback. "How did you know?" The security guard opened his phone and pointed at the information in the owner's group chat, saying, "You've become quite famous. Someone posted about you blocking people at the South Gate, detailing everything you asked. Didn't you notice there's no one at the South Gate now? Because everyone is passing through the North Gate, fearing you'll stop them. Zhou Man glanced at the information dumbfounded. Great, his efforts to recruit work in the community had failed. Meanwhile, similar situations were occurring in many residential buildings throughout Pingxing. All the employees were trying hard, constantly searching within their circles to find someone who meets the boss's hiring criteria to send to the company. Not to mention staying on just to muddle through a few days of a probation period to earn the right to order dishes. Wouldn't that be a nice meal? However, while the imagination was beautiful, the reality was cruel, and the efforts to recruit work were progressing very poorly. Early in the morning, the employees were listless, yawning, and dozing off, all slumped over their desks. So did you find any relatives who work in gaming? No, I called home and kept calling until midnight. As a result, my relatives almost thought I was selling insurance, and they all called my mom to say I should stop calling because discussing insurance harms relationships. I'm worse off. My friends and family didn't think I was selling insurance. They thought I was involved in a pyramid scheme, and they directly brought my ancestors to educate my parents. My dad almost gave me a beating thinking I was associated with pyramid schemers. Huh. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, it's just too funny. The person next to them with dark circles under his eyes laughed so hard, he was slapping the table. Someone asked, "You're laughing so happily. Did you find someone to interview?" The person waved his hand, indicating no. Instantly, a group of disdainful glances fell upon him. What's there to laugh about if you didn't find anyone? It feels like this right to order dishes is within reach, yet far away. We can see it, but cannot grasp it. Someone commented, and the entire office erupted in wails except for Xiong Donglin, who pressed his lips together, holding back laughter. He had been in this industry for 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how he managed through these 5 years? It wasn't easy to go from a rookie to an elite. Knowing a few people in the industry is essential knowledge. Just when everyone thought that no one had found a suitable candidate, someone suddenly realized that Zhou Man was missing. Zhou Man was originally from the HR department and had his own way of recruiting. Everyone was eager to ask him if he had any good methods left. The manager said expressionlessly he went to the meeting room to interview a new employee. What? A new employee? Who referred him? This sentence exploded like a stone thrown into hot oil. Xiong Donglin referred him. What? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Xiong Donglin, each revealing a gritting teeth expression. They all failed to introduce anyone, so why did he manage to do it? Traitor. Xiong Donglin displayed a shy expression, feigning embarrassment, and chuckled, "I'm really sorry. After working as a game artist for 5 years, I know a few more peers, but whether it will work out is still uncertain. However, I have 7 or 8 candidates, and at worst we can all give it a try. If luck is on my side, I might be able to order 7 or 8 dishes." You must be joking. You're here for Versailles. What's so great about that? It's just that you've been in the circle longer and know more people. Who cares about that? Their envious eyes were turning red, thinking about how they were desperately searching through phone books and asking relatives, while this person only had to ask a few peers. Everyone felt like crying. I'm tired, just destroy it all. At this moment, the interview in the meeting room was also in progress. Xiong Donglin's friend Zhang Jiaming was absent-mindedly listening to Zhou Man speak. To be honest, being capable at work, he never considered coming to such a small company. If it weren't for his friend's strong recommendation and his reluctance to refuse, he wouldn't have asked even a single question. After inquiring about the salary, Zhang Jiaming thought his friend must have a hole in his head to work here. Why would he settle for several hundred less in salary? What was the point? He even wanted to drag him into this. It was out of the question. Zhou Man noticed Zhang Jiaming's impatience, so he simply stopped talking and took out his trump card, inviting Zhang Jiaming to lunch. Zhang Jiaming had no interest in the work meal, but since his friend had urged him repeatedly to at least join for lunch, he nodded in agreement. Just as the clock struck 12, the bell rang outside. Zhang Jiaming quickly pushed open the meeting room door, ready to find Xiong Donglin. As soon as the door opened, the scene that met his eyes almost made Zhang Jiaming's eyes pop out. He saw the people in the office behaving like martial arts masters, each taking an unconventional route. Some were flipping tables with both hands, others were doing somersaults to jump far away, and even someone executed a sliding tackle among the crowd. The most astonishing was the middle-aged man with a big belly who surprisingly flipped over the window with incredible agility. Zhang Jiaming even saw his usually composed friend charging ahead, pulling open the door, and in a moment, he spun 360 degrees and slid out like dancing. In just 1 minute, all the people in the office had vanished without a trace. If he hadn't just seen so many people, Zhang Jiaming would have thought he was dreaming. He struggled to close his jaw that was about to drop and turned to Zhou Man, asking what were they doing. Eating. Come on, we need to go quickly, or there won't be any dishes left for the third bowl. Zhou Man anxiously pulled Zhang Jiaming and ran towards the cafeteria. Zhang Jiaming followed in a daze, lining up for food, still in a state of bewilderment when he sat in front of Xiong Donglin. Are the people in your company all survivors from the famine era? He had never seen anyone eat like this. Even college students would bow down in admiration. Xiong Donglin's mouth was stuffed full with both dishes and rice, making it impossible for him to speak. He couldn't be bothered to talk and directly shoved a chicken foot into his friend's mouth. Hey you. MMM. The chicken foot was rich in soy sauce flavor melting in the mouth with a gentle bite. The tender chicken meat was being chewed, tantalizing the entire palate. Although soft, it wasn't mushy and still had a good bite. As the chicken meat fell away, the tendons revealed themselves, falling into the mouth with a satisfying chewiness, creating a stark contrast with the chicken meat. With another gentle suck, the soup hidden in the bone was drawn out, making one involuntarily want to chew on the already tender and easy-to-chew bones. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became, and the more fragrant it became, the more he wanted to chew. By the end, Zhang Jiaming realized he had even eaten the bones of the chicken foot. His mouth was covered in sauce, sticky and messy, smacking his lips in delight, making it impossible to stop. He looked at the chicken feet on his plate in astonishment, feeling as if his jaw was about to drop again. Damn, this delicious tiger skin chicken foot. Is this really a work meal? What do you think I let you stay for lunch for? Hurry and try the other dishes, they taste amazing. I guarantee you'll want more after trying them. Without him saying anything, Zhang Jiaming had already gone wild with a chicken foot in one hand and chopsticks in the other, eating like crazy. With such delicious food in front of him, why think so much? Just hurry and enjoy it. The other employees couldn't help but sigh at the sight of Zhang Jiaming devouring his food. Su Yuan nearby heard the sighs and was very curious. Why are you all sighing while eating? Is today's food not to your liking? No, Su Ge, you misunderstood. Everyone hurriedly waved their hands, joking that with such delicious food, how could they be unsatisfied? That was wishful thinking. Little Zhang pointed at Zhang Jiaming and muttered, did you see that newcomer over there eating? He was referred by Xiong Donglin and perfectly matches the boss recruitment requirements. We're just jealous that he got to order first while we can't even find a suitable candidate. Yeah, I'm so jealous I could go mad. I stayed up most of the night last night and got nowhere. I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night, only to find it was all in vain, unable to find anyone suitable. I'm not jealous, I just want to cry. Let me cry for a while, don't stop me. Hearing these words, Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh, comforting them. He just came to interview. Since he is capable and an elite, he might not necessarily stay with us. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Su Yuan with resentful eyes. Su Ge, you know nothing about the dishes you made. Do you think anyone would be unmoved after eating your cooking? Exactly. Just thinking about how we can enjoy such delicious work meals every day makes me no longer envy those big companies. I feel particularly proud to be in this company. The pleasant conversation suddenly turned into flattery, and Su Yuan immediately felt awkward. He was just a young man and couldn't handle so much praise, stammering a couple of words before sneaking away. What he didn't expect was that in the afternoon, Xiong Donglin excitedly came to find him to use the ordering rights. Brother Su, my friend, has agreed to join our company. I've secured the menu's election privilege. Haha. Xiong Donglin stood in the kitchen, hands on his hips, grinning so widely his whole face seemed to bloom with unrestrained joy, as if he'd just won the lottery. What? Your friend truly agreed to stay so quickly? And this time it was Su Yuan's turn to be astonished. Staff at the company were notoriously fond of gossip. No sooner had lunch ended than the latest news reached him. The new hire was named Zhang Jiaming, a gifted game designer whose previous titles had all been commercial successes. He'd only left his former employer due to urgent family matters requiring an extended leave, long enough to trigger termination. Such a rare talent. How then had the company managed to retain him? Surely not merely because he'd tasted one meal prepared by Su Yuan. That would be absurd. More plausibly, it was the generous compensation package that had swayed him. Mentioning this, Xiong Donglin swelled with even greater pride. Originally, his friend had refused to stay, but Xiong relentlessly extolled every perk the company offered, piling on benefit after benefit, until bolstered by the boss's strong support and Xiong's own concession, splitting the menu's election privilege equally with Zhang Jiaming. The deal was finally sealed. At the thought of surrendering half his hard-won menu's election privilege, Xiong Donglin felt as though his heart were bleeding. How arduous it had been to obtain. Yet without Zhang Jiaming's presence, he'd have none at all. So be it. Capitalizing on the time gap before Zhang Jiaming's official start date tomorrow, Xiong resolved to place the lunch order himself. After all, it was for tomorrow's midday meal. If Zhang Jiaming remembered too late, the window would close, and Xiong's full fish banquet would already be safely en route to his mouth. Xiong Donglin let out a sly chuckle and leaned towards Su Yuan. Brother Su, I want a full fish banquet. I adore fish. All 4 dishes must feature fish. What do you say? Fine. Since it's your privilege, eat whatever you please. And Su Yuan nodded casually and rattled off several dishes: sweet and sour fish, claypot fish slices, suran spicy fish, and spicy fish cubes. No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiong's mouth began watering. Just as he was about to agree, the kitchen door burst open, and Zhang Jiaming rushed in, breathless, pointing straight at Xiong. Hey, Xiong Donglin, you're utterly shameless. We agreed to split the menu's election privilege 50-50. How did you react so fast, chasing me down like this? Xiong groaned in dismay. You're not even working today. Why are you still hanging around the office? I'm getting acquainted with the company early, so tomorrow's first day goes smoothly. Of course, the real motive was to linger until dinner. Such exquisite staff meals were too precious to miss. Even once, skipping a single serving would haunt him for a month. Fish is delicious. Why not stick to fish? You love it too, don't you? But I love other things just as much. Zhang Jiaming shot him a skeptical glance. With such a rare privilege at stake, why settle for an all-fish feast? Naturally, one should sample variety. What peculiar palate demanded fish alone? Fine. Choose 2 dishes yourself, though I'll keep the other 2. Reluctantly, Xiong abandoned his coveted full fish banquet. Zhang Jiaming, partial to bold Sichuan flavors, instantly selected boiled beef and mapo tofu. He adored both dishes, never tiring of them even after countless restaurant visits, and now anticipating Su Yuan's exceptional culinary skill, his excitement soared. After placing his order, Zhang cast Xiong a conflicted look. Why on earth did you push me to interview here? Turns out it was all about seizing this menu's election privilege. So their years-long friendship was worth no more than a dining privilege. Truly a regrettable alliance. Yet recalling lunch's unforgettable aroma, a smile returned to his lips. Delicious. Watching Su Yuan jot down the order, both men relaxed and departed the kitchen brimming with anticipation. Su Yuan opened the refrigerator and began preparing dinner. As he laid all ingredients upon the counter and grasped the knife, Su Yuan suddenly realized a grave issue and hurried over to retrieve the menu. Damn it, for meat-based dishes. How could he possibly prepare them? The meal budget would certainly be exceeded. Worse still, Zhang Jiaming had ordered beef, while mapo tofu required minced beef too. Having shopped daily at the market, Su Yuan knew prices intimately. A swift mental calculation confirmed his suspicion. The overrun was unacceptable. He set down the knife and strode out of the kitchen. Budget shortfalls demanded the boss's attention. After all, the menu's election privilege was his initiative. Excess costs were his problem to solve. Su Yuan was merely an emotionless cooking machine. No need to fret over finances. Director Chen's office stood apart from the main workspace. Exiting the kitchen, Su Yuan walked straight down the corridor, turned once, and arrived. He knocked, entered, placed the menu before Director Chen, and explained the budget dilemma. What? You're saying the meal budget is exceeded? Su Yuan nodded. His standard per-person meal allowance was 15 yuan. Historically, he balanced expenditures across days, occasionally overspending one day and compensating the next. This time, however, the overrun was severe. Zhang Jiaming and Xiong Donglin ordered extravagantly, spending an entire day's allowance on a single meal. Shall we skip dinner tomorrow and serve lunch only? Director Chen hadn't anticipated such a complication stemming from his ingenious recruitment strategy and winced inwardly at the headache it provoked. Rapid company growth meant rapid expenditure, hence his tight control over salaries and cost-cutting measures, including strict meal budgets. Yet on the very first use of the menu's election privilege, staff had consumed double the allotted amount. No, I cannot cover the shortfall. Every cent in the account is pre-allocate. Not a single yuan can be diverted. Here's what we'll do. Hold on to the menu for now. I'll dispatch someone to ask them to revise their order. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes remains non-negotiable. Revise the menu. The manager immediately objected. Sir, that would be unwise. This privilege was hard-won, and rescinding an approved order undermines its very purpose. If staff lose enthusiasm for this benefit, how will they ever refer top talent to the company? Moreover, Xiong Donglin voluntarily shared half the privilege with Zhang Jiaming. Each chose 2 dishes. Revising either selection would be unfair. His reasoning was sound, and Director Chen concurred. Yet the crux remained: there was no money to cover the deficit. And what if next time staff impulsively ordered exorbitant items, like king crab or snow crab? Such staff meals could bankrupt the company. What then defines a boss? Precisely this: when stumped by a problem, delegate the headache to subordinates. Thus he passed the matter to the manager. I must step out. Please consult Zhou Man and resolve this before closing time. Do not fail me. The manager: Sir, could you possibly be any more ruthless? Damn, the boss is really something else. I came up with a solution and the results were there, but due to financial constraints, he just threw the problem back at me. What can I do to solve it? Yeah, the dishes can't be substituted. Otherwise, the employees won't be satisfied. There's no money in the account, and the boss can't provide benefits. It's pitiful that we have to come up with a solution that satisfies both sides. I feel like my head is going to explode. The worst part is that we need to come up with a solution before the end of the workday. Where am I supposed to think of one? In the kitchen, the manager and Zhou Man sighed heavily, clearly troubled by the task thrown upon them by President Chun, both wearing frowns. Su Yuan, who was nearby, listened to their sighs and felt quite innocent. Pointing at himself, he said, "This has nothing to do with me, right? My responsibility is just the kitchen. Why should I sit here and worry about how to handle the employees and the boss? I still have dinner to prepare, so I'll get busy now." As he spoke, he stood up ready to leave the meeting room, but Zhou quickly pulled him back and handed him a cup of hot tea. Su-Ge, please don't abandon us. Yes, Su-Ge, just look at you. You're so good at cooking, you must be great in other areas too. With your experience, you can surely think of a solution to this task easily. Please help us brainstorm. Su Yuan's face fell. Do you even hear what you're saying? You're both nearing 40 and you think a 25-year-old college student has more experience than you. I'm just skilled in cooking, not an all-around genius. However, the two older men surrounded him, calling him brother. Su Yuan had no choice but to sit down and continue listening to their complaints. After a moment, a light bulb went off in his head, and he actually thought of a solution. How about this? Let the employees cover the extra cost from the meal budget. They have the power to choose the dishes so they can order whatever they like. If they don't want to cover the meal, we can stick to the standard 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. If they want something better, they can pitch in the extra money and share it among everyone. With over 20 people, it won't be much per person. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, the two of them looked at him with shining eyes, as if they had found their guiding star. The more they thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. They could choose their dishes, but they couldn't be too greedy, or it would disrupt the company's operations. Are they expecting to have a lavish feast that the boss must fulfill? That's definitely unrealistic. So the extra meal cost would be shared among everyone. That makes sense, right? Su-Ge, you truly are amazing. You managed to think of such a brilliant solution. Otherwise, we two old guys would still be scratching our heads. I'm just giving you a suggestion. How to implement it depends on you. I need to get back to the kitchen now. You can decide the rest yourselves. Su Yuan quickly left the meeting room. If he got caught up with the two again, he wouldn't have time to prepare dinner. Tonight's dinner would primarily feature spicy dishes, a stir-fried pork dish and spicy pork with pickles, both of which are incredibly appetizing. The vegetable dish would be stir-fried lotus root and garlic chives. They had eaten quite well over the past couple of days, which caused the meal budget to exceed a little. Therefore, tonight's dishes were slightly less extravagant without so much meat. Su Yuan took out large chunks of pork belly, half for the stir-fried pork and half for the spicy pork with pickles. The stir-fried minced pork dish is best made with pork belly, which has a ratio of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean meat. The dish turns out juicy and delicious, and the minced pork infused with the fatty juices is neither dry nor tough, but tender and perfect for pairing with rice. In the blink of an eye, it was dinner time. When the office clock chimed, Su Yuan looked at his watch and mentally counted for 20 seconds. Just as the 20 seconds were up, the kitchen door swung open, and a group of people rushed into the kitchen smoothly and swiftly grabbing food. Surprisingly, they moved in perfect rhythm, running with impressive fluidity. By the time Su Yuan turned to place the rice cooker on the counter, a neat line had already formed. The speed and efficiency were comparable to that of a military unit. Su Yuan watched in awe, astonished at the potential of food lovers. Not long after everyone had filled their plates and sat down to enjoy their delicious dinner, Zhang Jiaming, who had shamelessly stayed at the company all afternoon, was also sitting there eating. When the delicious food reached his mouth, any awkwardness about mooching off the meal vanished completely. What's there to be embarrassed about? For this meal, he could be even more shameless. The others were equally enraptured. The sour and spicy flavor of the spicy pork with pickles mixed with rice was simply a perfect match. The colorful pickles combined with green and red peppers, and the spicy pickled peppers along with the minced pork made this dish visually vibrant. Mixed with rice, the rice took on a colorful hue, and the sauce turned it into a glossy brown. Scooping a big spoonful of rice to his mouth, he took a huge bite, and in an instant the sour and spicy flavors burst onto his taste buds. This burst of flavor opened up his appetite, prompting him to chew quickly. The sourness of the pickles blended perfectly with the spiciness of the small chili peppers, creating a unique sour and spicy taste. Combined with the juicy tenderness of the minced pork and the fragrant softness of the rice, it was so delicious that one simply couldn't stop eating. For those who love spicy food, and pinching, nothing could be more delicious than this. This spicy pork with pickles is just too delicious. The more I eat, the better it gets. Mixed with rice, I could easily finish a big bowl. Are you kidding? If it's this good, you should be eating 3 big bowls. The stir-fried pork is also fantastic. The spicy twist of the spiral pepper is completely absorbed by the pork belly. The stir-fried pork is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it's not greasy at all. Eating it is simply a delight. The stir-fried lotus root is also delicious. The fragrant dry chili gives it a spicy flavor that isn't harsh at all. I'm amazed that a dish without any meat can be this tasty. What's there to be surprised about? Su Ji's dishes are never bad. I practically want to lick my plate clean after finishing. Everyone chimed in, chatting happily while eating, except for Zhou Man and the manager, who quietly enjoyed their meal. While others hadn't finished their first bowl, they had already started on their second. After downing 2 bowls of rice and confirming that their important business wouldn't interfere with eating, the two exchanged glances and decided it was time to start their performance. Zhou Man smiled and said, "Dong Lin, Zhang Jiaming, I heard you two have already chosen the dishes. What are they? Share them so everyone can look forward to them too. Su Yuan glanced at the two, amused, shaking his head. They had remained silent, and he thought they might have come up with a different solution, but it turned out they were just waiting to eat. When it came to the chosen dishes, Xiong Donglin instantly grinned widely like a fool and recited the names of the 4 dishes they had ordered. Wow, such a lavish spread. There's sweet and sour fish and spicy fish chunks. I already feel so happy, and there's even boiled beef and mapo tofu. With both spicy and sweet and sour flavors, it's incredible. I can't wait for tomorrow to arrive. As soon as the names of the dishes were announced, everyone became particularly excited. Although the dishes were ordered by Xiong Donglin and Zhang Jiaming, they are still delicious, aren't they? Just hearing the names of the dishes made them salivate. Zhou Man suddenly turned to Su Yuan and asked, "Brother Su, how are these dishes prepared? Could you share with us? I'm so tempted that I might dream about it tonight. At least I'll have an image in my mind." Su Yuan is a professional cook, and he didn't hold back. He seriously explained the preparation methods for these dishes. No matter how detailed he was, even if everyone followed his instructions, they still wouldn't be able to replicate his flavors. Otherwise, how could the chef's apprentice not replicate the chef's flavor? Was he afraid of being outdone? He rambled on for a while, took a sip of water, and continued with the last dish, boiled beef. When you make boiled beef at home, you typically use hot pot base, but the truly delicious boiled beef is made with your own mix of spices. In addition to various suitable spices, you also need to prepare some chili flakes that are spicy, yet not overwhelming, with a rich aroma. He spoke passionately, describing how the boiled beef should be tender and spicy, the kind of spice that is just right, allowing the taste buds to experience the maximum depth of flavor, while the broth should be savory and fragrant, infused with the essence of the beef. Suddenly, he was interrupted by everyone. "Brother Su, please stop. I'm already full, but your descriptions are making my mouth water. I feel the same." I almost drooled. I had to press my mouth with a tissue to avoid embarrassment. Oh no, it seems like tonight's dreams will be filled with food. In an instant, the sound of people swallowing saliva filled the air. Just as the moment seemed right, Zhou Man suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "The company's meal standard is 2 meat and 2 vegetables. You ordered 4 meat dishes, which means we've exceeded the meal allowance. Plus, ordering beef means we essentially spent money for 2 meals in one." The manager slapped the table, saying, "I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. We have exceeded the budget." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized the situation. Although Xiong Donglin and Zhang Jiaming were newcomers, they were seasoned in the workplace and understood how meal expenses worked, so they panicked. "We were too happy while ordering. Who would pay attention to that?" The manager scratched his head in frustration, saying, "I just realized it too and haven't told the boss yet. Since everyone is almost done eating, why don't we brainstorm together to solve this problem?" While the employees were enjoying their delicious food and inhaling the wonderful aromas, the thought of changing the dishes crossed their minds, but was immediately dismissed. With such delicious dishes already known, replacing them would feel like losing their lives. They exchanged determined glances, resolutely refusing to change the order. However, exceeding the meal budget was indeed a serious issue. The company had its own rules, and how could they be casually broken? Moreover, with the company's recent expansions and hiring and the boss spending money on a significant client, the finance department had said that the money in the account was barely enough to cover this month's salaries. Could they really ask the boss to use company funds just for food? What a joke. No company would allow that. They were torn between not wanting to give up and lacking the funds. For a time, everyone was at a loss. At that moment, May suddenly chimed in. "I really want to eat boiled beef. I absolutely don't want to give it up. How can I let this delicious meat slip away? This is a delicacy that you can't even buy outside." This voice suddenly broke the silence in the dining hall. Everyone heard it, and Xiong Donglin slammed the table and shouted, "That's right. How did I not think of this? We can just pay for the extra cost ourselves." As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was just a small matter of exceeding the meal budget. Since everyone was craving the food and unwilling to part with the delicacies, they could simply cover the extra meal cost. With so many people sharing the cost, it wouldn't be much per person. The meal cost was 15 per person, but they had essentially spent for 2 meals, meaning they just needed to add another 15. The key was that they could enjoy so many delicious dishes. With that 15 yuan, you can't even buy a bubble tea and a taxi ride. Even a little further would cost more. It's worth it, absolutely worth it. Moreover, the right to order dishes isn't a one-time thing, it's permanently valid. When it's their turn, if they want to eat something particularly good but feel shy about ordering too much, they can simply cover the extra cost and order whatever they want. After a lively discussion, everyone decided to chip in and cover the extra meal cost. Seeing the outcome, the manager suddenly realized why the boss left unresolved matters to them. It seems they must learn from the boss and let the employees handle problems when they can't figure things out. Employees naturally find the most perfect solutions. They hadn't even brought up the money issue, and everyone had already reached a consensus, which was simply perfect. "All right, it's decided. Tomorrow let Brother Sue go buy the ingredients, and we'll split the extra costs. We'll deduct it from our salaries next month. So it's a pleasant decision. The employees cheerfully responded to the manager, showing no resistance. Wanting to eat, well, what's a little extra cost? Meanwhile, Su Yuan secretly gave a thumbs up to the two awesome. Having resolved a significant concern, Zhou Man and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was still some rice left in their bowls, they couldn't bear to waste it and continued to eat. Others began to clean up the mess, and someone carrying a plate to the counter suddenly found several trays completely clean, letting out a sharp scream. Damn, who's so cruel as to leave no soup behind? They even mixed the plates with rice. At least leave me some, or I swear I'll drink all the boiled beef soup tomorrow. This provoked a burst of laughter from everyone. Perhaps because they were going to enjoy delicious food tomorrow, everyone unusually stayed seated after finishing their meal, chatting about various delicacies. While chatting, Ame suddenly remembered something and excitedly said to everyone, "By the way, my second uncle from my third aunt's family sells beef. How about I ask him to bring in extra stock tomorrow? We can buy the meat at the wholesale price and save some money." Such a good thing. Everyone calculated how much they would need to supplement the meal expenses if they bought beef at the wholesale price. Their eyes lit up like light bulbs, and they were elated. But isn't your relative a bit distant? Is it appropriate? It's fine. It's not troublesome to bother distant relatives every few years. What's the harm in asking for a favor this time? Tomorrow I'll take Brother Sue to buy the beef, we'll definitely get it at a wholesale price, good quality, at a fair price. Great, the price of the beef is coming down. Suddenly an employee remembered something and said, "I think I have a relative who sells ingredients." Everyone quickly asked him, "Your relative isn't selling fish, is he?" If they could also get fish at wholesale prices, they might not need to spend extra on this meal. No, his family sells lobsters and king crabs. Colleagues looked at him with a blank expression. Who has work meals that include lobsters and king crabs? Even at wholesale prices, that would be unaffordable. Having spent a bit too long at the company, by the time Su Yuan returned to the rental apartment, it was already past 8 o'clock. He pushed his electric bike to the shed and plugged it into charge. The landlord uncle was watching TV. Hearing someone come in, he lifted the curtain and took a glance. Seeing it was Su Yuan, he waved at him and came out. "Oh, it's Su Yuan. Is your work going well lately?" "Pretty good. My colleagues at the company are all very friendly." "Of course they're friendly. A college student has gone to work in the kitchen. Oh, what's there to nitpick about?" The landlord uncle didn't know that Su Yuan was the one cooking. He thought Su Yuan was helping out temporarily because he hadn't found a suitable job. "By the way, I have a relative who works in a software company, and they are looking for people. Since you studied computer science, it's a perfect fit. How about I recommend you? You can go for an interview there. It might be better than just being a helper in the kitchen." The landlord was warm-hearted and quite invested in this matter, specifically coming to introduce opportunities to Su Yuan. Upon hearing his words, Su Yuan instantly understood that the landlord had misunderstood him and quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Thank you, Uncle Kai, but you've misunderstood. I'm working as a chef because I want to be a chef, not because I can't find a job and have to help out in the kitchen. Also, I'm responsible for cooking, not just helping out." "You're the one in charge of cooking." The landlord uncle looked Su Yuan up and down, growing increasingly doubtful. How many young guys know how to cook? Instant noodles are more likely. He couldn't believe that someone so young was actually the head chef. That company's employees must be really unpicky. He was puzzled. If he wanted to be a chef, why didn't he directly study culinary arts in college instead of computer science? Faced with such a question, Su Yuan felt innocent. Who could blame him? He had drawn the chef profession during the job selection. He could only explain with tears in his eyes, "Actually, my dream is to be a great chef." Well, young people love to chase their dreams. The landlord uncle gave up on introducing a job to Su Yuan. Having settled the enthusiastic landlord, Su Yuan exhaled deeply and returned to his room. He took out a notebook from the drawer and wrote down the items he needed to buy for tomorrow. With over 20 mouths to feed, there were quite a few items to buy every day. To prevent forgetting something like a spice, when busy, Su Yuan thought it was safer to write down what he needed. He certainly didn't want to ruin his reputation because he missed a minor ingredient that affected the taste of the dish. The next morning, while Su Yuan was still sound asleep, a sudden series of short knocks came from the door, followed by a voice. "Su, good, get up. I'm taking you to buy beef." It was Ame's voice. Glancing at the clock, it was already 7 o'clock. Su Yuan quickly got up, dressed, and opened the door. This girl is truly earnest just to buy some beef. She came so early. Su Yuan walked over to the shed to get his bike, but Ame stopped him, saying that her relative's place was a bit far and it was more convenient to drive. Su Yuan also felt that riding an electric bike to buy beef was inconvenient, so he didn't decline and got on Ame's vehicle. To be safe, they first went to the vegetable market to buy other vegetables, placing them in the trunk before heading to their destination. The distance was indeed a bit far. It took half an hour to drive there, directly heading to the outskirts. However, the meat was indeed excellent, with distinct texture and a vibrant red color. Su Yuan calculated the amount of meat needed and asked the uncle to cut a piece. Ame suddenly said, "Su Gu, let's buy a bit more. We discussed this yesterday. Since we're going to pay for the meal, anyway, let's just get enough for one meal. Since we're getting beef at wholesale prices, we might as well buy more. If we can't finish it for lunch, we can have it for dinner as well." Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. What a bunch of foodies. After all the effort to get wholesale beef, they were still spending a lot of money. All right, let's buy more. I'll change the recipe and prepare a stir-fried beef dish for you for dinner. After buying the necessary ingredients, Su Yuan got busy cooking once they returned to the company. Cooking meat dishes is naturally more complex than cooking vegetables. It requires more effort and prior preparation. The fresh fish he brought back was something Su Yuan had to kill and slice himself. Although the people at the market could help, their knife skills didn't meet Su Yuan's standards, so he had to do it himself. After slicing and marinating the fish, he started to handle the beef. After a busy morning, lunchtime finally arrived. When the employees saw the 4 dishes neatly arranged on the table, they all cheered with an "oh yeah." Of course, the happiest were Xiong Donglin and Zhang Jiaming. They had ordered their favorite dishes which they loved to eat, even on ordinary days, let alone when they were cooked by Su Yuan. The sweet and sour fish was perfectly balanced, not fishy at all. The fried fish pieces had a crispy exterior and tender interior and were delightfully spicy. Even the celery and garlic cloves were fragrant. The employees devoured everything, leaving only a few dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns on the plate. The boiled beef and mapo tofu were incredibly delicious as well. A huge pot of rice was completely wiped out, and even the broth from the boiled beef was devoured, leaving Su Yuan in awe. Everyone was satisfied except for President Chun, whose expression was a bit complicated. He had received a solution from the manager last night, but hadn't thought much of it at the time. However, sitting in the cafeteria enjoying the delicious meal, he suddenly realized that it seemed everyone had paid for the meal except for him, which was quite awkward. Fortunately, no one noticed this. After a hearty meal, President Chun felt a surge of emotion. The thrill of getting a free meal. As a notoriously stingy boss, what should he do when he suddenly feels a bit pleased? The aftermath of consuming 4 meat dishes was not insignificant. As the first person to eat crab, Xiong Donglin successfully sparked jealousy in everyone. After all, it was their favorite dish, and they were eager to have it as well. In an instant, everyone looked at Xiong Donglin with eyes gleaming with envy. Who doesn't have a dish they particularly love? If only this dish could be prepared by Su Yuan, who has the divine touch, it would be delicious beyond imagination, almost like a dream come true. Thus, everyone became even more enthusiastic about introducing candidates to the company, with some even asking Zhou Man if they should hire another cleaning lady, since there was only one in the company, which was insufficient. Naturally, there was no need to consider that hiring a cleaner online would be easy. How could they exchange that for dish rights? Such a naive thought. That evening, Zhou Man suddenly received numerous calls from employees saying they had found suitable candidates for interviews the next morning. Upon a rough count, there were about 10, and Zhou Man was so delighted that he nearly couldn't contain his smile. This was not just 10 people, this was his bonus. The next morning, Zhou Man arrived at the company around 7, personally tidying up the reception area, waiting for everyone to bring in their candidates for interviews. Then Zhou Man was taken aback. "Bro, we are a game company hiring game artists, and you an oil painter, what are you doing here? You have 5 years of experience, yet you can't answer such a simple question. What? You've been a network administrator for 5 years. Come on, being a game planner is not just about writing novels. How could you think that writing novels qualifies you to be a game planner?" After exhausting all interviewees, a dazed Zhou Man walked into the office, facing countless pairs of eager eyes, unsure of where to begin his complaints. Could this group of fools really think they had a chance to be hired? They didn't even match the qualifications, yet they dared to show up. It was truly audacious. What we need are game planners, artists, programmers, not sketch artists, oil painters, or novelists. Can you be any more ridiculous? Should I invite a photographer next time? At least they would be familiar with editors. Who knows, they might even help with video design and editing. An employee raised his hand enthusiastically. "Zhou, I happen to know a photographer with 8 years of experience. Do you need him? They'll call him right away." Zhou Man. Oh no, this group has completely lost their minds over dish rights. They didn't even catch the sarcasm. They genuinely thought he wanted a photographer. What does a game company need with a photographer? Feeling utterly exhausted, he thought he would never love again. Chen, the general manager, felt the same exhaustion. Recently, he had been negotiating with a partner, expending countless efforts, and after much time, the other party finally agreed to visit the company. Originally, this was a matter worth celebrating, but he had just received some inside information that the decision-maker from the partner side was also planning to visit a large gaming company for an inspection. They would choose between his company and that one. Instantly, Chun felt a great deal of pressure, anxiously pacing in his office. The large company's strength was formidable, easily capable of poaching partners. He had to be fully prepared before they arrived. Perhaps if they were too satisfied with his company after the inspection, they might abandon the idea of visiting that large company. Though he said this, Chin currently had no solutions. How could he think of a way to attract their attention that would overshadow that large company? Moments later, Chin suddenly stopped. He remembered how the managers handled the issue of dish rights. He had to admit it was quite perfect. They had directly thrown the problem to the employees, and unexpectedly, everyone came up with solutions without him having to worry about financing. Since everyone was so proactive, he certainly needed to share the burden as the boss. He couldn't be the only one stressed out. With this thought, he suddenly flung open the office door and shouted to the manager, "Notify everyone we are having a meeting." Another meeting. The manager looked at Chun strangely before turning to deliver the notice. At that moment, Zhou Man suddenly burst into the office. Even though he was a man in his 30s, he seemed to be encountering something delightful, bouncing along like a child. "Chingu, I just went to the kitchen and saw Su Yuan making a bunch of double-skim milk and baked milk, which are great for afternoon tea and dessert. How about we eat now? We've been working for 2 hours and everyone is resting. Having afternoon tea now will surely refresh us for the next work session." Afternoon tea. Su Yuan can make snacks. How impressive. Chun sniffed vigorously. No wonder he had been smelling a faint sweet aroma for a while. It turned out Su Yuan was preparing something delicious. But the meal budget was barely enough. Oh, where did he get the money for afternoon tea? Oh, it was left over from the previous kitchen lady, a dozen eggs or so. I don't know when they were bought, but Su Yuan was afraid they would spoil over time, so he decided to make them into snacks all at once. Chen originally wanted to suggest having dinner as dessert, but knowing there was food available, he couldn't wait. His mouth watered at the thought, and he felt like a little cat scratching at his heart, itching for a taste. He couldn't hold back anymore, and simply gave in. "Let's eat now, it's perfect for the meeting. We can eat while discussing, it won't hinder the conversation. Everyone can sit at their desks, no need to stand. Hurry, arrange for someone to go to the kitchen and bring the desserts over there." As Chin spoke, he rubbed his fingers together. "I'm the boss, so I deserve a double portion, right?" Zhou Man silently complained in his heart, "You already said you're the boss, how could I dare to say no? I'd love a double portion too." "Sure thing, boss, I'll take care of it right away." Soon Chin arrived at the employee office where Zhou Man had reliably prepared the tables and chairs with 2 servings of desserts ready. Chin was exceedingly satisfied. He sat down and said, "Everyone, don't be shy, eat while you listen." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly grabbed their spoons to scoop up the double-skin milk, their movements so swift they nearly left afterimages. The main purpose of gathering everyone today is to notify you that a partner will be sending someone for a site visit tomorrow. To ensure our partner is satisfied with our company and that we smoothly sign the contract, how we receive them is an issue I'd like to hear everyone's opinions on. As soon as he finished speaking, seeing everyone eating made Chin hungry as well. He grabbed a piece of baked milk and popped it into his mouth. Oh my, the taste of the baked milk was wonderful, tender and smooth, rich in milk flavor with just the right amount of sweetness. The key was the incredible texture. It was so soft that once it reached his mouth, it didn't even require chewing. A gentle sip drew it in, and with a little pressure it melted in his mouth, filling it with sweet milk flavor. While eating, he praised this baked milk tastes great, delicious. Let's continue with the meeting. This partner is quite powerful. Oh, I only allowed them to visit for inspection after having good interactions with them. Let me try this double-skin milk. By the way, who wants to speak first? The people in the office are currently immersed in the joy of afternoon tea, with no one speaking, all focused on savoring the double-skin milk and roasted milk on their plates. Hurry up, everyone, come up with a solution. No one answered as they were all busy. General Manager Chin glanced at the manager beside him, who was enjoying the double-skin milk, and felt tempted himself, picking up the dessert to take a bite. Delicious. This double-skin milk tastes just right, springy and smooth, fresh and sweet. Yes, Boss Sugu is truly amazing. His stir-fried dishes are so delicious, and I didn't expect him to be able to make desserts too. The manager chimed in. General Manager Chin nodded, looking at the employees who were happily eating. It would seem that this afternoon tea would need to be enjoyed more frequently in the future. At this time in the afternoon, everyone tends to feel drowsy and work efficiency is low, but once this delicious dessert is in the stomach, it feels as if they have been rejuvenated. Everyone's spirits are lifted, including General Manager Chun, who is now full of energy. Everyone has 1 serving of roasted milk and 1 serving of double-skin milk, except for General Manager Chun, who has double the portion. By now, everyone has finished eating and is staring intently at him. Having already eaten 1 serving, General Manager Chun has now begun to savor the dessert slowly, and at this moment, everyone is watching him, feeling as if his movements have been infinitely slowed down. The silver spoon dipped into the dish, and with a strong scoop, a large chunk of double-skin milk was lifted. It wobbled slightly on the spoon, the trembling sensation making it seem so springy. He brought the spoon to his mouth, and with a quick inhale, that large piece of double-skin milk disappeared. Oh no! The employees internally howled, thinking about how to rob their boss. Looking at the large piece of roasted milk left on the plate beside him, the more he looked, the more tempted he became. If it weren't for the fact that this was the boss, any employee would have snatched it away in an instant. Boss, why don't you eat in your office? When you eat here, nobody can focus on their work. The already finished manager couldn't help but grumble, feeling that the boss was being inconsiderate, eating double while making everyone else watch enviously. General Manager Chen also felt this was unfair. He picked up the plate and turned to leave. When the office door slammed shut behind him, he suddenly realized, damn, I came here for a meeting, not just to enjoy afternoon tea. I didn't say anything and was just chased away. Returning to the office with a grim face, General Manager Chen gritted his teeth and said, regarding the clients visiting the company tomorrow for an inspection, I need everyone to come up with a plan to impress them and make them willing to sign a contract. Now who will speak first? As soon as he spoke, everyone finally remembered why General Manager Chen was in the office, and they dared not act out anymore, quickly offering suggestions. Suggestions like preparing design plans in advance and showcasing previous excellent works came up, but these were just basic things for the inspecting clients to see. Is there really no distinctive corporate culture we could present to the clients? Something that would catch their eyes? The boss got angry and everyone fell silent, each one like a frightened mouse. Suddenly an employee stood up, pointing at the dessert on General Manager Chen's table, saying, Boss, isn't our company's strongest asset Sue Guest's culinary skills? They are epic. It's time to reveal our trump card. How about we have Sue go prepare a feast for the clients? If the clients are in a good mood, they might be more agreeable, increasing our chances of success. As soon as this was said, it immediately garnered agreement from all the employees present. Everyone felt it was a great idea. Good idea, General Manager Chen. This proposal is spot on. I think it's feasible. Our country's people love to conduct business over a hearty meal, right? It's all about good food and drink to facilitate business. Agreed. General Manager Chen's mind was racing. Since the clients are coming for an inspection, of course, they should be treated to a meal. He originally planned to spend a fortune at a 5-star hotel. But the food at 5-star hotels is just average. It's only the ambience that is impressive. If the clients were to taste the delicious feast prepared by Su Yuan, the effect would be completely different. This is something that money can't buy. The fact that the other company is willing to come for an inspection indicates they have considered them within the scope of potential partners. After all, he has personally followed up on the project for quite some time, and the other side is quite satisfied. The only downside is that their company's reputation isn't large enough. Some big companies prefer to partner with larger firms, believing they are more reliable, and that smaller companies tend to have issues. As long as their company performs well enough during tomorrow's inspection, combined with a tempting meal, the inspectors might just settle on them and forego the hassle of going to larger companies. Having realized this, General Manager Chen made a decisive decision. All right, let's do it. After the meeting, he didn't return to his office, but instead took Zhou Man along to discuss this matter with Su Yuan. While Su Yuan was watching videos, he suddenly heard the kitchen door open. Looking up, he saw Zhou Man coming into the kitchen again, thinking he hadn't eaten enough and was here to sneak some food. He laughed. Zhou, you came at the right time. There's still a bit of roasted milk and double-skim milk left. I'll get it for you right now. Ahem. Zhou Man coughed lightly, frantically, signaling him with his eyes. Su Yuan stood up and saw that General Manager Chen had also arrived, saying, Then you each take half. Zhou Man's eyelids twitched, realizing that their frequent kitchen sneaking had been exposed under the boss's gaze. He quickly changed the subject. Su Gu, actually, we came here to discuss something with you. Another matter to discuss. Su Yuan was quite surprised. He was just a cook. Why did the company want to discuss everything with him? It can't be related to the meeting we just had, right? I'm just a chef. I can't contribute much to the company's operations. No, Su Gu, you mustn't underestimate yourself. With talents like you, our company can develop better. This time there is something we need your help with. General Manager Chen also nodded, telling Su Yuan about the company needing to host a banquet for the clients tomorrow. After hearing this, Su Yuan was completely stunned. What? You're hosting such an important partner and not going to a 5-star hotel. Instead, you want to treat them to a working meal. Are you guys too bold, or am I mishearing? Isn't that inappropriate? The environment of our company's restaurant is completely unrefined and lacking elegance. How could it be suitable for entertaining clients? Su Gu, you really underestimate your own abilities. Think about it. Your skills are already better than the head chef of a 5-star hotel. What's the point of going to a 5-star hotel? If the clients enjoy your dishes, they won't care about the ambience. Simply put, going to a 5-star hotel is just about eating. The focus is on the food, not the setting. Zhou Man's expression lit up with excitement as he praised Su Yuan. So effusively, it was as if he were praising himself, pouring out compliments without restraint. Beside him, General Manager Chen nodded repeatedly, turning into little more than a nodding automaton, echoing Zhou Man's words. In short, you're extraordinary. You're brilliant. Your culinary artistry will surely captivate them. Su Yuan held firm confidence in his own cooking skills. He believed they would indeed leave the guests spellbound. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, did culinary mastery truly bear any relation to signing a contract? Still seeing both his boss and brother Zhou gazing at him with such unwavering faith, he felt reluctant to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. After all, he was simply a chef. Cooking was his calling, and it made no difference for whom he prepared the meal. Very well, I'll prepare an exceptional meal for the clients tomorrow. What standard should I follow? Surely they won't be served the same fare as everyone else. If that were truly the case, Su Yuan would have to raise both thumbs in awe. Brilliant and impeccably aloof. You're treating your clients to cafeteria fare. Zhou Man turned to his notoriously frugal boss with a questioning look. What if we add 2 or 3 extra dishes just for the clients? 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes does seem rather modest. General Manager Chen chuckled, not in amusement, but at the sheer audacity of Zhou Man's expression. Yes, he was thrifty. Yes, he was stingy, but only in trivial matters. At a moment of such significance, how could he possibly hesitate to spend? Prepare 10 dishes to 5-star hotel standards, and draw the funds directly from finance. No sooner had General Manager Chen stepped out than Zhou Man rushed toward the kitchen to scavenge the remaining desserts. He'd just arranged them neatly on a plate, yet hadn't taken a single bite, when the door swung open again and General Manager Chen strode back in hand outstretched. We agreed on half each. What gives you the right to feast alone? Zhou Man fell silent. The next morning, employees arrived at the office unusually early. Nervous anticipation hung thick in the air, for today they would host their most important client. Everyone treaded carefully, fearful of even the smallest misstep. New hires Xiong Donglin and Zhang Jiaming were likewise swamped, preparing project samples and reference materials. Su Yuan too rose before dawn. By 7:00 am, he was already navigating the bustling farmers market. Though only 3 or 4 clients were expected, preparing 10 dishes demanded considerable effort, especially given General Manager Chen's exacting standards. These were substantial, labor-intensive dishes, each requiring numerous meticulous steps, far more demanding than ordinary staff meals. Following the specified standards, Su Yuan decided on a balanced menu: 4 cold appetizers, 6 hot main courses, and 1 soup, a refined and harmonious composition. After circling the market once, Su Yuan had already composed his menu in his mind. First, he selected a plump, lively goose. Perfect for winter, iron pot braised goose offered hearty satisfaction, rich with meat and vegetables, served in generous portions so guests could savor whichever vegetables they preferred. Next, glutinous rice-wrapped spare ribs, an excellent choice. His previous braised pork belly had been extraordinary, so delicious that colleagues had been clamoring for a repeat ever since. Today, seizing the occasion, he would stew an entire pot, satisfying both staff and clients in one masterstroke. Then came golden broth sour cabbage fish. One dish after another, he gathered ingredients until he had 10. Only then, remembering he still needed to prepare separate dishes for the staff, he hurried back, only to discover his small electric moped couldn't possibly accommodate the mountain of groceries. Fortunately, a nearby vendor devised a solution. He packed everything into a sturdy cardboard box, then securely strapped it atop the moped's rear seat, alongside its original cargo, allowing Su Yuan to carry it all away. Clearly, he needed to buy a vehicle, otherwise grocery runs would remain a constant struggle. After all, he was committed to this path, devoting his life to the culinary arts. Even if he left this company someday to pursue other ventures, he would still need to shop for ingredients. Without even a modest vehicle, daily logistics would prove profoundly inconvenient. Back at the office, he dumped the haul onto the prep table. Confronted by the sheer volume of ingredients and the intricate sequence of preparations ahead, Su Yuan felt his temples throb. Shopping brought fleeting joy. Cooking, however, promised infernal toil. Today he would truly be racing against time. Knowing this banquet was being hosted specifically to impress their most critical client, Su Yuan promptly sought out the manager, requesting urgent assistance in assigning someone to wash and prepare the vegetables. Upon hearing the kitchen was short-staffed, the manager immediately set about arranging help. Without hesitation, Su Yuan assumed he'd assign a free employee, or perhaps the cleaning staff, but instead Zhou Man appeared at the doorway. Su Yuan stared in astonishment. Brother Zhou, why you? Won't you need to greet the clients when they arrive? Greeting is the boss's and the manager's duty, or at the very least falls to technical experts like Xiao Zhang or Xiong Donglin. Why on earth would human resources need to get involved? Seeing Zhou Man was serious, Su Yuan wasted no time. He laid out the pile of vegetables before him and asked for help prepping them. Zhou Man frequently lingered near the kitchen, partly for snacks, and had ample experience prepping vegetables. Rolling up his sleeves, he set to work with practiced ease, while Su Yuan briefly briefed him on key precautions before turning back to his own tasks. The rich braising broth he'd simmered 2 days earlier for soy-braised beef shanks proved perfectly timed for today's needs. He added beef and pig ears to the pot, 2 elegant cold appetizers. Then came crispy fried pork strips and century egg tofu, completing the quartet of chilled delicacies. Since the ingredients required different cooking times, Su Yuan placed the beef in first, then set a phone alarm, tasking Zhou Man with adding the pig ears to the braising pot at the precise moment. Once the cold dishes were fully prepped, he turned his attention to the hot courses, the most time-consuming being the braised pork belly and the braised goose. He rinsed the meats thoroughly and set them to simmer in large pots. The goose cleaned, and Reddy joined them soon after. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to realize why Zhou Man had declined to summon the cleaning staff, and insisted on coming himself pure, unadulterated gastronomic curiosity. He simply wanted the first taste. Brother Su, does this braised beef have the perfect tenderness? Let me test it for you. The chili oil in the pig ear dipping sauce seems slightly lacking. I'll verify it personally. Don't stand on ceremony, Brother Su. Consider me your official tasting guinea pig. Yes, these crispy pork strips are flawlessly textured, golden crisp outside, tender within. They're ready to serve. And the century egg tofu. I'll skip that one. Instead, I'll sample the braised pork belly. Watching Zhou Man's mouth never cease its activity, snatching scraps here, nibbling trimmings there, Su Yuan began to seriously doubt whether he'd have any appetite left for lunch. Meanwhile, in the office, the delegation sent by the partner company had already arrived. General Manager Chen personally welcomed them, hosting them in the conference room for an extended discussion and presenting the finest works of his most accomplished team members for Manager Zhang's review. Once all essential topics had been thoroughly discussed and lunchtime drawing near, General Manager Chen extended a gracious invitation. We've conversed all morning. Surely you must be weary. Shall we pause for refreshment and rest? We can resume our substantive discussions this afternoon. Manager Jiang and his two companions, indeed ravenous, accepted without hesitation. Suddenly an assistant spoke up. General Manager Chen, there's a restaurant adjacent to your office, isn't there? Its chef must be extraordinary. The aroma wafting from its kitchen has permeated your entire building. That scent is utterly intoxicating. I've been salivating all morning. Not far from the game company, there is indeed a restaurant. Although it is not a five-star hotel, its decor is impressive, and with a good location, the business is quite decent. During mealtime, the partner mentioned this restaurant, clearly implying a desire to eat there. After all, the aroma wafting from it has been lingering in the air since they stepped into the company around 10 o'clock. At first, the scent was just a faint hint, pleasantly fragrant and enduring. They thought it would dissipate quickly, but to their surprise, the longer they stayed, the richer the fragrance became. At one moment, as they passed by an unknown room, the aroma intensified to an overwhelming degree, bold and rich, invading their noses and making their mouths water uncontrollably. It was as if it were tormenting their taste buds, distracting them from their discussions. Several times they felt that if they spoke any longer, they would drool. Fortunately, there were three of them, each saying a few words which alleviated the awkwardness of their hunger. Seizing the opportunity, the assistant casually mentioned, with a smell this enticing, the food must be delicious. Upon hearing the suggestion to eat at that restaurant, Manager Chen quickly waved his hand and laughed. You may not know, but the food at that restaurant is actually average. It's just the good location that makes it popular. Why not try our company's meal? The food here is even better than at that restaurant. As soon as the words left his mouth, Manager Jiang and the others were stunned, thinking they had misheard. Is it really that cheap to host clients these days? Using company meals for entertaining? Are you kidding? We are the clients, don't we deserve something better? If you want to host a meal, at least make it decent. What's the deal with just serving work meals? We're not begging you to treat us. Seeing that the boss had not made himself clear, the accompanying Xiong Donglin quickly added, the delightful aroma in our company doesn't come from that restaurant, it comes from our kitchen. Manager Chen nodded. That's right. The chef we hired is exceptional, better than those in five-star hotels. Since you've come all this way, you can taste the chef's skills. Haha. The smiles on Manager Jiang and his companions' faces were visibly strained. Do you even hear what you're saying? A chef better than those at five-star hotels, cooking for such a small company and still making it tempting. Really? People around them began praising Su Yuan's cooking, and once they started, they couldn't stop their compliments sincere. In their hearts, the three thought, keep boasting, we aren't interested. After the flattery, Manager Chen once again invited the three to dine. His enthusiasm left no room for refusal. They realized they couldn't escape this work meal and reluctantly walked toward the dining area with forced smiles. Inside, they felt 1,000 curses echoing in their minds. They had already left the company and were on a business trip. Why were they still destined for a work meal? Was this their fate? At this moment, the large clock in the office chimed. Those accustomed to flipping tables suddenly remembered they couldn't do that today and quickly abandoned the thought. The only one who had flipped a table quickly took a napkin from his pocket to wipe the wall clock, and after finishing, he calmly jumped down and quietly followed everyone out of the office. In the kitchen, all the dishes were prepared. Zhou Man combined 2 long tables into one large square table, presenting 10 dishes and a soup. Everything was ready. When Manager Chun pushed open the dining room door, a wave of aroma several times more intense than before surged in, directly hitting Manager Jiang and his companions. The fragrance was as bold and rich as ever, prompting the three to inhale deeply. The closer they got, the stronger the scent became, just as they were filled with uncertainty. When they reached the dining table and saw the dishes laid out, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. The table was filled with an array of dishes seemingly casually arranged without any excessive plating, yet they captivated the eye. The colors of these dishes were perfectly coordinated. Even the shapes seemed the result of countless experiments. Each shape appeared random, yet together they formed a perfect dish. At first glance, the colorful array was visually stunning, making one hungry. Coupled with the lingering aroma in the air, who wouldn't want to eat this spread? In no time, the three were swallowing hard. Their previous misgivings about not wanting to eat work meals had vanished completely, replaced only by the desire to eat as soon as possible. Please feel free to sit. Don't be shy. Manager Chun welcomed them to sit down. When he saw Su Yuan placing a dipping sauce on the table and preparing to leave, he quickly stopped him. Chef Su, don't go. Sit down with us. There's an empty seat. Su Yuan didn't want to eat with the clients but felt uncomfortable. However, since Manager Chun was inviting him, he didn't dare refuse in front of outsiders and sat in the empty seat. Manager Jiang and his companions were still entranced by the aroma of the food. Upon realizing that the chef was a young man in his 20s, they felt a chill. At this age, being able to fry a tomato and egg dish was impressive enough, let alone preparing such a large spread. Surely it would look good, but taste bland. Come on, everyone, eat. Quickly try our chef Zu's cooking. Under Manager Chin's enthusiastic invitation, the three hesitated, but eventually picked up their chopsticks and sampled the nearest dish. In front of Manager Jiang was braised beef. The beef was beautifully cooked, the color a perfect reddish brown with a hint of purple, sliced to a suitable thickness on the plate. The piece of meat looked succulent with visible muscle fibers and a translucent membrane running through it, resembling a naturally formed pattern. Because it had just come out of the pot, steam was rising, making the dish appear even more delectable, as if it were a delicacy from a fairyland. As he brought the beef to his mouth, the rich and bold aroma once again invaded his nostrils. The scent was special, mixed with a hint of medicinal herbs, initially bitter, then transforming into a sweet aroma. As soon as he tasted the beef, his eyes widened in surprise. What divine flavor is this? The warm beef, once chewed, released its juices, flooding the mouth in an instant, bursting forth with a delightful flavor that filled every corner of his mouth. It made the tongue tingle and the taste buds dance with excitement. Upon further chewing, the braised beef was not only aromatic, but also had an exquisite texture, remarkably tender with none of the tough, overcooked feel. A gentle bite caused it to disintegrate in the mouth, yet it still retained the chewiness of the beef. With such a perfect blend of color, aroma, and flavor, one could only marvel at the skill of the chef. Manager Jiang could hardly believe his eyes. Such a delicious dish was prepared by the chef of a gaming company's cafeteria. In this day and age, have chefs really reached such a level? He pondered this while quickly eating several pieces of beef before turning to look at the dishes beside him. The fish was equally fragrant, with golden broth, floating white fish slices complemented by vibrant green scallions and red chili, creating a pot of exquisite sour and spicy fish. As he took a piece of fish to his mouth, the sour, spicy, fresh, and tender flavors exploded all at once. The deliciousness was simply irresistible. Cough, cough. This dish was too spicy. He accidentally choked, prompting Manager Jiang to quickly turn to drink water, while Zhou Man quickly served him a bowl of soup. Manager Jiang, have some soup. Jiang nodded, took a few sips from the bowl, finally suppressing the choking sensation, yet the freshness in his mouth was astonishing. This chicken soup was incredibly rich. How is it, Manager Jiang? Is the food to your liking? Yes, it's simply perfect. Being chosen for an inspection delegation meant that Manager Jiang's abilities were unquestionable. He had dined at countless five-star hotels, but none had ever left him feeling this astonished. Delicious and satisfying. After finishing a bowl of soup, it felt as if all the fatigue from his travels had been completely washed away. Manager Jiang gave a thumbs up to General Chun. Delicious, simply exquisite. Is this really a working meal? General Chun pointed behind him and said, just look at my employees and you'll know. The employees were all focused on their meals, each plate filled with generous portions of braised pork, glistening with oil and rich in flavor, identical to the braised pork on the table. It really was a working meal, and Manager Jiang felt a sudden surge of indescribable envy. How come every company provides meals, yet this company can serve such delicious working meals, even better than dining out every day, and so satisfying? General Chun is generous. Manager Jiang praised, and while they chatted over their meal, they inevitably discussed work. Happy with his meal, he no longer held back, asking his assistant to share the details of their company's cooperation requirements. After calling several times without a response, he turned to see two assistants engrossed in their food, eating with such abandon that it was quite a sight. Their mouths were stuffed, making it difficult to talk. With chopsticks loaded with food, they kept glancing at the dishes, and whenever there was a slight gap in their mouths, they stuffed in more food and quickly went for another piece. Manager Jiang suddenly felt embarrassed. How did he end up with two such shameless companions? He kicked the two under the table, wanting them to tone it down a bit, but the usually perceptive duo was completely captivated by the food today, oblivious to his intentions. They glanced at each other, synchronizing to use serving chopsticks to take the dishes that Manager Jiang couldn't reach and place them on a small plate in front of him. "Boss, try this. The braised pork is incredibly good. I guarantee you'll love it." Yes, this pig head meat is also delicious, so soft and tender it melts in your mouth. I've never had such authentic pig head meat before. Manager Jiang's brows twitched, forcing a dry laugh towards General Chun, while wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Oh God, strike these two embarrassing fools with lightning. Yet aside from feeling embarrassed, there was also an urge to imitate them, for the food was simply too delicious. He wished he could transform into a glutton for a second, but as a manager, he had to maintain his composure and not lose face for the company. What envy he felt. His face showed rejection, but his hands were quick, swiftly stuffing braised pork and pig ears into his mouth, chewing vigorously and getting grease all over. General Chun, having built such a large company from scratch, was perceptive and quickly noticed Manager Jiang's thoughts. He stopped conversing with him and led the charge in devouring the dishes on the table. Seeing everyone behaving this way, Manager Jiang suddenly no longer felt embarrassed and quickly joined the fray for food. Who could resist such delicious dishes? The crispy, tender fried meat was astonishingly crunchy on the outside. A gentle bite produced a satisfying crunch, and the meat inside was incredibly tender. The key was the dipping sauce, which was exceptionally fragrant. General Chun, what brand of dipping sauce is this? It's so delicious. When I go back, I want to buy a few bags of this sauce. It would surely be great for hot pot and fried small fish. Manager Jiang asked curiously. Su Yuan, sitting at the table, proactively replied, "It's not from the supermarket. I made it myself." "You made it yourself? Even the dipping sauce was homemade. How impressive was that?" Manager Jiang was astonished once again. Zhou Man proudly raised his chin beside him. With Chef Zu's exceptional culinary skills, do we still need to buy dipping sauce from the supermarket? Others chimed in agreement. Impressive, truly impressive. Aside from compliments, Manager Jiang found himself at a loss for words to express his shock. He simply continued eating. The sticky, fragrant, glutinous rice ribs and the rich, flavorful iron pot stewed goose were on the table. Every dish was delicious. Even the simplest spicy and sour lotus root cubes were unbelievably tasty. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, Manager Jiang felt as though he was stuffed to the throat. Looking at the last bit of broth in the dish, he couldn't bear to waste it and finished it all. After eating, he let out a long sigh of satisfaction that he hadn't felt in a long time, reminiscent of the joy of receiving red envelopes from adults during the new year. It was refreshing and incredibly calming, erasing any trace of the typical worker's anxiety. With the lingering aroma of the delicious food still in his mouth, Manager Jiang began to contemplate the possibility of collaborating with this gaming company. To be honest, so far he was quite satisfied with what this company had presented, but since it was a significant collaboration, he should discuss it with his assistants first. Having eaten too much, Manager Jiang and the others sat in the meeting room, unwilling to move. Xiao Zhang, too lazy to explore further, simply brought over some sunflower seeds and fruits, and they all gathered to relax and chat. Of course, it was a genuine casual chat. Since it was break time, no one would foolishly bring up work matters with Manager Jiang. Even on a business trip, one needs to rest. The three of them savored the delicious lunch, still lingering over it. The braised beef is truly delicious. At my age, nearing 40, I have never tasted such exquisite braised beef before. The sour cabbage fish and golden soup tastes even better. The sour and spicy flavor is exhilarating and the fish is tender. The soup that soaks the rice is also exceptional. The red braised pork is even more delicious. After sharing their favorite dishes, Manager Jiang couldn't help but ask, "Do you really eat these kinds of meals during work hours? Are they all this delicious?" As soon as the words were out, the accompanying few became excited. Of course, Chef Zu's dishes are never anything less than amazing. Even if he were to stir-fry a shoe sole, he could make it taste exquisite. Our standard for work meals is 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes with a variety of meats and veggies for balanced nutrition and great taste. I can eat 3 bowls of rice every day. Speaking of which, I've noticed that I seem to have gained weight these past couple of days. I can't help it, and my oval face has turned into a round face. I feel like I need to start preparing for some weight loss exercises next month. Hearing their conversation, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel envious, their faces practically smiling out of shape. Jealousy can truly transform one's appearance. Thinking about it, everyone else is just a worker, They eat the bland work meals every day to the point of exhaustion, only having the time to spend a fortune on lavish meals during breaks. And those meals still aren't as good as these work meals. Look at them. Every day, they have a delicious meal waiting for them at lunchtime. No matter how busy or pressured they are at work, the moment the work meal arrives, it directly relieves stress, making eating a delightful experience. Their lives are simply extraordinary. I wonder why can't their company find a chef with such excellent skills? Once the meeting room was left with just the three of them, Manager Jiang began to reflect on the purpose of their visit to the game company. He was quite satisfied with this company having several capable employees, and the samples they brought over were to his liking. He wanted to hear the thoughts of his two assistants. Both assistants, still dreaming of delicious meals, took a moment to clear their minds and recalled that this company was indeed good, though they still felt a bit uncertain about smaller companies. All right, we will stick to the original plan and not respond to them yet. Let's visit another company in the afternoon and decide afterwards. The three of them made a decision on the spot to find General Manager Chen to take their leave. However, upon arriving at the office, they discovered that the company was in the midst of a large meeting. With nothing else to do, the three of them wandered back to the kitchen. Suddenly, they saw Su Yuan manipulating some dough and curiously approached him. "Mr. Su, are you making noodles for lunch?" "No, I'm preparing for afternoon tea." Su Yuan smiled and said, "At 3:30 our company will have afternoon tea, so I'm preparing ahead of time to avoid being rushed later." The three of them were utterly astonished. "Your company even has afternoon tea?" "Yes, I'm preparing to make a he cake, which is a pre-meal dessert from the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Not only are the ingredients affordable, but it also tastes great. It's just a bit labor-intensive to make. Luckily, that's not a problem for me, and everyone will definitely love it." Their company doesn't have afternoon tea every day. It's just a special edition because Manager Jiang and the others are here for an inspection. However, there was no need to explain this small detail. "What? Afternoon tea as a dessert from the Manchuhan Imperial Feast? Can you be any more impressive? Everyone is from this country who hasn't heard of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. The dishes, even if it's just a dessert, are guaranteed to be exceptionally delicious. Just hearing the name makes one's mouth water." After leaving the kitchen, the three of them fell silent, and no one mentioned leaving anymore. After a moment, one assistant suggested, "How about we go to the other company a bit later? After all, it's just half an hour's drive. If we finish eating by 3:30, we can leave at 4, and we'll only arrive by 4:30. "Exactly. We are the clients. Oh, what's wrong with arriving a bit late? What's the harm in making them wait a little?" Another assistant chimed in. Manager Jiang gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. "All right, let's have afternoon tea before we leave." After 2 o'clock, the three of them accompanied General Manager Chun to review some game planning and on-site renderings. They endured for quite a while, until finally it was 3:30. When the small and delicious he cake reached their mouths, the three exclaimed that it was worth it. Such a delicious dessert. Waiting an hour and a half is worth it. Even waiting a whole day would be worth it. So delicious. With a golden brown hue, it's flaky, crisp, sweet, aromatic, and not greasy at all. What kind of divine dessert is this? Manager Jiang had intended to leave after finishing the dessert, but once he tasted the he cake, he found himself reluctant to leave. This was because Zhou Man, who was helping in the kitchen, told them that not only was the afternoon dessert the he cake from the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, but the soup for dinner was also a famous dish from the same feast called Wincy tofu soup, which supposedly requires the tofu to be cut into needle-thin pieces. Once this was said, who would still have the heart to leave? Manager Jiang's face twisted in a painful expression. This sugar-coated shelling was simply too precise. He couldn't withstand it. A delicious feast was right in front of him, and he could only wait 2 hours to taste it. If he left now, he felt he would regret it for half a year. Actually, the reason the company is considering another larger company is mainly because this one is too small. They worry about potential issues in future collaborations and whether things will be handled well here, but I believe this company has solid capabilities. That's right. Although the company is small, it has been around for a long time and has a good reputation in the industry, making it worth cooperating with. Listening to the two assistants, Manager Jiang tilted his head in agreement, feeling the same way. General Manager Chen had been in contact with their company for quite a while for this project. If the other side didn't see any potential, they would have rejected them long ago. The fact that they have been entangled for so long shows that they find the company good and worth considering, which is why they arranged this inspection. The only reason they are considering that larger company is simply because they have collaborated before and therefore prioritize them. Moreover, General Manager Chen's quotation is much more reasonable than that of the larger company. Collaborating at this price can save a significant amount of costs. When the project is reported, the boss will surely praise them for securing the project at such a price. Having figured this out, Manager Jiang no longer struggled over whether to give up dinner and check out the larger company in the west of the city. Okay, it's decided. We will cooperate directly with this side. As for the follow-up with the larger company, Assistant Luo, you'll handle it. No problem, I promise to get it done. The two assistants smiled with surprise at Manager Jiang's willingness to stay. During dinner, Su Yuan naturally prepared a feast. Concerned that Su Yuan might overexert himself, General Manager Chen specially arranged for a cleaner to come and help with the vegetables. With 2 extra helpers in the kitchen, Su Yuan felt much more relaxed. He didn't have to lift a finger to wash or prepare the vegetables, he only needed to chop and stir-fry. At this dinner, Manager Jiang ate with abandon, completely disregarding his guest status. He indulged freely, prioritizing flavor over any image as food took precedence. He even invited General Manager Chen to join him, and when he was happily eating, he expressed a desire to become sworn brothers with Chen, sporting a brotherly demeanor. Seeing this expression, Chen knew the contract was secure. After such a prolonged tug-of-war, they finally sealed the big contract, and General Manager Chen couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. When he finally tasted the long-awaited Wincy tofu soup, Manager Jiang was filled with emotion. Such a delicious soup, if missed, would not just lead to half a year of regret. Even 3 to 5 years would not suffice. The dinner left the 3 of them stuffed, and General Manager Chen was uncertain how long they would stay for the inspection. He tentatively suggested taking them to a hotel, but Manager Jiang declined. No way. It's just an hour's drive back on the highway. There's no need to stay overnight. Tomorrow morning, we have to report to the company. Since they had already decided to collaborate with General Manager Chen, Manager Jiang was straightforward, saying it's getting late. Why don't we discuss signing the contract? General Manager Chen's face lit up with joy as he pointed towards the office and gestured for them to follow, saying, "Good, please come this way. Let's discuss the details in the office." The group quickly made their way to the conference room, with Zhou Man pulling Su Yuan along. "Wait a minute. I'm just a chef. What do you need me for in a contract discussion? Su Gu, you're our company's lucky star. Every time we work with you, it goes smoothly. Of course we need you for this important contract discussion." Without giving Su Yuan a chance to argue, Zhou Man dragged him along to the guest room. Since they had previously discussed the collaboration multiple times, the actual contract signing required little discussion. After both sides compared their respective contracts and made necessary amendments, they were ready to sign. After signing, Manager Jiang glanced at Su Yuan and couldn't help but exclaim, "General Manager Chen, the fact that this contract was finalized so quickly is thanks to Mr. Su. If it weren't for his afternoon tea, we would have already gone to the west side of the city this afternoon." Indeed, Mr. Su successfully used exquisite food to deter our 2 attempts to leave. Although your company has the capability, I must say the company on the west side is also quite powerful. We weren't sure if we would be persuaded after going there. General Manager Chen did not hide his praise for Su Yuan, saying, "It's my honor to have Su Yuan as our company's chef." Suddenly, Su Yuan found himself the center of attention and jolted back to reality, realizing he was being praised in front of everyone. Feeling awkward, he managed a shy smile. "I didn't expect that just for making 2 meals there would be such an effect. Manager Jiang, you flatter me. I was merely cooking casually and embarrassed myself." "What? You call that embarrassing? What about what we made then? Pig food." "Mr. Su, you're too modest. At your age, to create dishes of such flavor, you must have put in considerable effort. Which school did you study at?" "I studied IT in college, not culinary arts," Su Yuan replied. "What? You an IT major cook so well. When did you start learning to cook?" Not just Manager Jiang, everyone in the office was astonished. When Su Yuan applied for the job, he hadn't submitted a resume, and they had all assumed he was trained in culinary arts, but turned out that wasn't the case. "I never formally trained. I only worked part-time in restaurants. I've loved cooking since I was young, experimenting on my own. Perhaps that's why my dishes taste so good." Su Yuan chuckled modestly. His words left everyone in awe, realizing he was a genius who could casually produce such skill. A culinary prodigy. Manager Jiang and the others grew even more curious and began chatting with Su Yuan, asking many questions about food. So engrossed were they in the conversation that Manager Jiang, in his excitement, momentarily forgot that others were present. He clapped Su Yuan on the shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Su, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Our company provides meals for employees. How about you come work with us? The salary is not an issue." "Sorry, Manager Jiang, I'm not planning to change jobs at this moment." "Don't be so quick to say no. Salary won't be a problem. Our boss loves to eat. With your skills, you can name your price as long as it's reasonable. I can vouch for you as I'm his brother-in-law, and even if it's more, he won't dare refuse." Manager Jiang patted his chest, openly revealing his connections within the company, leaving Su Yuan speechless. "I truly have no plans to change jobs at the moment." "That's fine. No rush, you might change your mind in the future. Our company's employee benefits are envied in the industry. How about we add each other on WeChat? We can be brothers. From today on, you are my long-lost brother." Everyone stared at Manager Jiang in disbelief, utterly astonished. "Wow, we invite you to dinner with utmost sincerity and you're satisfied after the meal, yet you want to poach our chef right in front of our boss. Is this how business is done? No one can compete with you. Good brother you." "Boss, Manager Jiang." "Manager Jiang." Seeing Manager Jiang's overly excited expression, the two assistants felt uneasy. They feared that if Manager Jiang continued, even the client might get involved in the mess. They suddenly interrupted him, tugging at his clothes, while shouting, "General Manager, Chun has more matters to discuss with you." Only then did Manager Jiang realize what he had just said. He scanned the conference room and noticed the awkward expressions on everyone's faces, feeling utterly embarrassed. What have I done? Why couldn't I hold back? Although he genuinely wanted to poach, he never intended to do it in front of the boss. Is there a crack in the ground where I can hide? Having caused such a huge blunder, if he didn't leave now, when would he? Holding the signed contract, Manager Jiang nearly ran out of the company, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would socially perish. Upon finding the parking lot, he stepped on the gas pedal and sped forward. Only after confirming he had left far behind did Manager Jiang let out a long breath and regain his composure. Looking in the rearview mirror, he suddenly noticed that both assistants were staring at him with expressions of utter despair, their eyes filled with resentment, sending a shiver down Manager Jiang's spine. "What's wrong with you guys?" he asked, and as soon as he did, the expressions of the two assistants grew even more sorrowful. "Boss, why did you run so fast?" "You may run fast, but we suffered great losses. Just now, while having dinner, Brother Zhang said he would pack some marinated dishes for me to take with me." "Me too. I particularly love the dipping sauce for the crispy meat. Beautiful May promised me she'd prepare some for me to take, and now there's no meat left nor sauce." Manager Jiang eased off the gas and pulled over, suddenly recalling something. Manager Chun mentioned that there were plenty of sweet pastries for afternoon tea, and since he liked them, he packed a box to take home. Those were sweet pastries, the kind you can't buy outside, truly a delicacy. At that moment, Manager Jiang felt a sense of regret. What to do? If he turned back now, would it be too late to pretend he had forgotten something? No going back would be too embarrassing. Anyone would find it unbearable. Manager Jiang wished he could slap himself for his blunder, creating such an awkward situation. Now it was impossible to return. One assistant sighed helplessly. "What should I do? I suddenly feel like wanting to change jobs. Just thinking about going to that company where I could enjoy delicious meals every day makes my heart itch. Unfortunately, I know nothing about game development and my expertise doesn't match, so I can't go at all. I'm only in my 30s, not old yet. What do you think about me learning game development now? I think it's quite promising. At least it would be a treat for me." Manager Jiang listened seriously to the two assistants, looked at his own situation, and sighed, shaking his head. Good, he had no chance. But thinking carefully, after the contract was signed, there would be many work interactions with the company, and some detailed cooperation matters needed to be discussed. At that time, if he took on the work, wouldn't he get to enjoy a feast at this company again? After all, he was the boss brother-in-law. Who would dare to compete with him for work? He would eliminate anyone who dared. "I feel dizzy and want to sleep for a while. Who will drive? Next time I come here for business, I'll bring whoever drives this time." Me. The two assistants immediately competed for this lucrative job, neither willing to yield, and after an hour's drive, they settled the dispute at half an hour each. Back at the company, it was already past working hours and dinner was finished, yet the employees didn't leave. They all looked eagerly at the few people emerging from the office, clearly wanting to know the outcome of the signing. When the boss announced that the contract had been successfully signed and a big order was coming, the employees erupted in cheers. Manager Chun himself laughed heartily. God knows how much effort he expended to secure this partnership, but the results were evident. Closing this deal was worth 3 months of regular work, not to mention other future collaborations. As a young and ambitious CEO, he took the lead in cheering. Great! The contract was signed successfully. The employees enthusiastically shouted in response. Wonderful! We can work overtime now. Fantastic! We'll have work meals even on weekends. Wait, were they all happy about the same thing? Manager Chen listened carefully for a moment, and after understanding what the employees were shouting about, he was left both amused and exasperated. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of people do not connect. He was happy that the company was making money, that he would earn a lot of it, and that the employees' benefits would improve, yet the employees were only concerned about the food they might get if they worked overtime on weekends. In that moment, the frugal Manager Chen became a bit self-indulgent. Indeed, there was a reason he could be the boss. Today's great contributor was Su Yuan, and Manager Chen couldn't help but praise him. Earlier, when entertaining Manager Jiang and others, he had a bit to drink, and the alcohol made him feel euphoric. At first, he spoke relatively modestly, but as he talked, his words became exaggerated. "Zhou Man is right. You are our company's lucky star. I declare that starting today, we are brothers of different fathers and mothers. From now on, don't call me Manager Chen, call me Brother Chun, and he'll call you Brother Su. Let's be each other's brothers." This sounds familiar. Are you sure it's not something you picked up from Manager Jiang? Su Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed watching as Manager Chun led the praise, and the employees followed suit, preparing to shower him with compliments. Su Yuan quickly made an excuse about needing to clean the kitchen and left. Once in the kitchen, he found Aunt Lin the cleaner mopping the floor. Everything else in the kitchen had already been tidied up, and Su Yuan felt too embarrassed to ask for help, quickly expressing his gratitude. Aunt Lin waved her hand. Manager Chun is worried you might tire yourself out, and specially asked me to help clean up. From now on you don't have to tidy the kitchen after cooking, you just leave everything to me. Aunt, Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise, you don't need to do this, Aunt Lin. You already have to clean the company, and this area is quite large. I can handle the kitchen myself, there isn't much to do. Hearing this, Aunt Lin became anxious. Manager Chen said to assign the kitchen cleaning to me, and that he would raise my salary by 200. Mr. Su, just let me handle it. Someone as capable as you shouldn't have to deal with these trivial matters, you just focus on cooking. For a moment, Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words to refuse. It was just cleaning the kitchen, yet the boss personally arranged for someone to help. Seeing Aunt Lin's excited demeanor, he felt he couldn't say anything more. Today had been nothing but cooking, and Su Yuan felt a bit tired, especially from making the exquisite pastries and silky tofu soup for the grand banquet. The ingredients weren't expensive, but the process was complex and relied heavily on skill. When he got home, he didn't even want to play his favorite game. After washing up, he collapsed into bed. Because he slept early, Su Yuan woke up around 6 the next morning. Unable to fall back asleep, he simply got out of bed, washed up, and headed to the alley for a simple breakfast, planning to buy some groceries. Suddenly, Su Yuan remembered it was Saturday and that he didn't have to work. Although the company had just secured a contract, the preparations weren't complete, so there was no need for overtime. Alright, he didn't have to worry about what the company would eat today, but he could consider what he wanted to eat. Various dishes suddenly popped into his mind, and he wanted to eat everything. For a moment, he was a bit indecisive, leaving Su Yuan speechless. He had never had to think this hard about what to cook for his colleagues. Su Yuan strolled through the vegetable market and bought a large grass carp. The golden soup sour cabbage fish he'd prepared the day before had been exceptionally flavorful. He hadn't yet satisfied his craving, so he decided to buy another fish today for a hearty meal, pairing it with stir-fried lettuce. One dish rich, one light, more than enough for his lunch. After purchasing ingredients for dinner, as well, Su Yuan returned home. With time still early, he stored the other vegetables in the refrigerator, placed the live grass carp into the basin, and sat down at his computer to play a competitive game, a pastime he thoroughly enjoyed. Yet just as the match reached its decisive duel, his computer froze violently. An aging machine purchased back in college, it had long outlived its prime. Its hardware lagged far behind modern demands. By the time the video playback stabilized, he was already eliminated, his avatar frozen helplessly in the upper left corner. Su Yuan stared blankly at the screen. Defeated by an opponent clearly inferior in skill, he sighed inwardly. This old machine truly needed replacing. The longer he played, the more sluggish it grew. He gave up entirely, rose from his chair, and turned instead to preparing vegetables from the refrigerator. Cooking, after all, brought genuine joy. The grass carp thrashed vigorously in the basin. He seized it firmly, pinned it onto the cutting board, and delivered precise, controlled blows until it lay still. Moments later, he expertly filleted it into perfectly uniform slices and chopped the remaining portions into evenly sized pieces. He heated oil in a wok, seared the fish pieces until their bones released a rich, savory aroma, then added aromatic spices, pickled cabbage, and fermented chili peppers, stirring until their pungent, tangy fragrance bloomed. Only then did he pour in boiling water, bringing it to a furious boil for 3 minutes before reducing the heat to a gentle simmer, drawing out the broth's deep, resonant savor. This, he knew, was the very soul of a superb fish dish. What distinguished golden soup sour cabbage fish from its ordinary counterpart was the addition of 2 essential condiments, yellow lantern chili sauce and wild mountain chilies, whose bold, layered heat elevated the dish's fiery tang to exhilarating heights, a true blessing for spice lovers. When the timing was just right, he lifted the lid. The broth shimmered like molten gold, its surface alive with tender white fish fillets and aromatic seasonings bobbing gently in rhythmic undulation. A wave of sharp, spicy, fish-laced fragrance surged forth, intoxicating and irresistible. Su Yuan dipped a pair of chopsticks into the broth and tasted it. His expression brightened with quiet satisfaction. Yesterday's large batch version had been deliberately toned down for colleagues less accustomed to spice. Today's rendition, crafted solely for himself, bore his preferred intensity. Bold, unapologetic, utterly delicious. Downstairs, landlord Uncle Kai carried home freshly roasted meats, eager for a satisfying lunch. As he stepped into the courtyard, an arresting aroma, tangy, fiery, and deeply fishy, drifted toward him. The scent was heady, immediate. Its first breath sent his taste buds into riotous rebellion, awakening a ravenous hunger he could no longer ignore. What on earth is that? He drew in another deep, deliberate inhale, each breath richer, more tantalizing than the last, until without even entering his own apartment, he followed the fragrance upward step by step. Most tenants upstairs were young professionals working nearby. Many, seizing rare rest days, still lounged in bed ordering takeout. none had lit a stove. It took landlord Uncle Kai little effort to trace the scent to Su Yuan's third-floor apartment. Once certain the aroma originated there, he hesitated, then knocked several times. Su Yuan hurried to open the door and blinked in mild surprise upon seeing his landlord. "Uncle Kai, what brings you here? Please come in. I'm cooking in the kitchen, or just give me a moment." With that, he turned and disappeared back into the kitchen. "You go ahead. I'm just dropping by idle and curious." Uncle Kai trailed him into the kitchen, where the fragrance intensified tenfold. Unable to resist, he leaned forward and saw the large pot bubbling softly on the stove. Its broth gleamed like liquid gold, cradling pristine white fish fillets that trembled delicately over low heat. Flecks of golden wild mountain chilies clung to some slices alongside other garnishes, shimmering, trembling, poised to slip free with every subtle sway. Steam rose in gentle spirals, carrying that vibrant, mouth-puckering, fiery, savory perfume, so vivid it set his fingers tingling with anticipation. Gulp! The unmistakable sound of his own saliva echoed in his ears. He scarcely believed it. "Is this your own cooking? What dish is it?" "Oh, golden soup sour cabbage fish. I made it for the office yesterday, but didn't get my fill, so I prepared it again today, just for myself," Su Yuan replied. Uncle Kai had assumed Su Yuan was merely an earnest young man with modest culinary skills, perhaps just adequate for a corporate cafeteria. He never imagined such extraordinary mastery. Now the golden soup sour cabbage fish rested in a wide serving bowl crowned with fresh scallions and dried chili segments, then drenched with sizzling hot oil. Its colors now more vivid, its fragrance deeper and richer. Before him stood a dish of perfect harmony, color, aroma, and flavor exquisitely balanced. To Uncle Kai, it was plainly more than mere presentation. It promised transcendent taste. Soon Su Yuan finished stir-frying the lettuce and set both dishes on the table. Noticing Uncle Kai still lingering, his gaze fixed longingly on the food, he understood instantly the man was ravenous. He gestured warmly. "Uncle Kai, haven't eaten lunch yet. Why not join me? There's more than enough fish. I'd never finish it alone." No. I've got roasted meats, I'll just go home and eat rice." Too embarrassed to accept, Uncle Kai swallowed hard, then backed away, feigning departure. Yet he took not a single step forward. He simply couldn't tear himself away. All he wanted was to lift a slice of that glistening, tender fish to his lips. Its allure was overwhelming. To Su Yuan, sharing a simple dish cost nothing. Seeing Uncle Kai torn between politeness and longing, Su Yuan's eyes fell upon the paper bag in his hand and smiled. "Those roasted meats look delicious, Uncle. Why not share them with me? You're dining alone anyway. Two people eating together, chatting freely, makes even plain rice taste better." Of course, he could offer his own purchase. That would dissolve all awkwardness. Instantly, he turned back, laid out the roasted meats and side dishes on the table, and added Su Yuan's two masterful preparations. Suddenly, the spread looked abundant and inviting. The moment Su Yuan lifted a pair of chopsticks to the fish, Uncle Kai snatched a slice and popped it into his mouth. Fresh from the wok, it burned fiercely, nearly forcing him to spit it out. But the instant his lips parted, he hesitated. It was too fragrant to discard. The fish slice, saturated with golden broth, flooded his mouth the moment it touched his tongue, immediately unleashing a surge of bright acidity and clean, invigorating heat that electrified his taste buds. That tang wasn't mere sourness. It was complex, aromatic, layered. And the heat, unparalleled. Wild mountain chilies and yellow lantern chilies fused into a brilliance of spice. Fiery, yet never harsh, rich, yet never cloying. Carrying instead a startling, refreshing clarity. Tempered by the acidity, the interplay of sour and spicy achieved sublime balance, stimulating the appetite with brightness, igniting the palate with intensity, and thrilling the tongue with pure, unadulterated fragrance. Uncle Kai refused to let it go. Mouth agape, he puffed air in quick bursts, yet never ceased chewing. The fish itself was astonishingly tender, utterly free of fishiness. One bite, succulent, silken, profoundly flavorful, confirmed everything he'd hoped for. Delicious beyond restraint. He'd known Su Yuan was skilled, but never dreamed his talent ran this deep. Incredible. No wonder you became a chef. This level of mastery. Absolutely phenomenal. Legendary. The landlord, though unskilled at giving compliments, repeated the same few sincere phrases, making them all the more genuine. "Uncle Kai, you're too kind. I simply cook a little better than most people." A little better. Recalling his own usual dishes, the landlord suddenly felt they were little more than overcooked starch. Su Yuan hadn't prepared rice. He lived alone, and with even the side dishes barely enough for one person, cooking was unnecessary. Fortunately, the landlord had already made some. Su Yuan simply went downstairs and carried the electric rice cooker back upstairs. He served himself a generous bowl, then ladled an equally large portion for the landlord, pouring the rich, fragrant Suran spicy fish soup over the rice. The aromatic broth bursting with the essence of fish needed no side dish at all. He devoured the entire bowl in moments. The fiery heat left him drenched in sweat. He casually picked up a stem of lettuce and popped it into his mouth, and instantly the landlord's eyes lit up again. It was just plain lettuce. Yet how could something so simple taste this extraordinary? Fresh, tender, crisp, and vibrant. The flavor was unlike anything the 50-something landlord had ever tasted. He began to wonder had the stir-fried dishes he'd eaten all these years truly been stir-fried at all. Compared to Su Yuan's cooking, his own efforts were utterly eclipsed. As they ate, chatting easily, the meal became far more enjoyable than dining alone. By the time the meal ended, every last morsel of Su Yuan's dishes had vanished, while the landlord's roasted meats, painstakingly purchased after hours-long queues across town, remained largely untouched. And those roasted meats had once been his absolute favorite. Flustered, the landlord insisted on washing the dishes, but Su Yuan firmly refused, unwilling to overstay his welcome. After all, Su Yuan had only 2 days off after a full week of work. The landlord offered his thanks and departed. That evening, an irresistible aroma wafted down from upstairs. The moment the landlord caught its scent, he knew Su Yuan was cooking again. Yet having just shared lunch, he couldn't possibly go down again. It would be shameless, even absurd. All he could do was stay hidden in his room, swallowing hard. His son worked out of town, his daughter-in-law was pregnant, and his wife had gone to care for her. Left alone, the middle-aged man found himself unable to prepare anything remotely delicious. He considered going out to buy something tasty, but even as he reached the door, he hesitated. No matter how much he spent, nothing purchased outside could rival Su Yuan's culinary mastery. It would be pure waste. In the end, he settled for a bowl of instant noodles. After dinner, Su Yuan tidied up his apartment and found himself with unexpected free time. Strolling about held no appeal for a man like him, so he sat down and opened his computer to play games. Within a few rounds, lag and stutter drove him to despair. Su Yuan concluded the machine was beyond redemption and resolved first thing the next morning to head to the electronics mall for a new one. He still had some savings, enough to afford a high-performance machine. In the past, he'd have hesitated. Now, however, he felt confident. $1,000,000 would soon be in his hands. "Oh, it's Su Yuan. Where are you off to today?" Just as the landlord was pondering how best to grace Su Yuan's kitchen with his presence, elegant yet impeccably polite, he spotted him stepping out and greeted him warmly. Upon learning Su Yuan planned to buy a computer, the landlord's eyes lit up like bulbs. He hurried over. "Let me take you. I've got relatives who run a computer store downtown. They specialize in PCs. I'll get you a fair price guaranteed." Su Yuan thought it unnecessary to trouble anyone over such a small errand, but the landlord was insistently enthusiastic, thumping his chest with vigor. After a moment's reflection, Su Yuan agreed. Having an insider meant avoiding pitfalls like refurbished mining GPUs. And so a solo outing became a duo. The landlord personally drove Su Yuan to his relative's shop, introducing him with effusive warmth. "This young man is truly exceptional. Please equip him with a powerful yet reasonably priced machine." After clarifying Su Yuan's needs, primarily gaming, the relative recommended several high-speed configurations. Su Yuan selected his preferred model and prepared to pay, only for the landlord to pull the relative aside, whisper something, and return with a 200 yuan discount. With online retail dominating the market and electronics pricing highly transparent, Su Yuan had researched prices thoroughly beforehand. Thanks to the landlord, he saved several hundred yuan outright. So touched by the landlord's enthusiasm, Su Yuan spontaneously offered to treat him to a meal. The landlord had bent over backward to negotiate that discount, not merely for the sake of thrift, but with lunch very much in mind. Now that his goal was secured, he beamed with delight, offered 2 perfunctory refusals, then cheerfully led Su Yuan to the supermarket. While Su Yuan selected vegetables, the landlord slipped over to the fruit stand, buying a large durian and a generous bag of glossy ruby-red cherries, intending to carry them proudly to Su Yuan's home. One must bring a gift when visiting for a meal. Though he'd gifted roasted meats the day before, he'd seen clearly Su Yuan had barely touched them. Compared to his own cooking, theirs belonged to entirely different realms, one celestial, the other earthly. This time he resolved to bring something truly fitting. Back home, it was precisely dinner time, and both men were ravenous. Su Yuan briskly carried the groceries into the kitchen and set about preparing their lunch. Eager to eat sooner, the landlord followed closely behind, cheerfully helping to wash and sort vegetables. He offered to peel potatoes, but Su Yuan declined. Instead, he rinsed them clean, placed one on the cutting board, and paused. The landlord blinked. Was he really going to cook them skin on? The next second, he was stunned. Su Yuan pressed the potato firmly against the board, knife in hand. With uncanny dexterity, he rotated it beneath the blade, slicing off the skin in one continuous, impossibly thin, perfectly even strip. Next came the pork slices, slick and slippery, yet obedient in his grip. A rapid, rhythmic chop, chop, chop echoed through the kitchen, Then evenly cut glistening strips lay neatly aligned upon the board, elegant as calligraphy. Holy, holy! The landlord nearly believed he was watching a film. That knife skill was nothing short of breathtaking. Since this meal was specially prepared for the landlord, Su Yuan naturally aimed for richness and variety. He'd bought 2 pots when purchasing cookware, and now both were finally put to use. He simmered pork ribs with potatoes in one pot, while in the other, he stir-fried sweet and sour pork loin and spicy sour pig liver. He'd even begun prepping a vegetarian dish, until the landlord gently intervened. 2 people can't possibly finish so much. Soon 3 dishes graced the table. The landlord, who'd just earned his keep, no longer held back. At Su Yuan's invitation, he dug in with unrestrained gusto. The ribs were savory, tender, and succulent, thickened by the potatoes into a luscious, clinging glaze. Each bite delivered melt-in-the-mouth meat and rich umami juice. The sweet and sour pork loin required no introduction, tangy, mellow, appetite-stimulating, and perfectly balanced, utterly delicious. The minced meat with pickled vegetables is truly a delicacy, an excellent dish to accompany rice. Whether mixed with rice or served as a side dish for drinks, it is incredibly delicious. The landlord uncle had his mouth stuffed with food, chewing continuously, his cheeks bulging, nodding his head in delight. After finishing the meal, the landlord uncle rubbed his belly in satisfaction and exclaimed joyfully. The taste was simply exquisite. If only he could enjoy such delicious meals every day. Having indulged in such a delightful feast, there was no room left for any other dishes, nothing compared to the flavors of the meals prepared by Su Yuan. Thinking about when he would get to eat this again, the landlord uncle felt a wave of disappointment. Although Su Yuan was his tenant living right here, he couldn't possibly mooch off meals every day. Even if Su Yuan didn't mind, he himself felt embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, the landlord uncle suddenly had an idea, and with a burst of enthusiasm, he said, Su Yuan, how about this? I won't charge you rent, and you let me come over for meals. No, that's not right. Your cooking is so good, what does that little rent matter? They'll cover the cost of the ingredients, you just need to cook. How does that sound? The landlord uncle had a substantial 5-story building he could rent out, and also received a pension. He wasn't short on that little bit of rent. Considering his own culinary cravings, he immediately made this decision. Hearing this, Su Yuan quickly waved his hands. Uncle Kai, please don't say that. I have to work, and I rarely cook at home, only on weekends. Then how about I come over for meals on weekends? No, our company just landed a big contract, and I might have to work overtime next week. I'm afraid you won't get to eat at all. This was indeed a problem. Su Yuan worked as a chef, and was at the company every day. If it weren't for this weekend, when he happened to be cooking, the landlord would never have known how good his skills were. With the lingering aroma of pork ribs in his mouth, even though he was already stuffed, the thought of it still made the landlord uncle crave more. This flavor was something money couldn't buy. As Su Yuan's landlord, he had the advantage of being close. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by, and felt determined to shamelessly convince Su Yuan. Then how about when you have a day off, you cook, and you can also make an extra portion for me? This persistence made Su Yuan both amused and exasperated. Since the landlord uncle was so adamant, he could only agree. However, he still had to pay the rent. How could he not pay rent just because he was getting a couple of free meals? That would be quite heartless. With his goal achieved, the landlord uncle's voice took on a new tone, letting out a strange cackle that resembled a villain from a television drama. He thought to himself that he absolutely must not charge Su Yuan rent in the future, no matter what, he wouldn't collect it. Otherwise, how could he continue to enjoy such wonderful meals? At dinner, since he had bought too much meat at noon, Su Yuan simply made a meat sauce and invited the landlord uncle to enjoy a bowl of meat sauce noodles together. Once again, they had a hearty meal, and the landlord even took Su Yuan for a walk outside for an hour. The two chatted and laughed, seemingly having formed a deep friendship despite the age difference. When he returned home in the evening, Su Yuan played a few rounds of games on his new computer, feeling incredibly satisfied. It was indeed a newly purchased computer with high specifications, making it easy to use. He even downloaded some large 4D games that he had wanted to play but couldn't run on his old computer. Having played for too long, he ended up staying up half the night. The next morning, when the alarm rang, Su Yuan nearly couldn't get up. While yawning, he went to the market to buy the ingredients he needed for the day. After searching around the kitchen, he remembered that his chef's hat was in the large office, so he went over to look for it. Just then, President Chun and others were also in the large office. When they saw Su Yuan come in, everyone greeted him warmly, and Su Yuan responded while yawning. His tired appearance immediately made everyone feel concerned. After all, he was their company's lucky star. President Chen asked with concern, "Why do you look so lethargic? Are you unwell? Should I give you a day off to rest?" Su Yuan naturally felt embarrassed to say that he had been too absorbed in gaming on his new computer and had only gone to bed at 3 in the morning, which was why he looked so tired. "No need for a day off. Oh, I just suddenly couldn't sleep last night and feel a bit sleepy now, but I'm fine." As long as he wasn't sick, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, President Chun said, "How about this? There's a wide sofa in the second conference room that's perfect for napping. You can go in there and catch up on some sleep. When it's time to cook, I'll arrange for someone to help you so you won't be late." "What? You want me to sleep in the break room during work hours in front of everyone, and you are the one suggesting it? Is that appropriate? Aren't you worried that other employees might get jealous or think you're slacking off?" Su Yuan's lips twitched. He didn't have that thick of a face, so he refused, saying, "No need, I'll just take a nap after lunch." Seeing that he wasn't planning to go, his colleagues were even more excited than he was. "Suga, why are you being polite? It's still early, you can take a nap and then make lunch without any hassle. Go ahead, go ahead. The kitchen has knives and fire. What if you hurt yourself because you're too sleepy? You can sleep for half an hour now. Oh, it won't affect your lunch nap, and he'll call you when it's time to cook." Zhou Man, who was closest to him, was the most direct and pulled him straight to the second conference room to let him rest. Su Yuan momentarily didn't know what to say. He indeed felt exhausted, so he simply complied with everyone's insistence, lay back on the sofa, and fell into a deep sleep. As soon as Zhou Man returned to the office, he heard the manager say to President Chen, "Boss, let me help out in the kitchen later. I don't have anything to do right now." "No way. Boss, I usually help in the kitchen. I am familiar with this work, so I should go." "He'll go. He'll go." The two of them argued over who would help in the kitchen and conveniently get to sneak a bite, neither willing to give in. Finally, the manager whispered in Zhou Man's ear, "Who doesn't know that you sneak bites in the kitchen? It's my turn now. If you keep arguing, I'll suggest to the boss to hire a helper." That hit the nail on the head, and Zhou Man was left speechless. The manager smiled, waiting for President Chun to speak, letting him enjoy the treatment of being a little guinea pig in the kitchen. President Chun looked at the manager with a strange expression. "You have a whole bunch of tasks waiting for you regarding the new game's progress and the establishment of the project team. You say you have nothing to do." Embarrassed, the manager was also left speechless. In the end, it was still Zhou Man, a slacker from the HR department, who went to help in the kitchen, leaving the jealous manager utterly defeated. Lunch was of course the standard 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, and as delicious as ever. The group, who hadn't had a grand meal in 2 days, transformed into wolves, their ravenous eating habits resembling those of refugees fleeing a disaster. Since there was nothing much to handle, President Chen also sat in the dining hall to eat. While savoring the appetizing stir-fry in his mouth and glancing at the employees around him relishing their meals, General Manager Chun couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for his staff, who enjoyed dishes prepared by Su Yuan every day, a privilege he himself lacked as the boss. His days were consumed with business meetings or nurturing client relationships, burdened by a plethora of social obligations, occasionally interrupted by gatherings with distant relatives. Busy all day like a spinning top constantly turning, he found it hard to even enjoy the stir-fry prepared by the company chef, leaving him to ponder whether it was his lot as the boss that was unfortunate, or if it was his employees who were truly fortunate. With no scheduled commitments these past few days, he was determined to reclaim the meals he had missed, finishing the rice on his plate. He approached the serving station where Xiong Donglin was dishing out food and saw that only the last piece of pork belly remained, so he quickly reached for it. Little did he know that before his chopsticks could make contact, another pair of intruding chopsticks snatched it away. He glared angrily ahead, wondering who was so oblivious to the rules of precedence, only to discover it was the boss. "Well, you're the boss, so you win. That piece of pork belly is yours." Xiong Donglin, heartbroken, took his plate away. General Manager Chen showed no embarrassment at having to compete with an employee for food. He quickly devoured the remaining dishes on the plate, pouring the sauce over the rice, and returned to indulge with satisfaction. Xiong Donglin, having lost the meat, ate his meal with a heavy heart. Although he dined on lavish meals daily, he never felt full. If only they could have another round of 4 meat dishes. Xiong Donglin asked his colleague, the seasoned employee Xiao Zhang, "Does our company have any anniversary celebrations or group meals for the boss' birthday?" Xiao Zhang shook his head, lowering his voice. "You know our boss is tight-fisted, otherwise our salaries wouldn't be 200 or 300 lower than others." Ame chimed in, "I've been with the company for 3 years, and we never have group meals during the new year. The boss only hands out some tasty gifts and buys some fruits and snacks, and we just sit together eating and chatting." Xiong Donglin felt his hopes crumbling. "I was hoping for a festive meal when we have a holiday gathering, with Su Gu making lots of delicious food for us to feast on. But it turns out there's no gathering at all. What a pity." So that was his intention. Hearing this, the others around him began to have ideas. The last time Xiong Donglin and Zhang Jiaming ordered 4 meat dishes, it was such a feast, but obtaining the right to choose dishes was too difficult. And during a recent meal with Manager Jiang, those dishes nearly drove them mad with hunger, yet they could never enjoy them all at once. If there were a gathering, they could enjoy more dishes. The ever-creative Bai Kai suddenly suggested, "How about we ask the boss to treat us? Didn't we just sign a big contract? It's only right to celebrate." This idea resonated with everyone, wanting to feast, yet lacking the funds. It was only natural for the boss to step in. "Exactly, we didn't have gatherings before, but this is now. With a chef like Su Gu in our company, I refuse to believe the boss wouldn't be tempted." Last time we treated the boss to afternoon tea, it's time he reciprocated. With such a large order, it deserves a celebration. For the sake of a feast, let's go for it. Bai Kai was the first to stand up and walk toward the boss table, followed by several others who quickly joined, pulling along a few close colleagues murmuring to explain the situation, their eyes brightening. General Manager Chun had just finished his meal and was sipping on soup when he suddenly noticed the employees gathering around him looking at him earnestly. He asked in confusion what's going on. The employees smiled at him. Boss, the contract we just signed is quite significant, right? We're going to be busy for a while. Since we'll be busy for so long, shouldn't we relax a bit before working overtime? We all feel that the company should organize some collective activity like a team-building event to enhance our camaraderie and teamwork, which would be more beneficial for the company's development. The employees chimed in, each expressing their thoughts. After finishing his soup, General Manager Chun understood that these people wanted a team-building event. But that wouldn't do. Team building required spending money, and the company had made it this far with difficulty. Expenses needed to be carefully considered. Yet glancing at the surrounding employees, many of whom had been with the company for years without recognition, he found it hard to refuse. He decided to resort to the old cliché. All right, I'll have the manager buy some fruits and snacks, and we can have the team-building event at the company tonight. The employees immediately expressed their discontent as fruits and snacks were far from exciting. They wanted a feast. Boss, how about we skip the fruits and snacks and save the money for dishes for Su Gu to prepare a feast? No. General Manager Chun reacted swiftly, rejecting the idea. The cost of a feast would certainly exceed that of fruits and snacks. But boss, the dishes made by Su Gu are especially delicious, even better than those at five-star hotels. Don't you want to indulge in a grand meal? Boss, you're always out running errands, hardly eating a proper meal. It's a pity for you. We can eat every day. Being at the company is rare. You should participate in team building and enjoy more of Su guest dishes. The fragrant stewed chicken with mushrooms, the spicy and irresistible mala hot pot, the spicy and salty marinated dishes, the tender and smooth beef strips. Slurp. I'm already salivating, just asking if the boss is tempted. The employees also chimed in enthusiastically, listing a multitude of dish names, whether they had eaten them or not, with the manager, who knew his preferences, even describing the flavors of the dishes he liked. Even if they hadn't tasted them, they could still boast. General Manager Chen found himself salivating, taking in a deep breath. He realized that what the employees said made a lot of sense. He had missed so many meals that he couldn't possibly make up for them in just these 2 days. Only through a gathering could Su Yuan prepare a large table of dishes, allowing him to finally catch up on what he had missed. Overcome with hunger, General Manager Chen promptly decided, all right, let's have a team-building event. Today will be too rushed, so let's schedule it for tomorrow evening. As soon as he finished speaking, the employees who received the favorable response erupted in cheers. Oh yeah, team building tomorrow. Great, tomorrow we can enjoy a feast. Boss, you're truly the best boss I've ever met. Boss, I love you. Boss, you're amazing. Su Yuan, who had been listening to the entire process of General Manager Chun being persuaded, struggled to hold back his laughter. These colleagues were truly impressive, successfully persuading the boss to treat them to a feast, and the usually frugal boss hadn't even noticed. General Manager Chun, who had been praised by the employees, felt even better and mingled with them, chatting for a long while before leaving the company close to 8 o'clock. As he reached the entrance, the cold night wind hit him, and General Manager Chun suddenly realized, oh no, I've been duped. That night, the miserly Chun was curled up under the blanket, mourning the meal expenses he was about to spend, while the employees all slept soundly, dreaming of feasting on extravagant dishes and gnawing on pig's trotters. In the morning, Chun was still feeling the pinch, but having already committed, he decided not to save those few coins. He sent a message to the manager instructing him to secure more funds for a lavish dinner. Thus, when Su Yuan received the dining budget for the team-building dinner, he was surprised. According to this standard, the dishes would indeed be lavish, completely feasible to arrange several large dishes. He promptly revised the previous menu, swapping in 2 better options. In a certain community at Zhou Man's home, Zhou Man had just gotten out of bed humming a tune, while washing up, occasionally swaying to the music coming from outside, clearly in a great mood. What's the occasion today? You seem so happy. Did your boss promote you, or something? Zhou Man's wife asked, puzzled. Zhou Man chuckled, of course. Today is our company's team-building event. We're going out for a feast. It'll be a real treat. His wife couldn't help but roll her eyes. You get this excited over a meal of fruit snacks and some cola. Are you okay? In the past, Zhou Man's company had organized team-building events, and it was always like this. His wife was already used to it. No, this time it's not fruits or snacks. It's a working meal, a delicious working meal. This time the boss is really splurging. It's bound to be extravagant. His wife couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why don't you go shout outside that your company's team-building meal is going to be a working meal? It's not just going to have 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, you know. Though Zhou Man had recently praised the new chef, claiming his skills surpassed those of a 5-star hotel chef, and that the dishes were on par with state banquets, his wife wouldn't believe it. How good could a working meal possibly be? It was indeed quite pitiful for Zhou Man, who previously the chef hired by the boss had poor skills, and now that he encountered someone slightly better, he was overjoyed thinking he was getting quite the deal. This laughter didn't sit well with Zhou Man. Wife, why don't you believe me? Everything I said is true. Su Ji's cooking is really fantastic. Your signature dishes would be child's play in front of him. His wife nodded. Oh, right, you're absolutely right. Clearly she was more skeptical. Zhou Man, anxious, said, all right, tonight, when we have the dinner with plenty of dishes, I'll pack some food to take back for you to experience what true culinary delight is like. Okay, whatever you say. At the market, Su Yuan had already bought all the ingredients needed for the dinner, but when he was about to leave, he realized that there was too much food for his electric bike to carry. The quantity of food for a gathering of over 20 people was far more than what one would prepare for a client, which only intensified Su Yuan's desire to buy a car. With no other option, he called the manager, recalling that the manager drove to work every day due to the distance from his home, and asked if he could arrange for someone to come pick him up. The manager was busy developing a new game and couldn't leave, but he handed the keys to Zhou Man, asking him to hurry over to the market to pick up Su Yuan. Without needing any further prompting, Zhou Man was already off with the keys, quickly locating Su Yuan using the location he sent, and together they loaded the purchased ingredients into the trunk. Looking at the ingredients, which included beef and chicken legs, Zhou Man was quite excited and asked, Su Go, what are we having for dinner tonight? Su Yuan listed out the names of the dishes, and upon hearing them, Zhou Man nearly drooled, overwhelmed with anticipation at the sumptuous feast. When they returned to the company, the two unloaded the ingredients into the kitchen. Zhou Man voluntarily stayed behind to help with the preparations. As the personnel manager, he actually had very little to do. Before long, Aunt Lin from the cleaning staff also came to help, and Su Yuan felt more at ease. Since they were having a dinner party that evening, lunch was kept simple, just stir-fried 2 meat dishes and made 2 vegetable dishes, completing the meal quickly. Everyone was looking forward to dinner, and who cared if lunch was too simple? Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yuan began preparing for dinner. As the ingredients were already prepped, he just needed to cook them. He turned on the large oven in the kitchen to preheat it. Oddly enough, for someone as stingy as Chun, it was surprising that he had approved the purchase of an oven, which was just right for Su Yuan to use. Having seasoned the large rack of lamb thoroughly with spices, Su Yuan wrapped it in aluminum foil and placed it in the oven, adjusting the heat to low, as a whole rack of lamb needs to be cooked slowly to be tender and flavorful. After handling the lamb, he moved on to frying chicken legs using fresh plump chicken legs, which he coated in egg batter and his own specially prepared crispy coating before gently placing them into the frying oil. At the right oil temperature, the chicken legs began to sizzle, and soon the entire pot was bubbling with golden yellow foam, creating a delightful sound as they cooked. After a moment, he flipped the chicken legs, revealing the golden crispy side. His movements were quick and fluid, and before long, a large bowl of fried chicken legs was ready, each piece golden and crispy, glistening with oil and still warm, occasionally emitting a sizzling sound. The aroma of the oil mixed with the fragrance of the chicken legs was so enticing it made one's mouth water. Throughout that afternoon, the kitchen was filled with an array of delightful aromas. At one moment, the rich scent of fried chicken filled the air, then it shifted to the spicy and fragrant notes, with hints of sweet and sour intermittently emerging. It was like a competition of fragrances, with various scents taking turns to waft through the air, occasionally darting into people's noses. The people in the office were so tempted by the fragrant smells that they were utterly captivated, with no thoughts of working left in their minds, wishing they could rush into the kitchen for a feast. At 6 o'clock sharp, everyone sprang into action, each person displaying their various skills, climbing through windows and overturning tables. They would think of any way to get there quickly. The dishes were already prepared and laid out on a long table formed by connecting several dining tables. When everyone saw the spread, they were all stunned. On the large table, dozens of dishes were presented, golden roasted chicken legs neatly arranged on the platters alongside the spicy and fragrant boiled beef, with a bright red broth piled high, with curled reddish-brown slices of meat garnished with dried chilies and chopped scallions, exuding an enticing aroma. The centerpiece that drew the most attention was the large platter of roasted lamb, which, having just been taken out of the oven, was still sizzling and glistening with oil. The meat was tender, and the color a rich reddish-brown, clearly a delicious and juicy treat. The other dishes were no less impressive. The vibrant colors and combinations made them not only tasty, but visually appealing. At first glance, it was a feast for the eyes, resembling a banquet fit for a state dinner. While this is too extravagant, a group of people rushed over, surrounding the table. With not enough chairs, they grabbed some from nearby, quickly forming a tight circle around the large table. The manager brought over a box and pulled out drinks, pouring each person a full glass. Another large bag was brought and filled with plates of seeds and fruits. The table was now overflowing with food and drinks, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Seeing Su Yuan approach with two small plates, someone immediately snatched them and placed them on the table. "Su, go hurry and sit down, we've set up a chair for you." "Is it time to eat now?" Amei stared at the chicken leg in front of her, her hand already touching the plate, just waiting for the signal to grab it and stuff it into her mouth. "We can start eating once everyone is here." Everyone looked at each other, not sensing anyone missing, and they were just about to pick up their chopsticks to launch into the chicken legs. Suddenly the manager shouted, "Wait, the boss hasn't arrived yet." Only then did everyone realize that the boss was indeed absent, reluctantly putting down the delicious food they had just reached for taking advantage of the manager's distraction to search for the boss. Unable to resist, Zhou Man quickly grabbed a piece of braised pig liver and carefully began to chew. With Zhou Man leading the way, everyone else was tempted, discreetly seeking out the scattered dishes that could be eaten without being noticed, each of them popping pieces into their mouths, confident that if the boss arrived they could just keep their mouths shut. Zhang Jiaming, who was a bit slow on the uptake, chose a fried chicken leg. After taking a bite, he suddenly remembered that this was not something that could be finished in one go. Putting it back on the plate was out of the question, as it would simply reveal that he was sneaking a bite. Just as he was in a dilemma, the boss and the manager arrived, immediately spotting the chicken leg he was gnawing on. Their eyes met, and Zhang Jiaming felt his mind go blank. "Just let him die right now." Mr. Chen didn't care about such trivial matters. He walked over with a smile, saying, "I took too long to arrive for our gathering. I won't say anything unnecessary so as not to delay everyone from enjoying the food. Come on, don't be shy, let's eat." "Wait, boss, there's something I want to tell you." Zhou Man, however, was not blinded by the food. He remembered that he needed to bring something back for his wife. He took out a transparent takeout box and said with a smile, "I've been praising Su Ji's cooking in front of my wife all day, and now she's also craving it. Can I take some back for her to try?" "No problem, pack it up. We've prepared so much food today, we definitely can't finish it all, so everyone should enjoy as well." As soon as Mr. Chen finished speaking, everyone picked up their chopsticks to eat their favorite dishes. Zhou Man wasn't polite either. He filled his wife's takeout box with 2 chopsticks full of suitable dishes. Having been in the company for several years apart from a few young employees, several of them were married. At this moment, seeing Zhou Man's act of bringing food back, they suddenly remembered that they hadn't let their wives taste anything yet. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty towards their wives, what should they do? They feast on delicacies every day at the company. However, since Zhou Man had already taken food home, if they brought up doing the same, would they still be able to eat? "Forget it, let's just continue eating." "Sorry, wife, I'll just munch on a couple more chicken legs, it's like I'm sharing with you." Mr. Chen was originally feeling sorry for spending so much money, but upon seeing such a lavish spread, he lost any thought of feeling regret and just wanted to enjoy a hearty meal. He had originally been most interested in the roasted lamb chops, but seeing others devouring fried chicken legs, just watching them gobble it down and hearing the crunching sounds made him a bit tempted as well. So he picked up a fried chicken leg and brought it to his mouth. The golden, crispy exterior emanated the aroma of fried food. As his teeth met the crust, applying slight pressure, a satisfying crunch echoed. With another slight pressure, he bit into the juicy chicken meat, the flavorful juices hidden within trickling into his mouth, just right in temperature as it had just come out of the fryer. With a flick of his tongue, the scent of fried goodness mingled with the fresh flavor of the chicken filled his mouth. He didn't know how Su Yuan marinated this chicken leg, but it had no gamey taste at all, only the rich flavor of chicken and a perfect amount of saltiness. The meat was tender and juicy, cooked to perfection. It was neither undercooked nor dry. After finishing one fried chicken leg, the rich chicken flavor lingered in his mouth. Just as he was preparing to take another bite, the manager reminded him, "Boss, you should dip the fried chicken leg in this sauce." Mr. Chen then noticed that there was a small dish of dark brown sauce in front of everyone. After dipping the chicken leg in the sauce and eating it, it was a whole different experience. The sauce was savory with a hint of spiciness and sweetness. This flavor combined with the chicken leg made it even more delicious and prevented it from becoming too rich. He could eat an entire piece without feeling overwhelmed. After consuming 2 chicken legs, Mr. Chen sincerely exclaimed, "These fried chicken legs are really delicious, flavorful, yet not greasy, rich, but not oily. I, who usually don't enjoy fried food, surprisingly devoured 2 in one go." Others chimed in, "Exactly, this is the kind of food that only young girls like, but somehow has me hooked. The fried chicken legs sold outside must be so bad that they made me think fried chicken legs weren't good. The dipping sauce is also so fragrant. Oh, I actually find the raw onions in it delicious. Even without the dipping sauce, I could eat too." Everyone was praising the fried chicken legs except for Amei and Xiao Zhang, who remained silent, focused entirely on eating. With so much delicious food, how could they just focus on the fried chicken legs? If they filled up on fried chicken legs, they wouldn't have room for anything else, and they would be devastated. As everyone chatted and ate, they suddenly noticed that the large platter of roasted lamb chops was visibly diminishing. Suddenly, it seemed like they all snapped to attention, letting out a cry and quickly shifting their focus to snatch the roasted lamb chops. Since it was a large table pieced together apart from the central roasted lamb chops, all the other dishes were served in double portions to ensure everyone could eat. However, when trying to serve 2 plates of the same dish, everyone ended up placing the same dish in the center, standing up to stretch their chopsticks to grab at it. Watching everyone rush from chicken legs to lamb chops, then from lamb chops to spicy marinated dishes, Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Can't we eat freely with so many dishes? Why the need to crowd together to snatch? Does it somehow taste better that way? Seeing the lamb chops about to be snatched away, he stood up to grab one. Despite being a chef, he had never made these dishes himself and had to taste them. The roasted lamb chops were tender and free of any gamey smell, easily falling off the bone with a gentle bite. There was no feeling of toughness or dryness when chewing. The lamb chops were succulent and rich with a bold, fiery kick. Yet their most distinctive feature was the generous sprinkling of whole cumin seeds clinging tenaciously to the meat. When bitten into, these aromatic kernels did not disrupt the tender texture. Instead, they elevated it with an unforgettable earthy depth. Su Yuan nodded in quiet satisfaction. That's exactly the flavor. Exactly the sensation I was hoping for. Just as he's savoring each bite with deliberate care, a communal chopstick reached across the table and deposited several pieces of spicy braised delicacies onto his plate, accompanied by Zhou Man's voice clear and cheerful from above. Brother Su, hurry and take at least 1 piece of each dish. They've already started fighting over the braised pig intestines again. At this pace, you'll be left with nothing but sauce. Surely not that dramatic. Su Yuan glanced toward the table and froze eyes wide with disbelief. Every dish they'd raided stood utterly bare, not a shred of edible morsel remained. Even the crispy batter crumbs clinging to the fried chicken drumsticks had vanished. In the spicy mixed braised delicate cuts like pork liver and duck intestines, often overlooked, had been devoured without mercy. In short, every plate gleamed with eerie cleanliness as if licked spotless. Had it not been for the glistening oil residue, they wouldn't even need washing. For a moment, Su Yuan was speechless. Surely the company cafeteria isn't lacking. It serves fresh, varied meals daily. This isn't some rare feast. Oh, why such frantic urgency? Everyone's treating this team-building dinner like their first, pure unbridled compensation feasting. Ease up, everyone. Leave something for Brother Su. He's a gentleman after all, he won't compete with you. As Zhou Man spoke, she darted back into the fray, diving once more for the braised pig intestines, though other dishes sat untouched beside her, as though deemed unworthy. A faint twitch tugged at Su Yuan's lips. Calmly, he reached for a slice of boiled beef, still unclaimed, and decided to savor it slowly. With so many dishes before them, surely something would remain, no need to rush. After just 2 bites, a pristine small dish suddenly appeared before him, filled with 7 or 8 glistening strips of pig intestine. Moments later, another arrived laden with stir-fried green beans. It was as if an invisible dish dispensing machine had activated each time the group surged toward a new platter. Another carefully portioned dish materialized before Su Yuan. Chun, the young CEO, surveyed his own empty plate, then Su Yuan's growing collection of miniature dishes. Their eyes met. Su Yuan, flustered, offered, "Boss, let's share." "Nonsense." Shun waved dismissively, rolled up his suit sleeves, and declared with pride, "Back in university, I was legendary, the undisputed champion of cafeteria line jumping. This, merely child's play. Watch me." With that, he plunged headlong into the scrum. "This team-building meal cost a fortune. I intend to eat my investment back down to the last grain. Make way, all of you. I spotted this beef first. Remove your hand. I lifted it first. It's mine. Stand aside. I'm the team leader. This is my rightful portion. Team leader, please. I'm the department manager. I demand it in my bowl within 3 seconds, or your bonus vanishes. Manager, I'm the CEO, the highest authority here. Surrender the meat, or face consequences." A stunned silence fell, then erupted anew as titles flew like weapons. Amid the chaos, the large slab of beef tumbled, landing squarely in someone's bowl. Wang Xiao, nudged to the periphery of the crowd, stared in disbelief at his own bowl. A miracle had descended, meat from the heavens indeed. He snatched it up and devoured it in one ravenous bite. Others exchanged glances, then groaned in collective, gut-wrenching regret. They'd been that close. Su Yuan ate quietly from his small dishes, gazed at the chaotic table, and shook his head. So much for team building. Here he sat alone on his chair, calmly dining, while others waged culinary war. After the frenzy subsided, full bellies soon signaled retreat. One by one, colleagues withdrew from the feeding ground, until finally, utterly sated, they slumped into their chairs, exhaling deep, contented sighs. Can't eat another bite. Not possible. So exhilarating. The scramble was joyous, the eating even more so. Truly profoundly satisfied. I'm stuffed to the throat. Only CEO Chun persisted, determined not to waste a single yuan of his investment. Every extra mouthful was a hard-won return. Yet even he eventually surrendered to satiety. He set down his chopsticks, sank into his chair, and groaned. Oh, too full, my stomach aches. Su Yuan surveyed the aftermath and found as expected leftovers. Yet the pattern was astonishing. Every dish touched by hands had been stripped clean. No waste, no distinction between meat or vegetable, all consumed utterly. The sole exception was the mu shu pork, a dish neither disliked nor neglected, merely bypassed in the heat of the rush. It sat untouched, pristine, and waiting. He shook his head and asked, "This dish hasn't been touched. How shall we handle it?" Chen replied, "Pack it up. Whoever wishes may take a portion home. And yes, pack me an extra-large serving. I'll toss it into noodles tomorrow morning. It'll taste splendid and save me breakfast money." A fine bargain. Colleagues with families leapt at the suggestion. They hurried to the kitchen, retrieved clean bags, and portioned out generous servings. Soon even the mu shu pork was fully claimed and divided. "Boss, this weekend's double days off will require overtime, right?" "Right," someone pleaded eagerly. "Absolutely," another chimed in. "Brother Su's cooking is so extraordinary. I feel restless without it. I'm already counting the hours until Monday's shift." Chen nodded. After all, a major contract demanded relentless effort. Reassured by his affirmation, the team exhaled in unison, tension dissolving. "If we land another deal like this, can we celebrate again?" Bai Kai, ever bold, voiced the question, burning in every heart. Chen nearly raised a hand in mock outrage. These people were shameless. They'd already conned him once just yesterday. Yet he paused. Such clients were exceedingly rare. One contract equaled 3 months' worth of smaller deals. A celebration perhaps wasn't unreasonable. "Agreed. Land another contract of this magnitude and we'll celebrate again. And whoever brings in such a client may order anything they wish. The boss will cover it entirely." Instantly the promise was etched into memory, everyone already dreaming of the next feast. Too full to move, they lingered, cracking sunflower seeds, chatting idly, until somehow someone proposed an impromptu talent show. Singers sang, dancers danced. With smartphones brimming with music and tutorials, the atmosphere ignited, voices soared, bodies swayed, laughter rang, pure, unadulterated delight. Others switched on their phone flashlights, waving them like glowing batons high above. They reveled until Chun reminded them gently, tomorrow's work awaits. Reluctantly, they gathered their things and departed, carrying warmth, laughter, and full hearts into the night. In a residential complex in Zhou Man's home, his wife, Ms. Tao, was watching television while occasionally glancing at her phone. As it was already 10 o'clock and Zhou Man had yet to come home, she casually sent him a message to inquire. A few minutes later, Zhou Man replied, saying he was on his way and would be home in 3 minutes. Ms. Tao got up and went to the kitchen. The pot was still steaming. Lifting the lid, she saw the braised pork simmering in the clay pot, and a smile appeared on her face. To be honest, she felt quite guilty when her husband praised the delicious work meals yesterday. She had no cooking talent, her usual dishes were just mediocre. It was one thing that her husband couldn't enjoy good food at home on weekends, but he had to eat unappetizing work meals every day during the week, which was truly pitiful. Today she specifically asked the old lady next door for advice and cooked this braised pork, which turned out quite well. She thought her husband would be very happy when he returned home to eat it. The braised pork was just perfectly cooked, and upon hearing the sound of the door opening outside, she quickly plated the pork and brought it to the dining table, not even serving rice, letting her husband eat meat directly. The feeling of eating meat was surely delightful. Zhou Man changed his shoes and eagerly headed to find his wife. He saw Ms. Tao sitting at the dining table with the aroma of dishes wafting from the kitchen, which piqued his curiosity. "Honey, why are you eating now? Were you waiting for my delicious food? Let me see what this is." He quickly took out a takeout box from his bag and proudly placed it on the dining table. With the lid still closed, it was clear that there were indeed some dishes inside. Ms. Tao sighed, saying, "You really brought takeout, but it's just some work meals. What difference does it make no matter how many dishes there are?" She pointed at the braised pork on the table, saying, "Come and try this. I asked the old lady next door to specially make it for you. It tastes quite good. I promise you'll like it." Zhou Man was baffled by his wife's actions. "Why did you make me a special dish? I was full at work and can't eat anymore. Let's save it for tomorrow. Come on, try the dishes I brought back. They're incredibly fragrant and will surely tempt you. Then let's eat together. You eat mine and I'll eat yours." All right. The couple didn't want to offend each other, both thinking that tasting a bit would suffice as they reached for their chopsticks. As the lid of the takeout box was opened, a powerful and rich aroma wafted out. The fragrance was both spicy and aromatic, with a hint of sweetness, instantly filling their mouths with saliva. "Why does it smell so good?" Ms. Tao swallowed hard, picking up a marinated chicken foot to bring to her mouth. The flavor was perfectly spicy, and the rich sauce was even more intense than before. As she bit into the chicken foot, the spicy flavor surged at the root of her tongue. It wasn't that dry, pungent spiciness. Instead, it was full of fragrant heat. Her mouth produced an abundance of saliva, prompting her to chew. Ms. Tao bit down hard. The chicken foot was marinated to perfection, effortlessly separating from the bone. The meat was tender and glutinous, bursting with gelatin. Eating down to the knuckle, when she reached the sinewy part, a slight effort caused the sinew to detach as well, and the chewy flavor gradually emerged in her mouth. Chewing carefully, the spiciness blended with the fragrance with the numbing sensation, and the numbing with the freshness laced with a touch of sweetness. Just when she felt it was too spicy, the sweetness emerged, perfectly balancing the heat. After finishing one chicken foot, Ms. Tao didn't miss even the tiny bones, ensuring there was nothing left to eat. She even slowly sucked on the larger bone, reluctant to throw it away. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Su Guest's skills are unbeatable. It's simply perfect. Ms. Tao nodded vigorously, hardly believing this was the work meal her husband usually ate. Now she couldn't stop eating. After finishing the chicken foot, she began to eat pig liver and intestines. Each dish was incredibly delicious, whether the finely textured pig liver or the soft and chewy intestines. When the crispy and juicy fried chicken leg entered her mouth, Ms. Tao suddenly began to cry, startling Zhou Man. Wait, honey, why are you really crying? Just be happy, there's no need to cry. Listening to Ms. Tao's gritted teeth, she exclaimed, You actually eat lavish meals every day at work while I have to eat your terrible cooking at home. Don't you have any conscience? The more Ms. Tao thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Was it her fault for having poor cooking skills? She was also trying hard to learn why did she have to eat poorly every day while Zhou Man could enjoy feasts at work. Zhou Man was stunned by her words. Honey, let's be reasonable. The terrible meals you mentioned are what you cooked. How can you blame me for that? Oh really? You actually think my cooking is terrible? Didn't you say that yourself? I never said that. I don't care, you said it. Zhou Man. Okay, I said it or I'm wrong. I apologize, but our work meals are prepared by our talented chef, not my own skills. How can you blame me for that? Then wouldn't you have noticed the chef's skills when hiring? You could have sent me to work there, and I could eat lavish meals every day too. When a woman feels wronged, she is utterly unreasonable, leaving Zhou Man speechless. Listening to his wife enumerate her grievances, he finally softly coaxed her. How about this? Whenever I have the chance, I'll bring dishes back for you. That should work, right? But then I still can't eat lavish meals every day and have to eat my own terrible cooking for dinner. Ms. Tao looked at Zhou Man with a pitiful expression, saying, How about I work at your company? I can start as an intern. Zhou Man was speechless. She truly despised her own cooking to this extent. You're a teacher. How can you say you want to work at a gaming company? What could you even do there? Teach people how to solve equations. Ms. Tao Hua. That night Zhou Man fell asleep amidst Ms. Tao's incessant chatter. The next morning, he woke up feeling a bit sluggish due to not sleeping well. Initially thinking he was the only one feeling this way, he was surprised to find several others yawning at the company. Did you all go rob a bank last night? You're all yawning nonstop. The others could only laugh bitterly. I brought takeout home last night, and after my wife had it for a midnight snack, she insisted on coming to work with me, nagging me all night. Who knows what she, a nurse, would do working here? My wife is the same. She pulled me awake, even in her sleep, excitedly complimenting our work meals for half the night and wanting me to bring her food. In the worst off, after my wife heard that there were no takeout meals today, she kicked me out of the bedroom, and I slept on the couch all night. Now my whole body hurts. After hearing the stories from several married men, the entire office erupted in a burst of delighted laughter. The location of the game company is in a mixed-use building with residential units above and shops below. Due to its average location, the rent is affordable. Although it is not as cheap as the rents in office buildings, there are significantly fewer competitors here, which is why Mr. Chen chose to establish the company in this area. It has proven to be a wise choice. While securing major contracts is challenging, smaller businesses often come seeking inquiries, and with enough inquiries, the business naturally thrives. Besides the game company, there are many other companies nearby, and Liao Dandan is the owner of the gym located on the first floor. One midday, her family sent her some cured meat, which was too much for Liao Dandan to finish alone, so she packed some to take to her friend Wu Siwen at the game company. It was lunchtime, and everyone at the game company was in the cafeteria eating. Liao Dandan glanced at the entrance and saw no one, so she took out her phone to call Wu Siwen and explain her purpose. Moments later, Wu Siwen appeared with a tray. Seeing her holding a tray piled high with food, as if afraid it would disappear if she stepped outside, Liao Dandan couldn't help but laugh. It's just a work meal, you don't need to go overboard. By the way, weren't you on a diet? How can you eat so much? Wu Siwen pushed open the glass door, and a rich aroma wafted in. Upon seeing the food on the tray, Liao Dandan suddenly shut her mouth, her eyes fixed in astonishment. The trays at the company are all the same, perfectly accommodating 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes along with a bowl of rice. But the key point is that the food on her friend's tray looked incredibly tempting. The bright red color of the sweet and sour fish coated in a tangy sauce and the spicy, fiery chicken cubes with a strong aroma were all visually striking. The two vegetable dishes beside them were vibrant and colorful, making one feel hungry, and the fragrance was quite rich, making one want to dig in. She couldn't help but swallow. I remember you mentioned last time that your company was changing chefs. It looks like this new chef is quite good. The food seems to have everything: color, aroma, and flavor. It should taste great too, right? Wu Siwen, with her mouth full of food, was chewing and could only respond after a moment. Not just good, our chef Su is practically a culinary god. His cooking is so delicious that even my mom's best dish, braised beef, would have to step aside in comparison to his cooking. Really? That sounds a bit exaggerated. Liao Dandan, who had tasted Wu Siwen's mother's braised beef and found it amazing, couldn't believe such a statement. If you don't believe me, just try it. They were classmates and had a very close relationship, so Liao Dandan didn't mind using Wu Siwen's used chopsticks. She picked up a piece of fiery chicken and put it in her mouth, and instantly the spicy and numbing sensation exploded in her mouth. The spiciness was particularly intense, almost as if fire was erupting in her mouth. Only people from Pingsheng could handle such spice, otherwise it would be unbearable. The combination of aromatic and spicy flavors was one thing, but the chicken was also exceptionally delicious. The fried chicken pieces had a fragrant crunch on the outside, coated with egg batter, while being tender and juicy on the inside. The combination of the crispy and smoky flavors in her mouth, along with the fiery sensation, made it irresistible. Wow, this is really delicious. I need to try some more. She danced with her chopsticks, picking up several pieces of chicken. Reluctant to put them down, she also tried the vegetable dishes, which turned out to be incredibly tasty, making it impossible to associate this deliciousness with a work meal. Try this sweet and sour fish, it's also very delicious. No, I dislike fish because of its strong ocean flavor. Besides, fish go bad quickly after being caught, making them even less appetizing. Liao Dandan immediately shook her head. You should give it a try. Our chef Su can make anything delicious. There's no dish he can't handle. Half convinced, Liao Dandan picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish and brought it to her lips. The sour and sweet aroma surrounded her nostrils, giving her a refreshing and appetizing feeling. There was no strange fishy or salty taste, but she still cautiously took a small bite. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she devoured the piece of fish cleanly, with no leftovers, eating 2 more pieces before stopping. Remembering that this was Wu Siwen's lunch, she felt a bit embarrassed, quickly handing over the bag and suggesting that she eat the cured meat with her rice. But just looking at that tray, she still found it hard to believe. Is this really a work meal? It can't be. Are you sure there's no special occasion like your boss' birthday that led you to buy this from a 5-star hotel? Your boss would invite you to a 5-star hotel for his birthday. What are you thinking? Plus, have you ever seen a 5-star hotel serve food that tastes like this? Wu Siwen recounted how Su Yuan was called in after Zhou Man, detailing all the delicious dishes he had made, even mentioning how clients prioritized their contracts with the company due to the food. As she went on about those delicious dishes, she got so carried away that she made herself hungry. After she finished, Liao Dandan finally understood why a mysterious aroma had been wafting from the shops recently. Oh, every time they caught a whiff, everyone searched around to see which nearby eatery it came from, but they couldn't find it for days. Who would have thought it was the work meal from her friend's company? She looked at Wu Siwen with envy, her mind filled with dish names, craving them. She was so envious that Wu Siwen continued to indulge in her meal. Let me tell you, it's just that yesterday's team-building meal was too good, so today's dishes are average. Normally the meals are much more lavish, at least one substantial dish, like braised pork. Liao Dandan's eyes turned red with jealousy. Everyone was working, so why was her friend so lucky eating lavish meals every day? She felt pitiful, only able to eat takeout every day. She thought, I want to have a feast too. Suddenly grabbing her friend's shoulders, she urged, Quick, tell me, is there any way I can enjoy your company's work meals every day? Maybe sell meal tickets or something. Wu Siwen shrugged. We're not running a cafeteria. How could we have meal tickets? If you want to eat every day, you'd have to work at our company. Liao Dandan, as the gym owner, had to be in her shop every day. How could she go work at someone else's company? Even if she hired someone to replace her, she wouldn't know how to make games. Is there nothing else? Nope. Nope. Wu Siwen nodded. Liao Dandan felt both greedy and hungry. She had barely eaten lunch, but after tasting Wu Siwen's food, she couldn't stomach the awful takeout anymore. Seeing her friend devour her food angrily, she exclaimed, I'm so envious of you. You keep flaunting your food in front of me. Ooh, I want to cut ties with you. Wu Siwen held her head high, looking fierce and powerful. Lady, you wouldn't want to miss out on my work meals in the future, would you? These words. A flood of phrases from secretly watched short videos with her best friend instantly surged into Liao Dandan's mind. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband, ahem. No, she mustn't dwell on that. Delicious food came first. Liao Dandan hastily clutched her friend's arm in apology, gazing at her with eager, pleading eyes. Tonight, I'd love to taste it again. Could you share just a little more of your lunch ration? I'm not picky. I'd be delighted even with just the broth. Wu Siwen had initially intended to decline. After all, this was her company's official staff meal, and carrying it out to share felt slightly awkward. Yet how could she refuse her longtime best friend who simply longed, just once more, to savor the delectable fare served at her workplace? After much deliberation, she agreed she'd simply take a single generous portion, enough for one person, and split it with her friend outside, avoiding a second trip altogether. Having convinced her friend, Liao Dandan smacked her lips and returned to the gym brimming with anticipation. Her food delivery had already arrived. The front desk staff handed her the package. As she opened it, Liao Dandan sighed deeply. Such exquisite cuisine, yet she could only sample it lightly, unable to feast freely. How tragically wasteful. Though she'd get another taste this afternoon, it still wouldn't satisfy her hunger. What she truly craved was an unrestrained hearty banquet, the kind that brought pure, unadulterated joy. She sighed repeatedly, idly stirring her noodles until the delicate shrimp noodles became a tangled, unappetizing mass. It was lunchtime. The gym's patrons had all departed, gathering instead in the lounge reserved for guests' rest, where they now ate. Seeing her like this, they grew intensely curious. "Boss, what's wrong? Why all those sighs? Is the takeout unpalatable?" "Unpalatable? Far worse. I swear I'll never order such takeout again." "Then what would you like? I'll fetch it for you. I'm stepping out shortly," offered a fitness trainer. Her sigh deepened. If only it were purchasable, then I wouldn't be so torn. Yet the truth is, no amount of money can buy what I crave. I want the staff meal from the gaming company upstairs. It's sublime, utterly addictive. I tasted just 2 bites, and suddenly every delicious thing I've ever eaten paled into insignificance. You have no idea how extraordinary it is. The spicy Sichuan chicken, perfectly balanced, fiery, yet refined. And the sweet and sour spare ribs, so tender I sucked every last morsel from the bones before parting with them. Oh, why don't they sell meal vouchers? Liao Dandan let out a mournful wail. Born into privilege, she'd never lacked for anything. Yet here she was thwarted by a simple staff meal. Heartbroken. Ravenous. What? You want their staff meal? A wave of stunned disbelief crossed the employees' faces. Had they misheard? Their boss, lamenting over an 88 shrimp noodle dish, was passionately clamoring for another company's lunch. Is she indulging in gourmet fatigue, suddenly yearning for plain congee and pickles? Oddly, a pang of resentment toward wealth flickered among them. Quick, help me devise a way so I can eat Wu Siwen's company meals every day. Stumped herself, Liao Dandan decided to crowdsource solutions. Perhaps inspiration would strike collectively. Naturally skeptical, the staff dismissed the gaming company's meal as mere whimsy, a passing caprice of their glamorous boss, and tossed out absurd, implausible suggestions. Frustration mounting, Liao Dandan shouted, 500 yuan bonus for whoever devises a real solution. Instantly alert, everyone sprang into brainstorming mode. Though logically infiltrating another firm's internal meal system daily seemed impossible, perhaps 1 or 2 visits might be feasible. A fitness trainer suddenly interjected, "Boss, if you're so enamored with that chef's cooking, why not hire him for our company?" "Exactly. Poach him from the gaming firm. Bring him here to cook for us. Then you'll enjoy staff meals daily. Haven't you been searching for a chef to prepare nutritious meals for members? You just couldn't find the right fit. Well, here he is." Once the idea took hold, others chimed in enthusiastically. Liao Dandan's eyes lit up. Of course. Why hadn't she thought of it? Steal the chef, solve the hunger. Brilliant. Tonight I'll scout the gaming company firsthand. True to form, Wu Siwen emerged at dinner bearing a generously filled tray and shared it with Liao Dandan. Though the portion was ample, it barely sufficed for 2 young women, especially when the flavors were this transcendent. Fortunately, Liao Dandan had anticipated this. She'd brought 2 roasted ducks, their longtime favorite. Alas, while the taste remained unchanged, it now felt curiously hollow, lacking the vibrant soul of the staff meal. By contrast, Su Yuan's mapo tofu and braised fish were extraordinary, each dish devoured to the last grain of rice. Had reason not held her back, Liao Dandan might well have licked the plates clean. Sated and refreshed, she remembered her mission. When did your company hire such an exceptional chef? Is he related to your CEO? Not at all a relative, just hired through the standard app-based recruitment process. We had no idea Su Ge's culinary mastery ran so deep. Our company truly struck gold. Recruited through the app. Liao Dandan stared dumbfounded. So his monthly salary is only several thousand. Around 6,000, I believe. Zhou Go mentioned it once. Wu Siwen replied. Liao Dandan's eyes widened, utterly incredulous. She'd assumed such a master chef, skipping luxury hotels for a gaming firm's cafeteria. Must be the CEO's relative, retired in comfort, cooking casually for pleasure alone. To learn he wasn't kin and earned merely 6,000 yuan a month. This wasn't just striking gold. It was cosmic fortune, rarer than winning a 5 million yuan lottery. How had she missed encountering such an approachable genius? Yet then she smiled inwardly. Low salary, no entrenched ties. Perfect conditions for poaching. Liao Dandan suppressed her excitement, stretching her neck toward the glass door. Which one is Su Gu? His skills are legendary. I'd love to meet him. Wu Siwen assumed she'd simply fallen under Su Yuan's culinary spell, a common phenomenon who nearly everyone at the company adored him. With quiet pride she declared, Su Gu doesn't just cook brilliantly. He's strikingly handsome, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. Wait, he's about to step out. Let me introduce you. Liao Dandan said nothing, only nodded eagerly. Meeting him was essential. Poaching required subtlety, no grins, no overeagerness. After dinner, Aunt Lin was tidying up the kitchen while Su Yuan finished his meal and had nothing to do. He changed his clothes and left the company, his new computer at home waiting for him with a bunch of games downloaded and ready to play. Seeing him come out, Wu Siwen eagerly stepped forward to greet him. Su, go off work. Su Yuan nodded, suddenly noticing a girl standing next to Wu Siwen, her expression filled with enthusiasm as she approached him, extending her hand without waiting for him to speak. Hello, Mr. Su, am Wenwen's friend, the owner of the gym downstairs. Thanks to Wenwen, I had the pleasure of tasting the delicious work meal you prepared today. It was absolutely amazing. I've never tasted something so delightful from ribbonfish before. You are truly remarkable, a true culinary genius. Liao Dandan was genuinely astonished. At first she imagined that a chef capable of creating such flavorful dishes would be an elderly man or at least a middle-aged uncle. Little did she know the chef was a handsome young man of her age, which only strengthened her resolve to pursue him. Having such a handsome guy in the company was a visual delight, especially one who could prepare such exquisite meals, prompting her to shower him with compliments without restraint. If it were some other young man being praised by a beautiful girl like this, he might easily become giddy and take the opportunity to add her as a friend. However, Su Yuan remained grounded. Having been complimented daily at the gaming company, he had developed a certain immunity to flattery, merely responding with a few humble words. Liao Dandan hinted several times about wanting to be friends with Su Yuan. When she didn't receive a friend request in return, she decided to take the initiative, pulling out her phone and saying, Mr. Su, how about we add each other as friends? It would be quite an honor to be friends with a chef like you. Sure. Su Yuan took out his phone, added Liao Dandan as a friend, chatted for a couple of minutes, and then turned to leave, his mind already on the games. Seeing her smiling radiantly, Wu Siwen was puzzled. It was just adding a friend. Was it really necessary to be that happy? I feel like your enthusiasm is a bit excessive. You're not planning something mischievous, are you? Liao Dandan wasn't naive enough to voice her intentions of stealing the chef right outside the gaming company. She smiled and changed the subject. That night, once she got home, Liao Dandan opened her phone and sent Su Yuan a goodnight picture. Su Yuan was engrossed in a game when his phone rang. He glanced at it casually. It was the girl from the afternoon sending a picture, and he replied with one of his own. Seeing Su Yuan respond, Liao Dandan smiled again. Although she was trying to win him over, she couldn't just come out and say it right away. That would be too awkward. Instead, she began to praise Su Yuan's culinary skills once more. As a liberal arts student, Liao Dandan was quite eloquent, her compliments flowing like a small essay. Anyone who read it would surely feel uplifted. Unfortunately, Su Yuan was too absorbed in his game to notice the lengthy message, becoming anxious. Liao, boss, do you need something? If not, I'm going to continue playing my game. Liao Dandan was momentarily taken aback by his response. Wow, this handsome guy was quite the straight shooter. Here she was, a beautiful woman complimenting him for ages, yet all he cared about was his game. She decided to drop the subtleties and asked directly, Mr. Su, do you have any intention of working elsewhere, perhaps at our gym? We offer great employee benefits and pay. If you're willing to come work for me, I can offer you a salary of 8,000 a month. No, a salary of 10,000. What do you think? As the owner of the gym, Liao Dandan was quite savvy in business. With Su Yuan's exceptional skills, it would be easy to prepare snacks and drinks for the members. If the members enjoyed his food, renewing their memberships would be a breeze. A salary of 10,000 a month was not too high, but the most important thing was that she would get to eat delicious food every day. Su Yuan paused his game. Now he understood why Wu Siwen's friend was so enthusiastic. It turned out she wanted to lure him to work at the gym. Where he worked was not up to him, but rather determined by the system. Besides, in a few days he would be receiving a reward of 100,000. The rewards from the system would only become more plentiful in the future. 10,000 a month truly wasn't much. Without a second thought, Su Yuan declined. Sorry, I have no plans to change jobs at the moment. Liao Dandan was stunned by his message. The reason she raised the offer from 8,000 to 10,000 was that she felt the former wasn't attractive enough. She didn't expect him to refuse so decisively. What went wrong? Was there really a need to think about choosing between 6,000 a month and 10,000? Could it be because most of this month had already passed, and he felt it wasn't worth losing a month's salary? Liao Dandan quickly sent another message to Su Yuan stating that if he was willing to leave his job, she would compensate him for this month's salary. After completing the employment paperwork, she would ensure he didn't lose out. Yet Su Yuan still replied, simply stating he had no plans to change jobs. Liao Dandan gritted her teeth and offered him an additional 1,000 in salary, but it was still the same result, leaving her truly perplexed. This chef was completely impervious to her offers. No matter what she said, it was all in vain. What was so great about the gaming company that he wouldn't agree? Troubled by this question, Liao Dandan couldn't sleep that night. She dreamt of inviting Su Yuan to the gym, building a small kitchen just for him, where he would cook various delicious meals for her, and she would gain weight from indulging in them every day. In the morning, she woke up with dark circles under her eyes. Liao Dandan yawned and immediately checked her phone, hoping that after a night had passed, Su Yuan would change his mind. Unfortunately, he hadn't at all. Liao Dandan felt a moment of despair. Was she destined to be devoid of culinary delights? While having breakfast, she pondered how to resolve this issue. What do you think one can do when money fails to win a man's heart? Wu Siwen chuckled on the other end of the phone. Why are you asking such a strange question? Oh, I have a friend you don't know. He's encountering some issues and came to me for advice, Liao Dandan replied without changing her expression. Wu Siwen genuinely thought about it. Maybe it's about being beautiful. Men are attracted to beauty and money. If money doesn't work, let beauty do the trick. If that doesn't work either, then a combination of both. No man can resist that unless he's a straight shooter. Liao Dandan just casually mentioned this, not expecting Wu Siwen to provide such constructive advice. Suddenly, it was as if a special light bulb had turned on in her mind, and all sorts of ideas began to surface. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, looking as beautiful as a little fairy, she clapped her hands decisively. For the sake of delicious food, I will fight for it. Early in the morning, Liao Dandan got up, and without doing anything else, opened her wardrobe. She carefully selected her favorite winter dress that accentuated her waist, and after putting it on, chose a leg-bearing piece to showcase her long legs. After changing her clothes, she applied a beautiful makeup and spritzed on a light perfume. Satisfied that she looked stunning from every angle in the mirror, she headed to the gym. Amidst the astonished gazes of several singles, she handed some flyers to a cashier, asking her to deliver them upstairs to the gaming company for Wu Siwen. When Wu Siwen received the promotional flyers from her friend, she initially thought it was just a promotional event for the gym, especially brought for her. During lunch, she shared the flyers with everyone. Look, my friend just gave these out. All gym equipment downstairs is available for free trial. Just take this flyer. Is anyone interested in going together? Your friend is so generous bringing so many. Someone commented. Of course. We've been friends for years. Why else would she be the first to share this with our company? I'm going down to check it out. Wu Siwen added, speaking of which, I've eaten too much lately and gained weight. I should definitely work out. My chin is almost becoming a double chin, or I'll go check it out too. Let's go and work out my rusty bones. Since it was a free trial, everyone agreed. Wu Siwen was unaware that her friend was trying every possible way to poach talent from their company, repeatedly urging everyone to join, while specifically calling out to Su Yuan. Sugu, you should come too, the more the merrier. Su Yuan initially didn't want to go, but everyone was so enthusiastic that he thought it over and agreed. After lunch, the entire company trickled into the gym with over a dozen people flooding in at once. Liao Dandan warmly greeted everyone, and upon seeing Su Yuan walking in, her smile grew even brighter as she proactively approached him. Mr. Su, it's good to see you again. Please come in. Her smile was charming and exceptionally captivating. Su Yuan glanced at Liao Dandan and nodded lightly, not paying attention to her outfit. Instead, Wu Siwen exclaimed, Wow, Dandan, you look so beautiful today. Are you going to some banquet? Well, there are a few matters. Liao Dandan certainly wouldn't reveal that she was there to catch Su Yuan's attention. After introducing her friend to a suitable piece of equipment, she quickly left them behind and hurried to Su Yuan. Mr. Su, would you like some tea? She purposely brewed a cup of fine tea that she usually wouldn't indulge in and offered it to Su Yuan, and within 2 minutes, she brought over a plate of fruit. Mr. Su, enjoy the fruit. Thank you. Seeing her continuously leaning closer, Su Yuan suddenly realized why the gym had sent them so many flyers. It turned out that this beautiful boss hadn't given up and was trying to persuade him to work at the gym, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He was just a chef. How did he become such a sought-after individual? Moreover, gyms weren't like other companies. They didn't require meals or chefs at all. Don't underestimate our small gym. The employee benefits are excellent. We strictly follow the national holidays, and for overtime, there's meal compensation. We often have team-building activities like dinners and trips. If something delays you for a bit, as long as it's not too long, it doesn't count against attendance. I'm a young person who I'm quite open-minded. Liao Dandan, with a dual strategy of charm and monetary appeal, spoke, while casting flirtatious glances at Su Yuan. She purposely stood in a position where the air conditioning was blowing her fragrance toward him. Mr. Su, you see, I treat our employees quite well, don't you think? Am I the kind of boss that everyone loves? With her good looks enhanced by makeup, her flirtatious glances could easily lead someone's imagination astray. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had no clue she was flirting and looked confused instead. After a while, when Liao Dandan batted her eyelashes again, Su Yuan couldn't help but asked, "Boss Liao, I've noticed your eyes have been blinking nonstop. Are they bothering you?" This question caught Liao Dandan off guard. So after all that flirting, Su Yuan didn't understand at all. Such a beautiful fairy was offering him a high-paying job, yet he showed no reaction at all. This was simply unscientific. She was a bit on the verge of giving up, thinking that this guy must be the kind of steel straight man her friend mentioned, completely unfazed by his stunning beauty. Feeling a bit desperate, Liao Dandan recalled the delicious work meal she had snatched from her friend yesterday, and unable to resist, decided to go all out. She reached out and tugged at Su Yuan's arm softly, asking, "Mr. Su, what would it take for you to consider working at our gym?" This was a tactic she had learned from TV. Beautiful women should speak softly and seem pitiful. She believed she had mastered it, as it was said to work every time. After taking a round in the gym, Wu Siwen, who had just walked over, heard this, and her face changed dramatically as she stared at her friend in disbelief. "What? Dandan, what did you just say? You actually want to poach from our company?" She lowered her voice for the last few words, remembering there were other employees around. Her expression was still one of disbelief, as she felt as if she had been stabbed in the back by her friend. Goodness, she shared delicious food with her friend, and now her friend was so pleased that she was thinking of taking the whole pot away. Was this how people acted? What if she was caught red-handed trying to poach? Liao Dandan chuckled awkwardly, still unwilling to give up, and gazed at Su Yuan with anticipation, occasionally blinking her eyes and making flirty expressions. Wu Siwen's expression turned to stone. What did she just see? Her friend was using seduction to poach. How shameless. Recalling the phone call Liao Dandan made to her early that morning, Wu Siwen felt like slapping herself. It turned out that the friend she mentioned was actually herself. And here she was foolishly giving advice, which was essentially helping the gym come up with ideas to poach their own chef. "I'm poaching myself. Oh boy, that's it. Friendship overdone for." Wu Siwen anxiously glanced at Su Yuan, wishing she could turn back time. Su Yuan scratched his head helplessly, realizing that if he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have agreed to come to the gym with everyone earlier, or he wouldn't have been stuck with the gym's boss. "I'm sorry, Boss Liao, but I don't currently have any intention of switching companies." He smiled apologetically, pulled his arm away from Liao Dandan, said goodbye, and turned to leave. Wu Siwen, seeing that the culinary position was secured, was so happy she almost cried, making a face at Liao Dandan as she hurried to catch up. Su Yuan remarked to her, "Your friend seems to have an issue with her eyes. You should remind her to check with a doctor. She's blinking too frequently. It's clearly not right." Wu Siwen gasped, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh." That night, Liao Dandan received ridicule from her friend. "Ha ha, Dandan, Su Gu said your eyes are blinking too often, and I should remind you to see a doctor." Ha ha. She was laughing so hard that Liao Dandan felt embarrassed to death. For the sake of food, it was not easy for her, and yet her first attempt at flirting encountered a steel straight man. Was she really going to give up just like that? Absolutely not. For the sake of a feast, if she had thought of seduction, how could she easily back down? She simply couldn't allow this meal to slip away. The ideas are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Liao Dandan claimed she wouldn't give up, yet in truth, she had no idea what to do. After backstabbing her friend and getting caught red-handed, she felt too embarrassed to even shamelessly eat from Wu Siwen's plate. Instead, at lunchtime, she stood at the doorway, desperately inhaling the faint aroma carried by the wind, drooling uncontrollably. "Boss, why are you standing at the door inhaling? Aren't you cold?" "I'm drinking the northwest wind." The employee was taken aback, feeling that the boss had been acting strangely since she arrived. After a while, Liao Dandan, with her cold hands and feet, could no longer endure it and returned to the office. Everyone was happily enjoying their lunch, but Liao Dandan hadn't ordered anything. She didn't want to eat and had no appetite. The receptionist thought she had forgotten, and being kind-hearted, offered to help her order food, asking about a variety of delicious options, both Chinese and Western, even suggesting going out to buy French cuisine. However, Liao Dandan had no desire to eat, leaving the receptionist at a loss. "Boss, what do you want to eat? At least give me an answer, otherwise I can't buy food for you." Liao Dandan tearfully pointed towards the game company and said, "I just want to eat the staff meal from the game company." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes, subtly wondering why she would choose to eat the staff meal when a sumptuous feast was available. With no staff meal available, Liao Dandan had to settle for a portion of stir-fry that the receptionist had helped pack from the neighboring restaurant. Ironically, the receptionist happened to buy the best-selling dish from that place, the fiery spicy chicken. As a piece of chicken entered her mouth, Liao Dandan's disappointment became evident. One shouldn't assume that all spicy dishes taste alike just because they are heavily flavored. In reality, the differences can be significant. Sometimes, if the seasoning proportions are off, the dish loses its most suitable aroma, leaving nothing but spiciness, while freshness and tenderness are indispensable. Liao Dandan sighed, mixing some sour and spicy shredded potatoes with her rice. She had no interest in the other two meat dishes and pushed them towards her employees for them to eat. The employees tasted a few bites and found the flavor delightful, their expressions growing even more peculiar. It seemed they were indeed tired of the rich meat and fish. After a few bites of rice, Liao Dandan grew increasingly reluctant and slapped the table, resorting to her old tricks to have her employees come up with a way for her to eat the game company's food. But the employees had no good ideas. They had already shared everything last time, and it was clear that besides joining the game company, there was no other way. After a fierce internal struggle, Liao Dandan decided to interview at the game company. She was very clear in her mind to live a life isn't it all about enjoying food, drink, and fun, and making oneself happy. She had money and looked surpassing many, and all she wanted was to feel joyful and comfortable. Enjoying food and play was the top priority, of course. For the sake of food, working at the game company was no big deal. She turned to the receptionist and said, "A couple of days ago, didn't you mention a friend looking for a job? Tell her to come try at our store today. Since you'll be on rotating shifts, I have things to do, and will leave first." With that, she turned and walked up to the second floor, full of determination as she entered the game company. Wu Siwen thought Liao Dandan was there to see her, but instead Liao Dandan overlooked her and sought out someone from the HR department. Wu Siwen, still in a daze, led Liao Dandan to meet Zhou Man. Moments later, Zhou Man's astonished voice came from the meeting room. "What? You say you want to apply for a position at our company. Aren't you the owner of a gym?" Originally, Zhou Man didn't know who the gym owner was, but yesterday Liao Dandan had sent them a promotional flyer, and the entire game company knew that the gym owner was a stunning beauty. Upon hearing Liao Dandan's words, Zhou Man thought she was just trying to tease him. Liao Dandan's expression was very serious. "In the gym's owner. Is there a conflict with working here?" Zhou Man was momentarily speechless. After thinking carefully, he realized it made perfect sense. There was indeed no conflict. "Then what position are you applying for?" "Our company is always recruiting various technical talents. We welcome your joining." Liao Dandan felt a bit shy this time, awkwardly saying, "I'm here to apply for the cleaning position." Cough, cough. Zhou Man, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out and coughed heavily for a long while before calming down. "Boss Liao, what did you say?" Liao Dandan felt extremely embarrassed but steeled herself to say, "I would love to be a technical talent, but I really can't make games, nor can I make videos or plan. However, I genuinely want to join your company, so how about letting me be a cleaner?" Zhou Man looked at Liao Dandan, blinking slowly, almost thinking he was still dreaming. Good heavens, a stunning beauty in her 20s came to them, wanting to be a cleaner, and even promised to work hard. He felt that if he didn't agree, he would be a heartless villain. But why? A perfectly good boss was willing to become a cleaner at their company. Who would believe it? "It's because your staff meal is so delicious, yet you don't sell meal tickets, making me crave it every day," Liao Dandan lamented. Zhou Man instantly had an expression of realization. It turned out she wasn't coming for work, but for their company's staff meal. Once he thought about it, everything made sense. After all, anyone who had tasted Su Guest's cooking would never say it was bad. Who wouldn't want to eat it every day? "However, we are not currently in need of cleaners." "Then he'll come and clean for free. Oh, just let me eat, is that okay?" Zhou Man. Unable to withstand Liao Dandan's persistent pleas, Zhou Man ultimately agreed, allowing her to try out as a cleaner while also helping in the kitchen. Currently, Aunt Lin was doing the cleaning and also helping in the kitchen, which indeed was a bit busy. But since the two of them had some downtime aside from those tasks, Liao Dandan also helped out with various chores in the office during her free time, such as organizing documents, as Liao Dandan was proficient in office software. It was a waste not to use her skills. Zhou Man's thinking was straightforward. He believed that this beauty boss had made a hasty decision out of impulse and would leave in a couple of days. Therefore, they didn't even discuss a trial period or a contract. One thought it was unnecessary, while the other thought that money was trivial. Eating was what mattered most. When Liao Dandan said she was starting work, she immediately settled in the company, changed into sportswear, and rushed into the kitchen with a clear goal to stay in the company for a dinner. Thus, Su Yuan, who was preparing to handle the meal, saw that beautiful boss with twitching eyes from yesterday appear in his kitchen. For dinner, Su Yuan planned to make a dry pot of ribs, which required quite a few ingredients, including strips of potatoes and lotus roots. As he was peeling the potatoes, Liao Dandan breezed in like a gust of wind. She snatched the potato from his hands and began working. Su Yuan watched in bemusement. "Liao boss, what are you doing?" "Su Gu, I'm working. You can just take a break. This little task of peeling vegetables doesn't need your help. Once I have everything ready, you just need to handle the knife and spatula, or I wouldn't want you to tire out those divine hands of yours. Look at that, the beautiful woman really knows how to flatter." The kitchen was located deep inside the company, and since Liao Dandan came here, everyone must have noticed. Su Yuan thought she had come over to visit as a neighbor, so he didn't pay much attention. After a flurry of chopping, the necessary ingredients were prepared, and soon he started to fry them. Today's dishes included dry pot ribs and spicy potato shreds along with a main dish of brine duck, which ordinarily would exceed the meal budget. However, everyone wanted something good to eat, so during lunch they negotiated with Su Yuan to prepare a big dish and skip one vegetarian dish. This way everyone would have their fill without exceeding the budget. Since it was just a vegetarian dish, skipping one wouldn't be a loss. Thus, aside from the two main dishes, the vegetarian option was the cheapest potatoes from the market. Nevertheless, these two main dishes were quite impressive. The dry pot ribs were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, spicy and flavorful, complemented by a fragrant and spicy side. The brine duck was savory and delicious, perfectly paired with the spicy potato shreds. The brine duck simmering in the pot had already begun to emit an enticing aroma. The scent was unique, distinctly different from that of braised dishes, with a special salty fragrance hinting at the freshness of the duck, a scent that was not overwhelming but rather inviting. As Liao Dandan inhaled the aroma, her mouth watered. When the brine duck was ready and Su Yuan lifted the lid, a cloud of steam wafted out, filling the entire kitchen with fragrance. Liao Dandan felt as though she was enveloped by the scent, and it made her almost delirious with hunger. Having completed her tasks in the kitchen, she did not leave. She stood there, her eyes fixed on Su Yuan. With a beautiful girl standing there looking at him, with such anticipation, Su Gu would surely offer her a taste right. Whenever Su Yuan moved to the stove, her gaze followed him there. When he went to the cutting board, she shifted her focus to that. No matter what Su Yuan did, her eyes were glued to his back, filled with unspoken desire. As Su Yuan was chopping, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't recognized her flirtation yesterday, but today her gluttonous gaze and the way she licked her lips made it clear that she was craving food. Su Yuan explained the duck is cooked, but it needs to soak in the broth a bit longer for the flavor to fully develop. Liao Dandan, being a girl, blushed when her craving was pointed out. She stammered, turned around, and grabbed Aunt Lin's broom to pretend to sweep the floor. At that moment, Wu Siwen rushed into the kitchen and saw Liao Dandan dressed in sportswear and holding a broom. A girl exclaimed in disbelief, "What the heck, are you actually here to clean, just to eat Su guest food?" Su Yuan, who was slicing scallions, almost cut himself in surprise. He turned sharply to Liao Dandan, incredulity written all over his face. If he remembered correctly, this girl was the owner of the gym downstairs. Did she really come to work as a cleaner just to eat his cooking? How absurd. Even more shocked was Aunt Lin, who quickly snatched the broom from Liao Dandan's hands, her face filled with concern. "We don't need a cleaner in our company. You don't want to compete with me for a job, do you?" In the kitchen, there was a commotion. Liao Dandan made many assurances before Aunt Lin was convinced that she wouldn't be taking anyone's job, and she spent quite a while explaining to her friend. After a moment, confirming that her friend wasn't joking, Wu Siwen gave her a thumbs up. "What a good boss you were, giving that up to be a cleaner. Impressive, coming up with such a clever plan. I don't respect anyone but you." Liao Dandan felt a bit proud. "It's not that clever, I just thought of this simple and effective way. I'm truly a little genius." Wu Siwen. I don't even know how to respond. Moments later, the brine duck was finally done. With Liao Dandan's eager eyes watching, Su Yuan used a ladle to lift the ducks from the pot and place them on a large platter. The steaming brine duck was presented on the plate, glistening with oil, its skin a pale yellow, a lovely golden hue. The entire duck was cleaned exceptionally well, with no trace of impurities. As it had just been pulled from the pot, broth continuously seeped out from the joints, and the duck's meat looked firm and juicy. Su Yuan placed the duck on the cutting board, and with a swift motion of his sharp knife, sliced the duck in half, causing oil to splatter. He then chopped the duck into appropriately sized pieces. Liao Dandan's gaze was once again glued to Su Yuan, her eyes filled with two words: "want to eat." Su Yuan's mouth twitched as he quickly cut 2 pieces of meat and placed them on a plate, handing it to Liao Dandan. He had no doubt that if he didn't give it to her, she would come over and cling to his arm, pouting. Liao Dandan did not hold back. She quickly moved to the side with the plate, not even taking the time to grab chopsticks, and directly picked up a piece of duck. However, the meat was too hot, so she hastily brought it to her mouth. In an instant, the savory and delicious flavor filled her mouth, making her eyes light up. As she took a gentle bite, the scalding juices hidden within the meat burst forth. The hot duck made Liao Dandan flinch as she quickly pulled the meat out and stuck out her tongue, panting. But it was so delicious that she couldn't stop. She hurriedly blew on it a few times and stuffed the meat back into her mouth. The duck meat was incredibly tender and appeared to cling tightly to the bone, yet it fell off effortlessly with a single bite, being remarkably smooth and tender. Though the duck looked quite fatty, it was not greasy at all when eaten. In fact, the selection of a fatter duck enhanced the tenderness of the meat, and in her mouth, it was filled with the rich flavor of duck. My goodness, what a divine delicacy. I can't believe I can enjoy such delicious brine duck without spending a single cent. It feels like a dream. Liao Dandan couldn't believe it. After munching on a piece of duck for quite a while, she even chewed on the bone, savoring the crispy bits before reluctantly discarding the bone. Liao Dandan couldn't believe it. After munching on a piece of duck for quite a while, she even chewed on the bone, savoring the crispy bits before reluctantly discarding the bone. Liao Dandan devoured 2 salted duck legs. Her elation, so overwhelming it was, as if she had just won 5 million yuan. The thought of savoring such sumptuous meals every day sent her into raptures. She burst into spontaneous dance right there in the cafeteria, twirling gleefully like a child who had just received lucky money during Spring Festival. Having tasted such delight, she felt too embarrassed to keep freeloading. Besides, dinner would soon be served. She resolved instead to fulfill her duties as a cleaner, grabbing a broom and sweeping the corridor with quiet diligence. Though the floor appeared spotless, dust had inevitably settled over the course of the day, so she swept with meticulous care, striving for absolute immaculacy. Before long, the dinner bell rang. Liao Dandan took 2 quick steps, then turned to glance through the glass window, just in time to witness her colleagues launching themselves from their desks with astonishing agility, as if breaking free from iron shackles, racing toward the canteen with martial arts precision. Their fluid, instinctive movements left her utterly speechless. Though she too had prepared to sprint, she realized, too late, that she had gravely underestimated their legendary speed in the sacred quest for food. Could people truly move like this, for food? By the time she registered what was happening, her colleagues had already vanished into the kitchen, the entire dash completed in under a minute. With a startled cry, "Waya!" Liao Dandan dashed into the kitchen, only to find herself a heartbeat too late. A long queue had already formed at the serving counter, leaving her no choice but to sigh in regret as she resigned herself to the very last position. She was a cleaner, unfettered, mobile, ready to serve wherever needed, yet somehow bested by desk-bound office workers. Only 3 dishes were offered, one being the humble, inexpensive shredded potato with vinegar and chili, but generous portions compensated handsomely. When Liao Dandan filled her plate, the dishes were still abundant. Unhesitating, she heaped her tray high before sitting across from Wu Siwen and devouring her meal with unrestrained joy. Though she had already eaten 2 salted duck legs, hunger lingered. She seized a piece of duck meat and popped it into her mouth, devouring 3 pieces in rapid succession before eagerly turning to the braised ribs. The ribs were fragrant, spicy, and perfectly crisp on the outside, yet tender within. Unlike duck, they bore only 1 slender bone, allowing her to bite down boldly and savor mouthfuls of delicate, succulent lean meat, an indulgence beyond compare. Any pretense of daintiness or fairy-like grace vanished entirely. In one hand, she held a salted duck leg, in the other chopsticks gripped a sizzling rib, alternating bites, utterly entranced, unable to pause. Wu Siwen watched her exuberant feasting with an expression both bemused and mildly aghast. "Your table manners. If your admirers saw you now, they'd surely recoil in shock." "Who cares?" Liao Dandan retorted, unbothered. Delicious food came first. Only after finishing the meats did she turn to the shredded potato, a dish that left her utterly astounded. This was the ubiquitous shredded potato with vinegar and chili, ubiquitous enough that nearly every household had served it at least once. She had assumed even at its best it would remain merely shredded potato, yet the moment it touched her tongue, she understood its extraordinary allure. Crisp and vibrant, tangy and fiery, the flavor somehow richer, deeper, more intoxicating than any she'd ever tasted before. A single forkful tossed with steamed rice and a spoonful of broth delivered pure, transcendent bliss. Not even immortals would trade it away. Having finally savored a truly satisfying meal, she showed no restraint. She refilled her bowl twice, then drank 2 full bowls of cabbage soup, until she sat slumped in her chair, groaning softly, too full to walk. What sheer unadulterated joy, to feast like this at last. It's been no easy feat, truly no easy feat. Wu Siwen nodded in solemn agreement. Indeed, it hasn't been easy. But are you absolutely certain about your decision? Of course. What is a mere cleaning job compared to such culinary splendor? After dinner, while others cleared their trays, Aunt Lin had already retreated to the kitchen. As the second cleaner, Liao Dandan promptly fetched a cloth and began wiping the tables. Her colleagues remained unaware she was officially employed as the company's cleaner. They assumed she was simply a neighbor who'd heard the meals were delicious and dropped by for a taste. Seeing her wipe the tables, they hurried to stop her reaching for the cloth with polite reluctance. Fearing she might appear incompetent and give Zhou Man, who had reluctantly hired her, grounds to dismiss her, Liao Dandan swiftly shielded the cloth, wiping with brisk efficiency as she declared, "No need. I'm now the company's official cleaner. This is my duty. Please don't help me. If you do, how will I ever establish my role?" "Oh, boss Liao, you're joking again. Yesterday you treated us all to free fitness classes. This is just one meal, nothing more. No need to stand on ceremony." When disbelief lingered, Liao Dandan quickly explained her new employment, and even pulled Wu Siwen forward to vouch for her. The moment Wu Siwen nodded, the employees froze, stunned, jaws agape, eyes wide with incredulity. "You, a business owner, are abandoning your own shop to scrub floors here? Surely you're jesting." Once she clarified her motives, their expressions shifted to dawning comprehension. Ah, so it's for our company's meals. Well then never mind. Our work meals are so exquisite they're worth more than money can buy. Joining us for such fare is perfectly understandable. Even we feel a quiet pride eating them each day. Sated and radiant, Liao Dandan returned to the office. Her colleagues, noting her buoyant demeanor, exchanged knowing smiles. Did the boss just snag a work meal? Naturally. When the boss takes action, nothing goes undone. My feast was glorious. Don't even try to envy me. They stifled laughter. No one envied the work meals. To them, takeout, though mediocre, still outshone the cafeteria's offerings. Clearly a person accustomed to fine dining craved something simpler. They assumed one meal would suffice, until the next morning when they were astonished to see Liao Dandan arrive at the gym at 7 o'clock, hours earlier than her usual 10 o'clock appearance. Boss, why are you here so early? I'm heading to my new job at the game company. Wouldn't want to be late. What? You're joining the game company? Liao Dandan blinked. Didn't I mention it? I've been hired as their cleaner. I'll be working there daily. What? A louder, more disbelieving shout echoed through the room. Every employee gaped at her, mouths wide, eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Listen to yourself. You're a successful entrepreneur. Why abandon your business to become someone else's cleaner? And not just any cleaner. You're a stunning beauty who gets approached on the street. Envy me if you dare. I'll savor those meals every single day. Just thinking about it makes me giddy. Then casting a wary glance around, she added, but don't get ideas. There are no openings at the game company. Don't dream of jumping ship just for good food. Stay put, and so must I. See you later. In a flash, she vanished from the room, leaving behind a group of employees utterly bewildered, staring blankly into space. It wasn't until Liao Dandan vanished from sight that the employees came to their senses. I feel like I just heard things. I thought I was hearing things too. The boss actually chose to hire someone else for cleaning rather than helping us with the shifts. It seems we've inhaled too much smog today, or we're all collectively poisoned. Ha. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. The gym owner was willing to be a cleaner just to enjoy the game company's meals, and no one would believe that if it was posted on the app. For a moment, the employees grew curious about just how delicious the game company's meals must be. After lunch, Su Yuan glanced at the system and noticed that only 2 days remained of the 15-day task. A hopeful smile appeared on his face. At first, he thought the 15 days mentioned by the system started counting from the day he began working at the company, ending 2 weeks later. After the last weekend, he was quite looking forward to it. However, upon checking the days noted under the task, he realized that the 15 days referred to the days he cooked at work, excluding weekends. So he ended up working a few extra days, but once this week was over, the task would conclude. Although he had only worked at this game company for half a month, the people there were quite nice, the boss was kind, and the employees were great. Since he had only 2 days left before leaving, he thought it best to prepare everyone's favorite dishes for the meals. In these 2 days, what dishes do you all want to eat? Just let me know the names, and if they are suitable, I will make them for you. If the cost exceeds the budget, I will only prepare 3 dishes, so discuss it among yourselves. Everyone, having eaten their fill and feeling drowsy, suddenly perked up upon hearing Su Yuan's words. Su Gu, if you say that I won't feel sleepy anymore. Can we choose any dish? Then we won't hold back. Su Gu, you're so thoughtful, letting us choose ourselves. Wait, isn't this a roundabout way of granting us the power to order? To think we were given the right to choose, yet for over half a month no one managed to do so, except for Xiongdong and Su Gu, is quite impressive. A group of people looked at Su Yuan with fervent eyes, almost as if they were fans gazing at their idol. The company's accountant was sitting nearby, and everyone knew to ask her if their selected dishes exceeded the budget. After a brief discussion, they quickly wrote down several dish names. With the accountant overseeing the costs, all these dishes fell within the budget, though they were limited to 3. If they needed a vegetarian dish, they would opt for 1, but the main dishes were their priority. Liao Dandan was not very aware of the budget and suggested several dishes that were extravagant and difficult to prepare. Everyone wanted to eat them, but due to budget constraints, they were all dismissed. Liao Dandan was quite reluctant, seeing that Su Yuan had already taken a look at the suggested dishes, causing her to panic. Isn't lamb pao ma possible? I really want to eat it. Just think, it has been snowing these past 2 days. Holding a steaming bowl of lamb pao ma while watching the snowflakes fall is such a delightful thought. The milky white lamb soup, rich and fragrant, with each bite of meat bursting with flavor, and then a piece of pao ma soaked in the soup, juicy and flavorful. That taste is simply divine. Everyone was already craving food, but her description swayed them even more as they looked towards the accountant. The accountant shrugged. The budget for lamb pao ma isn't enough. If we eat it ourselves, it can't just be noodles with only 2 slices of beef to satisfy us, unless we cover the extra costs ourselves. Having already been tempted, the group disregarded the budget and raised their hands. If we need to cover it, we will. We're too tempted to not eat it. I want to eat it as well. Covering some extra funds for a big meal is worth it. After a brief discussion, lamb palma was added to the menu, and Su Yuan smiled, saying, "All right, well, go by the menu, stir-fried dishes tomorrow, and lamb palma the day after." Oh yeah. A group of people jumped up from their chairs, cheering loudly. However, they were unaware that the reason Su Yuan granted them the power to order was that he would be leaving after these 2 days, otherwise they would have been frozen in shock on the spot. 2 days passed in a flash. That night, Su Yuan returned home, and unlike his usual routine of sleeping early, sat at his computer playing games. When the clock struck 12, Su Yuan immediately opened the system. Indeed, the task for working 15 days at the company was now ready to be submitted, and he quickly clicked the submit button. In the next moment, a bank message appeared on his phone notifying him that 1 million had been deposited into his account. Although he realized his future was bright after the system arrived, this was the first time he received a reward, and such a substantial one at that. He couldn't help but grin foolishly while holding his phone. With this 1 million, he wouldn't have to worry about being broke for a long time. The next morning, after being awakened by the alarm, Su Yuan, as usual, woke up early to go to the market to buy vegetables. He hadn't quit the company yet. He couldn't just leave without saying goodbye, as he couldn't bring himself to do something so heartless. Coincidentally, it was Friday, so he would cook for one last day at the company. Having given notice early, the company still had 2 days to adjust before hiring a new cook. After buying the vegetables and arriving at the company, Liao Dandan saw the bags in his hands and rushed over to help him take them to the kitchen, with Aunt Lin also quickly assisting in washing the vegetables. Su Yuan went to find Zhou Man, wanting to inform him about his resignation early, but Zhou Man happened to be in a meeting with Chun Zong and others. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry and decided to wait until after lunch to speak with him. These days were also when salaries were being distributed, so Zhou Man was busy organizing various reports and attendance sheets. After lunch, he settled in the meeting room to tidy up the documents. Seeing Su Yuan approach, he assumed he was looking for a quiet place to nap away from the noisy cafeteria. Without a word, he grabbed his laptop to switch to another meeting room, offering the large sofa to Su Yuan. "No, Zhou, I came specifically to find you. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Just say it, and as long as I can do it, I promise I won't refuse." Zhou Man immediately set aside his work. To him, Su Yuan was the most important. That enthusiastic attitude even made Su Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. After considering his tone, he finally spoke, saying, "Zhou, I am here to resign." Zhou Man's eyes widened, staring at Su Yuan in shock for a long time, without saying a word, clearly taken aback by the news. "What did you say?" "I am here to resign." Zhou Man chuckled. "I must have gone to bed too late last night and heard it wrong. Let me drink some tea to clear my head and ask you again. Oh, just wait a moment." He gulped down a large mouthful of tea and asked again, "Su, what did you just say? Were you asking about a raise?" Su Yuan wore an expression of helplessness. Zhou Man wouldn't think that his sudden mention of resignation was due to feeling popular in the company, and that he was deliberately saying so to leverage a pay raise. "Brother Zhou, I'm not looking for a pay raise. I really am here to resign." Zhou Man seemed not to hear his words, continuing to speak to himself. "I know your skills are exceptional, and this salary is beneath you. It's a small matter. I'll speak to the boss shortly. The boss values you highly, so a pay raise is just a word away, you can rest assured." "Brother Zhou, I'm not joking." Seeing Su Yuan's serious expression, it was clear he wasn't playing around, which made Zhou Man's heart skip a beat. Oh no, Su Yuan couldn't really be serious about this, could he? Just a couple of days ago, everything was fine. Oh, why the sudden change? Could it be that some employee in the company offended Su Yuan? It had to be that way. Young people are often quite proud. If someone told Su Yuan that at his young age working in the kitchen had no future, it could have hurt his feelings. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and spoke earnestly. "Who is the blind fool that offended Brother Su? You must not take it to heart. I'll go grab that person right away and make sure they apologize to you." How could they get onto this topic? Su Yuan truly found it laughable and frustrating. "This isn't the case, Brother Zhou. Oh, listen to me. I want to resign on my own accord. I was thinking that at my young age I shouldn't just stay cooped up in this kitchen, but should venture out and build my own career since my skills are decent. I can't waste my time, don't you agree?" This reasoning sounded quite sensible, but mere logic wasn't enough. Zhou Man stared blankly at him, falling silent once again. What is a thunderclap out of a clear sky? This was it. For a foodie, it felt as if they had just won 5 million, only to lose the lottery ticket, leaving them utterly distressed. Could it be that the days of enjoying gourmet food were about to come to an end? He suddenly shivered, lunged forward, and hugged Su Yuan's leg, wailing, "Su, I beg you not to abandon me. As long as you're willing to stay, I'll do anything you ask." Su Yuan. This sounded so strange, as if he were a scoundrel abandoning his wife. "Brother Zhou, please don't do this. Get up quickly. It would be inappropriate for others to see this. I won't get up unless you promise to stay." Zhou Man began to wail at the top of his lungs, declaring that he couldn't live without Su Yuan, and the company couldn't do without him, throwing out all sorts of phrases, simply refusing to let go. If he weren't truly unable to cry, he would have performed a dramatic scene of sobbing right there. Su Yuan was almost driven crazy by his cries, but his resolve remained firm. He was determined to leave. After all, the system could assign him tasks at any time, and staying in the company would hinder him from completing them. Zhou Man nearly staged a scene of crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang himself, yet still couldn't make Su Yuan relent. Finally, he had no choice but to say, "This resignation needs to be discussed with the boss. My agreement alone isn't enough." Originally, interns at the company did not require the boss' approval. He could handle it on his own, but Su Yuan was no ordinary person. He felt that if he even hinted at allowing Su Yuan to leave today, the boss would surely fire him tomorrow. Thus, the two went to General Manager Chen's office. Today, Su Yuan was fortunate that General Manager Chen hadn't stepped out. Upon seeing him enter, Chen warmly pointed to a chair, inviting him to sit, while the manager promptly pushed the chair closer and brewed him a cup of tea. Both thought that Su Yuan had come to discuss some afternoon tea arrangements or similar matters. However, Su Yuan opened with a bombshell. "General Manager Chen, I am here to resign." As Chen was lighting a cigarette, he burned his fingers while the manager, who was drinking tea, choked on it. "What on earth? Resign? What position?" General Manager Chen assumed Su Yuan wanted to leave due to a low salary, so he waved his hand and promised to raise his pay and provide him with social insurance and housing fund. His attitude as good as it could be. Su Yuan naturally couldn't say that he wanted to complete tasks. He could only recycle what he had told Zhou Man about needing to stay for another 15 days. After a round of explanations, General Manager Chen looked at Su Yuan and couldn't help but recall his own ambitions at 20-something, eager to achieve something in life. Indeed, at such a young age with such skills, why couldn't he open a shop and make big money instead of staying in the company's kitchen earning just a few thousand a month? He even remembered running under the sunset that year, a symbol of his lost youth. What nonsense! His chefs, his gourmet food, his extravagant afternoon teas, all gone, completely gone. Those delicious dishes he hadn't eaten as much as the employees. He had been too busy, and he hadn't made up for it. What a sin. "Su Yuan, just tell me what kind of treatment you would accept to stay with the company. We can negotiate on that front." General Manager Chen continued to persuade him. Su Yuan could only harden his resolve and continue to refuse, feeling a bit embarrassed by the boss' excessive enthusiasm. The next moment, Zhou Man lunged at him again, hugging his leg. Seeing this, the manager followed suit, one hugging his left leg and the other his right, and they started to make a ruckus. General Manager Chen wished he could applaud the two of them. If it weren't for being the boss, he would have wanted to hug their legs too, but unfortunately, it had no effect. It would have been fine if he were being hugged by two pretty girls, but being hugged by two men nearing 40 gave Su Yuan a very different feeling. Goosebumps covered him, and he felt so awkward, he could almost dig a 3-room apartment with his toes. Ultimately, after a relentless round of persuasion from the three, Su Yuan was successfully convinced. "The doors of our company will always be open for you. If one day you wish to return, remember to come back. Thank you, General Manager Chen." With the resignation settled, Su Yuan quickened his pace and flew out of the office. The resentful gazes of the three were simply too overwhelming to bear. Once back in the kitchen, he let out a long sigh. Looking down at his watch, he exclaimed, "Oh no. When I went to find Zhou Man, it was 1:30, and now I'm back in the kitchen, and it's nearly 4 o'clock. I spent over 2 hours just resigning." He hurried to the refrigerator to take out the ingredients and began preparing for dinner. Aunt Lin and Liao Dandan had been waiting in the kitchen for him. Upon seeing him bring in the ingredients, they immediately gathered around without needing Su Yuan to direct them, splitting the vegetables to handle them separately. Dinner was naturally another fragrant and delicious feast, and everyone ate heartily, unaware that this was the last supper. Only Zhou Man and the manager kept their eyes fixed on Su Yuan in the corner, their expressions full of resentment, gnashing their teeth as they ate, looking just like abandoned wives. Su Yuan originally intended to take the opportunity to inform everyone about his resignation while they were all present, to say a proper goodbye, considering the pleasant time they had spent together. Feeling extremely uncomfortable under the gaze of those two pairs of resentful eyes, he felt as if 4 holes were about to be poked into his back. The thought of telling everyone about this matter and being stared at by countless resentful eyes made him lose his voice. Forget it, it would be better for Brother Zhou to tell them. As the employees were eating, they suddenly noticed that Zhou Man and the manager were behaving oddly. How could they maintain such a tense expression over such delicious food? "Brother Zhou, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Man mumbled with food in his mouth, feeling blue aromatic mushrooms. The manager, while gnawing on a meat bone, replied, "I don't want to talk. I just want to immerse myself in this last supper as if I don't exist." The employees thought the two were troubled by some difficult problem from the boss, so they didn't ask further. In the evening, Su Yuan returned home and opened his phone. Upon seeing a long string of zeros in his bank account, he couldn't help but let out a series of chuckles. He had never seen so much money before, let alone in his own phone. As a recent graduate who had worked for less than a month and already earned $1 million, he wondered who else could achieve this. Last night, he hadn't figured out how to spend such a large sum of money, but now that he had the time, of course he had to consider it. Since he had nothing to do tomorrow, he decided to go get a car. It would be convenient for tasks or outings. After some thought, Su Yuan opened the app and bought some items he had wanted but hesitated to purchase before, including a folding dining table, a kung fu tea set, and the latest simulation game, buying them all at once. Though they were all trivial items, he ended up spending over 100,000 in one go. Su Yuan realized he felt no regret or hesitation at all. He simply felt elated. But that was fine. He was soaring, and he was proud. Tasks refresh once a month, and having completed this month, as the next one wouldn't refresh until next month. With several days left until the end of the month, it meant he had nothing to do for the next few days. He could leisurely relax, which felt great. With a pile of games he wanted to play, of course, he stayed up late playing games. With a new computer and new games, he lost track of time, playing until 3:30 before finally washing up and throwing himself into bed for a wonderfully sweet sleep. Pingching is a relatively prosperous city. Even on a weekend morning, the streets are bustling with people, some driving to work, others out for a stroll, and parents taking their children to tutoring classes, creating a lively scene. At Zhou Man's home early in the morning, his wife had already prepared breakfast. After placing it on the table, she noticed Zhou Man was still sleeping and went up to pull the covers off him. "Wake up. Didn't you say you had to work overtime? Hurry up and eat breakfast." Zhou Man wrapped himself in the blanket and turned over, saying, "I just received news that there's no overtime this week. Let me sleep a little longer." "Mrs. Tao pulled the blanket off again. The food is ready. Why not eat breakfast first and then sleep?" Reluctantly, Zhou Man got out of bed, washed up, and went to eat breakfast. He was usually a talkative person, bouncing around like a monkey, but today he was excessively quiet, frowning while eating, wearing a troubled expression as if he were absent-minded. Mrs. Tao looked at him with furrowed brows. "What's wrong with you looking so dazed this early in the morning?" "What happened?" Zhou Man replied. "Something big has happened in our company." Mrs. Tao immediately became anxious. "What big thing? Is your company going to close down?" "No, it's that Su Ge has resigned. From now on, our company won't have any good working meals." Mrs. Tao paused for a moment after hearing this, then reacted. "You mean the chef at your company has quit?" "Yes, Su Ge is no longer working there." Mrs. Tao's mention of it made Zhou Man clutch his heart, feeling as if it was being cut by a knife. He was in unbearable distress. "Wife, I will no longer be a worker who can casually enjoy delicious meals. Boo-hoo, my happiness is gone, and I can't even secretly bring you tasty food from the company anymore." Zhou Man lamented, and if he weren't a man nearing 40, he would have wanted to cry. When he looked up, he saw his wife standing there silently, her expression grave. He thought she was also upset for him, and sighed. "Wife, are you also feeling sad? Why don't you help me cry a little to commemorate my wonderful life that is now gone? I really..." Mrs. Tao suddenly raised her voice. "I am just so happy, waha." Off. Zhou Man was stunned, his brain momentarily short-circuited. But Mrs. Tao joyfully jumped up and down, excitedly pinching her husband's face and shouting in excitement. "Great! That chef has finally left your company. I said it before, how could a little ragtag place like yours attract a chef of that caliber? It must be because your company is small or your salary is low. And how dare he show off to me every day about what you ate? We are all workers. Oh, why should I eat nothing but scraps while you feast every meal? I've never liked you," she exclaimed loudly. Heaven has eyes. Zhou Man never expected that his wife would not only be unaffected by Su Ge's resignation, but would actually take delight in it. "Aren't you? Don't you want to eat the delicious food made by Su Ge again? I could occasionally bring some home for you to taste. With Su Ge gone, you won't even have that thought anymore." Mrs. Tao huffed softly. "That chef has been at your company for almost a month, and I've only eaten twice and still didn't get enough. I was so tempted that I couldn't sleep at night dreaming of eating delicious food. Now that's over, let's all suffer from insomnia together, humph." Zhou Man was dumbfounded. "She's jealous of me. It's one thing for my wife to be jealous, but now she's gloating. I've really made a wrong investment." Su Yuan had thought that since he fell asleep at 3:30 in the morning, he would sleep until 1:30 in the afternoon, but instead he woke up at just past 8 in the morning, and after waking his mind was clear, and he felt no drowsiness. Since he had nothing to do, he simply nestled in his blanket and clicked into a shopping website, starting a frenzy of purchases. "This keyboard looks so cool. Oh, it's great for gaming. I'll buy it. That down jacket looks nice. I'll buy that too." With the system in place, he wasn't worried about not being able to earn money later. After satisfying his shopping cravings, he finally got out of bed, took 2 eggs from the refrigerator, and made a simple egg noodle dish. After eating his fill, he changed his clothes and excitedly went downstairs, ready to go buy a car. The landlord sat in the courtyard early in the morning, ostensibly scrolling through videos, but his gaze never strayed far from the stairwell, occasionally flicking upward towards Su Yuan's apartment upstairs. It was the weekend again, and he was eagerly awaiting Su Yuan's home-cooked meal. though Su Yuan had never formally agreed to waive rent in exchange for shared meals. Still, with enough audacity and a healthy disregard for dignity, he was confident he'd keep securing those meals. Once they grew closer, swapping rent for a few home-cooked dinners would be effortless. Spotting Su Yuan descending the stairs, the landlord sprang up from his chair and waved enthusiastically. "Su Yuan, you're up. What are you planning to do today?" "I'm thinking of buying a car for daily commuting," Su Yuan replied with a smile. Pingcheng isn't small, yet it's not tiny either. Getting around without one is terribly inconvenient. Though puzzled that a fresh university graduate just starting his career would buy a car, the landlord simply assumed Su Yuan came from a well-off family, sturdy enough to shoulder such an expense. At once sensing his moment to shine, his face lit up. "Buying a car? Excellent idea. Let me accompany you. I'll guide you through the process. You're young, unfamiliar with the ins and outs. Oh, what if someone tries to swindle you?" Su Yuan disliked inconveniencing others, yet car buying demanded prudence. A purchase worth several 100,000 yuan carried serious long-term implications. Having a local like the landlord by his side meant dealerships would think twice before attempting deception. Realizing this, he nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Kai. Don't stand on ceremony. I've been cooped up at home so long I'm practically growing moss. I'll be delighted to spend the day with you." The landlord backed his car out of the garage and beckoned Su Yuan inside. After driving a short distance, he asked where they were headed. Su Yuan, still undecided, pulled out his phone and browsed local car dealerships on the map. "There are several dealers nearby. We can visit them one by one." "What kind of specifications are you considering?" "Not sure yet." "What's your budget?" "Haven't decided." Uncle Kai fired off question after question. Each met with the same non-committal reply. Before long, he was utterly speechless. "So, you walked into this without doing any research, just diving in blind?" When Su Yuan nodded, Uncle Kai's disbelief deepened. Such naivety spelled disaster. A slick salesperson could easily talk him into something flashy but impractical, right there on the showroom floor. No, I don't know much about cars myself. Even my own vehicle was bought with my son's help. We can't go barging in unprepared. Let me find someone who knows the trade." Pulling over to the roadside, Uncle Kai pulled out his phone and began dialing, activating his network with determination. "Hello, Andy. I heard your future son-in-law works at a dealership. I'm looking to buy a car and wanted to ask about current market trends." "Oh, they broke up." "No worries. I'll try someone else." "Cousin de Biao, do you know much about cars?" "Little sister, do you happen to have a boyfriend or girlfriend working at a dealership, eh?" Su Yuan had assumed Uncle Kai merely needed to make one call to a relative already in the industry. He hadn't imagined he'd be dialing strangers one after another. Feeling embarrassed, Su Yuan quickly intervened. "Uncle Kai, it's really not necessary. Today's information is transparent. Online reviews give a solid sense of any model's reliability. There's no real risk." "No way. Haven't you seen online stories? People drive off the lot only to find their new car broken down, and then can't even get a refund without staging a public scene. With a connection, things change. I'm a local. I must have friends in dealerships. Besides, connections mean discounts. Trust me, with my network, we'll find the right person in no time." Uncle Kai treated Su Yuan's car purchase with more urgency than his own affairs, refusing to settle until he'd secured a trusted contact, each call more resolute than the last. Touched by such earnest goodwill, Su Yuan reluctantly played along. Within minutes, Uncle Kai lowered his phone, beaming with triumph. "Let's go. We've found the right person. I'll take you to a dealership where we get insider pricing." The dealership wasn't far. They arrived shortly after setting off. A sharp, efficient young man welcomed them inside. Learning that Su Yuan had come in with no prior research whatsoever, he suppressed a sigh and proceeded to introduce several practical, affordable sedans. Su Yuan examined them closely, but found the sedans too cramped. At 6 feet tall, he felt constricted even during test drives. The salesman then showed him several versatile SUVs. His main need was reliable daily transport, occasionally for grocery runs requiring ample trunk space. A modest sedan in the 150 range would have sufficed. Yet with over 700 readily available, he saw no reason to skimp. After touring models and test driving several, he settled on a sleek black Audi, its deep, lustrous finish exuding quiet elegance. "You're certain about this one? It's quite a premium choice," Uncle Kai exclaimed, astonished. "Absolutely. I'll take it," Su Yuan declared, handing his bank card to the young salesman. The salesman's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Initially assuming the youthful, unassuming Su Yuan might buy only a 150 model, yielding negligible commission, he was stunned. Here was a quietly dressed young man making a bold, high-value purchase, delivered straight to his desk by Uncle Kai's tireless networking. Eager to lock in the sale before second thought struck, he rushed off to process the payment. Thanks to the personal connection, Su Yuan received not only an insider discount, but also a generous assortment of complimentary extras: dashboard ornaments, seat cushions, lumbar supports, all neatly packed into the car. Su Yuan hadn't expected such lavish gifts with a car purchase. He knew instantly these tokens stemmed solely from Uncle Kai's familial ties, not standard dealership practice. Deeply moved by such warmth and generosity, he resolved to prepare an especially sumptuous dinner that evening. A heartfelt thank you. After settling the payment and collecting the invoice, Su Yuan accepted the keys and gazed upon his new car with a broad, satisfied grin. At last, he belonged to the ranks of car owners. He drove off, immediately turning to Uncle Kai with charismatic flair. Come on, let's hit the market. Tonight calls for a celebratory feast to mark my new arrival. You got it. Uncle Kai hopped gleefully into his own car. Another perfect day secured delicious home cooking effortlessly acquired. They parked in the underground garage and entered a large supermarket. Su Yuan strolled toward the seafood section and spotted today's clams glistening under misting water. Their freshness was irresistible. He scooped up a generous bag, already imagining them stir-fried with chili, spicy, savory, and perfect with rice or a cold beer. Today the seafood section was particularly fresh. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement and bought shrimp and bass, collecting a few crabs from the tank, packing them into a bag to weigh. As usual, the landlord brought a bag of fruit over. Upon seeing that Su Yuan had bought only seafood, he felt embarrassed about his fruit and hurriedly went to pick up 2 more bags. Buying the car took a bit of time, and both of them were hungry. After they got the groceries, Su Yuan made a grand seafood feast at home. Enjoying the spicy and flavorful clams, the incredibly fresh garlic vermicelli shrimp, and a few bites of the halal base, the landlord felt like dancing the cha-cha right there. Originally intending to mooch off lunch, by dinner time Su Yuan prepared a large bowl of crab congee for him, making the day feel like a fairy tale. At that moment, the landlord truly hoped that Su Yuan would have something to do every week, as that would give him a reason to help out and then enjoy the free meals. After buying the car, there were many things to do. Su Yuan spent the entire Sunday driving around, having gotten his driver's license during college, but not having much experience, so now he had to practice well. Driving his beloved car, he darted between the east and west of the city, thoroughly enjoying himself. The weekend flew by, and on Monday morning at the game company, the colleagues were unaware that Su Yuan had already resigned, engrossed in their busy work. Finally reaching lunchtime, a group of people as usual began to rush into the kitchen like a herd of wild horses. However, when they pushed open the kitchen door, everyone froze. The kitchen was spotless, and there was no enticing aroma of food. Looking around, they couldn't see Su Yuan's busy figure, only an unfamiliar uncle placing boxes of takeout in the serving area. The crowd looked around in confusion. Where's Su Ge, who's so big? Why can't we see him? Where's my delicious work meal? Su Ge, where are you? The group searched high and low, with some even going into the back kitchen, rummaging through the boxes as if they could pull Su Yuan out from there, leaving the others speechless. The late-arriving manager saw everyone like this and unhappily remarked, "What are you all doing, turning the place upside down? Are you chefs?" A group that had squeezed into the kitchen quickly came out, seeing the manager and Zhou Man taking food from the table, but nobody touched the takeout boxes. After working hard all morning, they wanted to eat the delicious meals Su Yuan made. Who would want to eat the clearly ordered takeout? Manager, did Su Ge take leave today? For how long? When will he come back? Someone asked. The manager, looking at the takeout with disdain, raised his head in confusion and said, "What leave? Didn't Su Ge resign? I didn't tell you guys." What? Gasps filled the kitchen. The employees couldn't believe their ears, crowding around the manager. What do you mean he resigned? Manager, you must be joking. Yes, Su Ge has only been here a short time, and everyone got along so well. How could he suddenly resign without any reason? I don't believe it. Manager, you must be messing with us. Quick, tell me what Su Ge took leave for. Everyone chimed in with urgent tones, chattering like 1,000 sparrows in their ears, making the manager's head spin, and he knocked on the table forcefully. Everyone stop making noise. Su Ge has resigned. Resigned, that's it. Don't ask anymore. Hurry up and finish your meal, rest well, and get back to work. The manager himself was annoyed and took a bite of food that couldn't compare to what Su Yuan made. At this moment, a few people recalled the odd behavior of the manager and Zhou Ge last Friday, realizing they probably knew Su Yuan was going to resign, but hadn't asked in detail. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, looking at each other, and after a moment, they burst into wails. Su Ge, you can't abandon me. I can't be without you. My delicious meals are gone, all gone. I'm no longer a happy foodie. It feels like Mom doesn't have to worry about my diet anymore. Manager, you should have told us earlier. If you had, we definitely could have kept Su Ge. The manager sneered. Neither the boss nor I thought of a solution. What could you possibly think of? We could cling to you. We're not too proud. As if they hadn't tried before. The manager buried himself in a hefty bite of rice, convincing himself that it was actually quite good, but moments later he spat it out. Damn, there was actually sand in it. This life was unbearable. He was distressed, but the others were even more so. After confirming Su Yuan had really left, they all looked pitiful, like little cabbages in a field, holding their takeout boxes and finding a spot to sit down mechanically eating from their plates. Their demeanor didn't resemble that of people enjoying a work meal, but rather like they were eating a last meal, their expressions dazed and eyes full of sorrow. The delivery uncle, having delivered meals to many companies and faced all sorts of complaints, had never seen a company eat so mournfully. For a moment, he began to doubt if the food was truly that inedible. He thought it was fine, otherwise how could they have lasted for years? Due to not getting the lunch they wanted, the employees felt lethargic all afternoon, even lacking enthusiasm for work, merely relying on instinct to get through. In the corridor, the beautiful Liao Dandan was still in shock, unable to regain her senses. Was it easy for her to eat the food made by Su Yuan? She had gone so far as to use high prices and beauty to tempt him, even giving up her job to be a cleaner, but after only a few days Su Yuan had run off. At that moment she simply couldn't accept it and felt like crying. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and eventually she really did cry. After crying a couple of times, she suddenly stopped. Wait, if Su Yuan resigned, wouldn't that be her chance? Now that Su Yuan wasn't at work, she should quickly bring out her utmost sincerity and invite him to work at her gym instead of crying. Wiping her tears, she hurriedly took out her phone, found Su Yuan's chat box, and sent a flurry of messages that summed up to one thing: as long as you come work at our gym, you can set any conditions. Su Yuan was currently driving aimlessly along the riverbank, having completely forgotten about these matters. Suddenly seeing Liao Dandan's WeChat, he felt a bit dazed, taking a long time to remember who she was, and decisively rejected her. For several consecutive days, Su Yuan spent his time either cooped up at home playing video games or driving around aimlessly. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would sit with his legs crossed, unpacking deliveries. Having ordered too many items at once, he could hardly remember what he had bought. Unpacking the deliveries felt like unboxing a mystery box, and soon his one-bedroom apartment was filled with packages. Thinking about the deliveries that had yet to arrive, Su Yuan realized a significant problem: his space was getting cramped. He wanted to buy a projector and set up a home theater, but although he had money now, there was no place to put them. It seemed his next goal should be to buy a house. After several days of leisure filled with either gaming or unpacking, he felt incredibly relaxed. It was akin to the carefree life of a wealthy young master, and even he thought he had become a bit decadent. The landlord, noticing Su Yuan's continuous idleness and lack of work, found it quite strange. When Su Yuan returned from a drive, the landlord asked him a question. With a smile, Su Yuan explained, "I've resigned from my previous job and plan to see where to work next month. I'll apply to a new place when the time comes." Is there still a way to work like that? Studying the computer industry, but becoming a chef? It's one thing to be a chef, but moving to another job without even staying a month is puzzling. Though Su Yuan was skilled and sought after wherever he went, he felt it was a loss to always make him turn wages. The landlord sighed again, feeling old and unable to comprehend the thoughts of the young. That night, while Su Yuan was engrossed in a game, he suddenly heard an electronic sound ringing in his mind. Realizing what time it was, he looked down and saw it was already past midnight. It was the next month. His heart raced with excitement as he quickly opened the system, and sure enough, a new task had been updated. Task: apply for a chef position at a club and let the club's guests experience the charm of gourmet food. Task progress 0-20 days. After reading the content, Su Yuan inhaled sharply. Are you kidding me? I have to be a chef at a club where people go for fun to experience the charm of food. Is the system messing with me? As a man, even though he had never been to a club, he knew what they were for. People didn't go there for the food. They went for the beautiful women. Upon entering a club, seeing those stunningly beautiful long legs, who would still be thinking about food? Everyone would be captivated by the beauty. Fortunately, he only needed to work 20 days at the club, and there was no requirement to sell a certain number of dishes. Otherwise, if he couldn't sell the food, he would surely be stressed out. Looking at the task rewards, Su Yuan's heart raced. Oh my, the reward is a villa. A big villa that many people can't afford in their lifetime. If he just worked at the club for 20 days, he would directly reach the pinnacle of his life. Just a few days ago, he had complained about his small rental apartment and wanted to switch to a bigger one. Now he wouldn't need to rent, he could move into the villa. Instantly, Su Yuan, who had previously found the task odd, regained his motivation. It's just working at a club and no big deal. He'll check online for club chef job openings right away. He opened the app and began to look carefully. He initially thought there would be more openings for hostesses and security at clubs, but to his surprise, there were quite a few chef positions available, and several popped up in his search. Su Yuan noticed that clubs offered significantly different pay compared to small companies. He opened one listing at random and saw a salary of 800 yuan for the first month, with a raise for the second month. Other listings showed similar pay, and this was just the average. 2 clubs offered even higher salaries with additional bonuses for perfect attendance and seniority. There was only one requirement: culinary skills that satisfied the guests. Naturally, Su Yuan's cooking skills were no problem, so he took a closer look at the 2 clubs. To his surprise, both were located far to the west of Pingcheng, quite a distance from where he lived. It would be inconvenient to commute to work. Even if he drove, he would need to leave half an hour early. Su Yuan quickly passed on those two clubs and looked at others, filtering for the closer ones. Finally, he chose one that looked most appealing from the photos, with a door number that seemed the most inviting. He had never been to a club and wasn't sure what to expect inside, but since it was just for 20 days, even if he wasn't used to it, he could manage for that short time. For the sake of a villa, he would say yes to being a chef at a club or even selling ice cream at the top of Mount Tai. Having previously written a resume for job hunting, he made a few adjustments and submitted it to the club. Su Yuan then picked up his game controller and continued playing. After playing for a while, his phone chimed with a notification. Thinking it was just a spam message, he didn't bother to check. It was only around 3 in the morning that he finally went to wash up. Lying on his bed, he picked up his phone and suddenly realized that the resume he had just submitted had already received an interview invitation from the club. So soon. Isn't it the middle of the night? Are they still awake at this hour? After a moment of confusion, he realized that the place he applied to was a club where working hours typically start in the afternoon and end late at night. No wonder they responded so quickly after he submitted his resume after midnight. He quickly turned over to sleep, needing to get enough rest, or he wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. At 4 in the afternoon, Su Yuan stood on the street, sizing up the club. The club was called by Le Club. Since it wasn't open yet, there were no girls standing at the entrance, only a cleaner sweeping the floor. Although the decor was magnificent, it somehow felt a bit desolate. He walked quickly into the club. At the reception desk, 2 girls were chatting. Upon seeing Su Yuan enter, one of the girls thought he was a guest and immediately came over to greet him. "Hello, sir. May I ask how many people?" Su Yuan smiled and said, "I'm here to apply for the chef position. I submitted my resume online and scheduled an interview for 4 o'clock. You're applying for chef." The girl looked Su Yuan up and down uncertainly, asking, "Did you perhaps misstate it while being nervous? You're here for the server position, right?" "No, I'm here to apply for chef." "Then follow me, please." The girl pointed in a direction and walked a few steps before turning back with a smile, saying to Su Yuan, "If you don't succeed in the chef position, we would love to have you as a server. If you sell drinks well, you might earn more than as a chef." It was no wonder the girl thought this. Su Yuan was a freshly graduated university student who looked handsome and didn't fit the typical image of a greasy chef. She meant well, and Su Yuan smiled in gratitude, soon arriving at an office. The interviewer was a young man about Su Yuan's age. Perhaps the girl had mentioned something, as he directly asked, "What is your signature dish?" Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I suppose I can cook a bit." His culinary skills were top-notch, capable of making any dish, but he couldn't just say that outright, otherwise people might think he was bragging. Hua Jinshui, hearing this, was momentarily speechless. He had asked about specialty dishes, and this was his response. Looking at this man who was about his age, he thought of his own cooking skills, which were limited to instant noodles, and felt somewhat relieved. Being so young and able to cook was already impressive, and he dared to apply for the chef position. He certainly had to be supported. He casually picked up a menu from the side and handed it to Su Yuan. "This is the menu for our club. Take a look and choose 2 dishes to try. Of course, if you have something you excel at, feel free to share. I just took over this club recently, and the menu consists of what was left behind, so it's not comprehensive." Su Yuan took a glance at it. It was mostly snacks, which made sense. Who goes to a club to have a proper meal? They were there for fun, so they had to eat something delicious, yet not overly filling. He casually pointed and said, "Then I'll make these 2 dishes." "Great, let's head to the kitchen now. Don't feel pressured. Oh, we're all young here, and I completely understand your situation. Besides being a chef, you can also assist in the kitchen or serve as a waiter. Anyway, I'm currently overhauling everything, and there's a shortage of staff, so I can guarantee you a position." Su Yuan couldn't help but feel amused. He hadn't even started, and the boss had already thought of a backup plan for him. Soon Su Yuan was led into the kitchen. The club was extravagantly decorated, and the kitchen was quite impressive as well, spacious and bright, filled with plenty of kitchenware. Compared to the kitchen of his previous game company, it was like heaven and earth. Due to the limitations of kitchenware before, Su Yuan had to be selective with his cooking. Some dishes requiring high-quality tools were impossible to make. But here that was no longer an issue. At that moment, 2 chefs inside were gathered together chatting. They were taken aback when they saw the 2 young men approach and dumbly asked what they were doing in the kitchen. After asking, they suddenly remembered that their club had a new owner. They were still sitting around chatting like nothing had changed. They quickly stood up straight and greeted Hua Jinshui. Hua Jinshui pointed at Su Yuan. "He's here to apply for the chef position. You 2 assist him and prepare a couple of dishes for me to taste." "Understood, boss." The 2 caught slacking off hurried over to help Su Yuan. The 2 dishes Su Yuan chose were lemon chicken feet and spicy beef jerky. These snacks were commonly found in clubs and KTVs, with one being heavily seasoned and the other tangy and spicy, making them the most frequently ordered items. As soon as he announced the dishes, the 2 chefs promptly gathered the necessary ingredients. Su Yuan glanced at the ingredient area. It was well stocked with almost all the essentials commonly used in kitchens. Satisfied, he nodded and began cooking. The chicken feet had been pre-cleaned. He first boiled water in a pot, placed the chicken feet inside, added some aromatic spices to remove the fishy smell, then turned to take a piece of beef, preparing it in the same manner. At this time, the news of a chef coming in for an interview had spread among the girls. Have you heard? Someone else is here to interview for the chef position. So what if they come? I don't even know how many have come this month, and not a single one has been competent. I've already gone zen about it. Yeah, the boss has been unlucky too. When he took over the club, he focused on the head chef, and it was agreed with the previous owner that all employees would be transferred without exception. But guess what? The head chef was the previous owner, leaving our club's kitchen with no capable staff. I heard he's quite handsome. Even if he doesn't become a chef, he can do other things. It would be nice to have someone good looking around every day. But I'm just wondering, if the chef's skills are good, does that mean we'll eat well? Before long, a faint aroma wafted from the kitchen, the freshness of the chicken and the fragrance of the beef, slowly emerging. The original flavors of the ingredients were wonderfully enticing, causing everyone to unconsciously look towards the large pot with curious expressions. The process of making cold dishes and boiling meat is generally similar among chefs. The only difference lies in how they control the spices. However, for some reason, when Su Yuan casually tossed a bit of spice into the pot, the aroma that emerged was remarkably pleasant, far more enjoyable than what they had produced. After soaking the chicken feet in ice water, Su Yuan mixed them with lemon chili and various seasonings. Finally, to ensure the flavor was sufficient, he specifically added a bit of mustard. Seeing this action, one chef wanted to say something, but thought better of it. After placing the lemon chicken feet in the refrigerator, Su Yuan went to prepare the cooked beef. That whole piece of beef was particularly compliant in his hands. With just a few quick motions, he produced a plate of beef strips, perfectly sized. He fried the beef twice in the pot until the exterior had a crispy texture, then switched to another pot to mix the spices and the beef jerky together for a cold toss. As various spices filled the pot, the mouth-watering aroma of spiciness started to disperse, making everyone's mouths water. Hua Jinshui, who initially thought Su Yuan had good knife skills and should stay on as an assistant, was suddenly enlightened. If it smelled this good, how could it possibly taste bad? The club finally had a reliable chef. In no time, both dishes were presented on the table. The lemon chicken feet were golden yellow with a hue that shimmered like jade, looking exceptionally beautiful, reminiscent of the finest yellow jade. The bright red chili and vibrant green scallions were casually sprinkled on top. Even though it was a cold dish, it didn't stop the tangy and spicy aroma from wafting through the air. Meanwhile, the freshly stir-fried spicy beef jerky had an even stronger aroma, its bold and rich scent wafting directly into the noses of onlookers. The beef jerky was perfectly colored, bright and glossy, with a greasy sheen. The high-quality beef had distinct fibers with hints of red oil peeking through the crevices. Each piece was generously coated with white sesame seeds, making it look plump and meaty, tempting everyone. Onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the sight of the two dishes. Although they were casually plated, they looked stunning today, and combined with the aroma, they were simply a feast for the senses. Everyone was eager to grab chopsticks and taste the flavors of the two dishes, but unfortunately the boss hadn't tasted them yet, so they could only wait. Someone quickly brought chopsticks and handed them to Hua Jinshui. "Boss, you should try it and see how it tastes." Hua Jinshui was not polite. He plunged his chopsticks into the plate of beef jerky, then turned and picked up a lemon chicken foot. He was too curious about what the mustard-infused lemon chicken feet would taste like. As he picked up a chicken foot and brought it to his mouth, the tangy and spicy flavor became increasingly pronounced, stimulating his taste buds, his mouth completely filled with saliva. Hua Jinshui swallowed hard, placing the chicken foot in his mouth. Without chewing, just holding it there, a wave of sour and spicy flavor spread through his mouth, refreshing and appetizing. With a gentle bite, he found that the outer skin, having been soaked in ice water, was not the soft and sticky texture typical of other chicken feet. Instead, it was smooth and crisp with a delightful crunch, offering a truly unique experience. The flavor of the chili and lemon was completely infused into the chicken foot, and due to the addition of honey, there was a subtle sweetness. The fusion of these three flavors created a sour and spicy taste with a hint of sweetness, making it utterly irresistible. With a strong suck, his mouth was filled with the fragrant juice, and with a vigorous tear, the connective tissue came off along with the skin, providing a chewy and bouncy texture. The thrilling sour and spicy flavor left Hua Jinshui astonished. He smacked his lips, about to ask Su Yuan why there was no mustard taste, when that unique spicy aftertaste of mustard slowly emerged in his mouth, making his eyes light up. "This flavor is fantastic. A plate is enough for me to enjoy a bottle of beer, so refreshing." He pushed the plate forward and called out, "Come on, everyone, give it a try." After shouting, he suddenly felt reluctant. Such delicious food, if he pushed it out, there would be nothing left. He quickly snatched the plate back, causing everyone's chopsticks to miss the target. Facing a group of strange looks, he cleared his throat and swiftly grabbed an empty plate from the side, placing several chicken feet into it. He repeated the process and filled another plate with spicy beef jerky, finally placing it in the center and inviting everyone to eat. The onlookers could hardly wait, eagerly snatching at the chicken feet. Since it was a trial dish, Su Yuan had not cut them into small pieces, and soon 1 foot per person was gone. The girl standing at the back saw that the chicken feet were gone and became anxious, quickly reaching for the beef jerky, its bright red color and spicy aroma extremely enticing. She didn't have time to sniff and taste like the boss, directly taking a piece with her chopsticks. Worried about getting less, she quickly grabbed another piece as preparation. As she bit into the beef jerky, her eyes lit up. Wow, this beef jerky is so delicious, salty and fresh, spicy, and appetizing with a dry and fragrant chew. It's simply the perfect snack for binge-watching shows. Yes, this new chef is incredible. He didn't even use an oven, yet he made the beef jerky taste this good with a crispy outer layer. But the chicken feet are even tastier, sour and spicy, truly exhilarating and not greasy at all. Not only is it not greasy, but it's also very refreshing, especially that hint of mustard aftertaste. Oh, I just love it. Suddenly someone shouted, "Damn, I haven't finished gnawing on my chicken feet yet, and you guys have already started on the beef jerky." With that shout, countless chopsticks reached for the beef jerky, and in the blink of an eye, both plates were completely cleaned out. The empty plates were still shaking slightly on the table due to the fierce competition, and what was even more impressive was that not even the remnants of the beef jerky were left, only a bit of red oil remained. A few employees, still wanting more, were drooling as they all turned to look at the boss plate. Hua Jinshui, who was normally very generous, suddenly became stingy today, pretending not to see the gazes, calmly hugging the dish to himself, as if to say that anyone who dared to compete with him would face his wrath. Since they couldn't get any food, everyone's gaze shifted to Su Yuan, their eyes eager, hoping to see him conjure up more dishes. Suddenly being looked at by so many yearning eyes, Su Yuan felt innocent. He was just a job applicant after all, completely innocent. As Hua Jinshui ate, he shot Su Yuan a fiery gaze. Heaven, how could there be such delicious chicken feet and beef? He had merely posted a casual job listing online and applied without much thought. Could it be that he had suddenly become lucky and encountered a god-tier chef? Indeed, heaven never closes a door without opening a window. He graduated from university and boasted to his family about starting a business, eyeing the club industry. He initially thought that this club had good geographical location and decoration, which is why he decided to invest. Little did he know that the owner was actually the head chef, and now the club was left without a cook. Although the club didn't make money by selling food, who wouldn't order some snacks while playing at the club? Just serving fruits wouldn't be enough. Oh, without snacks, how could they sell beer or drinks? You must know that details determine success or failure. Unexpectedly, while he was anxious about finding a suitable chef, heaven sent him such an incredible one. Not to mention anything else, even if Su Yuan could only make these 2 dishes, it would be enough to give his club a distinctive flavor. Besides, if he could make such common dishes taste this good, how could he not be able to make other dishes? At this moment, he needed to secure the chef quickly. What if the chef thought his club wasn't famous enough or of high enough quality and didn't want to stay? Suddenly, Hua Jinshui clapped his hands and shouted, "Chef, thank you for considering my humble establishment. From now on, this kitchen will be under your management. I'll tentatively offer a monthly salary of 10,000, and I'll raise it every month. What do you think?" This was a clear sign of being hired, but Su Yuan found it strange. Why was there suddenly a salary increase when he was only in the probation period? "Boss, didn't you say in the advertisement it was 8,000 a month?" Hua Jinshui replied seriously, "With this skill, 8,000 is nothing for a chef like you. Rest assured, once the club stabilizes, your salary will increase further." Su Yuan. He had only worked for 20 days, it was unnecessary. Hua Jinshui, being very energetic, immediately took Su Yuan to complete the hiring procedures. After announcing he got the job, registering his personal information and wanting him to start working right away. The main reason was that such a small amount of chicken feet and beef jerky was simply not enough to eat. If Su Yuan started working now, he could make more, and then they could enjoy a feast. "Don't worry, tonight this half-day will be counted as overtime with triple pay for overtime." Su Yuan felt a bit speechless. "Boss, it's not about the money, it's mainly that the club operates late at night. Today isn't suitable for me. Can I adjust my schedule? Otherwise I won't hold up tonight." Since he had said this, Hua Jinshui, no matter how greedy he was, felt it was inappropriate. "All right, you can go home and rest today, come back to work tomorrow." He personally saw Su Yuan to the door of the club, reluctantly watching him leave, still worriedly reminding him, "You must come back." Fearing that Su Yuan would change his mind after sleeping on it, Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. After assuring him multiple times that he would definitely be back to work the next day, Hua Jinshui finally relaxed. Having resolved the matter of his new job at the club, Su Yuan found himself once again adrift, though he'd often reminded himself to rest early in preparation for upcoming duties. Now, however, things had shifted. The club opened in the afternoon and closed well past midnight, granting him a perfectly legitimate excuse to stay up late. Coincidentally, he'd recently become utterly absorbed in a video game, so he planned to return home and indulge freely until the small hours. The following afternoon, Su Yuan prepared a simple meal for himself before driving leisurely to the club. After parking his car in the adjacent lot, he had barely stepped out when a voice called his name. Turning sideways, he saw Hu Jinshui, the club's owner. Though the sun remained hidden and a biting wind swept across the street, Hu Jinshui stood motionless at the entrance, his neck drawn tightly into his collar against the cold. The moment he spotted Su Yuan, his face lit up with a warm, affable smile. "At last, you're here. Just now I was wondering whether I should go pick you up myself. After all, your place isn't exactly nearby." For kilometers hardly qualified as far. Most likely he'd feared Su Yuan might renege, and been ready to track him down at home. Su Yuan offered a wry, silent smile. They were both adults. If he'd promised to show up, he would. Together they entered the club, where the hostesses were holding a staff meeting. Deeming it essential for Su Yuan to become acquainted with his colleagues, Hu Jinshui led him straight into the room and introduced him to everyone. "From now on, this is our club's head chef. You will respect him just as you respect me, the boss." "Understood. Understood. Hello, Brother Su." "Brother Su, from tonight onward our midnight snacks are in your hands." The hostesses were all strikingly beautiful, slim-waisted, fair-skinned, and radiant. Though it was deep winter, each wore sleek leather skirts, paired with sheer thigh-highs revealing long, elegant legs that seemed almost blinding in their abundance. Now they turned towards Su Yuan with bright, cheerful smiles, waving gently, speaking in soft, melodic tones. Instantly, he felt a pleasant, light-headed buoyancy. No wonder successful men and heirs alike flocked to such establishments surrounded by so many captivating women and graceful limbs. Even passive observation brought deep comfort. Suddenly, Su Yuan found himself looking forward, even eagerly, to the next 20 days of work. After the introductions, Hu Jinshui briefed Su Yuan on the kitchen's current state. Aside from Su Yuan himself, only 2 assistant cooks worked there, the same pair he'd glimpsed the previous day. Their usual duties included assisting the head chef or preparing fruit platters. From now on, Su Yuan could assign them any supporting tasks as needed. Su Yuan nodded, committing the details to memory. As head chef, every aspect of the kitchen revolved around him. So Hu Jinshui asked, "Would you like to revise the menu? Just list your signature dishes." The former owner, rumored to have run a snack stall, had filled the menu exclusively with spicy chilled appetizers and side dishes. After skimming it briefly, Su Yuan decided against changes. He knew how to prepare every item listed. More importantly, this was a club, not a restaurant. Few patrons came primarily to eat. Many arrived already sated, seeking only entertainment. Even if he added lavish hot entrees to the menu, no one would order them. Hu Jinshui conceded the point and dropped the subject. "Su Yuan, no, let me call you Brother Su. I'm curious, what shall we have for tonight's midnight snack?" Su Yuan blinked, taken aback. "Boss, we're practically the same age. You can just call me Su Yuan." Brother Su feels oddly formal. "Not at all. I feel an instant kinship with you. From now on, don't see me as your boss. Think of me as your junior brother ready to take orders. Tonight's midnight snack rests entirely in your capable hands. In the past 2 weeks since I took over, I haven't enjoyed a single decent meal. Even the girls complain that the kitchen snacks taste worse than their own diet meals. I'll go inspect the kitchen and decide what to prepare." Fair enough. Having already endured being addressed as brother by 2 men nearing 40, Su Yuan had long since adopted a serene detachment toward titles. He changed into his new chef's uniform in the staff locker room and entered the kitchen. In a corner stood a large double-door refrigerator, and beside it a dedicated freezer. Su Yuan had assumed it would be well stocked with ingredients, only to find the freezer nearly empty, a single package of beef and another of chicken feet. The refrigerator fared no better, containing merely a few vegetables, a fresh yellow-feathered chicken, some chicken gizzards, and lean pork. Staring at the sparse contents, Su Yuan stood frozen in disbelief for a long moment. "Wait, this is a major club, yet your kitchen holds this little." There were more condiments than provisions. The 2 assistants sheepishly explained the club had suffered poor business for months before being sold, and after the transfer no professional chef had ever been hired. Their own cooking skills were mediocre at best, producing dishes unfit for proper service. With so few guests ordering food, most settled for fruit. Occasionally someone requested a snack, but the owners simply purchased pre-made items and sent them upstairs. Beyond slicing fruit platters, or on rare occasions preparing a bowl of sour soup noodles for a hungry guest, their sole remaining duty was preparing midnight snacks. But their lackluster technique yielded equally uninspired results. The hostesses preferred fruit over their cooking, so over time the kitchen's inventory dwindled further. "Hold on. If business has been so poor, why did I happen to find beef and chicken feet here yesterday?" Renjun flushed slightly. "I mentioned my stir-fried beef and chicken feet weren't half bad, so the boss ordered them for staff meals. Today's packages. Well, after last night's exceptional dish, he specifically instructed the supplier to deliver them. Su Yuan fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. Clearly, the boss's generosity in raising salaries bore no relation to the club's actual performance. The other assistant, Xia Daqing, suggested notifying the boss to arrange a fresh produce delivery, but Su Yuan declined after brief consideration. Why stock abundant ingredients for a struggling club? He'd work solely with what was on hand. Retrieving the beef and chicken feet to thaw, he examined the fresh yellow-feathered chickens and decided on crispy fried chicken. Though supplies were scarce, these chickens were excellent, vibrant, plump, and perfectly marbled. He washed the birds thoroughly, then cut them into evenly sized pieces, submerging them in milk. Do not dismiss this step as wasteful or superfluous. Milk-marinated chicken gains richer aroma and loses its gaminess entirely. Having absorbed the milk, the meat remains exquisitely tender and succulent during frying. At this point, he decided to craft a custom seasoning blend. A great fried chicken depends not only on quality meat, but equally on its finishing spice dusting. Without aromatic seasoning, even superb chicken falls flat. Commercial outlets offer countless dipping sauces, but Su Yuan opted for a single bold Sichuan spiced powder. First, he finely minced garlic, rinsed it to remove bitterness, then gently sautéed it in a wok over low heat. Once the minced garlic released its rich aroma, crushed peanuts and walnuts were added, both finely ground by machine, followed by cumin, Sichuan peppercorns, and other fragrant spices. After all the spices had been stir-fried to perfection, toasted sesame seeds, intact not ground, were added last. Su Yuan preferred their textural presence, believing whole seeds lent greater depth and character. In no time, the seasoning blend was complete. Roasted peanuts, pungent spices, and aromatic herbs all stir-fried until their heady fragrance bloomed and unfurled through the air like an invisible incense. The two assistants nearby instinctively craned their necks, drawn by the intoxicating scent. Perhaps they mused they'd be allowed to sample a bite before serving the guests. As the seasoning finished, the marinated chicken, soaked to just the right tenderness, was lifted from its brine and placed in a basin by Ren Jun, while Xia Daqing prepared Su Yuan's custom marinade with precise efficiency. Unlike Lin Andy, the cleaning staff, Ren Jun and Xia Daqing knew the kitchen intimately, every condiment, every tool. Su Yuan needed only to describe it clearly, and they executed flawlessly. Su Yuan immediately felt the shift. The workload lightened perceptibly. With no guests yet arrived, the hostesses had finished cleaning and gathered in a relaxed circle, their conversation inevitably circling back to him. The new head chef in the kitchen looks so young. He doesn't even look like a chef. Yes, strikingly young and handsome. But how good is his cooking? He must be competent. After all, the boss interviewed dozens of chefs and chose him. As long as our staff meals are delicious, I have no other demands. Guests rarely order food here anyway. A nearby hostess overheard and laughed softly. What are you doubting? Yesterday, when Brother Su came for his interview, he cooked 2 dishes. Legend says they were extraordinary. Sister Zhang even rushed into the kitchen and snatched a chicken claw. She devoured it down to the very bone. Really? You're kidding. Others exchanged skeptical glances. Why would I lie? I arrived late at the kitchen yesterday. I didn't even get a sip of broth. But those who tasted it swore it was so delicious they'd swallow their own tongues. With skill like that, surely our staff meals will be unforgettable. That's true. Yesterday, for a moment, the entire lobby was filled with an irresistible aroma. I thought it must have drifted in from somewhere else. Instantly, the hostesses began eagerly anticipating tonight's midnight snack. Back in the kitchen, Su Yuan began frying the chicken pieces, each coated in crisp batter, gently lowering them one by one into oil heated to precisely 7 inch heat. Upon contact, the oil bubbled white and lively, emitting a gentle rhythmic sizzle. Gradually, the savory fragrance of chicken rose into the air. Judging the timing just right, Su Yuan flipped each piece. The underside already gleamed golden and radiant. Once both sides achieved a flawless sunlit gold, he swiftly lifted the pieces, gave them a second brief fry for extra crispness, then arranged them neatly on a large platter. As the chicken tumbled onto the plate, a delicate crisp crackle echoed. Just hearing it promised unparalleled, shattering crispness within. By now, night had fallen. The club's ambient lighting flickered to life, dazzling, opulent, evoking a world of decadent glamour. 2 cars pulled into the parking lot. The hostess stationed at the entrance hurried forward, her graceful stride quickening to open the doors. Business had been slow, so the staff spared no effort to deliver impeccable service, hoping each guest would become a loyal regular. As the doors swung open, several young men and women stepped out. Spotting the tall, elegant hostess, Tan Mengmeng exclaimed with theatrical delight, "Wow, it's just like in the movies. A stunning beauty opens the car door. Hurry, hurry. I can't wait to see what this club really looks like." Her tone betrayed a sheltered upbringing. Clearly a well-behaved girl sneaking out for her first taste of nightlife. Inside the club, her eyes darted everywhere, wide with innocent wonder as if marveling at some rare, enchanted spectacle. Tone it down. Don't act like some provincial bumpkin seeing the city for the first time. It's utterly embarrassing. Tan Wei trailed behind, dragging his feet, with reluctant disdain, his expression saying more than words ever could. Well, I haven't seen it before, so what? What's the big deal? The hostesses idle and poised by the entrance bowed in unison as guests entered. Welcome, esteemed guests. The synchronized greeting was striking, so much so that the male guests paused momentarily, dazzled. Tin Mingming gasped again, delighted. Inside the private room, a hostess helped them select songs and delivered chilled beer and soft drinks. Friends had come primarily for Tan Wei, and soon they huddled together singing and laughing. Tin Mingming held no interest in karaoke. Instead, she scanned the performance menu and ordered a classical dance. Moments later, a graceful performer appeared on stage, draped in traditional Chinese attire, her elegance and poise a visual symphony. But Tan Mingming's enthusiasm evaporated instantly. I skipped dinner just to tag along. And this is what we get. What's the difference between this club and a karaoke lounge? Oh please, a college student, and you expect what exactly? Tan Wei rolled his eyes. If Mom and Dad find out I brought you here, they'll break my legs. Let's get you home fast, call a ride, and I'll even gift you 2 skins for your game. Tin Mingming sighed, conceding defeat. Fine, I'll eat something first. Order me food quick. I'm starving. Tan Wei, exasperated, summoned a server without even showing Mingming the menu, desperate only to dispatch her promptly. Bring something light and tasty, something young girls love, and make it fast. Right away, sir. Lingling, assigned to the private room, acknowledged the request, but once outside hesitated. A sudden food order was unfamiliar territory, exciting yet uncertain how to proceed. Previously, the boss had simply instructed them to purchase pre-made snacks for private rooms. Now, with a full-time chef on staff, that approach was no longer acceptable. Lingling walked straight to the kitchen and leaned through the service window. What do we have that young girls especially enjoy? The guest is famished and insists it be ready now. Just as the second batch of fried chicken emerged steaming from the wok, Su Yuan smiled. What young girls love? Simple, spicy, numbing, bold-flavored bites. This fresh batch, crispy outside, tender within, is guaranteed to win her over. Lingling nodded. Of course. How many young women didn't adore fried chicken? She carried off a generous platter without hesitation. Su Yuan added a plate of tender beef jerky and another of lemon-marinated chicken claws, 3 dishes total. With such limited offerings, unrequested orders were in fact a blessing. As Lingling carried the plates toward the private room, an astonishing medley of aromas spiraled upward, tangy, fiery, numbing, deeply savory, filling her senses with bewildering intensity. How could 3 simple dishes emit such an overwhelming, mouth-watering perfume? Her mouth watered uncontrollably. She tilted her chin up, refusing to glance down again. Soon 3 plates of appetizers were delivered to the table in the private room. Tan Mingming glanced at the 3 plates of snacks and couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Not only were they all her favorites, but they also looked incredibly appetizing. Putting on gloves, she picked up a piece of fried chicken and brought it to her mouth. The golden fried chicken chunks seemed to shimmer under the lights, exuding a rich aroma of chicken sprinkled with a layer of spicy seasoning. To Tan Mingming's surprise, there were even large sprinkles of sesame casually sticking to the chicken pieces, which only heightened her appetite. She took a bite of the chicken, and a subtle crunch echoed in her mouth as the crispy shell shattered. The force of her bite caused crumbs to tumble into her mouth, showcasing just how crispy the outer layer was. However, the shell was not only crispy, but also thin, allowing her to bite into the tender meat inside. The succulent chicken was enveloped in delicious juices that flowed down her chin with each bite. The savory juices were slightly warm, causing her tongue to quiver and want to pull back, but in the next moment, she was conquered by the exquisite flavor. Wow, brother, this fried chicken leg is delicious. The crust is crispy, and the inside is fragrant, infused with a rich chicken flavor. Tan Mingming voiced her praise, but unfortunately no one at the table was paying attention to her. They were either singing or drinking and playing games. She nudged her brother, but Tan Wei didn't even turn his head. Tin Mingming huffed and continued eating fried chicken. She had eaten plenty of fried chicken before, but she realized that none of the places specializing in fried chicken were as delicious as this club. Not to mention the crispy exterior, the seasoning was particularly fragrant, clinging to the crunchy shell. With each bite, a medley of spicy flavors erupted in her mouth, spicy enough to be enjoyable, but not overwhelming, leaving her craving more. After eating 2 pieces of fried chicken, she reached for the spicy beef jerky. The jerky packed a fiery punch, offering a completely different texture from the fried chicken, yet it heightened her taste buds, making her appetite soar. It was simply delicious. She opened her stomach wide, munching on snacks, while watching her brother play dice, her mouth glistening with grease. At that moment, while playing dice, Tan Wei suddenly caught a whiff of a spicy and fragrant aroma. The scent was so enticing that it excited his taste buds and filled his mouth with saliva. Unable to resist, Tan Wei turned his head to take a look and saw that it was his sister eating the beef jerky. He casually picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth, only to freeze in astonishment a second later, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why is this beef jerky so delicious? It's dry, crispy, and incredibly spicy. It's so satisfying. He swallowed the beef jerky, tilted his head back to gulp down a mouthful of beer, and exhaled deeply, feeling utterly unsatisfied. He threw down the dice, turned around, and picked up his chopsticks to eat, alternating between bites of food and sips of beer, all the while displaying a look of sheer enjoyment. A few friends, curious about how vigorously he was eating, gathered around. No way, go, is it really that fragrant? If it's fragrant, why not just try it for yourselves, eh? Tanwei picked up a chicken claw. His friends weren't the least bit hungry and had no desire to pick up their chopsticks, but seeing how deliciously his sister and he were eating made them momentarily tempted, and they all grabbed their chopsticks to sample the dishes on the table. In the next moment, voices of admiration erupted. This chicken claw tastes incredibly authentic, sour and spicy with a sweet aftertaste. I feel like I can even taste the mustard. Delicious. It's even tastier than the lemon chicken claws I waited 3 hours in line for last time. The beef jerky is also unbelievably good, packed with spice. It explodes with flavor in your mouth, but doesn't leave an uncomfortable burning sensation on your tongue. The numbing and spicy flavors intertwine perfectly. It's just so fragrant. The fried chicken chunks are also fantastic. How come all 3 snacks are so delicious? A group of people who were originally having a great time playing suddenly lost interest in the games, all gathering around the table to eat. They were gathering for a meal today, and apart from Tan Mingming, the others had already eaten before coming to play. Initially, they were all full, but the appetizers were so delicious that after just tasting a bit, their appetites were whetted, and they began to feast. The fragrant fried chicken chunks held in her palm cracked with a satisfying crunch as she pulled them apart, the golden crust falling into the plate. With another firm pull, the meat detached from the bone. Bringing the meat to her mouth, the tender chicken and crispy shell combined to create a unique flavor. Several ladies especially loved this fried chicken because it was made from whole chickens rather than just chicken legs, and each piece offered a slightly different texture. The meat from the back, due to the bones, was even crispier and had a more intense charred flavor, while the breast meat was more tender and juicy. When they reached the chicken wings, the texture was particularly special, with a delightful chewiness. A small plate of fried chicken was quickly devoured by them. Tan Mingming was initially pleased that her brother's friends were paying her some attention and eating with her. However, after just a few bites, she suddenly noticed that the food on her plate was disappearing at a visible rate, and she exclaimed, "My fried chicken, I'm not full yet." The dishes at the club were all snacks, so the portions were naturally small. With 7 or 8 people each taking a couple of chopsticks worth, it was gone in no time, and everyone hadn't had enough. Seeing this, Tan Wei pressed the call button, and when Ling Ling entered, he pointed at the fried chicken on the table and asked her to bring more. Tan Mingming followed up with, "We need 2 orders, bring 2 orders. 1 order is never enough." Tan Wei shot a glare at his sister, wondering what was wrong with her. Did she think the family was lacking in food? If they were out dining, they could just order more. If it wasn't enough, why be so stingy? He then slammed his thigh and declared, "3 orders are guaranteed. Phil, bring 3 orders. Okay, it will be here soon." Hearing that they were ordering so many snacks, a smile spread across Ling Ling's face. The private room offered commissions for both drinks and food. The dishes at the club were not cheap. A plate of fried chicken cost 288, and the commission was naturally quite substantial. She felt assured about her salary this month as she hurriedly went to the kitchen and brought 3 plates of fried chicken to the private room. Before the fried chicken was even set on the table, the ladies seated there could hardly wait and rushed over to greet it, bringing the plates to the table themselves. "Quick, continue the feast. This fried chicken is so delicious that even if I'm full, I want to keep going." Ling Ling topped off everyone's beer and drinks, but before she could leave, Tan Wei called her back. "Wait, also bring 3 more orders of beef jerky and lemon chicken claws." Ling Ling's smile grew even brighter. She had encountered a windfall and went to fetch the beef jerky and chicken claws. By now, several tables in the lounge were already occupied. The spacious 2-story venue hosted only a handful of guests, a rather modest turnout. Yet today, an unusual liveliness filled the air. Waitresses frequently strode toward the kitchen with radiant smiles, casting admiring glances at Su Yuan. Brother Su, I substituted crispy fried peanuts with fried chicken for a guest, and not only did he not mind, but he praised me for my recommendation. My guests were equally delighted. After 3 dishes arrived, they grew slightly displeased upon realizing their ordered items hadn't appeared. Yet after my enthusiastic suggestion, they sampled the food and promptly tipped me. "Quick, Brother Jun, send over another plate of beef jerky." Mine were even more gracious when I explained their selections weren't available today. They simply said, "Serve whatever you have." After eating, they even photographed the dishes and shared them on social media. Hearing this, Su Yuan's lips twitched faintly. He recalled his oversight. Though he could prepare any dish without altering the menu, the kitchen's limited inventory demanded advance notice to the waitstaff. Fortunately, all guests had been accommodating. Had even one been difficult, complications would surely have arisen. As long as guests enjoy the food, today's offerings are strictly these 3 dishes. Please recommend no others. If guests grow hungry, simply guide them toward these 3. The waitresses laughed in agreement and departed with the added dishes. Just then Lingling approached, requesting 3 portions of beef jerky and 3 of chicken feet. After portioning them, Rinjun discovered only 2 servings of chicken feet remained. He shrugged helplessly. Only 2 plates left. What? So soon? Our private room ordered just 1 plate. How could it possibly run out? Lingling exclaimed in disbelief, recalling the large bowl of prepared chicken feet she'd seen earlier. A large private room, apparently a corporate gathering, ordered heavily, and everyone adored the chicken feet, requesting refills repeatedly. Naturally, supplies dwindled. With no choice, Lingling carried the dishes to the private room and apologized. Apologies, guests. Many patrons today favor chicken feet, so only 2 plates remain. Tanwei glanced at his phone and remarked with theatrical exaggeration, "It's barely past 9, yet dishes are already exhausted. Does your lounge truly stock so little?" They usually frequented larger, more distant lounges. Today, however, they'd chosen this nearby venue solely because Tanwei's younger sister had insisted, leaving them unfamiliar with its operations. Lingling explained politely, "We sincerely apologize. Today marks our new chef's debut and preparations were incomplete. Should you wish to savor these delicacies again, I guarantee an even richer culinary experience next time." It turned out the lounge had just welcomed its new chef. Shortages were inevitable. Gathered around, guests continued feasting enthusiastically. These boldly spicy, tangy, and fiery dishes proved utterly irresistible. Though they'd felt no hunger initially, their mouths moved autonomously while their minds relentlessly urged them onward. To savor every bite, the waitresses even rationed their drinks, sipping only tiny amounts between mouthfuls. The men with their sturdier appetites paired beer with fried chicken, a match made in gustatory heaven. Eventually satiated beyond measure, they slumped lazily onto the sofas, songs abandoned, drinking games forgotten, as they half closed their eyes, savoring the lingering ecstasy of those savory morsels. Only Tan Mengmeng, the sole guest who'd arrived empty-stomached, continued feasting, nibbling beef jerky, gnawing chicken feet, then devouring another piece of fried chicken, utterly enraptured. "I never imagined lounge fare could be this exquisite. Now I finally understand why you all constantly flock here. Not for performances, but for the food. Had I known earlier, I'd have insisted on joining every outing." "No, young lady. Lounges differ vastly from one another. Only this lounge delivers such extraordinary cuisine." Tanwei longed to clarify further for his sister, but hesitated before friends. Instead, he offered only a dry, unadorned remark. "Next time you crave exceptional food, come straight here. Avoid other venues. Why, nowhere else compares in taste." Tan Mengmeng nodded vaguely, committing his words to memory. In the end, Tan Mengmeng, who normally dined with fairy-like restraint, nearly subsisting on dew, devoured every last morsel remaining on the table. Sucking her fingers and gazing at the empty plates, she suddenly shrieked. Tanwei jumped. "What now? I forgot to photograph this delicious feast for social media. What do I do, Surely I can't post mere empty plates." As she tugged his arm back and forth, Tanwei nearly lost his balance and hastily replied, "Empty plates spark imagination. Followers will wonder just how delectable your meal truly was." Tan Mengmeng instantly agreed, snapping rapid photos of plates slick with crimson chili oil and scattered with fragments, and even including discarded chicken bones, before posting them to her social feed. After posting, she sought updates about the lounge and asked Lingling for its official account. The newly appointed owner had no official account. Previous management had neglected such matters due to sluggish business. Lingling noted the request and courteously explained the situation. Realizing no account existed, Tan Mengmeng jotted down the lounge's name and address, determined not to forget its location, and the group finally settled the bill and departed. Just then, Hua Jinshui, returning from an errand, entered the lounge and as usual inquired at the front desk about occupancy rates in private rooms before shaking his head and heading straight for the kitchen. Having just assumed control of the lounge, he'd spent the afternoon overwhelmed by countless trivialities, so much so that he'd skipped lunch entirely. Now ravenous, he sought Su Yuan to prepare something delicious. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, an intoxicating aroma enveloped him. On the counter sat a plate of golden brown fried chicken pieces, fragrant and glistening, dusted with vivid red seasoning. Large sesame seeds, plump and generously scattered, enhanced rather than disrupted the dish's visual appeal, rendering the chicken pieces plump, succulent, and irresistibly tempting. Without hesitation, Hua Jinshui reached out with eager hands. Just as his fingertips neared the chicken, a swift hand intercepted the plate. Bewildered, Hua Jinshui stared at Su Yuan. "Brother Su, Why did you snatch my fried chicken? Boss, Su Yuan sighed, this is the last portion. We were short, so we scraped together extra from other plates to assemble this one. If you eat it, Alan will weep. Hua Jinshui remained utterly baffled. His stomach growled insistently, until Xia Daqing hurriedly recounted how unusually voracious today's guests had been, ordering far beyond expectation. Hua Jinshui stood dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined his lounge might ever face a shortage of anything. Hua Jinshui reflected on the past half-month since taking over the club. Guests either ordered nothing at all or requested only tiny portions, often opting to buy ready-made food instead of hiring a chef, which proved even more convenient. He had not expected that mere days after hiring a head chef, demand would surge so sharply that supplies ran short, a truly auspicious sign indicating the club's business was finally reviving. Yet as the saying goes, heaven is vast, earth is vast, but nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. Hua Jinshui gazed longingly at the fragrant fried chicken before reaching out once more. Let me have it. I'm starving. Tell the guests to choose something else. Su Yuan stopped him again. Earlier, a young woman named Alan had lingered in the kitchen for ages, prompting him to devise a solution. He'd carefully portioned out one serving of fried chicken. Handing it directly to his boss now would embarrass her terribly when she arrived. Why wait for Alan? I've been craving this fried chicken for days. I must taste it. The savory aroma drifted into his nostrils, making Hua Jinshui's eyes gleam with desperate hunger. Yet fate had other plans. Just as he lifted the plate, Alan appeared and snatched the fried chicken away, declaring it was for a guest and must be reserved accordingly. Hua Jinshui protested fiercely. He was the owner after all, and naturally deserved priority. Alan stood firm. In business, the customer always came first. After a spirited, logic-driven debate, both turned expectantly towards Su Yuan. Brother Su, you decide who takes precedence, the boss or the guest. Su Yuan had been thoroughly entertained watching their squabble over fried chicken, never imagining that indulging in such a light-hearted spectacle would suddenly draw him into the fray. With an air of utter innocence, he declared himself merely a cook. Who ate the dish was none of his concern. In the end, Alan prevailed, wresting the fried chicken from Hua Jinshui's hands and carrying it off to serve the guest. Hua Jinshui slumped, face drawn in despair, and turned pleadingly to Su Yuan. Brother Su, I'm famished. Have mercy. Spare me a bite. The remark nearly made Su Yuan burst into laughter. The workplace atmosphere among this younger generation, freshly graduated and newly employed, felt refreshingly vibrant, brimming with youthful energy. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll whip up a bowl of noodles for you. He opened the refrigerator. Most ingredients had already been used up. Only chicken gizzards, celery, and a small fist-sized piece of lean pork remained. That scrap of pork was too meager for any proper dish, so he simply returned it to the freezer. He retrieved the celery and gizzards, then unearthed some pickled vegetables, left behind by the previous chef, from a crock in the corner. After rinsing away excess acidity, he finally minced the pickles, cleaned the gizzards, scored them with a crisscross pattern, and diced them smaller than usual. Then he stir-fried them with the celery and pickle mince into a fiery, tangy delicacy, sour spicy chicken gizzards. Using store-bought noodles boiled on the spot, he seasoned them with aromatic condiments and topped them generously with the freshly cooked sour spicy gizzards, crowning the dish with a generous spoonful of chili oil he himself had just rendered. This is all we have left in the kitchen. I've prepared you a bowl. Eat up while it's hot. Tomorrow we'll stock more San Juan chickens, and I'll fry extra batches so everyone can savor them. No sooner had Su Yuan finished speaking than Hua Jinshui lunged forward, snatching the bowl and cradling it protectively, as if shielding a treasured hatchling from thieves. Lifting his chopsticks, he stared in disbelief. It was, after all, just plain noodles, yet they looked utterly irresistible. Snow-white noodles rested casually at the bowl's base, crowned with a rich layer of pickled gizzard. Vibrant green celery mince and deep purplured gizzards melded harmoniously, accented by pale golden pickles, an exquisitely balanced palate. Savory juices from the stir-fry seeped through every crevice of the noodles, staining them a lustrous amber hue. Fiery red chili oil intensified the fragrance, and as steam rose, a piquant sour spicy aroma flooded the air. Hua Jinshui had been salivating uncontrollably, while Su Yuan cooked, and now intoxicated by the scent, he seized his chopsticks and dug in without hesitation. Each strand of cooked noodle was perfectly enrobed in the stir-fry, spiraling into his mouth together, and delivered precisely the exhilarating sour spicy thrill he'd imagined. Though mass-produced, the noodles possessed extraordinary resilience. Su Yuan's mastery of heat control had coaxed out their full, springy, chewy potential. With each vigorous bite, teeth met crisp gizzards and zesty accompaniments nestled within the strands. The gizzards were delightfully tender crisp, the pickles refreshingly tart and appetite-awakening, transforming this humble bowl into an unforgettable feast. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Noodles still clinging to his lips, Hua Jinshui He thrust a triumphant thumb skyward towards Su Yuan, then buried his face back in the bowl, utterly forgetting the fried chicken he'd coveted moments before. Ravenous, he devoured the entire bowl in record time. Spotting a final spoonful of broth pooled at the bottom, he lifted the bowl and drank it down in one smooth gulp. Never imagined supermarket noodles could taste this sublime, utterly satisfying. Hui Jinshui smacked his lips, set the bowl aside, and added eagerly, "Brother Su, I'd love another bowl." Rin Jun and others crowded around. "Brother Su, we want some too." Me, me, cried two young women beside them, waving their arms high overhead. Su Yuan recalled Xia Daqing, mentioning midnight snacks began at 10 o'clock. But faced with 7 or 8 eager faces pressing close like fledglings awaiting feed, he dismissed the notion of strict timing as trivial. "Then let's serve midnight snacks early tonight. I'll boil a large pot of noodles. Everyone gets sour spicy gizzard noodles. Please inform the others outside noodles spoil quickly, so adjust schedules and divide yourselves into 2 shifts." "Got it." The two women dashed from the kitchen. Within 2 minutes, word had spread across the entire club tonight's midnight snack was sour spicy chicken gizzard noodles. Such an unremarkable name stirred not a flicker of enthusiasm. "I think I'll stick with fruit tonight. The pears I bought the day before are going soft. Brother Rin said I could eat them freely. Eating noodles so late is too calorific. I'll have fruit instead. I've been hoping to try that much braised fried chicken the guests raved about, but it's gone. I won't touch the noodles." Since several young women hadn't eaten dinner, head supervisor Sister Zhang scheduled them for the second shift, letting the hungrier ones go first. Moments later, the noodles were ready. Hui Jinshui had already swapped his bowl for a massive one, and without hesitation filled it to the brim. The young women fetched their own bowls, each ladling out a generous portion, then gathered around tables and chairs in the corridor to eat together. The fragrant noodles alone were enough to ignite appetites, and the instant the first bite touched their tongues, every woman's eyes lit up with delighted surprise. These noodles are absolutely perfect, tangy and spicy in one bite, instantly awakening the palate. Exactly. I didn't want any at first, but now I could easily devour 2 bowls. They're wonderfully springy, and the toppings, sour yet mellow, spicy yet fragrant, are pure delight. What's astonishing is that these are ordinary packaged supermarket noodles, and they taste extraordinary. Absolutely. Brother Su's culinary artistry is nothing short of alchemical, transmuting the mundane into the miraculous. From now on, anyone who dares claim packaged noodles are bland will have me to answer to. Su Yuan's test dishes from yesterday had only been sampled by a handful of people. Today's fried chicken and side dishes sold exceptionally well. Every portion was devoured by guests who thus learned that Su Yuan's cooking was delicious, though they had no inkling just how extraordinary it truly was. Only after savoring a simple Suran spicy chicken gizzard noodle dish did they finally grasp the true mastery of this chef, so highly regarded by the boss. With such humble ingredients, he had conjured a midnight snack so irresistibly compelling it lingered long in memory. Were outsiders to learn that these women were quarreling over a bowl of Suran spicy chicken gizzard noodles for supper, they might well assume the girls had never before tasted anything truly exquisite. In that moment, their eyes sparkled with exhilaration as they gazed upon Su Yuan. Such artistry promised endless culinary delight ahead. The noodles were so delectable that even those who'd planned to eat sparingly found their appetites awakened. 1 bowl became 2, laughter and merriment filling the air. The side dish had been stir-fried in advance. Boiling fresh noodles required only a quick flame. No trouble at all. To avoid disturbing Su Yuan's own meal, Rin Jun volunteered to cook the noodles himself. Such an exceptional master chef deserved their utmost respect. And if Su Ge happened to be in a generous mood, perhaps he'd impart a few techniques. That would be an immeasurable boon. The stir-fried Suran spicy chicken gizzards visibly dwindled, nearly vanishing altogether, when Su Yuan gently reminded them the girls currently tending the shop haven't eaten yet. Please save some for them. No need. We've already asked them. They said they'd rather have fruit than a full meal, which is why they're scheduled to eat later. As Zhang Jie spoke, she scooped more noodles into her bowl and mixed them thoroughly. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group finally rotated shifts, allowing the remaining girls to rest and enjoy their long-awaited supper. Those who'd planned merely to nibble on fruit and relax were startled upon returning. Their colleagues' mouths were still singing praises, some clutching their bellies, others letting out contented burps, faces alight with unadulterated bliss. Suddenly, curiosity about the midnight feast flared brightly within them. With tentative curiosity, one girl ladled a small portion into her bowl. The first bite delivered a vibrant burst of tangy heat, bright, refreshing, deeply appetizing. The chicken gizzards were crisp and springy, the noodles firm and resilient. Her expression instantly transformed into one of wide-eyed astonishment. She hurriedly swapped for a larger bowl piled on noodles and garnish and began devouring them with unrestrained gusto. Xiao Jun, the last to arrive, found only a thin layer of sauce clinging to the bottom of the pan along with a few stray shreds. Undeterred, she poured her noodles directly into the pan and stirred them vigorously before eating. Alas, she managed only 2 bites before the dish vanished. Xiao Jun looked on the verge of tears. Zhang Jie had already praised Su Ji's cooking, yet she'd never imagined his midnight fare could be equally sublime. Brother Su, dearest Brother Su, please, think of something for me. I only had 2 bites, truly just 2, not even a mouthful. Yes, Brother Su, we're still hungry. You're so brilliant. You must have a solution. Brother Su, I'm your sworn sister, your bloodbound sibling in spirit. Half a bowl simply won't suffice. Oh, Brother Su, I've decided. You are henceforth my idol. I vow to revere you for life. Please grant us just one more feast. Sated yet yearning for more, the women regretted their earlier restraint so deeply it felt like gnawing at their very entrails. Seeing Xiao Jun speak up, they joined her chorus of entreaties, voices soft but fervent. They didn't merely plead. They gathered close. One draped an arm over his shoulder, another playfully squeezed his wrist, while a third nudged him gently with her shoulder, lips, softly pouted, voice honeyed and tender. Even a man as resolutely unflappable as Su Yuan couldn't withstand such orchestrated charm. Fine, I'll think of something. Su Yuan strode to the refrigerator, retrieved the last slab of lean pork, defrosted it, minced it finely, and stir-fried it into tender ribbons, transforming it into silky, delicate shredded pork noodles. These smooth, tender noodles offered a wholly new dimension of delight, finally satiating the women's craving. Yet the pork yielded barely a fist-sized portion, yielding scant servings overall. They ate only halfway full, and turned towards Su Yuan again, eyes shimmering with hopeful longing. He opened the fridge, palms upturned in a gesture of helplessness. There's absolutely nothing left inside. Even I cannot conjure delicacies from emptiness. At last they relented. Hua Jinshui, observing that every viable ingredient in the kitchen had been sold or consumed, reasoned there was no further work to be done, and promptly dismissed Su Yuan early, urging him to rest well for tomorrow's shift. Su Yuan accepted without hesitation. Without ingredients lingering in the kitchen served no purpose. Brother Su, what dishes should we prepare tomorrow? Hua Jinshui asked. Stock up generously on beef and chicken feet, and don't forget free-range Sanwang chickens. Pausing thoughtfully, Su Yuan added 3 dishes feel too sparse. Add duck necks, duck offal, and some yellow croaker. A bag of peanuts too, someone ordered them tonight. For staff meals, boss, please buy whatever you personally prefer. He requested nothing more. Business at the club remained sluggish. Ordering excessive provisions would only leave them languishing and used in the refrigerator. Understood, we'll follow Brother Su's guidance completely. Hua Jinshui pulled out a small notebook and recorded each instruction with meticulous care, so earnest, so deferential it mirrored a subordinate taking notes during a senior executive's briefing. Su Yuan stared, momentarily speechless. How peculiar to suddenly feel like the one giving orders. Leaving the club unusually early, Su Yuan stepped out before 11, still wide awake, as young people rarely slept so soon. Work had been so light, he felt no fatigue at all. Back at his desk, he launched into a video game and played uninterrupted until past 2 o'clock before finally retiring. He'd expected to sleep until past noon, but woke instead at 9:30. After rolling twice in bed and confirming he felt utterly alert, he rose without hesitation. He retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator and prepared breakfast, finishing well before 10:30. His shift wouldn't begin until 5:30. With hours still stretching before him, he stood adrift, uncertain how best to fill the time. His head throbbed dully from last night's marathon gaming session. He had no desire to resume. Instead, he grabbed his keys and set off to cruise the city once more. He'd owned the car for only a few days, practicing daily, racing across town relentlessly, until his driving skills sharpened considerably. Today, he peeled off the provisional license plate sticker his landlord had affixed to the windshield. He drove from Pingqing's easternmost edge to its western fringe, then northward, finally returning home just past 4 in the afternoon, perfectly timed to head straight to work. Su Yuan didn't even pause at his front door. Instead, he drove directly to the club. 2 young women were polishing the club's glass doors when his car pulled up. Spotting him, they lit up with delight. Striding forward on long, graceful legs, one rushed to open his door, the other extended her hand, poised to assist him down. Their voices dripped with sweetness, each syllable a reverent Brother Su. Su Yuan was astonished. How had he never realized he held such appeal among beautiful women, not even back in university? Yet accepting her hand to step out felt oddly disconcerting. So he smiled warmly, declined the offer, and alighted from the car unaided. The 2 girls surrounded Su Yuan as they walked into the club, their smiles sweeter than the nectar of spring flowers. Nearby, Xia Daqing, who was parking his electric bike, looked at Su Yuan surrounded by beauties filled with envy. Su Gu is really popular. The beauties are opening doors and offering their hands. Why don't I get this treatment? Ren Jun happened to be nearby, overhearing his words, and couldn't help but laugh. Who told you that you're not Su Ge? Only our Su Ge gets such treatment. Xia Daqing not only did not refute, but nodded in agreement. That's right, Su Ge is handsome and skilled. What girl wouldn't love such a man? Rin Jun said, compared to Su Ge, we only lack that mesmerizing skill. Xia Daqing glanced at Rin Jun's unremarkable appearance and chuckled, realizing he had never noticed Rin Jun's hint of narcissism. As Su Yuan entered the club, Sister Zhang quickly approached him, handing him a menu. Su Ge, take a look. This is the menu just printed out. Is it the dishes you ordered yesterday? The thin paper was nicely designed, listing 7 dishes, exactly what Su Yuan had arranged with Hu Jinshui yesterday. Given the current business of the club, 7 dishes were more than enough. He nodded. That's right, just these. If any guests order something else, note down the dish names, and he'll discuss it with the boss later. After finalizing the menu, Su Yuan headed to the kitchen. Rin Jun and Xia Daqing were already cleaning the ingredients that had been delivered. Yesterday, Su Yuan had instructed them on how to handle beef and chicken feet. They were afraid of making mistakes, so they jotted down notes, carefully following the steps while processing the ingredients. Seeing Su Yuan arrive, they greeted him and returned to their work. Su Yuan glanced at the other ingredients on the counter and soaked the duck neck and duck offal in a large stainless steel basin. These 2 ingredients were perfect for making spicy marinated dishes, a favorite snack among the people of Pitching. However, the preparation process was complex and few households could achieve a satisfactory flavor, which is why there was a spicy marinated shop on almost every street in Pitching. Today, Su Yuan was going to make spicy duck neck and spicy duck offal. He set up a large stainless steel pot, boiled a large pot of water, and then selected the most suitable spices for making spicy marinade and cleaned them. Once the large iron pot was heated, he added these spices and slowly roasted them over a low flame to better release their aroma. After roasting, he prepared to caramelize some sugar. Don't underestimate this sugar color. Most people can't do it well. Even cooks who frequently work in the kitchen can mess it up if they don't master the heat. The successful caramel was a rich dark red with a hint of black and a glossy sheen, giving it a crystalline appearance. Tasting it revealed no sweetness. Only such caramel could color the meat without affecting its flavor. Having handled these, he turned to prepare the thawed duck neck and duck offal, only to find that the nimble Rin Jun and Xia Daqing had already cleaned them. We thought the spicy marinade needs more time, so we processed these 2 items first, Xia Daqing explained. Su Yuan immediately understood why after Hu Jinshui took over the club, these 2 helpers remained. They worked quickly and were eager to learn. Who wouldn't like such employees? He placed the cleaned large bones and 2-3 yellow chickens into the pot, adding the spices and letting them simmer slowly. The broth for the spicy marinade could be reused, but for the first batch, to enhance the fragrance and freshness, large bones and 3 yellow chickens must be simmered, otherwise the duck products would be spicy, without any aroma. The broth in the large pot simmered slowly, quickly changing color and releasing an enticing fragrance that soon wafted into the corridor. Hu Jinshui was giving a meeting to the girls when he caught a whiff of the aroma and couldn't help but glance towards the kitchen before turning back to continue his speech. Guests come to the club to have a good time. You must schedule more performances. Don't just have 2 or 3. It looks dry and lacks excitement, not even as appealing as fried chicken. Everyone needs to be flexible and suggest programs to guests considering their preferences. Not everyone wants to see a hot dance. Maybe some just want fried chicken. He rambled on about the fried chicken he missed eating yesterday, making the girls laugh. Boss, fried chicken is for eating, not for watching. Guests might prefer to eat fried chicken, the bold Lingling teased. Go on, scatter. I have some fried chicken. Ahem, I need to discuss something with Su Ge. You all do your thing. Ignoring the giggling girls, Hu Jinshui quickly walked into the kitchen and smiled at Su Yuan. Su Ge, is the fried chicken ready? It's done, but the batter needs a bit more work. Just wait a moment. No rush, I'm not in a hurry at all. Take your time. Hu Jinshui simply stood beside him, helping with minor tasks like washing garlic sprouts and finding spices, enjoying himself. After a moment, Su Yuan handed Hu Jinshui a small bowl. Without even using chopsticks, he picked up a piece of fried chicken with his hand and brought it to his mouth. Accompanied by a subtle crunch, the outer shell cracked and the tender chicken was bitten into. The fried chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and flavorful, with a spicy seasoning that made Hu Jinshui nod in delight. He usually wasn't fond of fried chicken snacks, but since it was made by Su Yuan, he had been looking forward to it all day. As expected, it lived up to the reputation. Delicious. After eating a few pieces of fried chicken, Hu Jinshui began to devour the spicy beef jerky and chicken feet. Suddenly, he turned to Su Yuan and said, Su Ge, your skills are so good, you must also be great at business. Tell me, how can I expand and improve the club's business? The customer base is too small. Su Yuan couldn't understand how Hu Jinshui could deduce his business acumen from his culinary skills. He shook his head about to refuse when he suddenly remembered something. I do have an immature little suggestion. Cut the spicy beef jerky or chicken feet into smaller pieces, arrange them on a plate at the bar, and when guests come over, offer them a sample with toothpicks. This way our snacks can be quickly promoted. As soon as he said this, Hu Jinshui excitedly clapped his hands. Yes, the club's biggest advantage is not the girls or the decor, but Su guest dishes. As long as these dishes are promoted and more people eat them, who would worry about the club not becoming famous? Su Gu, you're amazing. You thought of a solution so quickly. I will implement your suggestion immediately. Hu Jinshui looked at Su Yuan with admiration, praising him profusely before taking a plate to serve samples. Su Yuan, feeling overwhelmed by the compliments, felt as if he were the boss instead. Hu Jinshui harbored an inexplicable confidence in Su Yuan. When Su Yuan suggested a tasting promotion, Hua immediately delegated the task to Sister Zhang, leaving her utterly bewildered. It was perfectly ordinary for the club to attract patrons. Every evening she assigned several hostesses to stand at the entrance and solicit guests. Sometimes she even distributed flyers advertising discounted private room beverages. But having hostesses serve bit-sized samples as a promotional tactic, that was unprecedented. After all, this was a private club, not a restaurant. Was such a tasting strategy truly appropriate? Yet when the boss issued an order, one simply obeyed, no questions asked. She promptly summoned 2 hostesses to carry the prepared tasting dishes outside, while Hu Jinshui, now relieved of duty, retreated to the kitchen to sneak bites. He had intended to gorge himself, but Su Yuan's spicy simmered delicacies and crispy fried yellow croaker were still unfinished. Fearing he'd overeat and spoil his appetite, he restrained himself with sheer willpower, helping idly on the side while swallowing saliva incessantly. Thus, an oddly surreal scene unfolded at the entrance of Bale Club. A group of stunningly attractive hostesses, each holding a porcelain white tray in her left hand and a toothpick holder in her right. Whenever passers-by approached, a hostess would deftly spear a morsel with a toothpick and offer it with a warm invitation to sample, for free. At first, pedestrians assumed they'd stumbled upon a new restaurant launching a tasting campaign, only to realize upon closer inspection that this was astonishingly a private club. Their expressions instantly twisted into bewildered disbelief. Good heavens, it's a club. How on earth did anyone think to lure customers with food sampling? No wonder the staff are all so breathtakingly beautiful. A curious onlooker voiced his confusion. You're a club. Why resort to food sampling? To which the hostess replied cheerfully, clubs serve food too. But you're a club. Clearly this defied everyone's conventional understanding of what a private club entailed. Some, upon learning it was a club, hastily waved goodbye, fearing their female companions might misinterpret the setting, while others, seizing the chance to eat for free, popped the morsels into their mouths. The moment those tiny delicacies touched their tongues, astonishment bloomed across their faces. Goodness gracious, how can beef jerky taste this extraordinary? Crisp, aromatic, perfectly balanced with fiery heat and lingering fragrance. It's utterly addictive. These chicken feet are tangy, spicy, and sublime. I've never tasted any better. Indeed, just a bite, and the meat slips effortlessly from the bone, yet remains tender, never mushy. The chef is a true master. Every taster was utterly captivated by the flavors. It was already past 7 o'clock. Most passers-by were either late from work or strolling after dinner, and now, drawn irresistibly, they surged forward with questions. Are these signature dishes from your club? How much do they cost? Can we take them to go? Besides these 2, what else is delicious? A cacophony of voices erupted. So many questions so rapidly that the hostesses struggled to interject, forced to raise their voices just to be heard. We offer many more exquisite dishes. Please feel free to sample them on site. Takeaway service is not available. After all, this was a patron acquisition strategy, not a dine-in restaurant. Hearing this, some hesitant patrons reluctantly departed, but not before committing the club's name to memory, and several even shared it on social media. As the hostesses bustled outside, the kitchen buzzed with activity inside. Only Hu Jinshui, the owner, remained blissfully detached, crouched in a corner, gnawing rapturously on duck necks. Out on the street, Yulu was pondering where to take his blind date prospect for dinner, when suddenly an intensely rich aroma assaulted his senses, pungent, fiery, yet deeply fragrant. His mouth flooded with saliva on the spot. How intoxicatingly fragrant! He turned instinctively, and realized the scent emanated from the kitchen next door. A spark ignited in his eyes, just what I needed. A perfect restaurant appearing out of nowhere. He strode briskly toward the entrance, then froze mid-step, spotting the bold characters Bale Club emblazoned across the signboard. What the? This is a club. He glanced again at the elegantly dressed hostesses standing by the door offering samples to passers-by, and blinked, doubting his own eyes. No mistake, it was indeed a private club. Disappointment washed over him. For a first meeting with a prospective partner, a club would be bizarre, perhaps even alarming. She might turn and walk away on the spot. Yet the aroma was irresistible. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Leaving now would feel like forfeiting a fortune. His inner foodie surging forth, he pivoted and marched straight to the club's entrance. After all, it was only a tasting. A single bite posed no risk, and if he didn't like it, he could simply leave. No loss, no harm. The hostesses, delighted to see a willing guest approach, eagerly speared a strip of beef jerky and handed it to Yulu with a radiant smile. Yulu lifted the jerky. Before even placing it in his mouth, its bold, numbing spicy fragrance flooded his nostrils, rich and seductive. He examined it closely. The slender strip gleamed crimson under the light, its fibrous texture vivid and precise, translucent almost beneath a glistening sheen of chili oil and crushed peppers. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a vibrant, tingling heat exploded across his taste buds, so intense it rushed up his throat, filling his entire mouth with a heady, exhilarating spice. It was euphoric. He chewed gently, rich, savory, resilient, each tiny piece delivering full-bodied texture and depth. Just as he savored its complexity, it dissolved effortlessly, swept away by his tongue in one smooth swallow. His stomach stirred, awakening with eager anticipation, urging him onward, while his mouth flooded anew with saliva, insatiable and urgent. "How do you find the flavor, sir?" the hostess asked. Yula nodded without pause. "Absolutely thrilling, delicious." Seizing the moment, she added warmly, "Then why not reserve a private room right away? Invite your family to savor not just the jerky and chicken feet, but also our tonight-only specials: spicy simmered duck necks and offal plus golden fried chicken. Every dish rivals the jerky in excellence." "Yes, reserve a room. Right now." In that instant, Yulu had completely forgotten his earlier resolve to leave after just one bite. Such exceptional snacks were rare. This was a feast worth savoring fully. Even if his date arrived, the culinary excellence would speak for itself, leaving no room for criticism. As he walked inside, he impulsively speared another morsel from the nearby tray, and was instantly enraptured by the bright, zesty tang of lemon-marinated chicken feet. Even if his date arrived, the culinary excellence would speak for itself, leaving no room for criticism. As he walked inside, he impulsively speared another morsel from the nearby tray, and was instantly enraptured by the bright, zesty tang of lemon-marinated chicken feet. After savoring the snack, Yulu quickly sent a location to the girl, hoping she would arrive quickly. For the first time in his life, he felt such anticipation for a blind date. At 8 o'clock, a long-haired beauty appeared at the entrance of the Bailu Club. Upon seeing the large sign overhead, she initially thought she had come to the wrong place. After checking the navigation a few times and confirming she hadn't made a mistake, she thought she must be seeing things. If she was, why would her blind date choose to meet at a club? The long-haired beauty felt a bit annoyed. What kind of blind date was this? It was her first meeting, and instead of choosing an elegant environment, they were meeting at a club. If he didn't want to go on a blind date, he could have just canceled it. Doing this was too disrespectful. Fuming, she walked into the club, asked for the direction of the private room, and headed straight for Yulu. Inside the private room, Yulu was anxiously waiting, glancing at the dishes on the table from time to time. Although all the dishes were recommended by the waitstaff, they smelled really delicious. The dishes on the table, both in appearance and aroma, were tantalizing his senses. Seeing that the girl had yet to arrive, Yulu picked up his chopsticks, ready to sneak a bite. Just as he popped a spicy duck heart into his mouth, the door was suddenly shoved open. Yulu didn't expect it to happen at that moment. He tossed his chopsticks aside and stood up, smiling at the girl. The long-haired beauty glanced at Yulu and said with displeasure, "If it weren't for Aunt May relentlessly introducing us, I wouldn't have come to meet you. Since you've chosen to meet at a club, I assume you don't want to go on a blind date and are being forced by your family. In that case, let's introduce ourselves and make it quick." Seeing that the girl had indeed misunderstood, Yulu was about to explain when he accidentally bit down on the duck heart in his mouth, crushing it. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The duck heart was surprisingly juicy. That wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that he choked on it. As he coughed, he could only hear the girl hurriedly introducing herself. By the time she finished, he was still coughing, and drinking water didn't help. The more anxious he got, the more he couldn't stop. The long-haired beauty thought he was doing it on purpose, so she simply stood up to leave, asking him to send his basic information over the phone to explain to her parents. Yulu was nearly frantic. He was there for a blind date, not to seek revenge on himself. Seeing the girl walking toward the door, he quickly put on gloves, grabbed a duck neck, and rushed over to stuff it into the long-haired bowtie's mouth. Before the long-haired beauty could open the door, food was suddenly shoved into her mouth. Angrily, she turned to glare at Yulu, about to spit it out, when an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on her face. An unbelievably delicious flavor spread in her mouth. At first, it was the spicy flavor loved by the people of Pingcheng, and as the spiciness kicked in, a numbing sensation followed. Instinctively, she moved her tongue, and a hint of sweetness emerged amidst the spiciness. This sweetness acted as the finishing touch. Just as the extreme spiciness was overwhelming her tongue, the sweetness subdued it and added a hint of freshness to the meat. The three flavors harmoniously blended together, creating the most perfect taste, spicy and fragrant, with a touch of sweetness. Having frequently eaten duck necks, the long-haired beauty quickly recognized it and thought it was quite large, but not particularly tasty. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and put on a glove, taking the other end of the duck neck, and started eating it carefully. There was no fishy taste at all. The meat was firm and chewy. Each bite taken felt satisfying, and surprisingly, it didn't taste dry. Instead, a tender and smooth sensation emerged. A couple of large peppercorns stuck to it added to the flavor without affecting the taste of the duck neck. Rather, they enhanced it. Food is the easiest way to lift one's spirits. After finishing a duck neck, the long-haired bowtie's anger had completely dissipated, and Yule's coughing finally stopped. He hurriedly explained the situation to her. After hearing this, the long-haired beauty couldn't help but laugh at Yule. How could there be such a silly man who choked while eating? It was no wonder he was so anxious. Thinking about how harsh her earlier words were, the long-haired beauty felt embarrassed and apologized. They both introduced themselves again, and Yule took the initiative to hand her a pair of chopsticks, saying, "I know that choosing a club is inappropriate, but when I tasted their sample snacks, I just couldn't resist. You should try them, and I guarantee you'll be just as unable to walk away. Then I won't hold back." The long-haired beauty accepted the chopsticks and looked at the dishes on the table, momentarily unsure of which one to try first, feeling that each dish was more tempting than the last. The simple presentation showcased elegance. At first glance, the 5 or 6 dishes gave an overwhelming sense of variety. Having already tried the duck neck, she picked up a chicken foot and brought it to her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor was another type of delicacy. Compared to the intense spiciness of the duck neck, the chicken foot offered a refreshing sour spiciness. The kind of spiciness was clean and refreshing, and the sourness was appetizing, making it so one could eat as much as they wanted without feeling sick. The acidity of the vinegar and the spiciness of the small chili peppers were simply a perfect match. Not only was the chicken foot crisp and delicious, but it was also easy to strip off the bones, allowing her to eat it in one go. As she bit down, the meat was consumed, leaving only the bones. But even the small bones were flavorful, making it hard to resist chewing on them. By the end, she had pulled out the large bone at the tip, leaving everything else clean. It was clear that she was no novice at eating. This chicken foot tastes amazing. Not to mention the beef jerky is also delicious. The two young people quickly found common ground, praising each other as they dug in. Even though they had already eaten before coming here, the irresistible snacks couldn't slow down their eating pace. Spicy beef jerky, rich and fragrant marinated dishes, and after finishing, they ordered more fried chicken, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and succulent. The crispy fried small yellow fish made the meal so abundant that they couldn't stop. After finishing the feast, both of them shouted in unison toward the door another order of fried chicken. After shouting, both felt a bit embarrassed as they looked at each other. Yule found it awkward to suddenly order fried chicken, which he usually didn't like, while the long-haired beauty felt her previous eating manner was too rude and somewhat shameful. "I usually don't like fried chicken, but it's just that this place's fried chicken is too delicious. I'm usually not so rude when I eat." The two people in the private room began to explain simultaneously, their words overlapping directly. After finishing, they exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "In fact, we are all young people. There's no need to be so formal. Right, eating is a moment to relax. Let's not put on airs. Such delicious snacks deserve to be enjoyed freely." Both Yulu and the long-haired beauty found each other's words to be quite reasonable. Thus they no longer held back and called over the waiter in charge of the private room to inquire. After a moment, they ordered an additional serving of fried chicken and a portion of spicy duck offal. These two items were quite amusing to eat, akin to opening a blind box. The fried chicken consisted of many chicken pieces coated in crispy batter fried together, and even Su Yuan couldn't tell which piece came from where. Naturally, the diners had no idea either. At times they would bite into juicy chicken thigh meat, while at other times they would encounter chicken wings that were less meaty, but full of chewiness. Occasionally, they would even savor the crispy and fragrant back. The duck offal was also quite interesting. A whole plate of it included every part of the duck. One moment, they were enjoying the tender duck liver, and the next they were tasting the crispy and delightful duck gizzards. Having ordered too much, by the time the two young people were full and unable to eat any more, there was still a lot left. The long-haired beauty suggested, "Why don't we each take half home? We can bring it to work tomorrow and have it for lunch as an extra treat." Yulu, with sparkling eyes, nodded. "All right, it's a pleasant decision." Soon enough, the food was finished, the packages were made, and it was time to leave. The long-haired beauty glanced at Yulu, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I think we get along quite well. How about we give it a try?" Yula didn't expect that his accidental visit to the venue for a blind date would actually succeed. A girl as genuine and unpretentious as her was indeed his type, and he was so excited he could barely contain himself. As he exited the venue, he couldn't help but text his friends to show off. "Successful blind date, we hit it off." Brothers, my spring is here. A group of buddies, knowing their friend had gone on a blind date, all congratulated him. One friend asked, "Where did you guys go on a date?" "My girlfriend wants to go somewhere romantic, and I want to follow your lead." "Oh, I took her to a venue right at the Peace Road intersection." "What? A venue?" The group of friends suddenly fell silent. The group of buddies read that message over and over again, confirming they hadn't misread it, and then gasped collectively. Goodness, he actually took his blind date to a venue, and the key point is they succeeded. Are today's girls playing this way? At this moment, the private rooms in the Bale Club were already filled with many guests, and the trial tasting at the entrance proved to be quite effective. Around 9 o'clock, it was the best time for night owls to venture out. Those young people who had been cooped up at home all day came rushing out, some meeting friends to sing, others to eat, and chat, all drawn to the venue by the girls. They were all lured in by the snacks, and of course, every table ordered food, causing the kitchen to get busy. Originally, they could have prepared more at once. When guests ordered, they could just plate it up and send it out without haste. However, Su Yuan had been told for 2 days that the venue's business was poor, so he didn't cook too much at once. As a result, by 9:30, the 2 large pots of fried chicken they had prepared earlier had already sold out, and the beef jerky and chicken feet were also running low. The spicy hot pot was fired up again, dumping in the remaining duck necks and duck offal all at once. "Why is there no fried chicken again? I just ordered 2 portions. I need more fried chicken over here. I want lemon chicken feet here. Quick, pack me a plate of beef jerky." The kitchen was in chaos, and Su Yuan was busier than ever with several dishes being prepared simultaneously. He couldn't even pay attention, so Rin Jun and Xia Daqing went to help, while the boss Wu Jingshui had to personally step in to plate the dishes. A large pot of fried chicken just came out and was placed in a basin, and several waiters quickly took away more than half of it, each taking 1 or 2 plates. Amidst the busyness, Su Yuan took a sip of water and looked at Wu Jingshui with bemusement. "Boss, didn't you say the business at your venue was poor? Is this considered poor business? The dishes prepared today have almost run out again." Wu Jingshui looked at Su Yuan with a beaming smile, as if he were seeing the god of wealth. "Su Gu, the good business today is all thanks to you." The trial dishes sent out were tasted by the girls, and many guests came as a result. There were also those who had eaten here last night and recommended it to many others. "Su Gu, you truly are my god of wealth." This sounded vaguely familiar. Last time at the company, they called him the company's treasure, their trump card, and now at the venue, he had become the god of wealth. Su Yuan shook his head and smiled. He had prepared double the ingredients compared to yesterday, yet at this moment, they were almost sold out. He felt that he wouldn't be working too late today. At this moment, in a large private room, a group of people was excitedly asking Alan for the menu. After the gathering yesterday with Xiao Xie and his group, they bragged about it all day, making me drool. Today I want to eat to my heart's content. Indeed, those guys have no conscience. They kept saying in my ear how delicious the fried chicken is, making me think about it all day long. Their group of 10 ate 6 plates of fried chicken. I'm not convinced I'm going to order 10 plates of fried chicken. I want to eat my fill. Indeed, this group was the colleagues who had come for dinner yesterday. Since they were from different groups, they hadn't come, but today this group decided they wanted to try the dishes at the venue. Alan, hearing their stubborn orders, suggested, "How about we let the guests try 2 plates of fried chicken first? Our other dishes are also quite delicious, especially the newly launched spicy duck neck and duck offal, as well as the fried little yellow fish, which are very popular among guests." "Wait, are you saying that they didn't have the spicy duck offal and little yellow fish yesterday, and that they are new dishes today?" Several people suddenly grasped the key point and cheered excitedly. "Great, bring us more spicy duck offal and little yellow fish. We want to feast and then brag about it all day long." A group of people ordered dishes, and when it was Zhu Zixin's turn, he took a glance at the prices and gasped in pain. True to its nature, the venue's prices were high. A plate of duck neck cost 228 and the fried chicken was 288. Although they worked for a big company with decent salaries, they shouldn't waste money like this. It was all hard-earned. However, since it was agreed that the group would share the cost, he couldn't be too out of place. After all, there were only a few dishes, and everyone was ordering. He could just eat along with them, pretending not to see the prices, and quickly pass the menu to the next colleague, as if the menu were a beast. Before long, the dishes ordered by everyone were served, neatly arranged on the table. While the group was busy singing and chatting, they glanced at the food, and their eyes widened in amazement. Isn't this food just a bit too beautiful? The shining red spicy beef jerky, the golden fried chicken, and the soy-simmered spicy delicacies, each dish's color is strikingly beautiful, enhanced by simple plating and illuminated by the light, as if special effects have been added. In this day and age, who hasn't enjoyed delicious food? These dishes are commonly found outside, but for some reason today they appear to be even more exquisite. Being colleagues, everyone is quite familiar with one another, and no one is being polite. They eagerly pick up their chopsticks to savor the deliciousness. Influenced by their co-workers throughout the day, everyone reaches for the fried chicken. The golden fried chicken pieces emit a savory aroma that can only come from proper frying, not greasy at all, but rather rich and fragrant. This brings us to the oil used by Su Yuan for the fried chicken. While others simply heat the oil and fry the chicken, Su Yuan treats the oil beforehand to ensure it retains its fragrance and avoids any fishy taste. The oil is pre-infused with scallions, ginger slices, and spices, allowing the fried dishes to remain delicious even if they cool down after a long time. The moment you bite into it, the crisp shell makes a clear crunching sound in your ears. The shell is thin and crispy, and with a gentle bite you reach the tender chicken inside. The chicken is tender and flavorful. Despite being fried, it retains moisture excellently. When you bite down, juices burst forth, flowing along your tongue into your mouth. The combination of crispiness and tenderness colliding in your mouth creates an exquisite flavor. This fried chicken tastes divine. It's so delicious. No wonder those guys in Group 1 have been bragging about it all day. With a flavor like this, I want to brag about it for a whole day too. I used to dislike fried chicken not because I was picky, but because I hadn't encountered anything delicious. The fried chicken here is even better than those specialized fried chicken shops outside. I can't wait to brag about it. I can't hold back for even a second. Nowadays, young people love to share their experiences on social media. When they come across such delicious food, it feels like discovering a new world, igniting a fierce desire to show off as they pull out their phones. In no time, the sound of cameras clicking fills the air as they capture every delectable snack. The snack plates at the Bailu Club are exquisite, featuring a swan-shaped wicker plate for the fried chicken, a floral porcelain plate for the beef jerky, and more. Coupled with the already attractive dishes, no special effects are needed. They are ready to be uploaded. Everyone is eating and showcasing their finds on social media, busy and bustling, while Zhu Jixin sits without a phone, happily munching on a small dried fish in one hand and a chicken foot in the other. Such expensive dishes cost a lot of money, so they must be eaten thoroughly, otherwise it would be a waste. After showing off, everyone starts to sample other delicious items. Remembering that Group 1 hasn't tried the spicy delicacies, they all reach for the spicy dishes. As the spicy food goes into their mouths, the colleagues are captivated by the heat. Su Yuan's spicy delicacies use 4 different kinds of peppers, each with its distinct flavor. The most pungent is the tianjiao pepper, while the most aromatic is the bullet pepper. The fusion of these 4 flavors creates a spiciness that far surpasses any outside offerings. How can something so spicy also be so fragrant, with a rich, numbing sensation that is not overshadowed by the heat? One girl who usually dislikes duck offal always finds it carries an unavoidable fishy taste no matter how it is cooked. However, the duck offal here smells so good that she couldn't resist trying a piece of duck gizzard, and to her surprise, it was incredibly flavorful. After finishing the duck gizzard, when she wanted to grab another piece, she suddenly noticed that there were no more gizzards left in the plate, only a few pieces of duck liver that she disliked, causing her to frown. The spicy delicacies are casually scooped in the kitchen, so the duck offal served is random and each plate varies. In this plate there happened to be more duck liver. The girl hesitated for a moment and noticed that even the duck liver had only one piece left. She quickly picked it up with her chopsticks and cautiously tasted a bit. The anticipated strange taste didn't appear. Instead, the tender aroma of duck liver filled her mouth, and she couldn't help but slap the table in delight. I truly admire the chef's skills at this club. They've cured my long-standing aversion to offal. I also discovered that fried chicken is my lifelong favorite. As everyone eats and chats, occasionally sipping drinks, experiencing such delicious food is far more relaxing than usual gatherings and outings. It feels as if all the frustrations and pressures accumulated from work have vanished without a trace, leaving them utterly comfortable. These snacks are too delicious. Everyone feels that devouring them like wolves is wasteful, creating a sense of squandering. After a while, they all slow down their pace. Eating snacks and drinking is naturally best accompanied by binge-watching shows. Usually too busy at work to watch TV, today is a special occasion to relax, and when someone suggests it, everyone nods in agreement. They press the call button, asking Alan to come over and switch the screen to the movie channel. Fortunately, there's a comedy film that recently grossed $50 billion at the box office and has just been released from theaters. It can be watched on TV if one has a membership, and everyone chooses to watch this film. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolds in the private room. Around 10 young people gather, munching on chicken feet and dried fish, sipping drinks, while excitedly watching the comedy film, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. If this scene were placed elsewhere, it wouldn't seem remarkable, but in a club, it is quite bizarre, resembling a home theater experience. It would be even more so if there were a child present. Alan, with a dreamy expression, brings more beer and drinks to the private room, then heads to the kitchen to add more dishes. A nearby girl, seeing her expression, asks, "What's wrong with you?" Alan mumbles, "Just missing a child." Huh. Alan points towards her private room, telling everyone about the guests enjoying snacks and watching TV. "I'm in charge of the largest, best-sounding private room in our club, and it's turned into a home theater. I feel like I haven't fully woken up. Isn't this a club? Is that for real? Are people really watching TV in a club? Are they older folks? No, just a bunch of young people in their 30s. A few girls skeptical were just about to serve the dishes. Two of them grabbed a plate each and went around Alan's private room. When they came back, both wore expressions of disbelief. A group of young people should be blasting energetic music, dancing on stage, or shouting together, right? If not, they should be called up to dance or something. Instead, they are just gathered around watching TV. The young women glanced at one another, exchanged knowing looks, and suddenly burst into laughter, unbidden and unrestrained. Su Yuan, busy in the kitchen, heard the news and could not help but chuckle. Truth be told, those snacks were remarkably satisfying, perfect companions to an evening of television. Since most guests arrived between 8 and 9 o'clock, the staff remained constantly occupied, leaving no time to even consider midnight snacks. Once all orders had been served, hunger struck the employees, only for Su Yuan to realize to his mild astonishment that every last ingredient he'd prepared had been sold out, even though he'd deliberately overstocked. Hui Jinshui, a generous employer, knew how exceptional Su Yuan's cooking was and how fiercely the staff craved it. Ever since Su Yuan joined, Hua had promised during 2 consecutive staff meetings that everyone would get to taste his dishes. Yet yesterday's portions had fallen short, today's vanished entirely. Now there were no extras left, not even for guests requesting additions, let alone for staff tastings. Meeting their hungry, wistful gazes, Su Yuan could only shrug helplessly, like a masterful housewife facing an empty pantry. Hua Jinshui stood flustered, his promise now an ironic embarrassment. Fortunately, his owner, he'd slipped into the kitchen earlier and already eaten his fill. Reviewing the order slips, he discovered that tonight's guest count had more than doubled yesterday's. Whereas the club usually hosted 5 or 6 tables per day, 15 had arrived, several lured in after sampling dishes outside. Though 15 tables seemed modest for a 2-story venue, this marked a pivotal turning point for his business, and every bit of it stemmed from Su Yuan. Hui Jinshui instantly resolved to treat Su Yuan with even greater respect. Such a chef was rare indeed. Not only a culinary virtuoso, but also a shrewd entrepreneur who drew prosperity like magnetism. He deserved nothing less than reverence. Brother Su, you've worked hard. Here, have some tea. Once you finish preparing the staff meal, you may leave early. There's no more fresh stock anyway. Fruit platters can be handled by Rin Jun and the others. Go home and rest. Su Yuan hadn't expected to clock out early on both his first 2 days, but he found the arrangement rather agreeable. Hui Jinshui had originally planned a simple staff meal, tomato and egg noodles, intended to complement the spicy snacks. With the snacks sold out, only the noodles remained. Tonight's version differed markedly from yesterday's handmade noodles, freshly rolled by Su Yuan himself, springy, resilient, and perfectly textured, crowned with rich, fragrant eggs and tangy sweet tomatoes. Though denied the snacks, staff members savored the noodles with profound satisfaction, each bite a revelation. A guest, finding the private room stiflingly warm, stepped into the corridor for air and caught an irresistible aroma drifting from the kitchen. Glancing toward the hallway's end, he glimpsed a server carrying a steaming bowl. "What's cooking in your kitchen? Smells wonderful," he asked the attendant. She smiled. "It's midnight snack time. We're enjoying tomato and egg noodles." Hearing tomato and egg noodles, the guest initially lost interest, then paused and asked, "Is this the same chef who makes those snacks?" "Yes, it's prepared by our chef." Already feeling peckish, the guest felt his appetite stir anew at the mention. "Excellent. Send 1 portion to my private room." "Ah, but this is our staff meal. We don't sell it." No matter. I won't turn up my nose at your workfare. I'm simply hungry and curious. 1 bowl, please." The attendant relayed the request to the kitchen. Fulfilling it proved effortless. Ample dough remained, and the tomato and egg mixture was plentiful. Just 1 quick boil, and the dish was ready. Unused tableware lined the shelves. A rustic, straw-rimmed bowl was selected, filled, and sealed. Done. Pricing and menu inclusion. Matters beyond Su Yuan's concern. Within minutes, the guest's order arrived at his private room. His friends stared baffled. "Are you unwell? You come to a high-end club and order tomato and egg noodles. Those snacks are exquisite. Surely they're more enticing." "You misunderstand. The same master chef prepared them. The flavor cannot disappoint." He lifted his chopsticks, took a bite, and clenched his teeth. Suddenly the noodles sprang to life in his mouth, springy and defiant, revealing their extraordinary elasticity. Good heavens, this texture is astonishingly bouncy. Savoring further, he found simplicity elevated to artistry, the tomatoes bright and tart sweet, the eggs luxuriously smooth and utterly free of gaminess, enhanced by finely minced scallions, a delicate, harmonious pleasure. Having just indulged in rich snacks, the warmth and comfort of the steaming noodles settled deep within him, utterly soothing. His girlfriend, captivated by his rapturous expression, snatched the bowl and sampled a bite, only to mirror his wonder in an instant. "Delicious. I'll have 1 too." 1 endorsement might reflect personal taste, but 2 confirmed excellence. Even the hesitant raised their hands. I'll take one as well. Let's see how these noodles differ from ordinary ones. Agreed. Bring on a bowl. In moments, all 6 remaining guests in the private room placed identical orders. When the attendant reported this to the kitchen, the incoming shift of attendants paled. What? They want tomato and egg noodles too. Are they really stealing our staff meal? Help. All I wanted was a taste of Brother Sue's cooking. Why is that so impossible? Fried chicken snacks were different. They were merchandise after all, craving them was merely a passing whim easily satisfied later. But this was their staff meal. If guests consumed too much, none would remain, and hunger would follow. The newly arrived attendants watched Su Yuan anxiously, eyes glistening with unshed tears, shoulders slumped in quiet despair. Sensing their distress, Su Yuan quickly reassured them, "Don't worry. Plenty of tomatoes and eggs were purchased. Everyone will eat their fill." Only then did their tension ease, though a strange irony lingered. Once they'd scorned the staff meal preferring fruit instead, now guests competed with them for every last bite. Indeed, before Su Yuan's arrival, the kitchen's staff meals had gone untouched, yet now patrons clamored for them, as if they were rare delicacies. Within minutes, every ordered bowl of tomato and egg noodles had been delivered to the private room. Meanwhile, the kitchen attendants devoured their own bowls with urgent haste, determined to sate themselves before more guests claimed their rations, leaving them with empty plates and hollow stomachs. Inside the private dining room, a bowl of tomato and egg noodles appeared before each guest. Vibrant red tomatoes, golden yellow eggs, and fresh green scallions adorned the dish. Its vivid colors alone were enough to stir the appetite. Driven by curiosity, everyone took a bite. As the noodles slipped down their throats, delivering a bright, tangy, and refreshing burst of flavor, they suddenly understood why their 2 friends had raved so highly about this humble dish. The noodles were light and springy, the broth refreshingly tart, and savory, delicately salted. The eggs were rich, fragrant, and silken. Precisely because of this subtlety, the tomatoes' vibrant acidity and the eggs' deep umami shone all the more, while the raw scallions released their subtle aromatic freshness with every bite. In that moment, the homely yet exquisite taste evoked memories of their mother's cooking, like a warm, tender thread stretching back to their hometowns, as if their mothers themselves had just prepared these noodles with loving hands. Modern restaurants, by contrast, favor heavy oil and generous salt in every dish. Even tomato and egg stir-fry carries an unmistakable greasiness. Over time, this has dulled palates, leaving diners perpetually burdened by a sense of heaviness. Yet childhood meals at home were different. Frugality dictated minimal oil and light seasoning. Their mother's tomato and egg noodles embodied precisely that, clean, tangy, and deeply eggy, and the group devoured every last strand, even sipping the broth to the very last drop. As they departed, they enthusiastically told the young woman, "Seeing them off, your restaurant's food is truly exceptional. Had we not been utterly full, I'd have ordered another bowl of tomato and egg noodles without hesitation. We'll certainly return when we have the chance." The young women exchanged glances, uncertain whether to rejoice at such glowing praise or quietly breathe a sigh of relief that no further bowls had been requested lest they themselves go hungry. Lunch service concluded and Su Yuan was due to clock out, the earliest departure among all staff and the only one granted special consideration by the owner. Yet no one harbored envy toward him. After all, such an extraordinary chef deserved rest. Why keep him burning the midnight oil alongside the rest? A well-rested Su Yuan would greet tomorrow with renewed vigor and craft even more delicious lunch fare for everyone. Before leaving, however, Su Yuan needed to finalize tomorrow's menu with Hu Jinshui. Since the old menu had been entirely discarded, the new one demanded meticulous attention, ensuring every guest's preference was thoughtfully accommodated. Yesterday's improvisation had stemmed from Hu Jinshui's assurance that only 5 or 6 tables would be served daily, hardly justification for stocking excess ingredients. But today's turnout made it clear the menu required thorough revision. Beyond appetizers, substantial main dishes were essential. Though guests visited the club primarily for leisure, many arrived on empty stomachs. Snacks alone sufficed for female patrons, but male guests invariably left unsatisfied. Thus, 3 staples were added: tomato and egg noodles, beef noodles, and egg fried rice. Hot beverages were also indispensable in the dead of winter. 2 options sufficed: brown sugar ginger tea and rose-flavored milk tea, simple, warming, and complete in scope. Hu Jinshui's eyes sparkled upon seeing the expanded menu. His delight, so vivid one could almost imagine stars twinkling above his brows. "Let's have beef noodles tomorrow," he exclaimed. "Brother Su, your beef noodles are so irresistible. I'm practically salivating right now." Nearby staff, having paused their tasks to eavesdrop, beamed with shared anticipation. Noodles again. Su Yuan blinked in surprise. Won't everyone grow weary eating noodles 2 days in a row? Weary? Impossible. Your cooking is simply too sublime to ever tire of. Exactly. Brother Su's dishes are so exquisite. How could anyone possibly grow bored? Anyone who dares say they're tired of it will answer to me first. Though both are noodles, their flavors couldn't be more distinct. How could monotony ever take root? That final remark struck a chord. Su Yuan nodded. Indeed, though both were noodle dishes, their essences diverged profoundly. 2 days was hardly excessive, especially with egg-fried rice offering variety. Preparing too much risked waste. A balanced rotation would serve everyone well. With the menu settled, Su Yuan's workday ended. He drove home at a leisurely pace, glancing at his watch. Just past 11 o'clock. Truth be told, today had been exhausting, especially around 9 o'clock when several tables arrived simultaneously clamoring for food. With earlier stock depleted, everything had to be freshly prepared. Many steps remained irreplaceable by others like Xia Daqing, leaving Su Yuan stretched thin. Working at the club bore little resemblance to corporate employment. Office staff followed fixed schedules with predictable lunch hour rushes. Brief, contained bursts of activity. At the club, however, patronage would steadily rise, and peak arrivals would become increasingly common. Clearly, Su Yuan needed to refine his workflow. Casual habits from the office would no longer suffice, otherwise exhaustion would be his sole reward. Meanwhile, Zhu Jixin returned home after dining with colleagues. Having overeaten and then walked home in biting cold air, he began belching uncontrollably, wretched and queasy. His wife, Wu Yunyun, instantly recognized the cause and handed him a cup of warm water. Why must you always eat until you're bursting at every colleague dinner? It serves no purpose and leaves you miserable. I truly didn't mean to. Zhu Jixin groaned, rubbing his taut, distended belly. The food was simply irresistible, and I wasn't alone in overindulging. Everyone ate until they could bear no more. Those dishes were exorbitantly priced, truly a hemorrhage of cash. He savored the memory of those appetizers before adding, still the flavors were absolutely worth it. Just club fare. How extraordinary could it possibly be? Surely not rivaling 5-star hotel cuisine. No, it surpasses even 5-star hotel fare. With a conspiratorial grin, Zhu Jixin fished a small plastic bag from his suit pocket and held it out to his wife. Quick, taste it. While everyone watched TV, I secretly pocketed 2 pieces, just for you. Her husband's lifelong frugality, born of hardship, had left him habitually thrifty, even stingy. Though mildly unseemly, Wu Yunyun cherished his earnestness too deeply to chide him, graciously accepting the bag. Inside rested a few dried fish strips and 2 chicken feet, carefully separated to preserve their distinct aromas. Wu Yunyun took a bite of one foot and recoiled, astonished by its electrifying tang. Tangy, spicy, and explosively flavorful. The chicken was crisp, yet yielding its tendons chewy and resilient. Though utterly appetiteless, moments before, Wu Yunyun felt her hunger awaken and her taste buds ignite with pure exhilaration. Good heavens, these chicken feet are phenomenal. I'd assumed the club served only pre-portioned, semi-prepared dishes. Of course, this dish isn't cheap. If it weren't delicious, would we be able to eat so much? Zhu Jixin said. With just 2 chicken feet, it was hardly enough. Wu Yunyun polished off even the small fragments of bone, finally, sucking on the thickest bone for a long time until it lost its flavor before spitting it out onto the table. She grabbed 2 pieces of fried fish and took a big bite. Crunch. The fish was instantly shredded dry, crispy, and fragrant, 3 delightful flavors bursting in her mouth, making it utterly irresistible. After finishing the food, Wu Yunyun licked her fingers, feeling that this small amount was simply insufficient. Especially since it tasted so good, she felt her mouth flooded with saliva unbearable. Unable to hold back, Wu Yunyun shot her husband a fierce glare. It's all your fault for bringing food back, making me almost die of craving right now. Zhu Jixin was taken aback by her words. He brought delicious food back for his wife, so why was he being scolded? I'll take you to that restaurant for a meal tomorrow. You can eat to your heart's content then. Wu Yunyun wanted to go, but couldn't. Don't you remember? My parents are coming tomorrow, how can we go out to eat? Zhu Jixin suddenly recalled this, and his expression fell. Every time your dad comes, I get so nervous. He's so hard to please. He doesn't eat this, doesn't eat that, finds everything unsatisfactory and thinks there's something wrong with me. Isn't it because you took away his precious daughter? The distance is too great. My dad misses me so much that he comes over specifically. But speaking of which, where should we take my dad to eat? Hearing this, Zhu Jixin felt a headache coming on. Wu Yunyun's father had a discerning palate and was particularly fond of good food. To satisfy his appetite, he would run around looking for delicacies, and if he encountered something unappetizing, he would rather drink plain porridge than eat it. Last time, Zhu Jixin had heard about a private restaurant with delicious dishes and had booked a room. However, when they arrived, the place turned out to be a mere internet sensation. In the end, his father-in-law only had a bit of green vegetables with plain rice. Thinking about this, Zhu Jixin couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yunyun felt a bit conflicted too. Her dad had everything good about him except for his picky eating. Although he could have her mother cook at home, it felt odd that her parents came all the way just to eat what her mother made. Suddenly catching a whiff of an enticing aroma, Zhu Jixin looked down at the plastic bag that had held the chicken feet, and an idea popped into his head. How about we invite your dad to that clubhouse for a meal? It's perfect since you want to eat too. Once we get there, if the food is tasty and your father-in-law enjoys it, you can have a wonderful meal, a win-win situation. All right, how did I not think of that? Wu Yunyan also found the idea great and clapped her hands in excitement. The couple, lost in thoughts of food, didn't consider whether taking her dad to a clubhouse was appropriate. Seeing that it was still early, they called the Bailu clubhouse and booked a small private room. Having settled the most troublesome issue, the couple happily went to sleep. Exhausted, Su Yuan slept soundly until 10 in the morning, even after going to bed past midnight. After playing with his phone for a while in bed and feeling his stomach protest, he finally got up to make himself something to eat. Having eaten noodles at the clubhouse for 2 consecutive days, he didn't want to eat noodles anymore. Instead, he took out the clay pot he had bought online and made a simple pork rib clay pot rice. Right across from his rented apartment was a market, making it convenient to buy things. He bought a pork rib, cleaned and chopped it, added rice and side dishes, and shortly after, the fragrant clay pot rice was ready. After finishing his meal and noticing it was still early, Su Yuan hesitated between playing video games and going for a drive, ultimately choosing to go buy clothes. Having previously shopped online and ended up with a bunch of random items, he didn't have many decent clothes. Anyway, he wouldn't have to worry about money for now. Once he grabbed his keys, he drove to the largest mall in Pingcheng and picked out 2 complete outfits. Shopping seemed to be an addictive activity. After buying clothes, he felt that the pants didn't match, so he bought pants, then shoes, and finally, under the persuasion of a lovely salesgirl, he ended up with a genuine leather wallet in his hands. Back home, Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Who carries cash these days? Yet here he was, having bought a wallet. Wandering around, he soon realized it was time to work, and Su Yuan drove to the clubhouse, where the girls at the entrance saw him coming and rushed over. After greeting everyone, Su Yuan headed to the kitchen to begin a new day of busy work. To ensure he wouldn't be overwhelmed during the peak time later, Su Yuan changed his cooking method today by frying all the chicken pieces and small yellow croakers at once. Fried foods require double frying to achieve the best crispiness. He pre-fried them, so if anyone wanted fried chicken pieces later in June, and the others only needed to fry them again and plate them. Such a simple operation didn't require further instruction from him. As for the chicken feet and beef jerky, they were even simpler. Being cold dishes, they wouldn't lose flavor even if prepared in advance, so he made a large bowl of each. While Su Yuan cooked, he taught Ren Jun and Xia Daqing, who scribbled notes furiously. They hadn't expected Su Yuan to be so generous, teaching them everything to enable them to help out. It's known that apprentices at hotels don't always receive such generous training, leading them to study even more diligently. Once all the cold dishes and snacks were nearly prepared, Su Yuan began making the new main courses and snacks for the day. Since they were planning to have beef noodles for dinner, he decided to make more braised beef, placing a large pot to simmer. Sugu, is there anything else to do now? Ren Jun asked curiously as Su Yuan took out the egg beater. Didn't you see today's menu? I added 2 hot drinks to the menu. It's winter, oh, just drinking beer isn't enough. Saying this, Su Yuan took out a small bag of milk tea ingredients from under the counter. What he was about to make was rose milk tea. Actually, rose milk tea doesn't use rose petals, but rose hips. Many milk tea shops sell rose milk tea by adding a few rose petals to plain milk tea to embellish it. In fact, this approach is completely wrong. He placed the washed rose hips and tea leaves in the pot and simmered them over low heat. The rose hips were plump and fragrant, and the tea leaves were of fine quality. After simmering for a while, an elegant aroma wafted through the air. Next, he boiled a pot of milk until warm, poured it into the brewed tea, and heated everything together. Once the flavors were fully released, he added pure farm honey, completing the milk tea. Su Yuan poured a cup and took a sip, revealing a satisfied expression. This was the taste. The aroma of milk was rich, smooth upon entry, sweet, yet not cloying. If all milk teas tasted like this, surely more people would enjoy it. Just as he felt thirsty, Su Yuan gulped down a large cup in one go. After finishing, he turned around and was startled to see Hua Jinshui appearing behind him. Boss, when did you arrive? When the milk tea is freshly brewed, hurry, let me have a taste. Hua Jinshui grinned, looking like a fool, as he was among those who loved milk tea. When Su Yuan mentioned making it last night, he began to anticipate it, and upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, he rushed over. No, are you a dog? Your nose is so sharp. The kitchen is so far from your office, with the scent of spicy marinade suppressing it, yet you can find your way here just by the aroma. Hua Jinshui brought several disposable cups, scooping a spoonful into each, keeping one for himself, while distributing the others to the drooling employees who eagerly brought the cups to their lips. The gray-brown milk tea upon entry was filled with the rich aroma of milk. Thanks to the addition of honey, the sweetness was layered and complex with the sweetness of fresh milk and the honey's richness gliding smoothly along the tongue. As the sweetness spread across the taste buds, the fragrance of tea leaves emerged, blending harmoniously with the milk froth, creating a unique flavor that danced on the tongue. The tongue moved within the mouth, and the milk tea flowed along, ultimately gliding down the throat like silk. A hint of bitterness from the tea leaves unexpectedly surfaced in the aftertaste, yet it was not unpleasant. Rather, this nuance highlighted the tea's rich flavor, and upon finishing the cup, everyone displayed a look of bliss. This milk tea has such a strong milk flavor. Silky, dense, and rich. These are all the words I can think of to praise this milk tea. I never liked milk tea before, but now I realize it was because I hadn't tasted the good ones. Sugu is truly amazing. Not only does he cook delicious dishes, but he also makes desserts like milk tea so delicious. Isn't this what they call a culinary god reincarnated? Everyone was awestruck by Su Yuan's superb culinary skills, sipping milk tea while showering him with sincere compliments, which were not mere flattery, but heartfelt praise. Though he had been praised face-to-face many times at the company, Su Yuan still felt a bit awkward and shifted uncomfortably, turning to prepare ginger tea. A moment later, he couldn't help but smile secretly. Hee. Outside the club, there were still girls conducting taste-testing activities at the entrance. The previous day's tasting had been particularly successful, so they certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The girls carried plates today, serving chicken feet and spicy marinade, handing pieces to passers-by as they approached. While the club was situated at a prime location right at the intersection, surrounded by a network of streets. Passers-by frequently walked by, and the girls outside would greet customers, something the nearby shop owners had long since grown accustomed to. However, in the past 2 days, they suddenly discovered that the girls were not just standing at the entrance, but also holding plates, occasionally using toothpicks to offer food to passers-by. The scene was quite peculiar. In front of a hardware store, the female owner pointed at the club and said, "Honey, look at that club. How strange. Those girls are serving food to attract customers. Has the club turned into a restaurant?" Upon hearing anything related to the club, the male owner, Lao Chai, felt a pang of guilt. Not even turning his head, he grumbled, "Why are you focusing on such things? Focus on the club. Hurry up and pack up to get off work." "Oh," the female owner responded, glancing toward the club a few more times, feeling that the enticing aroma wafting through the air came from the club. Once they had packed their things, just as the two were about to leave, Lao Chai suddenly slapped his forehead, saying, "Look at my memory. An old client mentioned he would come by later to pick up some materials. Why don't you head back first, and I'll wait here." After confirming his wife had left, Lao Chai quickly shut the store door and walked towards the club, glancing around nervously, as if he were a thief. As he neared the store entrance, he kept looking back and ended up bumping into a passerby. Both were startled and took a few steps back, and upon closer inspection, they recognized each other, both exclaiming, "Lao Chai, what are you doing here? Wang Dali, what brings you here?" After asking, both revealed an expression that men would understand. Lao Chai hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I was just passing by yesterday and tasted their food. I thought it was delicious, but I didn't want my wife to suspect me, so I came alone to eat. What a coincidence. I'm just a relative who came to buy cigarettes. I've heard glowing praise for an hour about their snacks, which is why I came over. Shall we go together?" Initially feeling somewhat guilty when alone, both became bolder upon encountering a familiar face and confidently walked towards the club. Immediately, 2 girls approached, warmly greeting them. "Hello, do you have a reservation for a private room? It's just the 2 of us. Then let me recommend a small private room for you. Please follow me." Lao Chai and Wang Dali were both honest men, the type with the heart of a thief, but no courage. Despite the club being open for so long, they had never come in to take a look, and now they were quite curious, glancing around. Once inside the private room, the girls handed them a menu and then asked, "Would you like to see any performances?" No need. Compared to performances, the 2 were more curious about the food, their eyes glued to the menu. Lao Chai had tasted spicy beef jerky yesterday, and upon seeing it priced at 268 per serving, he hesitated to order it. His allowance for the month was already running low, and ordering this would leave him unable to buy cigarettes. Just then, feeling hungry and glancing at the main dishes, he suddenly felt like a fool for spending too much. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles costs 88, braised beef noodles cost 128, and even fried rice cost 98. How could he afford to eat? After being frugal for half his life, Lao Chai hesitated for a long time before ordering a serving of braised beef noodles. At least it had beef. Wang Dali hesitated as well and ordered a serving of braised beef noodles. "Don't you 2 want any other snacks? Our snacks are also quite good." "No thanks." The 2 brothers waved their hands. Their pocket money was limited, and ordering too much wouldn't do. The girl, both amused and exasperated, used her phone to place an order for 2 servings of braised beef noodles in the kitchen. This was a club after all, and it was surprising that someone came specifically to order main dishes, making her almost think it was a restaurant. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles were delivered to the private room. The freshly cooked noodles wafted with steam and a rich aroma, and even before eating, they could smell the intense fragrance of braised beef. Lao Chai and Wang Dali instinctively swallowed, their eyes fixed expectantly on the young woman's tray. When the 2 bowls of noodles were set upon the table, the aroma deepened, rich, mellow, and lingering. The noodles themselves were pale and tender, submerged in a vibrant crimson broth. Several generous cubes of braised beef rested atop, firm yet well-defined in grain, glistening with a deep soy brown hue, faint white tendons subtly veined through the meat. Finely chopped coriander scattered evenly across the surface completed the composition, a bowl of beef noodles so vivid in color, intoxicating in fragrance, and harmonious in texture that no one could resist its allure. Both men lifted their chopsticks and plucked a piece of beef into their mouths. The moment the beef touched their tongues, a bold surge of Sichuan peppercorn and chili ignited their taste buds. Dormant senses jolted awake, flooding their mouths with saliva. Craving more, they bit down firmly. Juice, thick and fragrant, burst forth from within the meat, spilling richly into every crevice of their mouths. That broth was deeply aromatic, fiery, and exhilarating. Each bite flooded their entire mouth with pure, unadulterated delight. Damn, it's that good. As they chewed more deliberately, the beef revealed an astonishing tenderness. Not merely surface soft, but succulent all the way through. It yielded effortlessly in the mouth, dissolving without the slightest toughness or off-putting gaminess. Yet the meat retained its essential resilience. The occasional tendon offered just the right chew, growing richer and more savory with each bite. How had the chef achieved this? Despite the intensity of the seasonings, the beef's intrinsic aroma remained unmistakably present. Every bite left behind a clean, lingering savor of pure, unadulterated beef. This braised beef is flawlessly authentic, truly a masterpiece of sight, scent, and taste. The texture is extraordinary too. Such tenderness isn't forced by pressure cooking. It's the result of masterful heat control. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. After 2 bites of beef, they stirred the noodles, lifting a generous forkful gilded with pale golden broth. As it slipped between their lips and met their teeth, the strands proved perfectly calibrated, springy, resilient, and alive, dancing playfully upon the tongue. One mouthful of noodles, then another of beef. The entire bowl became utterly addictive. The finely minced scallions and coriander sprinkled over the dish were drawn in with each bite, alternating sweet, crisp notes of raw onion with the herb's distinctive earthy fragrance. Just as the richness of the broth threatened to overwhelm, the scallions and coriander cut cleanly through, balancing, refreshing, elevating. Even the blanched greens nestled within the noodles possessed impeccable texture and flavor. They ate with unrestrained joy, slurping, savoring, finishing every last strand. Then, cradling their empty bowls, they drank the broth, and were astonished. It was a clear, unctuous bone stock, rich with the deep, resonant essence of beef. Lao Chai no longer felt like a fool who'd overpaid. This bowl was worth every coin. Beef noodles and broth alike, flawless, seamless, peerless. Such perfection could not be bought, even at great expense. Though the portion was standard, they finished ravenous, and after a quick consultation, ordered a second bowl to share. In the end, 3 bowls vanished completely. Not a single scallion nor sprig of coriander remained. Only a thin film of crimson oil clung stubbornly to the porcelain. What a feast! They patted their full bellies, faces alight with deep, uncomplicated satisfaction. If even this humble bowl of braised beef noodles is this extraordinary, what must the rest of the menu hold? Pity my allowance is too slim. I'd order everything if I could. Lao Chai mused aloud. Wang Dali sighed, his expression glum. I may be financially independent, but my card is linked to my wife's phone. Every swipe alerts her instantly. Spending big. Impossible to hide. Despite being sated, the sight of the menu reawakened their hunger. Actually, I've stashed a little extra cash. So have I. Let's each contribute and treat ourselves tomorrow to something truly special. Agreed. It's settled. Having sealed their pact, they left the private room. Outside, samples laid out for tasting still beckoned, and each, unable to resist, claimed 2 more. The taste only fortified their resolve. Tomorrow they would spend their secret savings without hesitation and feast gloriously. Meanwhile, Zhu Jixin and Wu Yunyun arrived by Le Club with her parents. After sampling just 2 chicken feet and a handful of dried fish the previous day, Wu Yunyun had been haunted by cravings ever since. Now, spotting their destination, she looped her arm through her husband's and strode forward without pause. Wu's father and mother had intended to return home and prepare a simple noodle meal, but their daughter and son-in-law insisted on treating them, praising the restaurant's exceptional cuisine and urging them to experience it firsthand. Reluctant to decline, they acquiesced. Upon stepping out of the car, they paused, struck by the venue's opulent, unfamiliar decor, far grander than any ordinary restaurant they'd visited. Just as they moved toward the entrance, Wu's father caught sight of the bold characters above the door by Le Club. A club, he murmured. Since when does a restaurant call itself a club? Wait, hold on. He froze mid-step, watching his daughter vanish inside. You said you were taking us out for dinner. Here. Yes. Come on, Mom and Dad, the hour grows late. Let's go in. Zhu Zixin, still oblivious, urged them forward. Women noticed details more keenly. Wu Yunyun, catching the shift in her father's expression, glanced back at the sign and paled. Heavens! She'd brought her parents to a club. If word got out, her relatives would never let her hear the end of it. What now? It was too late to retreat in embarrassment. Worse still, her mouth watered fiercely. Having reached the threshold, turning back meant enduring a night of tortured dreams, weeping with hunger. Wu Yunyun stood suspended, unable to enter yet incapable of leaving. Zhu Zixin, ever unflappable, sensed nothing amiss. Assuming his in-laws' frugality had resurfaced, he reached out and gently tugged. Under the club's dazzling lights and amid passers-by, Wu's father refused to chastise his son-in-law publicly or engage in awkward tugging. Stiff-backed, he allowed himself to be ushered inside. When a group of young women approached, Wu's father nearly wanted to strangle his son-in-law, yet his eyes betrayed him, darting repeatedly, irresistibly toward them. Well, just a glance wouldn't hurt. They'd reserved a private room the night before. Now guided there by a hostess, Wu's mother sat on the sofa, gazing up at the shimmering stage lights overhead. What an unusual design for a banquet hall, just like a karaoke lounge. She laughed. Wu's father exchanged a knowing glance with his daughter and son-in-law, none of them offering an explanation. Zhu Zixin enthusiastically picked up the menu and handed it to Wu's father, urging him to order. Meanwhile, he instructed the waiter to turn on the television and play a drama series, so the elderly couple wouldn't grow bored while waiting for their meal, and also ordered beer and soft drinks. His practiced ease made Wu's father's face darken again. So familiar. Could this son-in-law be a regular at such establishments? Wu's father was no rigid traditionalist. He understood that modern corporate banquets and gatherings often took place in upscale private clubs, not necessarily for ill intent, but for prestige. Still, frequent visits might stir temptation. In that moment, he lost all interest in perusing the menu and gritted his teeth. Bring me one. He'd meant it as a test, but to his astonishment, his son-in-law immediately replied, very well. Then let's have one of everything. Wu's father seethed inwardly, so he'll play the braggart. Fine. If the bill exceeds his budget, I won't lift a finger. Wu's mother, seeing her husband's thunderous expression, as if someone owed him millions, kicked him sharply beneath the table. What on earth is he doing? Their son-in-law is kindly treating them to dinner. Wu's father ignored her completely, his gaze locked unblinkingly on his son-in-law. Every time a waitress entered the room, his eyes scanned the pair like searchlights. He was determined to catch any sign of infidelity, any whisper of betrayal behind his daughter's back. Should he detect even the faintest trace, his son-in-law would pay dearly. Sensing that fierce scrutiny, Zhu Zixin turned to his wife, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Wu Yunyun stared at her husband, dumbfounded that he still hadn't grasped the situation. You brought my parents to a private club for dinner. What did you expect their reaction to be? In the next instant, Zhu Zixin froze. Disaster. He'd been so captivated by the food's excellence, he'd forgotten entirely whether it was appropriate. Fortunately, Pingcheng was vast, and his father-in-law had few acquaintances here. If a familiar face had appeared, he'd likely have been beaten senseless on the spot. Zhu Zixin now sat on pins and needles, until at last the first appetizers arrived. Hastily, he placed a dish before his father-in-law and offered warmly, Dad, please try this braised duck liver. It's your favorite. Humph. Wu's father snorted through his nose, plucked a piece of liver with his chopsticks, and resolved, no matter how exquisite the cuisine, to feign utter disdain. Suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, fixed upon the morsel halfway bitten. A simple duck liver, yet its flavor defied expectation. The spiciness was bold and vibrant, yet never harsh or desiccating. Instead, it bloomed with rich aroma and deep lingering heat. A subtle numbing tingle harmonized perfectly with the fiery notes, unleashing an explosion of flavor that sent shivers across his taste buds. As he chewed gently, the texture proved luxuriously tender, silky, dense, and velvety, followed by a delicate sweetness, pure and clean, utterly free of gaminess. Wu's father adored spice and possessed an exceptionally refined palate. When buying street snacks, he could distinguish precisely which vendor delivered fiercer heat, which richer fragrance. Every nuance registered with crystalline clarity. Now, savoring this electrifying, perfectly balanced braised duck liver, he was utterly conquered. Each chew releasing deeper layers of aroma, each bite so irresistible he nearly swallowed his own tongue. Mom, Dad, how is it? Does it suit your taste? Still sulking, Wu's father refused to praise aloud. Yet when his son-in-law offered him a strip of beef jerky, he seized it without hesitation. Another wave of bold, smoky, fiery heat ignited his senses, making his eyes light up anew. Good heavens! This jerky surpasses even the legendary local brand back home, the one with lines stretching around the block daily. Truly extraordinary. Though his heart danced with delight, his lips remained stubbornly tight-lipped. It's passable. His pride demanded nothing less than stoic restraint. Zhu Zixin fought a smile. If he enjoys it, perhaps he'll forgive the choice of venue. Meanwhile, Wu's mother ate with unrestrained enthusiasm and effusive praise. Delicious. Every dish here is exceptional. The chili braising is authentically robust. If this were sold back home, queues would form daily. And this fried chicken, I finally understand why young people adore it. It's simply sublime. These chicken feet are extraordinary too, Mom. Try one. They're laced with wasabi, tangy, refreshing, and deeply aromatic. Wu Yunyun, tasting these delicacies for the first time, devoured them joyfully, so enchanted by the chicken feet that she plucked one and held it to her mother's lips. Wu's mother accepted it, took a bite, and nodded approvingly. Indeed, the balance of sour and spicy is flawless, neither overwhelming nor cloying. The wasabi elevates the dish remarkably. Perhaps our homemade versions fall short because we omit it. Mom, you overthink it. If adding wasabi alone sufficed, why would master chefs exist? A fair point. Mother and daughter reveled in the lemon-marinated chicken feet until only one remained. A hand darted faster than their snatching it away. They turned and saw Wu's father already savoring it, eyes half closed in bliss. Wu's mother protested, "Didn't you say the dishes were merely passable? Then why devour so much?" "Passable doesn't mean inedible. Why shouldn't I enjoy more?" he retorted, unabashed, and swiftly pulled the last piece of fried chicken toward himself, leaving Wu's mother fuming. "Xiaozhu, don't take your father seriously. He's always been like this." "Mom, you're far too kind. How could I possibly take offense at Dad?" Bringing one's father-in-law to a private club was audacious enough. Quarreling with him would be professional suicide. At that moment, 3 main courses arrived. Vibrant redandi yellow tomato endive noodles, bright and refreshing rich crimson braised beef noodles crowned with generous slabs of tender meat, and a golden fragrant egg fried rice. Each dish radiated allure, holding all 4 diners spellbound. Zhu Jixin and Wu Yunyun had dined earlier, but now confronted with these aromas and colors, their appetites flared anew. Wu's father and mother likewise wished to sample all 3, so they summoned the attendant and requested extra bowls to share. That evening, the restaurant substituted hand-pulled noodles for the usual handmade variety, Chef Su Yuan's personal request, yielding springy, resilient strands and an incomparable broth. As the savory main courses touched their lips, all 4 erupted in fresh waves of exhilaration. "I swear, this beef noodle soup is the finest I've ever tasted in my life. Both broth and noodles are transcendent. The egg fried rice is even better. Each grain glistens with golden yolk, rich and perfect. And the tomato endive noodles, light, non-greasy, soothing to the stomach." The last sentence was exactly what Dad Wu said. After having a belly full of snacks, some noodles would be just right to ease the greasiness. Eating them warm, he felt completely comfortable. After the compliments, he suddenly remembered he was still sulking with his son-in-law, so he quickly shut his mouth, only to find that no one noticed what he was saying. Everyone was happily eating from their bowls. He decided not to dwell on these trivial matters and focused on eating. It's rare to encounter such delicious food. In this vast world, eating is the most important thing. The braised beef noodles were topped with a layer of red oil and a strong spicy flavor. Wu Yunyun was eating too eagerly and accidentally choked, quickly grabbing the milk tea beside her to take a sip. "Wow, this milk tea is so fragrant. Hurry, bring me a cup so you can all try it." A large cup of milk tea was divided into 4 portions. Women love milk tea, and Wu Mom also found it delicious. Wu Dad and Zhu Jixian were initially uninterested, but after being strongly encouraged by Wu Yunyun, they tried a sip and fell in love with it, each ordering a cup, while also adding a few more dishes. The 4 of them feasted heartily, finishing all the dishes they ordered and drinking all the hot beverages, finally feeling full. Dad Wu leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied expression, advising, "No need to bring out any more dishes. We can't eat any more, completely full." Zhu Jixian, puzzled, said, "Dad, there are no more dishes. We only ordered this much." "Didn't we order from a menu?" Dad Wu questioned. "There are only this many dishes on the menu." Dad Wu took a look at the menu and indeed found only a few dishes along with hot drinks and snacks. No wonder the son-in-law was so generous. Thinking about how tasty the food was, he didn't bother to fuss over it anymore. If there was a place nearby with food this good, he would want to eat there every day. After all, it was just a meal, what was the harm? The items at the clubhouse weren't cheap and the portions were small. The 4 of them indulged, spending over 3,000. But Wu Dad and Wu Mom enjoyed the meal, and Zhu Jixian and his wife were also happy, feeling that the money spent was worth it, as it wasn't something they did often. "By the way, I noticed your establishment isn't new. Since your food is so delicious, how come I hadn't heard about it before?" Zhu Jixian often passed by here on his commute and had long known about the clubhouse, otherwise he wouldn't have suggested it for their gathering. The front desk lady smiled and explained, "Our restaurant just got a new owner, and these dishes are made by newly hired chefs. We didn't have these before, which is why customers didn't know about us." "So that's how it is?" Zhu Jixian then asked. "When I came here with colleagues yesterday, there weren't these main dishes and hot drinks. They were just added today." Will your clubhouse frequently have new dishes on the menu? Currently, our chef hasn't mentioned any specific schedule for new dishes, but customers can follow our public account to stay updated on the latest information. Due to the high number of inquiries about the public account these past few days, Huijin Shui specially created one, which was just posted tonight, and many customers had already followed it. Zhu Jixian and Wu Yunyun both scanned the code to follow the public account, and the family left. Having eaten too much earlier, none of them wanted to take a car, so they decided to walk slowly back to the community as a way to digest their meal. After walking for a while, Wu Mom kept murmuring about something, and Wu Yunyun asked her, "Mom, what are you thinking about?" Wu Mom turned and asked, "I just heard that girl at the restaurant mention their clubhouse. The place where we just ate isn't a clubhouse, is it?" Before Wu Yunyun could respond, Dad Wu answered, "It is a clubhouse, otherwise who would sing in a restaurant?" He thought he wasn't the only one concerned after all they had finished eating. What? A clubhouse? Wu Mom, who had always been a good girl, never expected to have unconsciously gone on a day trip to a clubhouse, leaving her completely stunned. What to do? Would anyone recognize her? Would her parents find out? But she was already over 50, not a student, it shouldn't matter. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law starting to discuss coming back for another big meal tomorrow night, Wu Mom felt conflicted, wanting to refuse, yet her mouth wouldn't open. The beef noodles were so delicious. What should she do if she wanted to eat them again? Should she just have another meal? At worst, she could wear a mask to cover her face so no one would see her. Because the ingredients for tonight were prepared exceptionally well during the late-night snack time, the girls finally got to enjoy the various snacks made by Su Yuan. Before eating, the girls thought they could finish an entire bowl of fried chicken, but when it came time to eat, they found they couldn't eat much. The food was just too delicious. Every dish that passed through Su Yuan's hands was incredibly tasty. With everything being so good, who would focus solely on fried chicken, as everyone devoured their meals ravenously. Su Yuan himself had a large bowl of beef noodles. As a chef who wouldn't lack for delicious dishes, he ate slowly and gracefully, distinctly different from others. He looked handsome sitting there, was quite pleasing to the eye. The girls saw this scene and even slowed down their gluttonous eating, feeling that the sight was too beautiful, akin to an oil painting, and they feared their rough manners would ruin it. "Su Gu, you're so handsome and young. How did you think of becoming a chef?" a girl curiously asked. This story starts with a system that fell from the sky. Of course, Su Yuan couldn't say that, so he explained, "I just love to eat, which is why I learned this trade." His passion led him to learn so well, making him an idol for everyone. "Su Gu, you know how to make so many things. Can you make rice noodles?" "I love luosafen." "Yes." "Can you make dim sum?" "Yes." "Really? What about the Manchu Han Imperial Feast?" This question seemed to have been asked before, and Su Yuan calmly replied, "Yes." A group of girls surrounded Su Yuan, asking questions like curious little children. When they asked about such impressive dishes, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "You can even do that? That's amazing." "Su Gu, let's be straightforward. Is there anything you can't do?" Huijin Shui chimed in. Su Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. Not at the moment. Huijin Shu's knees went weak, feeling a desire to worship him. No wonder when Su Gu came to apply for the job, he handed over a menu and said he could do a little bit. It turned out that little bit was a whole lot. The boss looked at Su Yuan as if he were an idol, and the employees were no different. Surrounded by a group of girls with fiery gazes full of admiration and excitement, any man would feel elated. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt happy. After finishing a bowl of beef noodles, she felt 8/10 full. A few pieces of fried chicken and some chicken feet were enough to satisfy her small appetite. Holding a cup of milk tea, she sipped it carefully, afraid to gulp it down and risk overfilling her stomach, which would lead to waste. The girl with a big appetite even tried a bit of Su Yuan's fried rice, and the flavor was so delightful that she ended up eating half a bowl more, leaving her feeling stuffed. Su Yuan shook his head, saying, "If you like it, you can always eat it tomorrow. There's no need to overindulge right now." The girls groaned, clutching their stomachs. That's easy to say, but when eating, it's impossible to stop. With delicious food in our mouths, our minds are shouting for more, while the sounds from our stomachs can hardly be heard. Who says otherwise? Besides, you'll make new dishes tomorrow. By then we'll want to eat those instead of the beef noodles. We might as well indulge now. Su Yuan was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing how reasonable their arguments were, leaving him unable to refute them. Once the late-night snacks were over, the girls eagerly got to work. With their stomachs full, there was no thought of slacking off. They quickly busied themselves, treating it as a way to digest. It was already past 10, and with the cold weather, there weren't many passers-by outside, except for those who specifically came to have fun. However, the two girls at the entrance still held trays, offering samples of dishes to anyone who walked by. Inside the venue, the girls provided attentive service. Because there were fewer guests, in order to ensure that customers felt at home, those without tasks readily offered to help. Two of them monitored a private room, ensuring that no matter when a guest called from outside, someone would be there to respond. Alon played the piano beautifully. Although there were no guests passing through at the moment, She took the initiative to sit in a corner of the hall, elegantly playing the piano, which was also a strategy to attract customers. Perhaps someone passing by would find the piano music appealing and decide to come in and sit for a while. In the kitchen, Rinjun and Xiaodaqing were busy as well. With no orders coming in, they began cleaning up, making sure the stove was spotless. Overall, everyone in the venue was energetic and worked diligently. Previously, business at the venue was poor and many considered resigning. After a new owner took over, business continued to be sluggish and the staff had long been contemplating alternative careers. Unexpectedly, after a chef arrived, within just 3 days the venue was revitalized. Not only did business improve, but the staff meals were delicious as well. Putting aside other considerations, they were motivated to work hard just for the quality of the staff meals, hoping to help the venue thrive so the owner could afford to keep the chef. Every day at this time, Hu Jinshui would check the bills, and today he noticed that business was slightly better than yesterday. Yesterday around 10, only 2 tables were occupied, but today the private rooms had several tables filled and more guests were still arriving outside. It looked like there would be at least 20 tables today. The venue, which had been quiet for half a month, was now bustling with activity. In just 3 days, the change was remarkable. After all, in this day and age, the speed at which food trends spread is the fastest. People have some savings, their living standards have risen, and their craving for good food has only increased. Once those who had eaten spread the word and posted about it on social media, combined with some sampling activities at the entrance, business surged. As long as Brother Su was around, they would never have to worry about poor sales again. Hu Jinshui suddenly felt optimistic about the future and excitedly sent a message to his father. "You can forget about threatening me with no allowance to get me to come back to the company. I'm not the same person I used to be. From now on, I am Hu Jinshui." Hu Jinshui's father. After sending the message, Hu Jinshui felt relieved and exhilarated, turning to Su Yuan with a broad smile, almost grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Su, your culinary skills are so exceptional, you deserve a raise. How about 12,000 a month?" He had only been working for 3 days. How could the boss already consider a salary increase? Su Yuan felt a mix of laughter and tears, saying, "Isn't that too much? I've only worked for 3 days, it's not appropriate." "Absolutely. For a chef of your caliber, 12,000 is nothing. In fact, I think 12,000 doesn't even match your skills. Your cooking is simply priceless. There's really no need." He had only worked for 20 days after all. Su Yuan tried to stop Hu Jinshui, but unfortunately the kid was oblivious, clutching his phone and grinning like he had seen something amusing, so Su Yuan gave up. Due to the large number of guests that evening and the good business, Su Yuan couldn't leave early. However, he didn't finish too late either. By 12:30 he knew that there were several busy venues in Pingcheng that still had their lights on at 2 in the morning. After confirming there were no guests left, everyone urged him to leave first. No one wanted Su Yuan to stay up late, so he ended up going home at just after 1. Since the work was planned today was actually less busy than yesterday, Su Yuan played games for a while before going to bed. Gradually getting used to working in the afternoons and returning home at night, Su Yuan's daytime life was quite fulfilling. He could sleep until he naturally woke up, and whatever time he woke up was fine. As he strolled into the venue during his working hours at night, Su Yuan suddenly felt that the image of the staff was completely different from when he had just started a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago, the employees were either huddled in corners chatting or standing around dazed and yawning. Even when cleaning, they seemed distracted. Now everyone was diligently wiping tables and glass. Even the corners were being cleaned meticulously. The welcome mat at the entrance was already quite clean, and they had even replaced it with a freshly washed one, taking the one used yesterday to be scrubbed. Upon entering the kitchen, Su Yuan was astonished to see Rinjun and Xiaodaqing already busy at work. He had no idea what time they had arrived, but they had already cleaned most of the ingredients, thoroughly ready for cooking. The sight of everyone bustling about made Su Yuan, who was leisurely by nature, feel like a salted fish. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. If he were a salted fish, he might as well be the king of salted fish. After all, working just 20 days could earn him a villa. Who else could boast such success? "Why did you both come in so early?" Su Yuan asked. "Brother Su, you might not know, but 2 tables of guests called to reserve meals. They're coming at 7, so if we don't prepare the dishes in advance, you'll be too busy to even drink water later." So early. Su Yuan was surprised. After all, people usually come to the club only after having their meal. It seems they came specifically to eat. "I heard from Sister Zhang that the guest originally wanted to book for 6 o'clock, but since our restaurant opens at 6, they changed it to 7. Especially coming to the club for a meal. How peculiar." Su Yuan suddenly felt a sense of incomprehension. After a few days, Rinjun and Xiaodaqing had been brought out by him, and he no longer needed to handle the miscellaneous tasks of cooking. Those that needed blanching were blanched, those that needed chopping were chopped, and the spicy pot was already heated, just waiting for Su Yuan to come and add the ingredients, which saved him a lot of effort. Before long, a chicken claw and some beef jerky were ready. At this moment, Xiaodaqing took out a large piece of pork belly from his pocket and asked Su Yuan, Brother Su, what is this pork belly for? Are you planning to make a new dish? Su Yuan nodded. Although we already have several snacks, there are still a bit too few. I asked the boss to prepare some pork belly today. I want to add a new dish, crispy fried pork. It should include chicken, fish, and of course pork to make it more presentable. The two helpers were thrilled upon hearing this. Although the boss hadn't said it, when a new dish comes out, everyone could taste it. But they were different at being in the kitchen. How could they miss out on food? Once the dishes were ready, they could taste them, which was a great perk. Even though their cooking skills weren't exceptional, there was nothing wrong with a new dish. Xia Daqing set aside the small yellow croaker he was handling and directly went to wash the pork belly, handing it over to Rinjun. Anyone who has worked in a kitchen knows how to make crispy pork, but every chef has their own standards for the size of the meat. After Su Yuan demonstrated the desired size, Rinjun began to cut the meat. His cooking skills were poor, but his knife skills were excellent. With one hand pressing down on the meat, he deftly wielded the sharp knife, quickly cutting the pork belly into evenly sized strips. Su Yuan turned to prepare a crispy batter. Once the meat was cut, he added seasonings like Sichuan pepper, salt, and white wine into the meat for marination to remove the fishy smell, then evenly coated it with the crispy batter before frying. The crispy coating for the pork is different from that for chicken. The coating for crispy pork should be slightly thinner, while chicken, which is fried in chunks with bones, requires a thicker coating to ensure the meat remains tender and juicy. It is important to note that for the crispy pork, do not use ground Sichuan pepper. Instead, roast whole peppercorns in a pan until they are cooked, then place them in a mortar and crush them slightly, avoiding a fine powder, leaving them in irregular granules. When mixed into the batter and fried, the burst of texture and numbing sensation upon tasting is the unique flavor of crispy pork. Since several dishes are fried, it is quite convenient to fry them all together. Once these items are fried, they can be placed in a bowl, and if guests want them, Rinjun and Xia Daqing can simply refry them, which is a marvelous way to save effort. Seeing the dishes he prepared, Su Yuan was taken aback. He indeed had begun to exhibit the qualities of a slacker. Otherwise, how could the dishes he subconsciously prepared all be shortcuts, avoiding any overly complicated processes? At this moment, Zhu Zixin's family was already on their way to the club. The food at the club is so delicious, and the staple foods are also tasty, they couldn't bear to eat anything else. Thus, they arrived early at the club, preparing to have dinner there, treating it purely as a dinner venue. Last night, when they returned home, Zhu Zixin and his wife thought they would be lectured by their in-laws, but to their surprise, they didn't even mention it. Today, when they said they were coming for dinner, there was no resistance at all. They happily followed along, knowing that their in-laws had also become fans of the food here, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. After walking for a while, the club was right across the road. The other three were full of anticipation, but Wu Ma suddenly shouted, "Wait." Then she took a mask from her pocket, put it on her face, and pulled up the hood of her coat, covering herself thoroughly before joining the main group. Despite all this, she remained extremely cautious, constantly glancing around as she walked, afraid that someone would recognize her appearance. Going out to eat had turned into a secretive operation, leaving the other three shaking their heads in amusement. "Wife, you really don't need to be like this. We're just going out to eat, not doing anything bad. What era is this? Why are you still so conservative? Besides, I'm here with you." Wu Dad couldn't stand it anymore and tried to take off Wu Ma's hat. "What are you talking about? I'm just being cautious. What if a familiar face sees me and discovers that at my age I'm going to a club? What if they spread it around? You don't care about your reputation, but I still do." Wu Ma firmly swatted Wu Dad's hand away, holding her hat tightly on her head. Wu Yunyun then spoke up, "Mom, you really don't need to be like this. Our hometown is over 400 kilometers away from Pingsheng. There's no one here who knows you." Wu Ma seemed to have just realized this, showing an expression of enlightenment. "Oh right, look at my mind. I'm not in my hometown, I'm here with my son-in-law, so I can relax." She lifted her hat and removed her mask, excitedly walking towards the club even faster than the other three. Before entering, she specifically took a bit of a sample from the tasting platter prepared for the girls. As Wu Ma was eating, she said to Wu Dad, "This is a rare opportunity. Why don't we come back tomorrow for dinner? My treat. I want to eat until I can lean against the wall, going in and coming out." This was truly letting loose, as the allure of delicious food is irresistible. Just like Wu Ma, Lao Chai and Wang Dali were being sneaky. Both had secretly brought their own money to the club without their wives knowing, so they were particularly cautious, finding all sorts of excuses to send their wives back home before carefully arriving at the club. To avoid being recognized by acquaintances, they also opted to wear masks and hoods, and Lao Chai even put on a pair of glasses. Men are different from women. Women's clothes are colorful, and wearing a hat when it's cold doesn't seem out of place. Men typically wear all black, with a hat and mask. Only their eyes are visible, making them more noticeable due to their tall stature. Passers-by at the entrance glanced over at them. The girls turned around and found two masked guests arriving, unable to suppress their laughter, thinking these must be patrons drawn in by the club's delicious food, but too shy to come in. Otherwise, why cover up so thoroughly? Such establishments naturally attract a motley crowd, guests of all kinds, and the hostesses well-versed in reading people reacted with practiced warmth, guiding the two men smoothly into a private lounge without so much as a flicker of surprise. Lao Chai and Wang Dali laid their secret savings on the table. I've got over 900. I've got 1200. All right then, let's tally it up and treat ourselves to a proper meal. After all, this is hard-earned pocket money. If we don't savor it now, what's the point of saving it? They quickly fetched the menu and studied its offerings, intently selecting only the dishes they craved most. To maximize every yuan, they even pulled out their phones to calculate the total cost of their selections. After careful deliberation, they swapped the braised yellow croaker for crispy pork strips, a newly launched specialty, according to the waitress, never before tasted by other guests. Naturally, they had to try it. To stave off hunger, they added a portion of egg fried rice, only halting when they confirmed their budget was fully stretched. As they tallied the bill, the hostess assigned to their lounge stood nearby and gently reminded them, "Gentlemen, you still have enough left for a rose milk tea. Our signature blend is exceptionally smooth. Would you like to give it a try?" "No need. We're not fans of milk tea." "Wait, let's order one after all. I'm only moderately tolerant of spice. Something sweet will balance the heat." Wang Dali promptly added the milk tea to their order. Once finalized, they returned the menu to the hostess and began transforming the lounge. Those seasoned men both had once been young and unrestrained. Stepping into this space rekindled that long-dormant spark. They dimmed the overhead lights and switched to pulsing colored bulbs and gradient LED strips. The ambience shifted instantly intimate and electric. After scrolling through the karaoke interface, they landed on A Thousand Men's Love. Each seized a microphone and belted out the lyrics with gusto. Off-key, unself-conscious, swaying wildly, utterly lost in the euphoria. Had courage matched desire, they'd have summoned a dancer for an impromptu performance. The hostess assigned to their lounge happened to have served Lao Chai and Wang Dali the previous day, when they'd ordered nothing but 3 bowls of beef noodle soup, so she recognized them instantly. She immediately shared the amusing detail with her colleagues. "Remember those 2 gentlemen from yesterday? The ones who ordered just 3 bowls of beef noodles. They're back today. They each brought around 1,000 yuan today, splurged on a lavish spread. Most likely Chef Su's cooking was simply too irresistible to resist. Look how nervously they glance around. They're clearly spending their secret stash, hiding it from their wives." In such venues where patrons span every walk of life, idle chatter among hostesses is inevitable, and this juicy tidbit sent waves of laughter rippling through the staff. These gentlemen must adore their wives, yet even indulging in a fine meal here requires stealth. They'll probably be caught the moment they step through the front door tonight. No matter. Perhaps they'll bring their wives next time for a shared feast. Amid the light-hearted banter, Su Yuan sat quietly on a chair nearby, ears pricked, thoroughly entertained. He'd come to appreciate the many perks of working at the lounge. Elegant women with graceful limbs abounded, not only pleasing to the eye, but also guaranteeing daily doses of novelty. Just yesterday, someone had even brought their parents-in-law for dinner. How delightfully unconventional. Every day brought fresh surprises, far more vivid and engaging than anything scrolled mindlessly on a phone screen. Once their dishes arrived, the 2 men set aside their microphones and turned their full attention to the feast they'd funded with their carefully hoarded savings. Lao Chai had tasted only a sliver of the spicy beef jerky offered as a sample at the entrance the day before, and had been haunted by its memory ever since. Today he ordered a full portion without hesitation and now eagerly snatched 2 strips the moment it appeared. It lived up to every expectation, intensely spicy and numbing, flooding his mouth with a vibrant, tingling heat that made his taste buds dance with exhilaration. Its aromas surged from tongue to throat in an intoxicating rush, almost dizzying in its intensity, a fiery, irresistible sensation no true chili lover could possibly resist. The texture was impeccable, richly dried, yet tender, deeply aromatic, chewy, without toughness, thoughtfully crafted for those whose teeth no longer command youthful strength. When a subtle springiness bloomed on his tongue, Lao Chai's eyes lit up. This delicate marbling delivered a wholly distinct silken contrast to the beef itself. "This jerky is absolutely exquisite. Each bite ignites the mouth like a controlled blaze, delivering pure, unadulterated heat. Truly addictive. Even as your mouth burns, your hand reaches instinctively for another strip." Wang Dali, whose tolerance for spice had always been modest, broke into a sweat at his temples. Yet unlike usual, where he'd abandon a dish deemed too bland or too bold, he found himself utterly unable to stop. The more he chewed, the more he craved, each bite deepening the pleasure, compelling him to inhale sharply between mouthfuls, gasping and grinning, yet never pausing. Seeing his friend's distress, Lao Chai slid the crispy pork strips toward him. "I asked for the 5-spice seasoning. I'll take the rest. You try these, they'll soothe that fire." Wang Dali nodded, snatched a golden brown strip and bit in, its thin, shatteringly crisp crust yielding effortlessly to reveal tender meat beneath. Lightly coated and uniquely formulated, it didn't crumble like fried chicken, instead teeth pierced cleanly through the delicate shell into the succulent interior, releasing an immediate wave of velvety tenderness. Premium pork belly, perfectly balanced layers of fat and lean, had rendered its excess oil during frying, leaving behind rich, clean flavor with no trace of greasiness or gaminess. The lean portions infused with rendered fat achieved extraordinary tenderness and juiciness, while the ultra-thin crust lent a subtle, captivating charred aroma with every chew, elevating the dish beyond mere sustenance. The five-spice dusting was delicately calibrated, not overpowering, but rather enhancing the natural savor of the pork, each bite punctuated by tiny, fragrant Sichuan peppercorns. A gentle, pleasant, numbing sensation bloomed across the tongue, harmonizing seamlessly with the warm, complex notes of the spice blend, transforming each morsel into a symphony of flavor, rich and unforgettable. Delicious. These crispy strips are incredible too. Moments earlier, Wang Dali had lamented the jerky's ferocity, fearing he'd barely finish a few bites, but now that concern vanished entirely. If the jerky proved too fierce, the strips offered equal delight. Lao Chai, still reveling in the jerky's boldness, watched Wang Dali devour the strips with both hands, and instantly succumbed to temptation. He set down his jerky, snatched a strip, and devoured it with unrestrained relish. At this moment, the rose milk tea was delivered, and Wang Dali, who had just been spiced up, quickly held the milk tea and took a sip. Wow, how can this milk tea taste so good? The rich milk tea, with its smooth texture, left Wang Dali, who usually didn't enjoy desserts, utterly astonished. He initially intended to drink something sweet to alleviate the spiciness, but now he found himself falling in love with this milk tea. He was not stingy, finding a disposable cup and pouring a cup for Lao Chai, handing it over. Quick, try it, I guarantee you will like it. No, you drink it. He'll just have a couple more bites of my dish. Lao Chai was not interested in this thing. His daughter loved milk tea, and sometimes when she felt lonely drinking alone, she would ask him to join, but he had only taken a few sips each time and discarded it, unable to tolerate the overly sweet and greasy sensation. Drink it quickly, I guarantee, if you don't you will regret it later, Wang Dali said earnestly. After much insistence, Lao Chai finally picked up the cup, lightly touched his lips to it, and licked his tongue over his lips. Once his taste buds experienced the flavor, he too was astonished by the sweet, yet not cloying aroma. Is this really milk tea? How can it taste this good? He felt incredulous and took a big gulp from the cup. It was smooth, rich, and not greasy, with a particularly pleasant taste, leaving a sweet aftertaste of rose. After having something heavily flavored, taking a couple of sips of this milk tea felt simply refreshing. Originally, there was only one cup of milk tea. Although it was a large cup, it wasn't much when shared between the two. Lao Chai was almost cautious, sipping the milk tea little by little. After finishing, he licked his lips, wanting more, but unfortunately the money they had brought was already spent. Lao Chai sighed, realizing he needed to find a way to get more money, or else they wouldn't be able to eat enough. I told you the milk tea was good, Wang Dali remarked. Lao Chai nodded. It's a pity it's all gone. Indeed, it's gone. The food is delicious and the milk tea is tasty, but it's expensive. Where can you find cheap items in a luxurious high-end club like this, where one wouldn't dare enter without some money? What do you think will happen if my wife finds out that we sneaked into this club? Wang Dali stroked his chin. At the thought of this possibility, Lao Chai shivered and felt a chill run down his spine. But he still stubbornly said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a meal, what can she do to me? Let me tell you, the position of a man in the family must be solidified by himself. As long as I want it in my house, I can sit, while she wouldn't dare to stand." Wang Dali rolled his eyes, thinking, "You're impressive, you're great, you have secret money to splurge." But it felt good to boast a little, and they both started bragging about their family status. Although they said this after finishing their meal, the two weren't in a hurry to go back. Instead, they found a windy corner to stand for a while, ensuring there were no strange scents on them, and only then did they part ways and head home. At this moment, Lao Chai's wife, Ms. Chow, was holding a feather duster, standing downstairs with her hands on her hips, ready to question him. With a full stomach, Lao Chai was in a particularly good mood, humming a tune as he walked, feeling quite refreshed. However, just as he reached the bottom of his apartment building, he saw his wife glaring at him with the feather duster in hand, and upon spotting him, she angrily asked, "So you know to come back?" Lao Chai's heart skipped a beat, and his expression immediately changed. Clearly it was the dead of winter, yet he felt cold sweat streaming down his back. He had been very careful. How could he still be caught? What should he do now? It was just a meal, but whether his wife believed him was another matter. If he couldn't explain this matter clearly today, he would certainly be suspected of cheating by his wife, leading to an argument, a breakup, and a divorce where they would fight over the children and assets, leaving him to live a lonely life, ending in tragedy. No, it absolutely cannot be like this. Lao Chai suddenly rushed forward, sliding onto his knees right in front of Ms. Chow, holding onto her thigh and pleading, Wife, I was wrong, please don't abandon me. At this moment, admitting fault was the way to go. His sudden kneeling startled Ms. Chow. She had only intended to complain about their rebellious son getting into trouble, though she never expected her husband to be the one apologizing first. Noticing the gazes of their neighbors around them, Ms. Chow felt extremely embarrassed, as she didn't want to be seen as a shrew. You get up quickly. No, I won't get up unless you forgive me. Ms. Chow was utterly perplexed. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? She was merely asking a question, but Lao Chai took it as an interrogation and began to confess on the spot. I was wrong, though I shouldn't have secretly hidden my private money from you. Not only did I hide my private money, but I also stashed away several thousand placed in multiple locations. I especially shouldn't have been so tempted by the food at the club, spending my private money without telling you and going there not just once but twice. Wife, I truly know I was wrong. What? You actually went to the club without telling me? Ms. Chow was taken aback. Her smile from earlier when she heard about the private money vanished upon hearing about the club. Lao Chai was even more bewildered than her. Wife, you didn't know? Then why did you come to confront me? A neighbor who was watching couldn't help but laugh while explaining. Your son got into some trouble outside and was reported by his teacher to your home. Your wife is confronting your son. Oh my goodness. Lao Chai was completely dumbfounded. It felt like the heavens were conspiring against him. At around 10 o'clock, Lao Chai's son returned home only to find his father kneeling on the laundry board like a defeated rooster, head hung low. Lao Chai's son was curious. Although his mom often joked about making him kneel on the laundry board, she had never actually done it. Why was she really doing it today? Dad, how did you make Mom angry? You're kneeling on the laundry board. Next time you won't make me kneel on the keyboard too, right? Lao Chai looked up and glared at his son angrily. If it weren't for this rebellious son, he wouldn't have confessed so easily. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, jumping up and pointing at the laundry board. You little brat, always getting into trouble. Your teacher even reported you home. Kneel down. His son didn't want to kneel, but Lao Chai directly suppressed him with force. You won't get up unless I allow it tonight. Just as he finished speaking, the bedroom door swung open and Ms. Chow shouted, who told you to get up? There's only one laundry board. Moments later, Lao Chai was kneeling on the keyboard while his son was on the laundry board. Ms. Chow simmered with anger for a while before suddenly pushing the door open and asking Lao Chai, did you really just go out to eat? Really, as true as pearls can be, Wang Dolly can vouch for me. Ms. Chow gritted her teeth. Well, I want to see what delicious food could make you dare to sneak into the club behind my back. Lao Chai, seeing his wife's anger had subsided, let out a deep sigh of relief. He rose and began affectionately addressing her as wife, over and over, trying to mend the rift. Just as the two were about to step into the bedroom, his son grew anxious. Mom, what about me? I'm still kneeling. Lao Chai snorted coldly. Keep kneeling. Think it over, and come apologize on your own. You couldn't have chosen a worse moment to misbehave, nearly leaving your father to spend his final years in lonely solitude. So keep kneeling. At the club that night, the late-night snack was fried rice with egg, prepared by Su Yuan. Its flavor was extraordinary. The waitresses had been craving it for days. Though undeniably high in calories, each devoured 3 generous bowls, so voraciously that even Su Yuan was taken aback by their appetite. Once the midnight snack service concluded, Su Yuan checked the number of guests and prepared additional dishes. He also asked Xia Daqing to roll out more hand-pulled noodles. Indeed, Xia Daqing, though his knife skills paled beside Ren Jun's, he possessed exceptional dexterity in pulling and rolling noodles. Upon discovering this talent, Su Yuan immediately entrusted him with all noodle preparation. He had assumed the evening's provisions would be more than sufficient, perhaps even yielding a modest surplus by closing time. Yet something unusual occurred that night. Shortly after 11, several tables of young patrons arrived, those who loved nightlife. The waitresses soon learned these guests had been referred by friends drawn specifically to savor the club's renowned cuisine. Consequently, the waitresses rushed back and forth to the kitchen multiple times, until the pantry was once again bare. I still need 2 plates of fried chicken. Guests in private room no. 3 want dried beef pack to take home. Private room no. 10 requests crispy pork strips. I need. A dedicated serving window connected the kitchen to the dining area. At that moment, the waitresses crowded around it, calling out orders in overlapping voices, leaving Su Yuan utterly overwhelmed. After finishing the remaining dishes, he hurriedly instructed Ren Jun and the others to plate them up. This is all we have left. Divide it among yourselves. If any private room runs out of its ordered dish, substitute another immediately. Hesitate, and there'll be nothing left. Watching the waitresses scramble for plates, Su Yuan felt a sudden wave of existential doubt. He turned and sought out Hu Jinshui. Boss, are the vegetable deliveries from the supplier truly accurate in weight? How is it that we run out every single day? They're absolutely precise. The kitchen has scales, and every delivery is weighed upon arrival. Hua Jinshui grinned, so broadly his molars gleamed, waving a thick stack of order slips at Su Yuan. It's because our club's business grows stronger by the day. Judging by this trend, we'll likely be fully booked within 2 days. Su Yuan knew the deliveries couldn't be inaccurate. He was simply astounded. Day after day, every vegetable sold out entirely, leaving shortages at closing. The sheer improbability of it left him bewildered. Clearly, future ingredient preparations needed to be scaled up boldly, no longer constrained by the boss's earlier remark about sluggish business and cautious provisioning. By the way, with business booming, the kitchen urgently needs an assistant. Boss, could you hire one when you have time? Otherwise, we'll never keep up. Sure thing, Brother Su. I guarantee it'll be done. Hua Jinshui gave his solemn assurance. Meanwhile, the waitresses nearby, having overheard the conversation, suddenly erupted with excitement. The club offered excellent wages and benefits, and above all, those delectable midnight snacks. Such a coveted position shouldn't go to outsiders, it belonged to family. Boss, may we recommend relatives? One waitress asked. My aunt is strong and healthy, and currently idle at home. Let her give it a try? Another jumped in immediately. My aunt worked as a kitchen assistant in a hotel before. She knows the ropes perfectly. Let her join us. Then Alan, who'd remained silent until now, raised her hand. Boss, how about transferring me to the kitchen? I'll serve as the assistant. When things are slow, I can still help monitor the private rooms. Her words silenced the others instantly, all turning curiously toward her. Why would a perfectly good waitress willingly trade her role for that of a kitchen assistant, especially at a club where waitstaff earned generous salaries and commissions? Suddenly, several others caught on and joined the clamor. I want to work in the kitchen too. I'm the perfect fit for kitchen assistant. Look at these brawny biceps. A vacancy in the kitchen was in fact a golden opportunity. Su Yuan cooked exquisitely. Ren Jun and Xia Daqing practically lived in culinary bliss, sampling every new dish before it ever reached guests. Though the boss generously allowed waitstaff to taste the midnight snacks, they lacked the kitchen staff's easy access. Lately, with surging guest numbers, provisions consistently sold out, leaving little for anyone else to enjoy. Working in the kitchen meant tasting everything Su Yuan prepared, every dish, every variation. After all, chefs must test seasoning and doneness before service. What finer profession could there be? Su Yuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He'd merely intended to fill a single kitchen assistant position. How had it become so fiercely contested? He turned to Hua Jinshui. Boss, do you pay unusually high wages for kitchen assistants? No, just 3,000 yuan. Then why? Hua Jinshui chuckled. Brother Su, you're overthinking it. They're chasing your delicious snacks, not the salary. Proximity guarantees priority. Even the boss himself spent half his days idling in the kitchen, not attending to management, but shadowing Su Yuan for first dibs on every freshly prepared morsel. He knew exactly what schemes the waitresses were hatching. Those wishing to recommend relatives may bring them for interviews tomorrow afternoon. As for transfers into the kitchen, don't even dream of it, unless you're willing to accept the 3,000 yuan salary. The waitresses fell instantly silent. Delicious food was tempting, but such low wages were untenable. Kitchen assistants were typically older, retired individuals seeking supplementary income. What could young women possibly do on barely 3,000 yuan a month? Reluctantly, they settled back into their roles as waitresses, still able to sample the fare, albeit without freedom or spontaneity. With all dishes sold out, only milk tea and fruit platters remaining, Su Yuan, as usual, clocked out early. Yet before leaving, he handed Hua Jinshui a massive shopping list, quantities doubled from today's order. He refused to believe tomorrow's supply wouldn't suffice. Hua Jinshui, upon seeing the enormous list, felt no trace of his usual anxiety. Instead, he regarded it almost dismissively and humbly consulted Su Yuan. Brother Su, how should the club develop to achieve rapid growth and dominance? At that question, Su Yuan nearly rolled his eyes. Wait, you're the boss. Or am I? I'm just a chef. Why are you asking me this? Su Yuan truly had no experience in business matters. When the boss asked him, he couldn't just fabricate a response that would mislead. With a sigh, he said, Boss, I'm just a cook. I can give you a detailed explanation of how to prepare dishes, but when it comes to doing business, I genuinely don't know how. Then how about I hire an internet celebrity to promote us, and maybe create some promotional flyers, or do activities like discounts on drinks and dishes? What do you think? Hua Jinshui continued to inquire. Clearly, he wasn't paying attention to Su Yuan's words. Su Yuan rubbed his forehead and replied, as long as you think it's appropriate. I knew this method would work. With your words, Su Gu, I can relax. He'll go find someone to arrange it right away. Hua Jinshui dashed out of the kitchen with a beaming smile. Wait a minute, did he say anything? He's not taking the blame for this. Su Yuan reached out with a hand gesture, but alas, Hua Jinshui had already disappeared, leaving Su Yuan utterly speechless. With all the dishes sold out and matters settled, it was time to go home, wash up, and sleep. During work, he hadn't felt tired, but after finishing, he suddenly felt exhausted. After all, he had prepared so many dishes. Even with Rin Jun and Xia Daqing's efforts, there was still much to do. As soon as his head hit the bed, Su Yuan fell into a deep slumber. In the early morning, while Su Yuan was still lost in dreams, those office workers had already risen early to start their day. In the gaming company, employees were busy at work, each focused on their computer screens, fingers flying over keyboards. Some were designing, others coding, and operations staff were immersed in their tasks. After a while, a waft of stir-fry aroma floated in from somewhere, causing everyone to pause their work. They exchanged glances, each letting out heavy sighs. Sugu has been gone for over half a month, but I still feel like he's here in the company, Ame sighed. Who can deny that? Whenever I step into the kitchen, I feel as if Sugu's presence is everywhere. It's not just that every time it's mealtime, I'm always thinking of Sugu. Everyone began to chatter about this, with Xiong Donglin and Zhang Jiming looking particularly aggrieved. We came to work at this company because the meals were so delicious. We never expected that after we stayed, Sugu would leave. It's enough to make one want to cry out loud. I'm so tired of this, I feel like I'll never love again. Sigh. Seeing everyone's work morale plummeting again, the manager hurriedly spoke up to change the subject. All right, it's work time. Let's not dwell on what we can't change. The boss has said that tomorrow we'll have a team building outing to relax. Today, let's all get into the right mindset and focus on our work. What's the point of a team building outing? I want to eat the dishes Sugu made. Yes, if we can't eat Sugu's cooking, what's the point of the outing? The manager shouldn't have mentioned it, but as soon as he did, everyone's spirits lifted again. After some chatter filled with sighs, they buried their heads, attempting to focus on their work. The manager was also feeling a headache coming on. He wanted to say some comforting words, but nothing came to mind. Who would comfort him? Turning around, he suddenly saw Chen standing at the window, waving at him with a serious expression. The manager left the office and followed Chen into the room. How is the recruitment of the new chef going? Is it still not going smoothly? Chen asked. The manager replied with a wry smile, it's not just unsmooth. We can't find anyone suitable at all. After nearly a month of eating Su Yuan's cooking, everyone has developed a refined palate. Now when we try to hire a chef who could compare to Su Yuan's culinary skills, just the mention of hiring chefs makes Zhou Man want to cover his ears and pretend he doesn't exist. Chen nodded in agreement, immediately revealing a similar headache to that of the manager. Ever since Su Yuan abruptly resigned, the employees had been in low spirits for quite some time, and it seemed to affect their normal work. When Su Yuan was around, the employees had the drive to work hard, as if they could accomplish 2 days' worth of tasks in one. That enthusiasm for overtime was gone, and during weekends they didn't even mention it. Now they were yawning endlessly and couldn't muster any energy. To help the employees regain their motivation, Chen sought out various skilled cooks, but the results were disappointing. He simply decided to distribute the 15 yuan meal subsidy to the employees, letting them do as they pleased. As a result, the employees didn't even go out to eat at snack stalls or noodle shops anymore. They collectively decided to buy bulk boxes of instant noodles from the wholesale market. It was pure slacking off, since nothing tasted good anyway. They might as well eat the cheapest option. They saved the leftover meal subsidy, at least they could see some money, making Chen shake his head in disbelief. Where do you think Su Yuan has gone? Didn't he say he wanted to start his own business? Could he have opened a restaurant? If he really did, we could go eat at his place and continue enjoying delicious meals. How would I know where he went? Sugu worked here for less than a month, and we weren't that familiar. I don't have his personal WeChat. But he joined your staff group, right? You could just ask him in the group. Boss, that's the staff group. When Sugu resigned, he said it was inappropriate to remain in the group since he wasn't working here anymore, and he left the group right in front of me. What about Zhou Man? Doesn't he have Su Yuan's WeChat? Wasn't he responsible for the interviews? The manager replied, he doesn't have it either. When Sugu interviewed, he didn't submit a resume, but came directly to cook. We usually contacted him in the staff group, but we forgot to add him privately. Well, now we can't even contact him. Chen took a deep breath. How about you and Zhou Man think of a way to bring Su Yuan back? The previous salary was low due to my oversight. We can negotiate better terms. I still think I should discuss with Zhou Man how to find a suitable chef to cook instead. During lunch, the employees in the company didn't act as they usually did, no longer flipping tables or windows. They slowly got up, each taking a cup of instant noodles from the corner. They lined up in the cafeteria to prepare their noodles, each chewing as if it were wax. It's difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. This is the best description of everyone's current situation. Thinking back to the day when Sugu made stir-fried eggplant, I don't even like eggplant, and when a piece fell on the table during serving, I didn't pick it up to eat. What a waste! I really should have eaten it. Ame took a sip of the instant noodle soup and suddenly said, by the way, my cousin mentioned there's a club over on Hepping Road that recently changed to a new chef. The dishes there are delicious. After eating these random things lately, my taste buds have dulled. How about we go out for dinner tonight and enjoy some good food together? If it were any other day, someone suggesting a group dinner would have garnered a few responses, but today everyone seemed disinterested. What's the point of going out to eat? We don't even want to join the team-building dinner organized by Boss Hua, so let's forget about it. I don't want to go either. Who knows if the food at that venue is any good? What if we spend money and the food turns out to be terrible? That's just a waste. If my wife finds out I'm going to that place to have fun, she would turn the world upside down. I won't go. This was clearly said by Zhou Man. Seeing that no one wanted to go, Ame pulled out her cousin's social media post to show her colleagues. Everyone gathered around to take a look, and the message boldly stated, "Family who understands. After eating at this venue, you just can't stop. Today I also took my parents to have beef noodles. It was their first time at this place, and after tasting the delicious food, they not only didn't scold me, but praised me for finding such a great place to eat." Below the message were several photos of snacks, which looked very appetizing in the pictures, though it was unclear if they had been edited or enhanced with effects. One of the photos featured a bowl of beef hand-pulled noodles seemingly steaming in a white porcelain bowl with blue edges. The broth was a vibrant red with the noodles piled in it, a hint of white peeking out, surrounded by large chunks of beef. The beef appeared to have distinct marbling with white connective tissue visible, soaking up the broth. A pair of chopsticks rested on top, with the broth shimmering, complemented by green scallions and cilantro, making it incredibly tempting. They could almost feel the sensation of biting into that beef, the rich broth filling their mouths. It was simply mouth-watering. After seeing the picture, several people were clearly tempted. Xiao Wang said, "Why don't we go after all? This is the first time I've felt this hungry for something since Su Ge left the company." Bai Kai also raised his hand, saying, "I want to go. I don't care about anything else, just the beef noodles." "All right, it's settled then. The 5 of us will go for a feast tonight." Around 11 in the morning, Su Yuan was cooking. Having just gotten up, he was still a little dazed when suddenly his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see it was a call from Huajin Shui, but for some reason it rang once and then hung up. Su Yuan thought it might have been a wrong number and put his phone down. After a while, he received a text notification. It was another call from his boss asking if he was awake. Clearly, there was something going on, so Su Yuan returned the call. "Boss, did you need something?" Huajin Shui didn't respond immediately, but instead asked, "Su Ge, are you up? I hope I didn't disturb your rest." "I'm up cooking." "That's good. I was really worried I might wake you up and disturb your sleep." Huajin Shui sighed in relief, saying, "Hey, race the thing so far, there have been 15 tables reserved for dinner at the venue tonight. There should be many more who will come without a reservation. I wanted to ask if we have enough dishes prepared or if we need to prepare more. It's just the right time to ask." 15 tables just for reservations alone. Su Yuan recalled that only a few tables had been reserved the day before. Although a lot of dishes were prepared today, it was Saturday and the day was different. Those busy white-collar workers and bosses would all be out enjoying themselves, so business would definitely be better than usual. Plus, with the food promotion these past few days and the ladies at the entrance doing taste tests, there would surely be more customers, so it was necessary to prepare a bit more. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan said, "How about this? I'll add another dish. Although there are plenty of snacks, I feel like there aren't any main dishes. They'll make a poached chicken tonight, and boss, you can buy some young chickens." Huajin Shui was excited to hear that a new dish was being added for dinner. "All right, I'll have the vegetable store deliver it right away." After hanging up the call, Su Yuan made a little something for himself to eat. After finishing his meal feeling satisfied, he turned on his computer and started playing games again. At 6 in the evening, Su Yuan arrived at the venue on time. After being busy in the kitchen for a while, Huajin Shui came to find him, saying that some people had come to apply for the miscellaneous worker positions, all referred by the staff. Several servers and waitstaff were also scheduled for interviews today, and they wanted Su Yuan to join them in selecting suitable candidates. Without a second thought, Su Yuan declined. Interviews were something the boss should handle. He was just an employee and didn't want to mix in, preferring to cook in the kitchen instead. "Su Ge, are you really not going? What if the miscellaneous worker I choose isn't suitable? It was just a miscellaneous worker washing vegetables and dishes. How unsuitable could they be? The main thing was to be diligent." "Don't worry, boss, I trust your judgment." This seemed to hit on a point for Huajin Shui, as he became all proud and smug. Rubbing his hands together and running his fingers through his well-groomed shiny hair, he said with enthusiasm, "Of course. Not only do I have an eye for talent, but I also have the luck of an emperor. Otherwise, how could I recruit such an amazing chef as you?" After saying that, he hurried off to the interviews, and before leaving, he specifically asked Su Yuan when he would make the poached chicken so he could come and help. What could a young lad who was completely inexperienced possibly help with? He just wanted to taste it early, fearing that if the dish sold too well, he might miss out on having some. Su Yuan chuckled and provided a time before turning back to his tasks. A moment later, an auntie arrived in the kitchen specifically to wash vegetables. With Auntie One joining, the kitchen's pressure was significantly reduced. Su Yuan began preparing the new dish for today, poached chicken. Speaking of poached chicken, it means boiling chicken in plain water, unlike braised chicken, which uses a lot of spices. Instead, it uses minimal seasonings to remove the chicken's gamey taste and fully cook it, releasing the chicken's natural aroma. The pure and original flavor of the chicken is a freshness that braised chicken cannot achieve. Hua Jinshui never skimped on ingredients, always buying the best quality 3 yellow chickens, which come with a layer of yellow fat. Such chicken is perfect for making poached chicken, being rich and tender. Dozens of chickens had already been cleaned and the blood washed away. Su Yuan boiled a large pot of water on one burner while he placed an iron pan on another, adding oil to it. Once the oil was hot, he poured it out and added cold oil. This step is a basic cooking procedure. Heating the pan first and then adding cold oil prevents sticking during stir-frying no matter what kind of pan is used. Su Yuan added scallions, ginger, and other seasonings into the pot, sautéing them over low heat until fragrant, then added the spices, continuing to stir-fry slowly for a while to fully release the aromas of the various ingredients. Once the fragrance was released, he poured all the spices into a large pot and added the same proportion of uncooked ingredients. Do not underestimate the complexity. While white-cut chicken appears simple and uses few ingredients, it is precisely because of the limited components that it tests the chef's skills. If done poorly, the chicken will taste overwhelmingly fishy or completely lacking in flavor. After simmering the broth, he placed the whole chickens into the large pot one by one. At this point, he needed to prepare the dipping sauces. Besides the careful steps required for cooking the chicken, the requirements for the dipping sauces are also high. A standard 5-star banquet typically offers 2 types of sauces, spicy and 5-spice. The spicy sauce is primarily based on chili oil, providing a numbing and refreshing taste, while the other sauce is centered around sesame oil, delivering a rich aroma and a refreshing palate. Soon the large pot began to boil, releasing a delightful chicken aroma. Beside it, the pot of spicy marinade also exuded a strong, fragrant, and spicy scent, dominating all the culinary aromas in the kitchen. Yet despite this, the rich chicken aroma was not completely subdued. Instead, it surged through the spicy marinade, carving out a path through the sea of flavors. Having grown accustomed to the scent of spicy marinade, the sudden whiff of the refreshing chicken aroma made the passing ladies stop in their tracks. Why is the chicken aroma so strong? Is Su Ge launching a new dish again? Yes, tonight's new dish is white-cut chicken. They should have printed out the new menu at the bar. You can go check it out. White-cut chicken. Su guess must be delicious. How long until it's ready? One of the ladies asked. Once the new dish is prepared in the kitchen, there is always a tasting opportunity, especially since they have a greedy boss who never misses a chance to have the first bite of a new dish. They would come just in time, and when the boss was eating, he definitely wouldn't let them just watch. He would cut them a piece to taste, giving them a chance to enjoy the new dish before the guests. About 20 minutes or so, Rinjun replied. What? My guests in the private room are arriving soon. I might not have time then. One lady looked disappointed while another seemed pleased. I'm fine and my guests are already seated and eating, so I can sneak over and grab a piece without delaying anything. It's strange, ever since someone booked a table for 7 o'clock, it seems like a strange switch has been flipped. Now more and more guests are arriving at 7, and it's just 8 o'clock, yet there are already several tables occupied in the private rooms. A guest emerged from the restroom, standing in the corridor to smoke. Sensing the aroma wafting from the kitchen, he couldn't help but sniff, then curiously asked a passing lady. Why do I smell a subtle chicken aroma? It smells amazing. What is your kitchen cooking right now? The lady replied with a smile. We're making white-cut chicken in the pot right now. Oh, it's today's new dish. Would you like to order a piece? Oh, it's white-cut chicken. The guest's face lit up with anticipation. I wasn't going to order it, but now that I've smelled it, I want some. Please add a portion to my table over there. All right, sir. After a few more exchanges, a portion of white-cut chicken was sold, and the lady happily went to place the order in the kitchen. At this point, a pot of chicken was already cooked. Su Yuan fished them out one by one and placed them in a basin of ice water. Similar to lemon chicken feet, the white-cut chicken must be chilled in cold water after cooking. This process causes the meat to contract rapidly, enhancing its firm texture. He took a whole chicken and placed it on the counter. With a swift slice, the knife gleamed, and the chicken was cut in half, releasing the succulent meat and juices that had been trapped inside, splattering oil everywhere. After a quick chopping session, the chicken was diced into appropriately sized pieces. Su Yuan picked up a piece of chicken breast, dipped it into the spicy sauce, and before he could savor it, Hua Jinshui had already arrived in the kitchen. Seeing the white-cut chicken was ready, he grinned and said, "Haha, I arrived just in time." Without even taking chopsticks, Hua Jinshui reached out to grab a piece and popped it into his mouth. The tender and juicy chicken was incredibly smooth, possessing a color that suggested it had just reached doneness, with no trace of fishiness, only a rich chicken aroma. The freshness was a taste completely unattainable with the spicy marinade. He ate, quickly swallowing a piece of chicken in just a few bites. As he prepared to eat a second piece, Su Yuan passed him the 2 dipping sauces. White chicken alone has no flavor, it needs this dipping sauce, Su Yuan remarked. White-cut chicken is a very common dish, and everyone knows it should be eaten with sauce, but Su Yuan's dish was so fragrant that Hua Jinshui forgot. At this moment, he picked up the chicken and dipped it into both sauces, tasting a few bites. The spicy sauce was naturally rich and spicy, while the five-spice sauce had a sesame aroma. Strangely, he found that he preferred the chicken without sauce, feeling that it tasted even fresher. As he ate, several waitstaff who had been sneaking into the kitchen also gathered around, peering through the small window, eagerly watching him. Hui Jinshui placed the plate on the counter and called out. Everyone cheered and rushed over, behaving like children on New Year's Day, excitedly grabbing candy from the plate. Though I've praised Su Gu many times already, every time I eat a new dish he makes, I feel like I need to write a little notebook to commend him. It's always when you need it that you realize how little you know. I've decided tonight I will go back and look up some flattering phrases on the computer. Those who shout 666 every day don't even come close to Su Gu's extraordinary culinary skills. Same here. Su Gu is forever the best, no explanation needed. At this time, the employees of the gaming company, having worked 2 extra hours, finally finished their day. The group originally came with a skeptical attitude, but they really needed to relax after busy work and poor eating habits. Little did they know, as they reached the entrance of the venue, without even going in, they were greeted by a delightful aroma. The scent of the spicy marinade was incredibly rich, and the fire under the large pot had not been extinguished. This aroma was not like that of beef jerky or chicken feet. The broth was continuously simmering, indicating how intense the fragrance was. This is also why the business of the venue was thriving. Passers-by were irresistibly drawn by the scent. Who wouldn't want to go inside for a look? Ami and her companions were no exception, starting to drool at the aroma. This aroma is wonderful. Indeed, it's spicy and rich with a lingering fragrance that doesn't dissipate easily. It seems we can indulge ourselves tonight. This is the second place I've smelled such an enticing aroma. The last time was in the company cafeteria.